False Zeta Harris kept prisoners incarcerated beyond their sentences. Lawyers in Harris's Attorney General office did unsuccessfully argue against the early release of prisoners, citing need for inmate firefighting labor. But Harris said they did so without her knowledge and publicly criticized his statement at the time. Okay. Lawyers in Harris's Attorney General office did unsuccessfully argue against the, did it say against the early release of prisoners? Yeah, the early release of prisoners. Over concerns, over the need for firefighter labor. Harris claims they did so without her knowledge. Publicly criticized the statement at the time. In September 2014, attorneys for Harris argued in a court filing the state should not free prisoners as part of efforts to reduce prison crowding because it would negatively impact programs intended that put inmates to work fighting wildfires. That would have a severe impact on fire camp participation, a dangerous outcome while California is in the middle of a difficult season and severe drought. The lawyers wrote, a judge ruled against Harris's request. When a memo provoked headlines that fall, Harris spoke out against it and said she was not aware of it. And spoke out against it. Once it became public. The way the argument played out in court does not reflect my priorities, she told Think Progress. The idea that we incarcerate people to have them to have indentured servitude is one of the worst possible perceptions. I feel very strongly about that and evokes images of chain gangs. What are we exactly doing on the channel? Inmates in California is paid as little as 8 cents per hour according to the Prison Policy Initiative. With those battling wildfires getting about 2 hours or $2 a day. Cash bail. She fought to keep a cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way. The facts, Harris did, like, no conservator should ever bring this up, the way they treated bail over BLM. And I probably agree with a lot of conservators about the need for some type of bail for, like, shoplifters, right? But, like, no conservator should ever bring this up, because they don't actually care. They don't actually care. Harris did come out in favor of raising cash bail for defendants accused of gun-related charges in San Francisco, or as the San Francisco District Attorney. She has since changed her tune, criticizing cash bail and pushing for national reform. In her second year as District Attorney, Harris argued at a Commonwealth Club forum that people who come to San Francisco to commit crimes because it's cheaper to do it. With the city setting lower bail rates in surrounding counties, she specifically called for higher bail in gun cases. The court system hiked its bail rates for gun crimes the following month over objections of defense attorneys. Advocates argue that cash bail lets the rich stay out of jail as their cases move through courts while condemning many indigent defenders to long periods of incarceration, even if they are later found innocent. The system also encourages poor defendants to plead guilty to crimes they didn't commit, experts say. Harris has come to agree, and in 2017 joined Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky to introduce a bill that would encourage states to reform their money bail systems. She was referred to cash bail as one of the greatest injustices of our criminal justice system. Marijuana possessions. She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. The facts. This is a highly misleading statistic. Garbutt appears to be referring to the number of Californians who were sent to state prisons for marijuana-related offenses, while Harris was state attorney general. The conservative Washington Free Beacon reported this year that at least 1,560 people went to prison for pot during Harris's tenure from 2011 to 2016, citing reports from the California Corrections Department that are no longer available on their website. The department spokesperson said that 1,900 people were admitted to prison for marijuana and hashish charges during that time period. Hashish? What? Oh. But the Attorney General doesn't directly prosecute the vast majority of drug cases in the state. That's up to the individual district attorneys in each county, and it's wrong to say Harris put those people in jail. Still, Harris did directly prosecute marijuana cases as San Francisco District Attorney from 2004 to 2010. The DA's office has not released data about pot convictions during that time period. Harris has a mixed record of marijuana. She supported legal marijuana from her very first political campaign, but opposed efforts to legalize recreational marijuana in California in 2010, then took no position on legalization ballot measures that eventually passed in 2016. While launching her Attorney General re-election campaign in 2014, Harris let out a big laugh when she was asked by a local TV reporter about her opponent's support of legalizing pot for recreational use. This year, Harris has come out and supported decriminalizing marijuana on the federal level, proposing a sweeping plan last week to bring the cannabis industry out of the legal shadows. She said in an interview in February that she personally smoked weed as a college student, and I inhaled. She inhaled. I have, and I did inhale. Let me be clear, it's time we legalize marijuana at the federal level. Marijuana laws are not applied or enforced in the same way for all Americans, many of whom have been ruined by these regressive policies. We must change the system. I guess I have to follow Kamala Harris now. Is there a KamalaHarris.com already? So this is going to redirect to Joe Biden. Yeah, I bet, yeah. Damn. What if I want to buy me, dude? Kamala Harris has to start selling Coconut Army merch. Joe Biden had the Dark Brandon meme. Kamala has a coconut meme. Oh fuck, wait, I just realized. This is gonna be, if I want any of this is my last chance. My last chance to get any of this, guys.
Blue suit and told people she was wearing it because I like blue.
I'm a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit.
It's cool because the suit's blue and it's the color of the sky. Where do I get my IDs? Mama, all over. One time I was on the school bus and I thought it would be neat if Kamala talked about the school bus. And who doesn't love a yellow school bus, right?
Who doesn't love a yellow school bus, right? Can you raise your hand if you love a yellow school bus, right?
I can't take
See, literally, I haven't seen a single bad thing from Kamala Harris. Or even really good things. Just funny
all
things.
the good
They're all
stuff.
just funny.
Me and Mr. Kamala are team.
You know, like relay racing? You know, you race and someone passes the baton and then, right?
But she kind of is crazy or something. And she kind of scares me. And you can't fake that kind of performance.
Remember Venn diagrams, those 3 circles, right? And then let's just see where they overlap. I didn't inhale. What else do we know about this population?
Wait, where's the turkey video?
They are
They're already doing damage control. Oh no, my smart friends, including those living in the Francisco Bay Area, have been lifelong times are excited about Trump fans. We're not running against the candidate, we're running against the system. Oh. Joseph, I could kiss you. Well. There it is.
Turkey?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's being delivered
And so
tomorrow.
just little, 1 minute out. I have 1 minute.
Yeah.
Kosher salt, fresh ground pepper. Maybe chop up a little thyme.
Well, let me make my status on Discord.
And then you can mix it even with so
the coconut
do the
trees.
salt and pepper all over it, just lather that baby up, right? With on the outside in the cavity. You could also chop up, but not with the thyme, just the salt and pepper. Mix that up also with some thyme.
She's awesome, bro.
Doesn't feel synthetic, and that's very important. Whereas with fucking what's her name, she feels curated but like sloppily put together, and she feels synthetic as all hell. She feels like if I was in a room with her, like I'd be covering my glass because I think she's gonna like drop cyanide in it or some shit, you know?
Yeah, let's read some comments here.
Yeah.
Top comment: Pete is such a good communicator. We need a leader like him. I wish I was signed in so I could just like be like, well, yeah, just might get what you wish for. I hope one day our country will have a president as intelligent, classy, competent, mannerable, and humble as Pete. Side note, can we get someone this intelligent and well-spoken to, lead the country? Holy, this is just from 2 days ago. They didn't know. I want to... Guys, it's okay. It's okay. We're so... Biden's out. Okay, there we go. I just went sort by new. Let's see what people say who are in the say. Biden out. I want this guy in. I think Pete should be the front in the Democratic Party. He's simply the best. I think he might need a bit of seasoning experience before he should be our president. I love that he is aware, following the laws of the United States, unlike the leading MAGA candidate who ignores the laws, blah, blah, blah. CrowdStrike should be charged. Okay, Pete for president, for heaven's sake. That was an hour ago. So this clearly is loved by the people that know who he is. But that's the thing. That's the key. Knows who he is. How many people know Pete? Do you know his reach in America?
I feel like
right now
a lot of people liked Pete in the primary. I remember people talking about him a lot, and he's kept a loyal fan base.
Yeah, Pete was contending with Biden and Bernie early on and even late on in the race, but eventually decided to drop out and endorse Biden, and that's definitely going to score him a lot of points in the people in the Biden camp. But people in the Biden camp are already on Pete's side. The downside is whenever he was being a transportation secretary for Biden, he had a lot of unpopularity because a lot of the blame that was going on during the airline, I guess you'd call it shortage, but a lot of it was shifted towards Pete whenever the train crashed over in Ohio. That was also shifted towards Pete. So he's got a bad reputation as far as professional administrative work. But he has a overwhelmingly positive reputation as far as campaigning.
Somebody said, yeah, I want him over Bernie at this point. Well, I would prefer Bernie. I think Pete has always been my second pick. I love this man. I think my third pick would be Martin O'Malley if he's still out there. If he's doing okay, someone check on him after the 2020. Bro, dude, Martin O'Malley, I felt so bad for him. He got dogged on for just being a good dude. He let people finish their turn, but then when he would speak, they would just absolutely fucking cut him off and destroy him while he was trying to speak. And then he would answer things with built up facts, knowledge, and a well constructed response to things. And he would never be able to finish it. And I think it killed his campaign, was being too polite.
Who is this guy? I don't remember him.
Martin O'Malley. Let me bring
I have
it.
no idea who that is.
Oh man, he was one of the early guys. Martin O'Malley.
Yeah, I feel like I've never seen this guy. Commissioner of the Social Security Administration.
That fucking sucks.
It does suck, but it is what it is.
I mean, that people like Social Security. That might
I mean,
people might like
I
that.
like Social Security, but I mean, it ain't going well.
That's true.
I mean, to be fair, is that really on him, or is that on the wider like systems?
Yeah, I don't think
that
he
the
can
US
do
has
anything
done?
about it. You
Yeah,
have to change how the tax
Yeah.
works. There's no.
Well, I mean, like this is the same argument for someone like Pete would have, right? Like the East Palestine train derailment. Like how much of that was his fault when BlackRock conveniently ignored all of the warnings and like didn't do proper maintenance on their like locomotives.
Yeah, and he tried. There was a law that was trying to be passed at the time too, to
Yep.
that would have fixed this problem. Would have fixed it. But look at the people on the stage. Only 2 of them are like fucking good. 3 of them, I don't even know who the guy in the far right actually is.
I think
Who's
that
it?
dude was like a billionaire, and like people very much did not like him.
Yeah.
Bloomberg?
Nah, not Bloomberg. This is the 2016, not the 2020.
Oh, yeah.
Hillary's on stage.
Anyway, Martin he's no bueno right now anyway. So basically it sounds like Kamala, maybe Pete, and Pete sounds like too good to be true in my opinion.
I don't
But
think
and
Kamala's
then
even an
Newsom.
option.
Huh?
I don't think Kamala should be even considered an option.
But she is an
Really?
option. Like
Yeah,
we have
she's
to
gonna,
be like
she's
realistic.
gonna have a lot of backing.
Yeah, Biden already endorsed her, so
Which
Yeah.
was fucking stupid of him. He might have just thrown it again. He might have just fucked democracy for the second
why is
time.
that stupid, bro? What's so? Why do
Because people hate
Kamala so
Kamala.
much?
People hate Kamala.
Bro, she's
I-
got the charisma of Hillary, and then she also can't speak.
And
What do
let's
you mean you
face
can't
it,
speak, bro?
I'm gonna say it.
She can't speak. Have you seen any fucking interview with her?
I just watched a Babylon Bee parody of her with her 6-year-old speechwriter.
Yeah, she speaks in fucking circles if she's not fumbling over herself. And she'll sit there and just fucking ramble the same fucking nonsense over and over and over again. It's horrible for her.
I still want this outcome. Let's see if I get. No, nobody did the. I thought somebody did the audio over of it. It's probably not gonna. But here comes Marty with the steel chair. We need a Pete Buttigieg version.
To her credit, she did do well in the debate with Mike Pence. So
That she
like,
did.
That might do her a favor if she does like a Kamala versus Trump debate.
Do you
if
think
she's
Trump
able
would
to
agree to
just-
that?
Dude, if she's able to get in there with him, she could probably beat his ass. I'm be honest. But like as far as like interviews go, she's horrible.
Audience.
All right, let's do an interview then. Let's see her at her worst. I was gonna look at her at her best, but I don't want her to win. So let's show her at her worst. This is how real news is done.
At least you admit your bias.
So, live presidential dropout. President endorses Kamala Harris. Let's get a news about Harris. I need it. I said interview. Did nobody fucking interview this? Okay.
Look up the
Let's
weed
imagine.
interview. She did an interview where she admitted to smoking and she inhaled.
And she
had to-
inhaled.
she had to clarify that she did in fact inhale.
What the fuck is with YouTube right now? Jesus Christ, bro. AOC, people calling for Biden to drop out, also want Kamala Harris off the ticket. Okay, I do want to see what AOC has to say here.
Oh, did you not see that? Her Instagram live?
No.
Yeah, I love her Instagram lives.
Okay with Joe Biden continue to be the nominee. I'm looking at a watch, and I'm looking at a clock, and I'm looking at a calendar.
Why is she talking to me like we're in
And
kindergarten?
I think
I love her.
Oh no, she
Talking to
was
me.
she was talking to the left in this one.
people want
Because,
That's why
Uh,
she's pretending they're
she-
handicapped.
Yeah, she had gotten in trouble with the DSA, and they set standards for like if they're gonna endorse her or not, and she responded with this. So, but yeah, check this out.
I do also want to just
came out
say
of
that
Sky News.
she hella attractive. That's all I'm gonna say.
For
She
real.
hella attractive. She looks like
Listen,
But-
here's my one take on AOC. Okay, it's my one take.
okay.
You ready?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Wood.
I
Yeah.
despise locker room
Based.
conversations.
Based. Okay, but it is like but we did it for every single guy beforehand. You're now just saying that because it's a girl. You didn't say
yeah. Did y'all? Wait, no, y'all didn't say would about fucking
I
what's his
would.
name?
I would.
Okay,
Let me just say it now. I would.
we didn't say would. All right, but we did.
Waiting on Midas' take.
I said would.
Yeah,
Mida,
fuck yeah.
Mida,
He's so handsome.
Did I comment on the looks of Newsom and Pete Buttigieg?
Yeah, we all did.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if you were watching Potato, but I was making the point that if you're attractive, it gives you a boost. And then we were talking about how Newsom looks like a what was the term used? Silver fox. It was silver fox. Yeah, that he's a silver fox, that he's handsome, and that he makes gushing grannies. And then Pete Buttigieg, he has the dad going, which is a kink. He has like the dad look, which is a kink. You know, he could be the father figure in our lives.
So we're just being coomers. All right.
Yep.
It's important. Unfortunately, it's important.
6 months ago, 8 months ago, a year ago, it's a very different landscape of logistics. Every single person, I shouldn't say every single person, I'm gonna say in this class of people that you see coming out now, right? If you're an everyday person that has this opinion, I'm not coming for you. But this whole class of people who are coming with this other opinion now have supported the president the entire time. And many of those people are the same people who closed ranks around anybody who even wanted to raise this conversation a year ago. Fine. But we need to me, like, I'm looking at a lot of different things. And I want to communicate some things, even if you don't, particularly the case for even if you don't support the president continuing as the nominee on substance, merits, policy, etc. Let's take that aside, right? What day is it right now? What, July 17th? I've been working like a bunch. So I think today is July 17th. I'm sure someone will correct me in the comments if it's not. But the point is, even when this conversation was like really kicking up, July 13th, I think people need to understand the reality and the gravity of what these people are proposing. And I'm not saying this is all a reason not to do it, but I do think that people are talking about this without having two eyes wide open as to what this really means. The Democratic Convention is in, 4 weeks or so? The state of Ohio has legal ballot access issues that require a name to be enrolled and certified on their ballot even before the convention.
Is this worth watching all the way through it?
To
anybody
really.
that's seen
Basically,
it?
basically
super
all that she
long.
says is, all the Democrats want to replace the whole ticket. They want to replace Biden and Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she says it's bad.
Does she make any other? Oh, it's bad.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
Because she pledged her support to
Get
Biden,
fucked.
right? So
Get fucked, AOC. All right, you're wrong on this one. It's what the people want. So it's probably. I mean, it's only bad if they put in a fucking like horrible candidate, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah,
Well, they have-
it can only go up from here. Just on the downside, it's very likely that they stay right where they are. Like, the only advantage that like Kamala has over Biden is that like she's like 20 years younger than him, 30 years younger than him, whatever.
oh, Pete Buttigieg did well
really
there.
The other thing you get to do at a convention is roll out your vice presidential candidate, which in this case was J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
I know him a little bit.
What do you think of him?
Look, we're from the same generation. We're both from the Midwest, different parts of the Midwest.
Right.
I know a lot of guys like J.D. Vance. I've run into a lot of guys like him. Not so much when I was growing up
Peter
in Indiana.
Thiel.
But,
Peter Thiel is his big backer.
yeah, for sure. And
Okay, if people don't know who that is, he started PayPal.
Yeah.
He's gay. He's a billionaire. I mean, I've had a couple of people who knew you were coming on this week said, ask Pete what he thinks about Peter Thiel being so in love with J.D. Vance, who is flatly against gay marriage?
So I think it's a profound contradiction, but maybe it's not that complicated. I know there are a lot of folks who say, what's going on with some of these Silicon Valley folks veering into Trump world with J.D. Vance and backing Trump? What are they thinking? Silicon Valley's supposed to be, they're supposed to care about climate. They're supposed to be, I don't know, pro-science and rational and libertarians. So normally libertarians don't like authoritarians. What's up with that? I think it's actually, we've made it way too complicated. It's super simple. These are very rich men who have decided to back the Republican Party that tends to do good things for very rich men.
Oh.
And by the way, that's
holy fuck! What an answer.
Yeah, see, that's why people like Pete, man. Pete
Yeah.
feels genuine. He feels real.
Yeah, that clip was
He feels curated,
blowing up
but
on
real.
Twitter. Yeah, people like him.
That's kind of what you're getting with. That's kind of what you're getting with JD, right? So I knew a lot of people like him when I got to Harvard. I found a lot of people like him who would say whatever they needed to get ahead. And 5 years ago, that seemed like being the anti-Trump Republican. So that's what he was. Talked about how he was unfit, how he was cynical. Called him an opioid, which is kind of a weird thing to say about a person, but definitely a really. But I mean, for somebody whose identity is that they're connected to Appalachia, which has an opioid crisis, that really is the darkest thing you could possibly say about Donald Trump, at least in public. But behind the scenes, apparently, he's actually calling him Hitler, right? Seriously. 5 years later, the way he gets ahead is that he's the greatest guy since sliced bread. And I actually watched this exact same process with somebody else I got to know in my days in the Midwest, which was my former governor, Mike Pence, who I watched start out as an evangelical Christian who cared about rectitude and family values, and then get on board with a guy who was mixed up with a porn star, make excuses for him, so that he could have power. And then he did. He got 4 glorious years, I guess, as vice president of the United States. And it ended on the west front of the Capitol with Trump supporters proposing that he be hanged for using the one shred of integrity he still had to stand up to an attempt to overthrow the government.
Oh my fucking god. Dude, could you imagine this guy in the debate with Trump?
He's got the Obama effect where like he just feels really genuine, straightforward, competent speaker, really competent speaker. Like people aren't gonna hate this guy. Not until like after his presidency.
The only thing
after
Yeah.
Because nothing will change, right?
Nothing will change, right? Yeah.
Or if it does change, it'll be like moderate, right? It'll be like moderate, slow change.
Yeah,
if any change.
Yeah.
It'll change.
I feel as long as he doesn't come in like promising the world, kind of like how Obama ran like this huge campaign on change and then nothing changed. If he like just if he goes like the Biden route of like promising a return to normalcy, but like some material improvements on top, he'll probably do really well as far as like his legacy. He'll just be like a standard copy and paste political dynamo rose to presidency. Might even go on to be a senator afterwards and still have like a relevant political impact on society.
Yeah.
You know what?
Do you think it's right to run? Oh, sorry.
I think Obama and Michelle Obama should both be running for Senate. They could keep our Democratic majority in the Senate. They could have done it. They could have done it. They could have
I think
one to
DC
Ohio,
should just have
one to Montana, and they could have done it.
Jeez. I don't think it would have been perceived well. It would have been perceived as a vibe for power. I mean, like, when Obama was on the way out, like, I don't know. There's a lot of conspiracy about the Obamas tried to, like, become, like, an oligarchy and stuff like that. So at the time, even it wouldn't have been true. It's not, like, true in any way. But that was, like, the narrative pushed by Republicans. There was this whole thing. I went through it. You know, the whole Donald Trump isn't going to step down thing? That kind of, like, people said that about Obama. People were like, there's conspiracies that he was conspiring to change the Constitution to run a third time, and that he was going to try to stay in power, and that will never... Obama will never step down, is what I believe was, like, the common narrative. I don't know. Potato, I think you're older than me. So didn't you live? You lived through that too, right? You're in the US.
Yeah. There was
Yeah.
like this weird time, and I was politically active at the time, so there was like this weird time where like everybody would share memes about like Barack Obama like alternate personality coming in and running, kind of like how in like WWE you had like Mankind, and then you had God, I forget whatever the fuck his name was, but like he had like 6 different personalities. So people kept like joking about that, and like conservatives kind of took the jokes seriously, and they were like, he's gonna run for a 3rd term. He's gonna, he's gonna be he's gonna abolish the term limits on his way out and try to stick around. So it was a weird time growing up, especially in Texas, because people were literally like telling me in closed circles like, he's the Antichrist. He's trying to get rid of white people. So like growing up in Texas, it was wild during the Obama term.
Yeah. Which is funny because now look at the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Hey, Texas is gonna he's gonna turn blue. I have faith.
Man, I'm so fucking fed up with fucking Texas. All my problems stem from Texas lately.
Man. Oh, all right. Thank you. And okay.
All right, I'm just saying that like maybe that the hurricane was God's way of saying you fucked around. All right, you're finding out.
Look, God keeps hitting us with stronger and stronger hurricanes, and we refuse to listen. Okay.
Just wait until the strongest hurricane. No, but seriously, did you guys see that the fucking report where a union had to step in for like electricians and be like, "Hey, stop pointing AK-47s at our workers." And that,
yeah, no, that's
it gets
crazy
hot out there, bro. It gets hot. It's hot.
Yeah. Look, man, it's hot. I need you to come fix my AC. I don't care what you're doing with this one. Come fix mine.
I ain't saying it's right, but I'm saying I get it.
That's all Hassan had to say about 9/11, but he couldn't do it. He had to say they deserved it.
Jesus.
Listen, hot take, but the electrical worker deserved it.
Oh my gosh. Let me pull that up real quick. Stop pointing guns at electric workers.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
There he is.
Well, there's one, but
Union right there. Up. Union urges.
Yeah, there it is.
Family members and the union representing Texas utility workers are urging people to leave linemen alone. This comes after
leave linemen alone. Leave them alone.
Leave me alone. AK-47 at a crew. ABC 13's Rosie Wynn joins us live from Southwest Houston with more on this one. Rosie.
Eric, these crews work an average of 16 hours a day, many of them coming from other states to help bring more than 2.2 million people back online who lost power after Hurricane Beryl. Their job.
By the way, I used to be part of IBEW 716 over in Houston, Texas, and like, dude, whenever like natural disasters happen, they always call like electricians from like nearby states. So whenever like Hurricane Katrina happened, like my dad, he's also a union electrician, went over to Louisiana for like, oh God, I think like 2 years repairing their electrical work. And he was getting crazy pay, crazy hours, 7, 12 every week. And especially whenever like it first kicks off, those dudes are working like literally like 16-hour days. In some cases, if shit's bad enough and you're working on important enough of a project like getting a hospital up, they'll approve just nonstop shifts. My dad did a 32-hour shift whenever he was over in Louisiana, setting up a local hospital, getting it back up and running.
Yeah, that's crazy. And no one ever talks about HEB too. HEB in Texas, HEB disaster relief, insane. And it's a fucking grocery store.
Yeah, it's a grocery chain.
Sure.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, Texas is a fucking wild place. They create their own problems. They refuse like federal money, but then for problems that they need it for.
Despite like how fucking like deep red Texas seems, it's actually one of the more purple southern states.
I thought it would
Here-
be blue. Like 10 years ago, I would have predicted that it would have been blue by now.
You would have thought that, but Beto O'Rourke is a horrible candidate for Texas. Although he's very charismatic, he's somewhat of a competent speaker. He went on national stage and said that he was going to take guns, AR-15s, AK-47s away from the people. And that's the most incendiary thing you can say in Texas, by the way. So whenever he did that, it activated a lot of the conservative base who may not have been voting in like casual elections to go out and go against him and also vote down Ticket Red against Beto O'Rourke. So I think our last gubernatorial election, he just did fucking awful. He lost by like 7% of the vote, where like a previous year he had only lost by like 2%. So, activating 5% more of the state against you is probably a bad political strategy. In order for like Texas liberals to win, they gotta get off Beto.
Yeah, well, if people from California keep moving to Texas, then maybe it'll flip blue.
No, because it's all the red people from California moving to Texas. They get sick of California's like blue policies, and they're like, "Fuck it, I'm going to Texas." And then they get here and they complain that it's not like California. I'm like, "Oh wow, crazy."
Yeah, I looked into that
Like
because
Elon?
I hear the narrative that like California turns like all these states blue and ruins their policies. So I was like, is there any surveys? Is there any studies or anything? And there are. And it turns out the majority of the people that leave California are Republicans going to red states, and that the majority of people that leave other states are blue going into California. So blue has an influx while red is having a mass like migration outside of it. And then in the states that have been turning more blue, if you look at who who are becoming registered Democratic voters or voting blue, it's always new generations that just had the ability to vote. So people that weren't able to vote before, which just leans to the idea that people are just becoming more progressive. Like society is just becoming more progressive. And the younger and younger generations have been still swinging progressive 3 generations deep now. So,
Yep.
but fuck California
progressive
still,
Eureka.
because what they do, if you look into it, they do fuck up the economy of houses where they go. This is a real thing. It is
Yeah.
real.
The
So,
homes are getting more expensive in Texas.
There's
Fuck
so
yeah,
many
they are.
examples.
Fucking no. So I live in San Antonio now, and like whenever I moved out here, it was to buy a home, and homes
Nice.
like what I was looking for was like, I don't know, like 1,000 to 1,200 a month for the mortgage with taxes and all that thrown into it. Right now, I bought a home and I'm paying like roughly 1,700 a month, a little bit more than that, but like it's crazy. It's difficult to keep up with, but I'm also doing all right in my personal life, so
I
everything's
don't want to
going
move to China.
Moving to China would be dope. I don't speak Mandarin though, so
I'll learn.
I'd
I
be
know a little
fucked.
bit. Ni hao. Ni hao ma.
I think
All I
Anoke
kn-
knows a little bit more.
I know a little bit more than, but I don't know that much Mandarin. But what I do know is "What's up, Beijing?" That's my favorite.
I'm taking Mandarin classes because I need a language to graduate, but they only have Mandarin at my school.
That's fun.
Yeah.
It's tough. I did it on Duolingo for a couple months. I couldn't get it.
Well, what is this? Distribution of holders is government debt, Federal Reserve. What does this guy think is approving?
It's in our chat, but yeah. It came out around like 2:13, shortly after the announcement from
In our chat.
Joe Biden.
Okay. All right, and it made it through my pre-screen. I have a second browser pre-screen that everything
That's
opens
smart.
up.
That's smart.
President Joe Biden is a patriotic American who has always put our country first. His legacy of vision, values, and leadership make him one of the most consequential. Is that really a good word to use there? President in American history. We love with love and gratitude for President Biden for always believing in the promise of America and giving people the opportunity to reach their fulfillment. God bless America with Joe Biden's greatness and goodness. God, I wish I had a fucking X account so that way I could just see what people are saying. What? God
Okay,
damn.
you don't have an X.
Why don't you have?
No.
Why are you signed out of everything? You don't have YouTube. You don't have Twitter. Like,
Oh no,
Well-
he's in an incognito, but like
No, I'm using a separate browser. So I use WaterFox for to open things up in or to like actually have on stream. So that way I'm just signed into nothing, have no history of anything, no
Okay.
nothing. So there's no porn incidents, no doxing incidents, no nothing. If I just have this is a browser for nothing. But I created a Twitter a long time ago. I posted like 5 things and then I deactivated the account. So yeah.
I have 100 followers on Twitter. I think 2 of them are not bots.
Hell yeah, we're gonna check out the non-fawn Twitter.
Oh god
Dude,
damn it!
what's up with
Non-fun.
like
You're not gonna
the
like it.
Democrat base like being so fucking bloodthirsty
It's non-fawn
for Democrats
420.
that don't want to support Kamala? Like I'm seeing like every time I see like a maybe not Kamala Democrat post, it's just full of no, you better not. We have to support Kamala. I don't understand.
I don't pay for Twitter Premium, so Elon probably doesn't promote me.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Well, give up on that. I want to finish this
So
video.
I guess maybe not as a politician, but as a human being, what I'll say is that I hope things work out a little bit better for JD Vance than they did for Mike Pence.
I guess the lesson here is that if you're a
Oh.
Republican,
Oh fuck no. Who are you? Who are you?
Oh, BTC?
There it is. There he is.
我在北京.
Oh my god.
What's up, Beijing?
That is the greatest thing I've ever fucking seen. Like it's just
But John Cena speaks Mandarin. You seen that video, right? The
My fellow
being
Americans.
chilling.
Okay, fellas.
being
My girlfriend wants me to go get sushi with her, so I gotta go. Bye.
Aw. All right, have a good one.
Lame.
Imagine being a loving and caring
我在
boyfriend.
北京.
Elon Musk's new profile picture is insane.
Have you guys seen the Chinese lookalike of Elon Musk?
Yeah,
Oh,
I love
yeah.
that guy. Elon Musk. He
Elon
can't speak a. He's not very good at English. Like, at all. He's really good.
I'm Elon Musk. Here, I'm Elon Musk. Chinese Elon Musk.
I'm so confused what this guy thinks this graph is proving. Now listen, I'm no MMTer. Okay. Kelphanok will get mad at me for that. But this doesn't, what does this prove? Like there's bond, like it's just who owns bonds. A lot of the Fed owns the bonds. A lot of other countries own bonds. Investors own bonds. Like, well, Biden outlasts the lettuce. Biden did not outlast the lettuce.
Fucking breath for Trump being the president 100%. Like it's looking in that direction, but that shit fucking happens every single fucking day. And if anything, this is like some of the most uncertain times. Anything could happen, right? And look, a few hours later. By a few hours, I mean like had to have been like 8-9 hours later after that stream. All right, I do want to see Pete's policies though. Early life. Let's see early. Wait,
Wow,
what the
White
fuck,
House
Joseph?
aides. White House aides admit they
Joseph.
found out first on Twitter. What the fuck?
Lamau, dude. I'm telling you, watch it come out.
It's like a company laying off its people. Like, what the fuck?
You're
I mean,
laid
he
off.
didn't resign. He just said he's not going to seek re-election. But
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was like, yeah, I don't want the nominee.
I wonder if Biden knows yet.
Yeah, I don't think he does. I'm telling you, they did this when he's sleeping. He's gonna wake up and find out.
Wait, what happened? What happened, Jack?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Dude, wait, Pete Buttigieg is the only child of Jennifer Ann and Joseph. Another Joseph.
Why do you keep saying it like that?
Pete?
No, the other part. Budapest.
Ann? Oh. South Bend, Indiana. Indiana, there you go. Okay. His mother uses the name Anne. Okay. His parents met and married. Blah blah. Okay, I don't fucking care about that. Blah blah blah. Okay, so he's educated. Military service. Wow, so he was in the U.S. Navy Reserve. All right. DCO program. Okay, that's cool. State Treasurer of Indiana in 2010. But he lost, damn, to a Republican. Mayor, okay.
I'm pretty sure
What about his...
He's been mayor and he ran for president and then got the Department of Transportation position. I don't think he's done much else.
Well, he ran for the Treasury, but lost. Second term, okay, I don't care about that. Increase national profile. Yeah. Presidential campaign. Okay, where's the policies? Give me the political positions. There we go. Infrastructure. During his 2020 campaign for the Democratic nomination, Buddha. All right, how am I saying it wrong? Let's see, Stella. What am I telling you? All right, say it then.
I'm Buttigieg.
What?
There's no P there.
Everyone says Buttigieg, bro. I don't like.
No, he's saying Budapest. I'm not crazy here.
See fit, and Pennsylvania actually.
I need somebody to say his.
The other thing you get to do.
And then somebody say his fucking name.
Secretary Buttigieg. It's
Buttigieg.
Buttigieg.
Yeah, booty judge.
Booty judge. I like that. There we go. Buttigieg proposed spending $1 trillion on U.S. infrastructure projects over the next 10 years. Okay, that's not bad. Estimating that the plan would create at least 6 million jobs. Okay, the plan focused on green energy. Let's go. Protecting tap water from lead, fixing roads and bridges, improving public transportation, repairing schools, guaranteeing broadband internet access, and preparing communities for floods and other natural disasters. So that's a dub. Social issues. He supports abortion rights and the repeal of the Hyde Amendment. So, it says right here, which blocks federal funding for abortion services, except in cases of rape, incest, or the life of the mother being in danger. He favors amending civil rights legislation, including federal Equality Act, so that LGBT Americans, not the plus Q, damn, Americans,
just them.
Just them.
I'm
Just
not
those
included.
ones.
I'm not included.
Americans receive federal non-discrimination protections.
National service.
Yeah, expanding opportunities for national service, including a voluntary year of national service for those turning 18. That sounds pretty cool, actually.
I know.
I would
can't
have
vote
done
him.
that.
I'm 18. I can't do that. No, fuck him.
It says opportunities.
I guess it's voluntary. Yeah.
Yeah, voluntary. It's so you don't have to do a commitment of fucking 4 years in the military. This is so much better. What do you mean?
No, that's true, I guess.
Yeah,
That helps me.
They got your ass.
I would have done this. I would have done this if this existed. I would have put like a year or two. Why not? Fuck it. In July 2019, what is this? Douglas Plan, named after abortion. Oh, okay. Abolitionist Frederick Douglass to address systematic racism in America. The initiative would allocate $10 billion to African American entrepreneurship over 5 years and grant $25 billion to historically black colleges. Okay. Legalize marijuana, expunge drug convictions, halve the federal prison population, and propose a federal new voting right act designed to increase voting access. All good things for the most part. I can see people being like, this is kind of like reparations. I don't like it, blah, blah, blah. But I think that like it's fine, you know. I would like it to be expanded to 10 billion into like just low income neighborhoods in general and 25 billion to like low income colleges, right? Rather than just targeting black, because there's a lot of people, even if you want it to be like minorities, right? There's so many minorities that are in these that they're going to receive it disproportionately more than, you know, white people would.
Holy
But
shit,
this way it's not
liberal talking point from NRK Life. What the hell?
I don't think that is a liberal talking point, to be
That is
honest.
the-
I
that's
get
the
my
liberal
I get my
talking point.
ass fucking bit off by liberals all the time for it. They're like, you don't think that we should, you know, support? They deserve it more. I'm like, oh, I don't think so. Like, I think you should just like broad access if you support the, you know, the people that need support because of historical racism and stuff. The people that have been disproportionately disadvantaged will disproportionately get the benefit. But at least you're not cutting out people just based off of race. It's fucking racist. It's fucking racist. Okay, where was it? Voting rights or social issues? It was social issues. Voting rights. Abolition of the Electoral College. Beast! Holy shit. And has also called for restoring voting rights to felons. Okay, yeah. I won't call it based, but I'll just say okay. Sure.
Well, you don't want felons to vote?
I'm guessing this means after they're, or does he mean just restore it while they're in? I don't care.
I think it's after.
I guess it's like I'm not against it. It's just not something I'm like super excited for, but who cares? If he wants it, we have it. Who has completed their completed their prison sentence? We didn't even finish this. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Fucking do it. Campaign finance reform. Constitutional amendment on campaign finances to reduce the undue influence of money in politics. Okay. I'm interested. Refers to the proposed amendment to the United States Constitution to authorize greater restrictions on spending related to political speech and to overturn Supreme Court rulings which have narrowed such laws under the First Amendment. Several amendments have been filed since Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission and the Occupy movement. Wow, based. I want to read some of them later on, though. Where's the... There we go. Let's save that. During his 2020 presidential run, in response to accusations of campaign finance concerns, the judge campaign told he did not accept contributions from individuals and organizations such as corporate political action committees. Based, in addition, the campaign emphasized that included a critical campaign finance. Wait, what? Including pushing to overturn. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Statehood at whoa. Let me see. Oh, he wants DC to become a state and said that he would support Puerto Rico statehood if desired by the Puerto Rican people. Okay, based. They
should have representation. I think that's the fucking
It's
one of the biggest
JOEVER.
travesties going
JOEVER.
on in America right now is that we have unrepresented people, citizens.
Angel's very happy that you're alive, by the way, Trey.
Awesome. I'm glad I'm alive too, mostly.
He said, Drac. Okay, look, it's Drac. She's alive. I'll lurk now. Hope you're well, Drac. Take care. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, angel boobs. All right, climate change. During his campaign for the Democratic presidential nominee, Buttigieg said that if elected, he would restore the United States' commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement and double its pledge to the Green Climate Fund. He has also supported the Green
Move to
New Deal.
Poland.
Okay,
You seen
yeah.
Poland's GDP?
That's
I think Italy's
basically
been doing
every
pretty well,
Democrat
actually.
right
But
there. Economic beliefs. Okay, let's go. Democratic capitalist. All right, let's see what this even technically means. Let's see. Also referred to as market democracy, is a political and economic system that integrates resource allocation by marginal
productivity, baby.
Yeah, with policy of resource allocation by social entitlement. The policies which characterize the system are enacted by democratic governments. Okay. He has decried crony capitalism. He has entertained the possibility of antitrust action against large technology companies based on the basis of privacy and data security concerns. Okay, finally someone that knows what the real issues are. Let's go. During the Democratic primary, he supported deficit and debt reduction, okay, arguing that the large debt makes it harder to invest in infrastructure, health, and safety. I like this.
Does anyone not on paper support deficit reduction? Like, find me a single presidential candidate
I don't think
saying,
I don't
will
think there is.
increase the deficit.
In workers' rights. In July 2019, he released a plan to strengthen union bargaining power, to raise the minimum wage to 15, and to offer national paid family leave. Okay, that's it. That's it under worker rights. Pete, Pete, please. Education. 700 billion investment to university full-day childcare in pre-kindergarten for all children from infancy to age 5. Okay. It's a lot of money, but okay. I mean, it is one of the biggest problems that we have today. They destroyed communities and then expect us to have kids, even though we both have to fucking work full-time jobs. Definitely would probably get people having sex and having kids more if something like this existed. Proposed tripling Title I funding for schools serving students predominantly from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. Other goals including doubling the amount of new teachers of color in the next 10 years.
Okay.
Very specific.
I don't like this because of the implication that they would be hiring based off of race.
Yeah.
But if this just means offering opportunity and opportunity
opportunity.
leading to and then leading to the natural consequence of having more, then sure. But if this is like what is it that didn't Trump's administration shoot it down or some shit like that, where it was what's it called? Come on, Non-Fun, you're good at this.
What? I don't know what this one is.
I'll be right back.
Were you discriminated by race for the
affirmative
benefit
action?
Affirmative action, yeah. I wasn't too
Supreme
much of a
Court
fan of
struck that down.
Yeah. Addressing school segregation with 500 million fund. I'm interested into learning what this entails, but it sounds pretty good. Paying teachers more, expanding mental health services in schools. Wait, what do you mean? There isn't any right now, so expanding would just be anything more than what we have now. And creating more after-school programs and summer learning opportunities based. His plan for debt-free college has called for expanding Pell Grants for low-income students, as well as other investments and reversing Trump's tax cuts for the wealthy. Okay, the bottom 80% of students with respect to income would have received free education, while the top 20 would have paid for at least some portion of their tuition. He has opposed free college tuition for all students because he believed universally free tuition unfairly subsidizes higher income families at the expense of lower income individuals. I do not agree with this. It's so the amount of people that are like wealthy enough to afford to like go to college, I would say in this case, like in what he's proposing, the difference between subsidizing it for everybody
There
and
are guidance
subsidizing it
counselors.
for
Guidance counselors
this 20% would
usually
be
aren't mentally
pretty much no different, and it
usually
would
don't have much
probably
training in
get
mental
through
health
if you
stuff, but yeah.
subsidized everyone, opposed to this 20%. If you just like bracket off 20% of people and say, yeah, fuck, we're gonna treat you unfairly, I think that there's gonna be opposition. But if you just blanketly like give it out to people, then it's probably gonna pass. That's just my like from an optic point of view. What do you think, Non? Fawn?
I don't know. I feel like I'm fine with like most public colleges being free for everyone, and then if you're a rich kid, you're probably just going to go to a private college anyway. So
Yeah. Well, there you go. That would be, but that's not what his is saying. He's just saying that it's not free for the top 20%.
the top 20%, yeah. Which I
Yeah.
like. I understand what he wants to do, but I don't think means testing usually works pretty well for a lot of stuff.
No.
Because
It's usually more expensive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Foreign policy. He's called for modifying the structure of defense spending. Okay, while suggesting that he might favor an overall increase. Why? Why would you fucking increase it? Why?
Everyone's
Why?
in favor of increasing it, bro. Except maybe like Bernie and Warren. I don't know.
I know, but
we need to stop the fucking price gouging that Lockheed Martin and the other contractors fucking do. But
oh shit.
Oh no.
He believes that the 2001 U.S. invasion of Afghanistan following the September 11th attacks was justified. Oh shit. But supported the planned withdrawal of American troops from the region with a maintained intelligence.
The next sentence. So you're not gonna like it. Oh.
He is committed support of Israel. Okay, favors a two-state solution. Okay, to the Israeli-Palestine conflict. It's just gonna bring me. I thought it was gonna bring me to. Okay, this is what. 2019.
Well, at least he's not in favor of annexation.
Yeah. I'll look into that later. Oh, well. It says this takes me to a more direct. I'll look at that later. The Israel occupied West Bank. Okay. Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu comments in support of applying Israel. Wait. Poses. He disapproves of Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments in support of applying Israeli law and Jewish settlements in the West Bank. Okay, so it's like the most liberal take you can fucking have on it. Okay, that's fine. It's like it's not that bad. It is what it is. Somaliland.
Wait, that's interesting. Do you know anything about Somaliland?
No, I don't.
Oh, basically, Somalia. It's a country in Africa. I mean, it says it there.
Yeah, I know about Somalia, but
Somalia like fell into anarchy, and Somaliland in the northern part of Somalia is, for all intents and purposes, just an independent government. Like it's the only stable part of Somalia because it's just a whole separate government. Like it has its own passports and everything, but it's just unrecognized by everyone because the U.S. wants to promote its law-based international order. So we don't want to just unilaterally recognize a country. Holy shit, Mika 2024, let's go!
Holy shit. Thank you for the submission here, Dre. I appreciate it. I would vote. I would vote for an AI. I don't care. Even though she's not necessarily an AI, she's just a mix of a bunch of voices, but you know.
Wait, Barack Obama not endorsing Kamala Harris.
Based. Let's fucking go.
I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges.
Based, dude. I fucking love Obama's political takes after like leaving office. It's been pretty good. In 2019, he said we will remain open to working with the regime of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the benefit of the American people. Okay, so he likes that oil money, I see. But we can no longer sell out. Oh, okay, for the sake of fossil fuel access. These are very contradicting things here, but okay. He supports ending U.S. support for Saudi Arabia in the Saudi Arabians' war in Yemen. Based,
A little late for that, but
He's condemned China for its mass detention of the ethnic Uyghurs in, I can't pronounce this,
Xinjiang or something. I don't really know.
Yeah. He criticized Trump's decision to withdraw U.S. troops from Syria, which critics say gave Turkey the green light to launch a military offensive. Okay, well, this is complicated, but I mean, at least he understands that, this is fucking wrong. Well, why couldn't he just say that he condemns Israel instead of saying I support? It's probably because, he doesn't want to piss off AIPAC, and there's a lot of allies that support Israel, so he doesn't want to It's just easier to be like, yeah, I support Israel in politics, or at least U.S. politics, I should say. Let's see. Healthcare. All right. He's opposed Republican efforts to repeal the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act in 2018. He said that he favored Medicare for all during his presidential campaign. He promoted Medicaid for all who want it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember the primaries.
Which includes a public option for health care or health insurance. He has spoken favorably of Maryland's all-payer rate setting. Okay, wait, all-payer saver. I'm not familiar.
I don't know exactly what this is.
Yeah, all-payer rate setting is a price-setting mechanism in which all third parties pay the same price for services at a given hospital. Interesting. It can be used to increase the market power of the payers, such as private and or public insurance companies, versus providers such as hospital systems in order to control costs. All payer characteristics are found in most developed economies with multi-payer healthcare systems, including France, Germany, Japan, and Netherlands. The U.S. state of Maryland and also uses such models. I've heard good thing about Maryland's healthcare system. I wonder if this is part of it. Has been proposed in the United States as a healthcare reform measure. The proposal for public option, voluntary public-sponsored insurance plans similar to Medicare has been cited, indirectly sharing some of the same goals as... Okay, so interesting. What do you think?
I'm a big fan of the public option stuff. I miss when all I knew about politics was the debates about healthcare policy between Warren, Bernie, and Buttigieg. And now we're talking about whether or not it's okay to assassinate former presidents. Listen, I mean, maybe if you wait till after the election, but I hope I don't get banned for saying that. That's a joke, Twitch. That's a joke. I like the public option stuff. I think there's a lot of reason insurance works better if the provider is just bigger and if most people are just in one big public option provider. And then it at least allows for some regulated private insurance if you really need private insurance for whatever reason. It sets up good incentive structures because then the government has a lot of power to say, hey, drug company, you kind of got to lower your prices so you can be on our insurance plan.
He also favors a partial expansion of Medicare that would allow Americans aged 50 to 64 to buy into Medicare and supports proposed legislation, the Family and Medical Insurance Leave Act, and would create a fund to guarantee up to 12 weeks of partial income for workers to care for newborn children or family members with serious illness. That would be cool. He released a $300 billion plan to expand mental health care services and fight addiction. Immigration. All right. I see DACA. I see DACA.
I don't know if you do this for your...
Yeah, he supports DACA and has drawn attention to the Trump administration's aggressive deportation policy. He defended a resident of Indiana who was deported after living in the U.S. For 17 years, despite regularly checking in with ICE and applying for a green card. That's fucked up. But I would need to know a little bit more. Why did he get deported? I'm guessing it was just because he was an illegal immigrant. But like, bro, come on. At that, like, 17 years of regularly checking in with ICE and applying for a green card and being in the US and you're still not a citizen, this is fucked up. So unless if he did like a crime, right? Like, I don't see any fucking reason to deport him. Has said that Trump has been reckless in sending American troops to the southern border and that it is a measure of last resort. Okay, that's all I really care about from him. I would vote. Would change my third party vote to Democratic if he is on the ticket, and I will make sure and I will get everybody I know in my personal life who usually doesn't vote to vote.
You're not going to vote for Kamala if she's on a ticket?
Nope.
Really? You think Kamala's that bad?
Yep.
Wait, what's so bad about Kamala?
Basically Hillary Clinton 2.0.
Yeah, but like, why is that so bad? Like, I'm like asking, like, not whether like you think she would do well to pull voters or whatever, but just like why you won't personally vote for her. Like, what's the?
Well, I didn't like what her work as the district attorney. I think would be like the number one thing that people would point to is that she was fucking horrible in that. Also, I don't think that she has any real legs when it comes to any politics. So voting for her is basically just voting in a weak Democratic candidate. And I can't do that again, right? It's the same reason I'm not voting for Biden, is that she's been a proponent of supporting genocide in the Middle East, basically no real change, a weak Democratic candidate that pretty much gives in to a progressive, or I shouldn't say progressive, a progressively worse Republican Party who, despite having minority in a lot of areas of support, that they're able to fucking pass shit, while Kamala with the majority of support and Biden with a majority support couldn't even get anything done, and they have like no reason to like actually get shit done for the people. It's not necessarily her as a person, as more of what she represents as the nominee of a blatant cabinet that does not care about democracy, doesn't care about voters, and has no reason to care, especially once in power, right? On top of, sorry, go ahead.
Number one, like, what do you think she did so bad as district attorney? Like, I've heard a few bad things. I just read one of the fact checks that was written during the Democratic primaries. Like, it seems like.
Can you link it real quick?
Yeah, a bunch of people were making claims about what she did, and it just some of them were somewhat true, a lot of them weren't entirely true. Like, people mentioned like the inmate firefighter labor thing. I think her lawyers in her office, Kamala Harris at least claims that they did it without her knowledge, argued against the early release of prisoners because they needed inmate firefighter labor for a particularly
that's been,
I guess, harsh fire season. That's been what?
Are you saying that's been debunked?
No, that's the truthful story. People make like a little harsher claims than that. She'll say like, oh, she held prisoners past release, but I mean, it was early release, and she at least claims that she didn't know. I don't know, and like,
oh, where'd you put it? Oh, you put it here.
Yeah. There's a few different claims it goes over. Like, I don't think anything she did was especially bad. And then like she since come out and said things like she's in favor of legalizing marijuana. And
okay, but that's like an easy.
Some of the cash bail
like,
things.
What the fuck is on my screen? This thing is so fucking ugly. This pop up. Jesus Christ. My ad blocker is not doing its work. Return to homepage. Okay, well. What is that website that lets you like read things without being
12-foot IL?
Is that what it is?
Is there a paywall in the way of it?
I don't know what the fuck is in the way of it, but I'll use this clean web page. Let's see. There you go. Sure, this will work. Dismiss case. Okay. Biden is correct in describing the broad outlines of the SIPs. The former vice president. Okay, but okay, I need hers. Oh, are these all comments that people made towards her? Okay, sorry. I was like just skimming. Okay.
Yeah, they're all comments people made during the primary that they fact checked.
If you doubt me, damn. If you doubt me, Google 1,000 prisoners freed. Kamala.
But like none of this is like, I don't know. There's like things she's done, but like I don't think that those would majorly affect any of her like actual policy decisions. Are there like any policy decisions that you disagree with? I mean, I guess probably any support for Israel, and then
let's look at her policies. Let's see.
And it's hard to know exactly.
Speaking of, wasn't there just a criminal case that happened a few days ago where 2 dudes got charged with like felonies for defacing an Israeli flag?
In the U.S.,
I haven't heard about that, but
yeah.
Felony for the of hate crime, a class 4 felony. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Oh shit, no fucking way. No fucking way. There has to be. They were spray painting Israeli flags or flag? Was it just one flag?
A flag. I think they painted like Free Palestine or Free Gaza or something on an Israeli flag, and they were charged with defacing they were charged with defacing and something else. The same charge that you would get for destroying an American flag.
They painted, they spray painted Free Gaza on a flag at Woodman's Food Market. Each suspect faces 2 counts of hate crime, a class 4 felony, along with a misdemeanor charge of criminal damage to property and disorderly conduct. You know, let's just fucking keep on stacking it, you know? Fuck, why not? Let's add more.
Why do you get a charge for defacing an American flag? I thought you were allowed to do that. I thought that was a First
in some
Amendment right.
states you are.
Well, I think it's because it's somebody else's property. I mean,
that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. If it's somebody else's flag and you destroy it, I think you still can get, I wouldn't say big trouble, but like trouble.
But what
Jesus
are like if Kamala Harris got elected, like are there any bad things that you think she would do? Like what are some of those?
Any bad things that she would do? Like I think other than Israel, because they of course would be like, you know, still funding and sending money to Israel. I think she would just continue what she has been, the Biden campaign has been doing, which is basically as minimum fucking effort as they can to push the left agenda. I think being dangerously like moderate and allowing the Republicans to be as aggressive as they are without any clapback is fucking dangerous. I think that's my biggest problem, is that they're more of a puppet for their funding and lobbyists more than anything. It's not like she's going to go out and be like, I'm going to, you know, attack gay rights, or I'm going to fucking like hurt you guys. It's just more like she won't protect the rights you have. The only thing I can imagine her attacking is the Second Amendment, which, you know, I'm a strong Second Amendment advocate, and almost instantly will turn off any support to anybody that attacks the Second Amendment. And I definitely know someone like Kamala would go after the Second Amendment, as Joe Biden also has. And she has been pretty outspoken that she supports, assault weapon bans and shit like that. So I wouldn't be too happy about that. But my major beef with candidates like her and Joe Biden is more that they won't push what needs to be done, right? So any measure that needs to be done to guarantee that we get healthcare, housing, debt relief, anything that like is really important to the average American, election reform, that will never be something that's majorly pushed through their campaign. And while they're meandering with small little victories that never is going to be in the news and is never going to be something that is focused on, the right wing is going to use every chance they can to test every weakness in democracy and our systems and push forward with minority support by you. Like, it's not very what do you call it, popular, what the Republicans like to push forward. They with minority fucking support get all the shit passed, while Kamala and Joe Biden have their fucking thumb up their ass. And I think that's the biggest reason why I just don't vote for these type of people. Is that, one, obviously you can make the genocide case and you can make the gun case, but I'm not a single issue voter. I voting for them is the only good thing that comes out of it, is that you have somebody that is technically just keeping status quo, and that the cabinet is able to take slight victories and slight wins. But I think the greater picture is that if you vote for something like that in this time where the candidates are being like forced on you the way they are and aren't representative of the popular, they're not like the popular choice of the Democratic people, then you're basically saying it's okay to shoe in these non-favorable candidates that just pretty much sit there with their thumb up their ass and pass no real legislation and just sit there.
I disagree with a lot of this stuff. So I mean, the election reform, I'll grant you, I don't think Biden's done anything for the election reform stuff. But like you mentioned, healthcare. I mean, obviously Biden never got the public option that I think he campaigned on getting, but he did in the Inflation Reduction Act that allowed Medicare to negotiate drug prices, and now Medicare can negotiate drug prices way lower than it used to be. That saves seniors and poor people who are on, or I think that's Medicaid, a lot of money. He also did the price cap on insulin. I think that was a good policy because it doesn't really have any negative effects on housing. I mean, I think we've seen Biden do what he can. I think that one of the big things that didn't directly off of housing, but I think helped a lot of poor families, was the expanded child tax credit that was in, I think, the American Rescue Plan. That gave a lot of money to even non-filers. People who didn't file the taxes were still entitled to the money from the expanded child tax credit. And then there was the he gave a lot of tax incentives to people buying and selling homes. So I think it was like a $5,000 tax credit for buying your first home, and I think there was an even bigger tax credit for selling your home. And he, at the same time, at least called on Congress to actually invest. I think he wanted $20 billion in housing. Obviously, Congress didn't do that, but I think Biden did what he could do as president. And we also see the new policy that he's proposed that a lot of people are mad about him. Me too, I guess, is the 5% rent control. The 5% rent control cap that he wants to do. Yeah, and then that he also is proposing we build more housing too with those with
Wait, when was the rent control thing?
It was pretty recently, because I think the reason he did it was to get like AOC and Bernie support. Rent control Biden.
But I can't help but feel like ask another question. Do you think that Kamala Harris will continue the proposition plans that Biden had before he dropped out of the race, assuming she gets elected?
Not all of them, but I feel like most of them probably.
I feel like I need to ask this then. Could you distinguish which ones you feel would be continued?
I don't know. I don't know. I would assume the only thing I know about Kamala is she's Biden's VP. Like, quite frankly, like I would assume that she would keep policy mostly the same, but I don't think I could distinguish. No, I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, it just calls into question what percentage of the actual propositions being made by Biden were things that were sort of being helped out by his cabinet. Obviously, it's a cabinet presidency. We've been having those ever since Reagan. But I mean, do you think that we're going to see another cabinet backing Kamala, or do you think that we're going to see the same Biden cabinet? And like, if we don't see Kamala like running for president or taking the presidency, what are the odds of her getting another vice president pick and or being a part of a cabinet that's going to be on the DNC ticket?
I mean, I would assume Kamala, if she ran, would keep most of Biden's cabinet. I don't see a reason why a ton of Biden's cabinet would really leave. I guess I don't know for sure though.
Yeah, I just ask because I know that there was, I believe, a talk between Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden a couple of days ago where she disclosed that she had had a conversation with Biden where she had talked about him wanting to step down or potentially like getting him out of like the race so that way they could increase favorability for a Democratic candidate in certain states. And it seemed like Biden and his cabinet actually pushed back against that idea. And she even said that they were somewhat defensive about like how it seemed like either a grab for power or it was just like a false statement. So it makes me believe there might be some level of disconnection between Biden and his cabinet and like Kamala and the potential cabinet picks that she may have going forward, knowing that the ones that are with Biden may be unpopular.
Yeah. I also, just on a point of Biden's cabinet, I think the NLRB under Biden, this is the PPG meme, everyone, okay? I think the NLRB under Biden has been rather good. I think three of the big things they've done is they've decreased the amount of time it takes to unionize and decrease the time frame for union elections. And then they've also made it so if a corporation is caught doing any illegal union busting tactics, then they immediately have to recognize the union without an election even. And they also, there was one other thing. I think they, I forget the specifics, but it was something like the onus is now on the corporation to stop the union. I think before unions had to contact the NLRB and like they wouldn't be automatically recognized. They would have to have an election. Now the onus is on the corporation to, I guess, stop the election or at least call for an election before the union is recognized. So I think the Biden NLRB is pretty good there. Yeah.
That's fair, but I think that the problem and the reason that like certain people on like people with certain political affiliations support the Biden NLRB so much is because this is the most like pro-syndicalist like union we've ever seen. Like this definitely benefits the left, but it makes me call into question how far this is actually going to go, right? Obviously, people see this sort of increase in momentum and the steam building up for a syndicalist movement, empowering the workers, sort of making the proletariat class and a lot of these socialists and communists believe that this is the first step towards like the revolution or towards some form of takeover and uprising of like the blue collar America. But like you really have to call into question how far something like this is going to go, considering we've never seen this like sort of play out in that way or in any meaningful way throughout like the past in the United States. Like when we seen Obamacare, people were saying like this is going to be it. This is going to be the push for like Medicare for all, etc. And it never came to fruition. There were other times in history where we've seen expansions to Social Security or like welfare reforms where people were saying, oh, this is going to be the moment where we get the welfare state, where we have the first step. And then it sort of stopped short of any meaningful like change. So like it makes me call into question how much these people are supporting it because it falls in line with like the ideology that they plan to push versus the actual like sort of level of productivity that is being achieved through incrementalist like policies.
I mean, listen, I'm a capitalist, buddy. I don't even think it needs to go much further. I think this is a decently meaningful thing. I think making unions more powerful is probably good. But I don't even like. There might be some welfare things that I think are important, but like I don't even know if it needs to go further than this. I feel like a lot of these.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue that it needs to go much further. But if you ask like somebody like PPG, just for an example, because his name was brought up, he would say that like this is the first step in a much larger plan or sequence, right?
Yeah, the Biden proletarian revolution is coming.
Well, yeah, obviously, but PPG's entirely brain dead. I would trust a goldfish on cocaine, which isn't too far off from the actual reality of talking to him over his opinions.
Base.
Can we get a research study on how cocaine affects goldfish?
I would assume very poorly.
Yeah.
I was
Somebody's
just more
asking
like,
in chat for the somebody is asking how do you think of your favorite presidential candidate dropping out? I think this is targeted at non-fun.
I started my stream off of playing the Honor to the Fallen song and a salute to our glorious President Biden, who is now unfortunately out of the race.
Biden is kill politically. Politically,
Yeah.
he is kill.
It's over. It's over. It's so sad. Deeply saddening.
Well, were you going to vote for him? I don't know if anybody here was going to vote for him other than non-fun.
I was gonna enthusiastically vote for him, bro. I'm a fucking moderate-ish liberal, bro. Biden was made for me.
Literally made. When they were conceiving him, they were thinking of non-fun. They're like, some person in the future, as soon as they turn 18, will be able to vote for him. Actually, but now you won't be able.
Yeah.
That kind of fucking sucks for you because
I just realized I did never get the chance to vote for Joe Biden. God damn it!
Yeah.
I could have voted in the primary, but the primary in my state was Joe Biden or no preference. So I mean, I was going to, but I didn't have the fucking time. Well, really, I was just lazy. But
yeah. Plus, you already knew what the outcome of that it's going to be. That's yeah.
MAGA are going to lose their mind when they find out Trump donated to Kamala Harris's campaign in 2011? Whoa. Trump.
I mean, I don't think there's any like real news that like Trump wasn't always a big fan of Republicans, and he has been vocal of Democrats and third party. Hell, I think his first election he ran on a third party platform, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Trump's voting history. Let's just take a look at that. His voting record. Let's see. Well, this is not exactly what I wanted. Let's do presidential. Yeah, so we got a bunch of looks like, what is this? Republican, third party, Democrat, Republican. All right, so like, it's kind of spread out. It does lean more Republican than not, but it looks pretty spread out. He didn't vote in 2002 or 2003 or 1919. Interesting. He didn't vote in 1987 or 1988 either. So is I'm a little confused with like voting stuff. Is
something
it
has happened?
Public information for
I don't
everybody?
think I called you stupid. Did I ever
can I
call
just look up
anyone
anybody if I have their
Biden
name?
would drop out? I think I said. Wait, what did you ask? Did you ask, is it public knowledge who people vote for? Or?
For everybody. Like, am I able to look up everybody's name? Like anybody? Like
you can look up who they're registered as, but who you actually vote for is anonymous.
Okay, so who you vote for is anonymous. Okay, cool. That I just found it like weird because I was like, I know you can look up like registered. Like I was able to look up my brother, my mom, and people like that. But then I was like, I don't think it tells you who they voted for, but I wasn't quite sure. All right.
Yeah, it just tells you who they're registered for, and technically, you don't know for sure who they voted for because they could just be voting in the primary to sabotage their opponent or whatever.
I've heard this. Does that happen a lot? Because I've seen like people. The first time I heard someone bring this up was about the Trump shooter. They were like, people are like, maybe he was a registered Republican because he wanted to sabotage. And I'm like, does that actually happen a lot?
The only time I've heard it really happening a lot is the New Hampshire primary, where a lot of Democrats voted for Nikki Haley.
Lamau.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's all that common. I think it's more or less a talking point because, like, when you see people register, usually they vote along party lines, like 99+% of the time.
Well, yeah. See, now I'm a little bit like confused. Well, maybe is that actually the case? Because I know my family. I know my family is registered Republicans, right? But I can think of at least 3 presidents they voted for that were Democrat. So, like, I mean, so they wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's not 100%. And plus, there's a lot of people that voted for Obama that then voted for Trump. So it's like it's kind of weird. I don't know if it's as reliable anymore as it used to be.
Yeah, I just looked up statistics regarding that. It says here an estimated 81% of people vote along the party lines that they are registered with, but only about 40 to 48% of the population at any given time is a registered voter. So
yeah. Well, damn. 40%, huh?
Yeah, it says about
Yeah.
40 to 48%.
I think basically, I don't remember if the last presidential election was the highest voter turnout, but it was one of the higher ones, and it was still only 65%, which is lower than it is in a lot of other countries.
How much was it? Can you repeat that?
65%.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
What was the highest voting turnout in U.S. history? Let's see.
Yeah, I do think it was Trump versus Biden.
Okay, I put U.S. history, and now they're gonna show me a graph of fucking like Peru, Uruguay, Turkey, and shit. Okay. Okay. What about America? Give me America. I want America. All right, fuck this shit. Jesus. I love how we have to have these 2 stats because of illegal immigrants. Fucking when about 47.5% of the voting age population and 51.8% of voting age citizens. Like, yeah, no shit. You can't fucking like. Oh,
well, I
man.
can't vote Biden for anymore, man. He's out. He's out. I can't do it. Unfortunately, it's over. It's JOEVER.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looks like it was the 2020 election.
Yeah,
You
I'm
guys
pretty
hit
sure I
that on
heard
that?
something about that.
Isn't that why people also say that it was like faked and rigged because there's no way this many people came out to vote for Biden, even though
Yeah,
I
people
don't
say
think-
that. Yeah.
Even though I don't think people were actually voting for Biden. I think he's one of the most hated politicians that we've had. I think they were just voting against Trump. I think it was that simple. Also, social media played a huge part in that. They were like, we really cannot have Trump again. And there was a huge just anti-Trump push. And I think it just worked.
And
Yeah,
it
I
better
don't
fucking
disagree
work
with that.
again.
I don't know. I think it depends who they pick, dude. Kamala is less popular than fucking Biden. So, like, what are it's why he kind of fucked us over with that. It's just like, why would you pick it's like if you were to say Hillary Clinton. Like, obviously liberals will come up and down reasons why you should vote for Hillary Clinton. But like, the thing is this like, it's not going to work. The people do not want her. So I don't think Hillary Clinton can win it. I don't think Kamala Harris can win it. Newsom, maybe? I don't know. I wouldn't want fucking Newsom. Like, instantly, I can already see Trump talking up and down shit about California, like the most hated state in America.
Yeah.
Just like, it's not going to look good for Newsom. He can pay him to, like, Pete Buttigieg is the only like candidate I can now see after Maida fucking put him in my head that like is like known to me, who has any type of like sway that can actually pull this off. Either that, or they're gonna have to just pick a random nobody that nobody really knows. So that way we have like a fresh like.
What about RFK,
like,
bro?
No.
They're not gonna fucking. Do
I mean, I'll probably end up voting RFK Jr. if they don't put up Pete, but I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll
same.
win.
I might do RFK just for the like the strong third party turnout. We might see something huge with third party this year. So
Oh, I'm doing it for the meme.
nice.
For the you're throwing away your vote for the meme, bro? Come on, come on.
We need a
Yeah.
D's nuts. Remember D's nuts, man? Ah,
Do Nancy Pelosi. It's your only hope.
D's nuts voting turnout.
Have you heard the Nancy Pelosi rap, by the way? That shit's fire.
I don't think so.
Look at that. Look at that. D's nuts. 9%. 9% in North Carolina.
Hell yeah, brother.
That's fucking wild. Look at Hillary Clinton with their little 38% there. Not sure, 12%. I think not sure's just don't vote. Like, you can't convince me otherwise.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to do this.
I think that if you're not sure between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, then you just like
that I think
don't
my mind's
vote.
going nuts. Because as of lately, you want to know who I would fuck? Nancy Pelosi.
Dude, I really
Someone
miss
tell that
these
granny
nuts.
to blow me. I'd take out her dentures, put
What
them
a
on the dresser,
candidate.
slide off her panties and proceed. I'd whip out her knockers fast and start throwing
I
uppercuts.
don't know.
like
Is
a
there
bouncer
anybody
back.
else
I'd
that like can come out, Mida, that like
I'm making this an alert.
might?
Oh my
Any
God.
chance that they just fucking pick somebody random
Oh
that
my
hasn't been in the public, has no history of being hated or loved, just to be like, listen, vote for this random Democrat over Trump kind of deal?
I mean, I think they'll put people up just to give the illusion of choice, but I don't think they'll be serious about it. I think the DNC nomination will likely go to Kamala just because she has the Biden campaign money backing her. But I do think that they'll probably put up Pete and Newsom. I wish Pete had a better chance. But unfortunately, I think that if the DNC does give nomination and one like candidate does get supported, it'll likely be Kamala Harris.
Fuck.
Because Biden's definitely going to back her. The DNC is going to do whatever.
Biden already did
says.
back her.
He already did.
Biden already here he
Mida,
did.
what's your issue with Kamala, Mida? Why won't you vote Kamala, bro?
Oh, I just don't like Kamala. I'm just going to be honest here.
Okay, you like Trump?
I
You
just
like
don't
Trump? You want to go there, buddy? It's a binary
I don't like
choice.
Trump either.
Oh, okay. Who do you like more?
RFK Jr.
That's not an option, bro. He's not going to win. Hate to break it to you. He's not going to fucking win. Okay?
Brainworm.
In the last election, I voted for someone who wasn't going to win, so I'm used to it.
Yeah. I wrote in Bernie's name. I was that.
I wrote in
committed to
Yang.
I did write in
Oh,
Yang as well
thanks.
at one point. But dude, Andrew Yang, what a disappointment now though. I still have the Andrew Yang was right jar that I need to put up on stream, but like he really disappointed me post election because like bro did so good. Like, okay, you weren't gonna win. What was this? This can't be happening. World famous Kirk Lazarus. Is this PBG? This sounds like a PBG name. But they're
I'm just
typing
I'm just
coherently.
curious for both of you. Do either of you think that Trump is morally fit for office?
No.
Morally?
Okay, do you think Kamala
No.
is morally fit for office?
I don't know
More
anything
morally.
about her policy positions, but I would argue probably, yeah. I would make
Yeah.
the claim that if I had to make an assumption, that she would be more likely to fall in line with moral standards that I uphold than Trump does.
But you
Do
won't
I
vote for her.
believe her to be better for the country? I'm going to say it's a toss-up. I think it's 50-50.
Well, she's definitely would be better for the country, but at one point you have to just stand up against the Democratic Party and just say enough is fucking enough, you know? Like I'm tired of them not listening to the people and putting up candidates that can't win and being very fucking lukewarm about policies and being a real pain in the ass to the will of the people. So it's like yeah, the short game is
I'm
obviously
so
who is
deeply
better in
saddened.
this situation. The long game is if they lose again because of their mistakes, like the same mistake that they made with Hillary, will they start putting up more favorable candidates?
Oh, well, I hope so, but I think that's just me being optimistic. So I legitimately don't believe that the DNC will ever give the nomination to the most popular candidate with the people if they're not an establishment candidate, to be honest. I don't think the odds of someone like Yang, Bernie, etc. ever being able to be viable for office is a real thing.
I'm just curious. What is a policy that like Trump supports that is so significantly better than anything Kamala would support that you're not going to back Kamala or whoever the
Well, I
Democratic nominee
wouldn't-
is?
I don't think that they're... Well, I don't know Kamala's policy positions, and I don't think anybody does to any extent because she's not been open about them. But I would say that there are things that I think that Kamala wouldn't do that Trump would do that are better as an outcome. So rather than attacking Trump's positions, I would rather just steelman Kamala's positions that I believe that she wouldn't do that Trump would.
Like what?
Yeah, sure. Like, we've obviously talked about this a little bit on the panel that both you and me were on a couple of days ago, where we talked about like certain contributions to Project 2025. Obviously, the vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump have talked about things like getting rid of certain like abortion rates in the United States. They have talked extensively about things like cutting back Social Security. There have been talks about banning of pornography in the United States. There have been a couple of other things that are like I have problems with, but those are usually the major ones that I think of. And I don't think Kamala Harris would do any of those things.
You don't think Kamala Harris, like, let's say Kamala Harris had the House and Senate. Do you not think that she would sign a bill protecting abortion rights?
I do think that she would, but I am not someone who is in favor of abortion in terms of absolutes, so I wouldn't agree with that regardless.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, who do you side with more on abortion, Trump or Kamala?
Oh, Kamala. Like, I would say it's
Okay.
definitely Kamala.
So shouldn't you want that person in office then for at least abortion? And then I should have written down. What else did you mention? You mentioned
The ban on pornography and cuts to like Medicare or Social Security, state aid, etc.
Are you in favor of those Medicare cuts at all?
I am not. These are things that I would argue. This is I specified before I made this claim that these are things that I believe Kamala Harris would keep intact and that I would find good that Trump would not otherwise do.
Oh, all right. Okay. So like I'm just so I understand you might not know, like nobody knows any of Kamala's positions, but like I would just need what do you think Kamala's going to do better than Trump did? Like
Well, the things I just explained would be things that I think Kamala would be better on than Trump.
Or
But,
sorry, Boris.
I-
Sorry, Boris. We were talking about
Oh.
better, Boris.
No problem. So I think that Kamala is a little bit of a wild card. There are specific things that I'm not going to make any claims as to the likelihood of certain things, but like, I wouldn't put it past Kamala to co-opt like other positions of certain people who are like either running in the DNC or previously ran in the DMC. I wouldn't put it past her to increase taxes on things like non-electric or hybrid vehicles. This is something that I would oppose. I wouldn't put it past her to co-opt like talking points from people like Bernie Sanders about increasing the federal minimum wage flat, not through an incremental system, which would cause mass inflation. This is something that I would oppose.
Wait,
let's think.
on the minimum wage thing, do you think, I'm pretty sure like the Democratic Party position is $15 minimum wage, right? Which
Correct.
I'm not a huge minimum wage guy, but do you really think that would cause mass inflation?
In states where the minimum wage is still in the $8 to $9 an hour range, yes. I think it would be detrimental to the long-term sustainability of the economies in those states, cause mass inflation, and it would probably undermine the labor force to some extent because people
Okay.
would probably make mass cuts to job positions.
So I'm not a huge fan of minimum wage. I think the inflation point is fair. I think the demand for labor is somewhat inelastic. So I don't think a $15 minimum wage at this point would push up employment that much higher. But I guess like something I would be concerned about for Trump, on the other hand, if we want to talk about inflation, is Trump's tariffs. 60% tariffs on all goods coming from China and 10% from everywhere else. Tariffs are inflationary. They also hurt the workforce. Trump did a lot of deficit spending as well. He approved more. I mean, there's the meme graph. He approved more non-COVID 10-year debt than Biden did with his tax cuts, and then didn't really do anything to reduce spending. His tax cuts, by the way, it looks like probably did not have that big of an effect on the economic growth rate. Although they probably did increase wages to at least some extent. And then
I don't
big thing I'd be
necessarily
worried about is you've read Project 2025. I don't know if this is specifically mentioned in there. Is Trump trying to in some way erode the independence of the Fed? I know Trump. The Wall Street Journal reported on this. The Trump aides have have drawn up a plan to try to erode the independence of the Fed. Like, their plan literally included consulting the president on interest rate decisions. And considering Trump's record with urging the Fed to lower interest rates, I don't know why I would have any fucking faith that he wouldn't try to force Jerome Powell to lower the interest rate beyond what it should be.
Yeah, and I think that those are all very problematic things. But as I had stated before, even under the Biden presidency, we've seen sanctions on like tons of countries, including but not limited to Venezuela, that completely destroyed their economy in just a couple of years. I think that
on the Venezuela point specifically, those sanctions were eased in exchange for Venezuela having free presidential elections, which are coming up on the 28th in 7 days. Those sanctions were then put back on Venezuela when they barred one of the opposition candidates from running. But there is I think they let a different opposition candidate run. So there is a decent chance now that Venezuela does end up becoming more democratic and those sanctions will be eased. I'm not a big fan of a lot of sanctions. I think they do probably hurt these countries' economy, and they obviously hurt the poor people there much more than any of the leaders. But I think it's fair to sanction a country that is committing whatever human rights abuses that we think they're committing, and then ease them once they stop doing them. Like, yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I would also say that, like, when it comes to things like voting rights, specifically in places like Venezuela, I would say the general idea of sanctioning someone because that they don't have like fair or whatever arbitrary term of fair you use elections, when we're comparing that to the United States, seems a bit nonsensical or a bit silly in my book. Because the United States doesn't have like fair, like super democratic elections. Like, we have a representative democracy that barely functions and obviously doesn't represent the will of the people. So like, I feel like there's some level of just virtue signaling that's going on there when like we try to justify like how we expect others to uphold elections or election standards. And like the sanctions that have been imposed have been arguably like just as drastic to some countries, especially places like Russia or other countries that we have sanctioned during the Biden presidency, that have caused inflationary rates in the United States or have put like tons of tension on trade. Like a great example is like Russia, for example. Like I know that there has been tensions on the gas and oil sector, specifically in some places in Europe who looked up to us to be able to try to regulate or reestablish things because we have a position of power over them with NATO. And that has also negatively affected the United States to some extent with how we trade with them. And we don't really have these sort of cut and dry absolutes where we can say, oh, did the positive outweigh the negative? Because there's so much going on behind the scenes that we as the public just don't get to know about in regards to how relations work, not just within trade, but within the entire political process. And this is why I say that Kamala is a little bit of a wild card in this regard, because we don't know if the things that she advocates for, or the things that she may propose as a president, could be potentially more detrimental to the United States or the people of the United States than the things that Trump would propose, even if those things are also detrimental. It's just very hard to judge or scale these things without being able to put them into like some form of logical application or to be able to means test them before making a claim about the outcome.
Okay, well, on the first thing, the sanctions on Russia, I agree they probably had some negative effects, but don't you think it was kind of fair to sanction Russia after they invaded Ukraine? Or do we think that wasn't fair?
We've invaded so many countries.
Okay, was that a good thing to do? Like,
well, no, but I think it's a little bit hypocritical to some extent, right? Like that we would go out of our way to try to economically damage a country for doing the very same thing we did. And this is one thing that I hate. That
well, it's not the very same thing we did. We invaded what?
Well,
like
yeah,
Iraq. We didn't invade Iraq to change borders. We invaded Iraq to get rid of Saddam Hussein. Whether you believe that was a righteous cause or not is a different thing. We invaded Afghanistan to try to get rid of the Taliban.
Hey,
who
well,
directly
Putin invaded Ukraine in order to get rid of Nazis, if I remember correctly.
Oh, to denazify Ukraine.
Yeah, there were a lot of reasons that Putin
700
gave.
member Azov battalion.
Yeah, there were a lot of reasons Putin gave. There were 3 different speeches where he cited 3 different reasons for the invasion of Ukraine. It's like, I don't know how you would even try to approach the logic in that.
I think Russia's probably the place I'm most in favor of sanctioning. Venezuela definitely gets a lot harder. Iran, I know we sanction, or North Korea too. North Korea should probably sanction at least some of their shit. Iran, I think we had a decent Iran deal. I don't know the specifics of it, but I think the Iran nuclear deal was probably preferable to the Trump alternative, which was unilaterally withdrawing from that deal and then sanctioning Iran even harsher. They imposed more than 1,500 sanctions on Iran or foreign companies or individuals who did business with Iran. Yeah, like after Trump withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal, he did a shit ton of sanctions on Iran. And then you're, I somewhat understand the point of Kamala Harris being a wild card, just because she hasn't been super clear about her policies. But is Trump not a wild card too? Like, did anyone expect Trump to do some of the things he did? I don't even know some of Trump's policies on some things. Like, there's Project 2025, but Trump said, "Oh, I don't know what Project 2025 is. I have nothing to do with it." Yeah, I don't know what Trump's going to do on most things. He hasn't been super clear on what he's going to do about Ukraine even. I think his position on Ukraine is just, oh, they wouldn't have invaded under me. Like,
hey guys, Pete Buttigieg tweeted out, he said Joe Biden has earned his place among the best and most consequential presidents, again with the consequential fucking president thing, in American history. I am so proud to serve under his leadership and thank you for his thankful for the unwavering focus, blah blah blah, right? Like all that shit. But everybody's fucking calling for him to be VP to Kamala Harris, and he hasn't replied to any of that shit. But like,
if he was VP, would you vote for Kamala then?
No.
Oh my fucking god, dude! Are you kidding me, bro?
I would consider it. I would consider it, but I don't know if I would. I'm going to be honest. It would take. I would have to think on it more than just giving a direct answer.
I don't think I would. I almost certainly wouldn't, but I won't say it's 100% no. It's more like a 98%, 99.
Well, yeah, that's why I would say I could give you like a soft answer and say like I would be more likely to vote for Kamala with a Pete Buttigieg vice president than I would without it. And I can't say for certain whether or not that would be enough to sway my vote, but it's definitely something that would give me something to think about.
Why do people think Kamala is gonna win? What the fuck is this? I'm seeing a bunch of, like,
I mean, I don't personally, but
what the fuck?
Our coconut
did they
pillar,
honestly,
just like me?
If they thought if they wanted Kamala to be president, they would have just ran Joe Biden still. I don't like, that's my only thing. Like, I would be fucking dumbfounded if the convention fucking chooses. Like, here's the thing. There's a few things working against her. Like, let's just call it out as plainly as you can. She is a minority woman. All right, that's already like minus points in the American zeitgeist. Whether it's a direct bias against women and women of color, or implicit bias, there is a bias against women, especially women of color in this country. So that already is like down points, like, right? So like, I don't know if they are going to take the risk.
The U.S.'s relationship with North Korea is already fucked.
Female
I don't think
president,
it can fuck it
but
anymore.
plus first female president of color. Like, there's so many fucking voters that are still racist.
Okay, don't we
as
think
fuck.
like if they fucking skip over the vice president who is a black woman and then appoint a fucking white male, don't you think that's probably gonna make a few black women upset too in the Democratic base? Don't you think that's true?
Yeah, but they'll still vote, unfortunately. Like, that's it's business. It's just fucking business, you know. They're
and
just
then
doing
also
business.
if they like the primary did happen. Obviously, it wasn't the most democratic in most states. Like in North Carolina, it was Joe Biden or no preference. But people could have ran if they felt like it. Like you understand, if they don't pick Kamala, they're tossing out those votes, right? They're saying, well, fuck you. We don't really care. We don't really care who you voted for. We're just going to do an open convention and choose whoever the fuck we want.
I want an open convention. I really do. I think it's more.
Do you think an open convention is going to look good for the Democrats?
Yes. I think no open convention will lead to a lot of hostility in the Democratic Party, and you're going to lose a lot of people. So.
Wait, what? That's my point. What? It's going to lead to a lot of hostility in the Democratic Party.
Hostility. A lot of people are going to be like, oh, well, you're forcing Kamala down my throat. You didn't give me an option. I have no say in this race. I'm not voting. I think a lot of people are going to abstain from voting just for this fucking reason.
People don't want to abstain in the race if it's an open convention and they just choose whoever. Like if they just choose Gavin Newsom.
Oh, I'm sorry. I might be fucking mistaken. I thought open convention you meant that like they had a quick little vote.
Open convention, I think is I think it technically would be an open convention if they pick Kamala, but open convention meaning there's an actual contest for who gets it, and the delegates who supported Biden didn't just all choose Kamala after he endorsed them.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then that is what I mean. Okay, you're confusing me now. I want them to fucking have to fucking fight for me. All right, I want them to fucking actually have some people to make the best case and present why they're the reason that they should be the nominee. That is what I want. Because if that happens, it will not be fucking Kamala. And
what's wrong with Social Security and Medicaid, bro? Medicare
I
is
just don't
awesome.
think a
So is
woman
Social
should be
Security.
president. I don't know. No, I'm playing.
Oh my
That's a
fucking
joke.
god! Oh my
That's a
god! No.
joke. I'm sorry.
No.
No, I'm not gonna lie. That I was looking at some Kamala stuff, and I don't know. I'd vote for her. I like her. She's alright.
Okay, I just don't understand throwing. I understand you might not like Kamala as the best, but it seems like you agree with her on some things, on a decent amount of things, and I think Trump is insane. I think Trump is unhinged. Like I don't understand throwing your fucking vote away for RFK, who's not going to win. It's not going to happen. Hate to break it to you. To not stop Trump from getting into office. Like.
Well, I mean, I already acknowledged that I don't believe RFK is going to win. I think that...
Okay, so you're acknowledging throwing your vote away.
Yeah, no, but I think that, like, it's... I at least get to say that I didn't, like, abstain from voting. Like, this is the sort of problem that I have. If Kamala comes forward and talks about her policy positions, she talks about things that she wants, she lays out a plan, and I get to read that plan, which I will do, then I don't have a problem with voting for her if I agree with her based solely on the fact that I like her policy positions, but I don't like her. But as of right now, like, I don't have that. And I don't know if she would ever provide that because it may be antithetical to her being able to win. There's just too many factors to determine whether or not I'm going to make an absolute statement right now. And this is why I say that it's even possible that her choosing Pete Buttigieg as a VP pick would cause me to maybe potentially want to vote for her. It's entirely possible, but I'm not going to sit down and, have a 3-minute thought session, freaking goon sesh on Discord to determine whether or not I'm going to change my mind based on like a hypothetical.
I just don't, I can't, Kamala Harris is a Democrat. She's probably aligned with most of what Democrats do. She was Biden's VP, probably aligned with most of what Biden did. I can't think of a policy difference that would like be substantial enough to get me to fucking throw away my vote.
You do realize most people didn't like
maybe
Biden.
I have Trump derangement syndrome, but like I don't know. I can't like what the fuck? Like I can't think of like any policy thing. Kamala Harris could be like, listen, I'm a pretty moderate guy. If Bernie Sanders was the nominee, I would fucking suck Bernie's dick, bro. I would do it. I don't care. Like
I would do it even though he's not the nominee.
Right? Like this is gonna sound really weird, but other than people like Leggett Lanius and a couple of others here on Twitch, like I'm not like super left wing like the people on this platform are. Like I am a classical liberal. Like I just we're not going to see eye to eye on like how we come to conclusions about things because like we don't fall under the same political sphere. But like again, I'm saying that I'm not going to be reckless with the statements that I make and like the obligations that I have to like specific candidates or like any party. Like it's entirely possible that like the RNC put up a candidate that I like better than any Democrat and I end up voting for them. I'm not going to sort of rule that out as a possibility. I think it's entirely possible. But the reality is that there's, I mean, yeah, I could end up voting for Kamala. I could end up voting for RFK and doing the meme vote. Or I could just end up abstaining. Or I could end up voting for a random candidate who might pop up later on. It's just too early to tell right now.
Okay. Mr. Classical Liberal, okay?
Yeah.
Do we agree that Trump tried to overturn the 2020 election with his false electors?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And we're still considering voting for him.
You're just testing legal theories. You're just testing legal theories, guys.
It's legal theory. Eastman itself in a fucking meeting with Gregory Jacobs said was dog shit. I think it was Greg Jacobs is his name.
Legal theory.
Wait, I want to
fucking District Court of
address
Columbia
that, though.
ruled against his legal theory before he even fucking did it, bro. In the Wisconsin voter case, it's a dog shit legal theory. If your legal theory is wrong, you're not off the hook for all the crimes you committed. Like,
Just a little legal theory, just a little.
okay,
Well, I
if
have
your
a
legal theory is
question, though.
wrong and you commit, if I commit a murder, if I fucking rape somebody, okay, and I say no, I think the law that says I wasn't allowed to rape this person is unconstitutional, and then the Supreme Court says no, actually, or in this case it was the District Court of Columbia says that law was constitutional. I'm not off the hook for fucking raping her, okay? I'm still on the hook for raping her. I'm still a criminal.
Can we stop using that word, please, on Twitch?
Holy shit.
Does Twitch not like that word?
They do not like
That's a
that
bad
word.
word.
Oh, okay,
That's a bad
my
word
bad.
on Twitch. Just say grape. Please just say grape.
Grape,
Like
yeah.
grapes. You like grapes. That's why everybody says the grapes. You gotta TikTok lingo. It's unalive.
Oh my god, I
It's
hate
grape.
the TikTok lingo. Oh my god, I hate it so much. Unalive grape. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I
It
just
is
don't
dumb.
like.
Yep. Metron Esper even says like they came in first time chatter. Yep. Very bad word on Twitch.
Oh, yeah.
Why does Twitch not like that word?
Clipped and shipped. You're done.
You're done.
Do people
You're
just
done.
clip that? I don't care. That's it.
Non-fun is fired. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Dude, I stream on every other platform too. I make everyone watches on Twitch, obviously, but
Fucking kick.
Not fun. Are you part of the Twitch elections? I can't remember. I'm announcing my party soon.
oh, you told me about them, yeah. I'm pretty sure I am.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Talking about
Just
Twitch
make sure
election?
so we're gonna be so a bunch of streamers, Red Radius, Legate, Casey, me, other people are doing Twitch elections plus a Twitch awards thing where we're gonna have people vote on a Twitch candidate and a VP, not off of their political opinions, though you can calculate political opinions, but you're voting in who's best for the entertainment of the Twitch platform, pretty much like.
Oh.
For 2024, right? And their VP, and everybody's gonna come up with like their own party name and shit like that. Like my party is now officially the Cactus Party.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So like the vice president, they're not voted for. That's an appointed position, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So you're gonna like you're gonna be voting for the person, but the person's gonna have a VP agreement in this, and yeah. So you're voting for the person, and the person's choice of VP is just that's gonna come like. I have two names. I won't say the names yet, but I've approached two people to be
Thanks
my
for
VP
following
for
me,
this.
I've
So-
seen you in chat. I've just.
But yeah,
I've
so
been
just
ignored
like create some AI
most of the
banners,
chat
like a
as
political
I'm in
party,
this
some
panel.
slogans and stuff like that. We're thinking end
This is not a project
of the
25
month
25
doing the
stream, by
first
the way.
like
I haven't
major
done a ton
panel
of reading
debate
Project
for this.
2025. I've been just doing more reading on.
Just depends on like how
Jan
wild
6
the news
stuff
is. Obviously,
for the
like
last-
major news comes first, but if
last
things
few
calm
days.
down from where it is right now, you can expect us to be able to like fit in like one little silly day to like all talk about what we brought to the Twitch platform and why to vote for us, and announce our party names and stuff like that. And we'll announce like full on rules.
Harris could choose Biden as her VP, huh?
True. I would vote for that.
I
Hell
don't
yeah.
think that's. I don't
Harris
think-
Biden? No.
I mean, she could. There's nothing stopping it. But
Yeah, but I don't think she. I mean, he just stepped down, pretty much. Or
Yeah,
he stepped down from
the only
Obama.
way. The only way I could see her doing that is if like it was her only chance at winning. If there was polls showing that people would only vote for her if she chose Biden as BP.
If Biden really believed in Kamala, he would resign and let Kamala take over.
I don't think he knows what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I would hate to say this because it plays into a lot of really dumb talking points, but I legitimately think right now he's kind of just checked out. He's like, I'm tired. I'm old. I want to go sit on a beach and
Okay,
enjoy
I don't
my
care.
retirement for what I have left of my life. And he's just letting people make decisions for him. And as of right now, he's just like, all right, I finally got out of it. I'm done. I don't have to do anymore. I'm good. So if he got sucked back into this, he would need a really good reason to get invested in it. And that reason would only, in my opinion, it would probably only be if Kamala had no way of being able to win other than if her polling numbers went up if she chose Biden as VP.
Harris' choice for VP is going to be very critical for this. Yeah, I mean, if she chooses Pete, we're in a good spot, I guess. A better spot, I should say. I don't know how like good it's gonna be for her though. Like it's kind of wild that they're going this direction. Like this is just kind of just all a wild, unprecedented situation that all started because they hated Bernie. This all started because they hated Bernie.
Yeah, and I think this also touches a little bit on the fact that Kamala had a lot of unpopularity even as a VP pick for Biden. Like a lot of people who were like typical Democrats, not even like your average run-of-the-mill leftist, during like the Black Lives Matter movement were hating on Kamala Harris, calling her Cop Mala and saying how they didn't like her in even as vice president. So like I don't know how that would affect her run as president or if people even remember that that's a real thing that happened.
Oh yeah.
Convicted
I was there. I was alive.
Like marijuana possession or something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't mean like you were there and alive because it seems like people just conveniently forget like political events or things that they advocated for like 6 months after the thing was done.
It's over. It's JOEVER. Oh, I did wake up to a bunch of liberals very sad face right now, saying they're saying it's over. Like even fucking liberals are like Kamala means that we lose. Like I popped into Red Radius. Hey, what's up, Casey? Did I call it? Did I call it?
I don't know. I don't think you called
last
it.
night. Last night. Come on.
You said like you thought that things could change and Trump could lose.
I said that I said Biden could literally just drop out at any time. Literally last night.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it. I wouldn't say it was a call out. You know, I wouldn't say you called that. I think unfortunately I'll have to give some credit to PPG who's been going off on it for a few days. Something about Anyway,
I mean, you can't give credit to PPG because PPG says he's going to drop out every day, and then when he finally drops out, he's like, "Look, I was right."
I don't want to give him credit, but he's been saying it. So I mean,
I have
the idea that he didn't. No, hold on. The idea that
one dropouts
that he didn't call the day or whatever that doesn't mean anything. And okay, you didn't call it. You said it could happen. Of course, it could happen.
Bro,
yeah, but
I
also said that
11,500 statements as to an event over the past year,
like,
and then when it finally happened, he said, "Look, I'm right."
He's
like I've literally been saying that he'll probably drop out by the end of the month. So like I don't see how that doesn't count, especially since last night I kind of doubled down that like, hey, I wouldn't call it over for Trump and specifically said whether it's a second attempt at assassination or just Joe Biden being able to drop out at any moment.
You're optimistic about something changing, but it's not like you called out that he was going to drop out.
I said he would drop out by the end of the month, so it's not the end of the month though. But I said it would be by the end of the month, and it's before the end of the month. So why does PPG get a fucking?
No. I don't know if you might have said that at some point. It wasn't your main point. You weren't going out on a limb saying. You might have said it at some point. We'll check the tape. I swear to Christ, I'll check the tape. But I don't think you were making a declaration of.
No, I didn't make a declaration last night that he's going to drop out. I'm saying that my position on Biden dropping out, since like the conversation is brought up, is that it's going to happen before the end of the month.
Okay, whatever, it's fine. No one was calling it like PPG was calling it. Yeah, he's wrong about stuff, but he was right about this. Blah, blah. I mean, he's been going hard on it, so yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but he's just been saying it every day.
I know, but it's okay that he didn't get the day right.
But also, if you want to credit PPG, you need to discredit him as well because he has literally been glazing Biden for the past 3 months, saying that you should vote for Biden no matter what. Now you don't even have that option.
I'm constantly discrediting him. So,
well, that's because he's very easy to discredit.
No, I think you'll be proud, Casey. I pulled you and I 180'd on my position on like voting Democrat just because non-fawn pissed me off again.
Oh my god. I want to
like literally yesterday I was telling Casey in Legate why voting Democrat is probably necessary to avoid Trump packing the Supreme Court. But like the moment I hear non-fun talks, the moment I want fucking America to just fucking fail. Like when I realize like people like this exist in America, I'm just like maybe we deserve Trump. Like if like people are okay with Biden and Kamala and think this is a good presidency, like that, like it's like
It's
fuck
not a
it,
good presidency, bro. I'm trying to pretend. I think we saw a lot of good things out of Biden. Okay, I think the huge infrastructure bill that Trump tried to pass for 4 years and he couldn't fucking do it. The Chips and Science Act, he's the only one to ever actually
That was
bring
just a
American
corporate
manufacturing
fucking
back
giveaway.
home.
That was a
What do
corporate
you mean?
giveaway.
Look at the
$60
real
billion.
spending in construction.
Hold on,
You're wrong.
$60 billion to Intel,
Absolutely.
who made in net profits,
$60 billion
who made in net
didn't do anything.
profit at $20 billion
I'm moderating this
construction
now.
US.
Hey, non-fun, shut the fuck up. All right, non-fun, you're gonna go first, and then Casey gets a reply. Do 1 point at a time. All right, go.
Yeah, if you look at I have the graph somewhere. The U.S. real manufacturing construction spending is very clear that this did bring American manufacturing back home. Why don't I have image perms? Can I not send images here? Okay, I can send it in general.
I can give you the permission if you don't. You should have it though.
I have it in general. Yeah, I mean, like it's pretty clear. Real manufacturing spending is up. It was in exactly the industry we needed to be in, which is the computer chip stuff. Because that's what Taiwan controls, and that's what's really scary. If any shit goes down there, yeah.
You have the permission now. For some reason,
okay.
Okay. Casey, you
So
go now.
First of all, if Intel wants to invest in its own infrastructure, it can. It made in 2022. It made in net profit $20 billion. That's the fucking. That's their bottom line. That's all after all the fucking things. That's all the fucking things. Their CEO got paid $200 million that fucking year. The idea of them getting a fucking $60 billion fucking giveaway, and that's on the low end. There was all kinds of weird shit in there. Not strings. Oh, don't hear what I'm not saying. There weren't fucking strings attached. No, sir. In fact, if you look at fucking what Intel did last year, well, they laid off 10,000 fucking employees, 10,000 motherfuckers, and then they fucking went ahead and announced that their fucking next chips will be made by TSM. That's right. That's right, motherfuckers. Note that was just a huge fucking corporate giveaway. That no one was sitting around Washington like, well, we really need fucking to give these some of these richest companies in the whole world. We need to give them some more money so they'll. No one was thinking that this is a good idea. That's not how Washington works. No, they get paid to do things for the companies that pay for their elections, and this is what. And the more things you do like this, then like next time it's like AMD is going to be like, well, why would we fucking invest in our shit? When we'll just fucking lobby instead. We'll have taxpayers pay for it, and then we'll reap all the fucking benefits. Do not fucking put the fucking chips bill on your fucking do good things list, for the love of Christ. 10,000 layoffs this in 2023 from Intel. Thanks guys. Yeah, fuck
Thanks,
off.
Obama.
Your point that Intel could invest in their own factories if they want to. The problem is they didn't fucking want to because it was cheaper everywhere else. That's why we subsidized them to create an incentive for them to build shit here. And then guess what? They did build shit here.
You know where they announced that they were going to build their new shit?
The new chips are in Taiwan, but also look at the fucking graph. No. There's obviously a big jump in computer, electrical construction spending, adjusted for inflation even. Like,
they announced a huge. They announced that they've gone back a little bit on this, so it's not. But they announced like 4 months ago that they would be building their next big factory in Israel.
Oh well, they've
what
always
a fuck
done
you!
Stuff
What
in
a
Israel,
fucking shot in the dick. Look, there was no strings
Israel's
attached.
our ally. We have a free trade deal with Israel. Good. What? Like what? That's better than China or Taiwan.
Okay, taxpayers are paying to more subsidies for Israel. Let's go.
Oh my god, bro! That's not a subsidy to Israel.
What do you mean? We give $60 billion to a company that didn't fucking need it at all. So
and
if they were smart,
they didn't want to do it. Oh my god.
There were no strings attached, by the way. There was no fucking strings. It's like, we give you this, you do this, you make sure to do this. No fucking strings. And then no strings, guess what they do? Whatever's fucking best for them.
Bro.
Not for the American people. I thought you believed in capitalism, motherfucker. This isn't fucking capitalism.
To be honest.
None of this is fucking
What?
capitalism. This is fucking crony
Yeah, okay,
capitalism.
you-
This is fucking
true.
social welfare for corporations. Or social
True,
welfare. This is welfare
Biz.
for corporations.
I think we
this is
needed to onshore some of the chip stuff because of the national security threat posed by the whole China-Taiwan situation, okay? So I think that's why it's good to incentivize companies to build shit over here, which is what Biden did. That's
Yeah,
what
but
the Chip
they
and
could
Science
have
Act
just
did.
said all of it had to be here, right? They didn't have to go to,
That's a
Israel
lot more
or anywhere.
inefficient than just subsidizing the building of it here. That creates a lot more deadweight loss.
Well, but the thing you just said was like, this is good, so that we'll build it here. And then the next thing you said was like, well, it might be bad to build it here. Well, what do you?
But think on the
That's what you
margin,
just did.
dumbass.
You just did that.
There's
You just
obviously
did that.
some.
You
It's
just did that.
obviously a lot better. Oh my god, you don't understand marginal. Okay, it obviously is gonna create a lot less deadweight loss to just incentivize companies to build shit here, the stuff they want to build here, than it is to just force them to build all of it here.
We're giving them money.
Yes, that's
Supposedly,
called
like
an
that you
incentive.
just said.
Congratulations. Yes, incentivize. Yes, people respond to incentives. Welcome to economics.
No, we're
Yes,
giving them
woohoo.
money regardless. There's no strings. There's no
Incentives.
strings. And this is so, and actually Intel's been doing this for a while. That's why they're pretty mid right now. They rely on government protecting them. That they in the 2010s they basically they were cutting R&D. They didn't give any fucks. They relied on big deals with like Dell and other like companies to like only buy their chips. They've been doing the if the government weren't helping like Intel and other fucking corrupt corporations, then Intel would have to fucking fend for itself. It is an American company, and them not being able to make the type of chips that fucking TSM does, like that is a fucking issue. But the problem isn't fucking for taxpayers to pay for it. And if taxpayers are paying for it, and we fucking get a cut, we get a cut. You want money? We get a cut. Shit, we get a fucking piece of the company. That's how it works. Like fucking the idea that taxpayers are going to pay off like subsidies for some of the richest fuckers in the world. How could you possibly conceivably be okay with that?
It seems like you agree that there is a need here to like onshore some of these things, some of this manufacturing,
which the CHIPS bill didn't guarantee.
You can look at the manufacturing spending. Again, look at the graph. Spending jumped in exactly the place it needed to.
Yeah, is it Intel's?
Some of it is in Intel's. Micron is announcing $40 billion investment. Qualcomm and Global Foundries are announcing a new partnership that includes $4.2 billion to manufacture chips and expansion. Yeah, like not all of it was Intel's. I don't know why we care about just Intel, but
they got the biggest chunk. No, if you are a capitalist, then you should not be for like subsidizing these huge companies with taxpayer money.
Bro, open economics textbook and go to the free trade section, and one of the first thing it says is an argument against free trade is national security. This is obviously a national security issue. I'm not think on the margin, bro. I'm not capitalism at all costs. Like,
so we already have national security. It doesn't matter. Like what is national security worth? Like we already spend
the problem
$1
right
trillion
now is I think the big
year.
Deal is
we
if
spend
China
$2 trillion
Taiwan,
a year. Oh, if it's for national security. And maybe we should have maybe we should have fucking writ TSM a huge fucking check, and then they'll move their actual large operations over here. Maybe we should fucking bought Taiwan for Christ's sake. I don't know. Probably costs like 10 trillion. I'm just throwing shit around. Maybe you probably buy Taiwan. Probably.
I don't think that would be war with China.
That would be war.
Wait,
hey, who's next?
Has...
Who's next?
wait,
Nvidia. What we got? AMD. Microsoft. Apple. Hey, who's next? Who's my? National security. National security. Who's next? Who wants it? Oh, fucking Christ.
It seems like you agree with the principle that there's some national security concern here. Also, I'm pretty sure Intel did agree to invest money. Intel chips factory, U.S. Arizona's Intel's main. Okay. Oh, they are building more.
So we're all coconut build? Cool.
base. True.
So I'm going to ask a few questions here for Non-Fawn and Casey. Non-Fawn, I would like you to break down how you think this is more beneficial to have part of it offshored and how that trickles down to Americans and how it's benefiting us to have it offshored. So that's the first question, and will be for you, and then I'll ask questions for Casey.
Wait, how do I think it's benefiting us to have it offshored or onshored?
Yeah, offshored. You're saying that it's better that they.
I think it's probably better to create a subsidy to incentivize companies to just build here than it is to just outright ban producing it offshores.
Yeah, well, Casey, isn't that kind of what you were saying, or am I confused here? Because it sounded like you were saying that that if we're going to be paying for it, that at least it should have had the condition of being built here. Yeah, or no?
And a share in the company. There's no fucking free money. You need money? We got it. It's literally what do they pay? They paying it back?
The American people get a huge benefit because now all the chips aren't being produced in Taiwan, which might not even be a fucking country.
What's my benefit?
Like, your benefit is that now if China blockades or invades Taiwan, if there's some instability there, that means you don't have to pay 20x as much for your next fucking 4090 graphics card, so you can jack off to the 4K hentai shit.
I'm not buying an Intel fucking graphics card. Fucking pieces of shit. Couldn't fucking pay me to have one of those pieces of shit.
It's not just it's
okay.
The chips,
you're
it's
just being that's just
everything.
coming from a salty place.
That's a true fucking story.
That's coming from a salty place. Come on.
It is. Also, fucking tell for so many fucking reasons.
I like Nvidia. Nvidia's kind of cool.
Me too.
Kinda cool.
Yeah. It's like a little weird, but he's chill. You know.
It seems like you two kind of agree on it.
I mean, no. So we don't even control it. So Nvidia is like a Japanese company, right? And they have their shit built in Taiwan and by the TSM, or it makes the chips themselves or whatever. But so it doesn't matter that like we don't control Nvidia directly, but we do pressure them to not sell their chips to. They could sell them to China, but not for their weapons or whatever. The America does not need to like secure a factory in the U.S. Like even if that's what they were doing, in order to like secure that we have the chips or whatever. Yeah, like we're the fucking hegemon. We're the fucking big dogs. We pressure these fucking companies to like to do what we want anyway.
So wait, where are you getting the 60 billion from? Just because I see on Intel's website it says 8.5 billion. This is in.
Oh shit! No, 60 is a low. You can go up to 100 depending on how you calculate it. But
well, I mean,
I don't know. I don't want to pull up articles. I just from my memory. I'm gonna go with like 80% positive. 890.
That's me, bro.
What?
I mean, everything I said says 8.5 billion to Intel, but it could be more. I don't know.
I was just teasing Casey. I'm sorry.
I'm finding it now. Fine.
Wait, so Non-Fawn, what do you have a problem with what Casey is saying then? If like a lot of what you agree, is it the ownership part?
I mean, I think that's obviously you need to onshore some of this stuff because of the huge national security concern. I think just worrying about a company getting money is not a valid thing to worry about if it has benefits to us, which I think it clearly does. But
Casey, you're talking about onshoring, yes or no? Because it sounded like you were talking about onshoring. Like you said,
I mostly don't care.
You mostly don't.
I don't think it matters that much.
Then why was that your earlier point? Because one of your first points was that we offshored it.
Well, if that was one of the things that was supposed to not happen, but it did happen. So that was so that in fact like the fucking the CEO, this cocksucker, goes on to like MSNBC like while they're like negotiating the bill and like actually fucking like threatening to like leave if it doesn't pass. Like, we'll just fucking leave it. It doesn't pass. We're just gonna leave. That kind of shit. Like every company could literally do that. Then we'll just have with the taxpayers just be like, oh, we'll pay. Like we gotta pay fucking Amazon. We don't want to lose Amazon. We don't want to lose Apple. Like all the companies are all threatening to leave. We better just fight. No, we're America. If you want to go, if you want to build somewhere else, guess what, motherfucker? We're gonna fucking tax the shit out of you. We're gonna tariff your ass. You want to fucking import the chips? Tariffs, motherfucker. It's not the fucking carrot that you give them. It's the fucking stick. That's American fucking company. If they yeah.
Do we think tariffs are going to be better than just
I don't know,
subsidizing companies?
Yeah. Yes. The stick,
Okay.
motherfucker.
Somebody sent me
why
a Twitter post claiming that Kamala isn't eligible to be the president of the United States. So I want to read that real quick as a little break. It says here that the 12th Amendment provides no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president. Okay, I'm just going to read the highlighted part. Let's see. Her father was and is a Jamaican national. Her mother was from India, and neither was a naturalized U.S. citizen at the time of Harris's birth in 1964. That, according to these commentators, makes her not a natural-born U.S. citizen, and therefore ineligible for the office of the presidency, and hence ineligible for the office of vice president as well. Wait, was she born? She had to have been born in the States, right? That would make her inherently.
I think if you're born in, I don't know.
This calls into
Maybe we'll
question
get
the
another
actual
fucking Supreme
reality
Court
of things.
case.
If she's ineligible for office of vice president, how is she the vice president?
Yeah,
right
how
now?
is she the? Yeah. I want to see where she was born real quick.
It says it right there, Oakland.
Yeah. My bad. I was reading. I wasn't looking there. I was looking here, right where it says all the info. So I was like,
She's going to tell me.
and I was going from the bottom because I saw nationality, and I was like, okay, American, okay, education, party, blah blah blah, and I was working my way up. But yeah, Oakland, California. Well, that basically makes her not American. So let's. I agree with this. I think anybody born in California should not be allowed to run for president.
Yes.
Strictly off of principle.
They're just pulling the same thing that they did with Obama.
It feels a little different because Obama's was that he's a Muslim, that it's fake. His birth certificate, something about the birth certificate. I think they want to say it was just like Obama because he was black and racially Muslim. I like that. And they recycle it, but it just works less. Yeah. Wasn't there like a Republican that was like born in Puerto Rico? That was like.
Really?
I think Puerto Rico, that would count as naturalized, right? I would assume.
Was there a Republican today who was Puerto Rican? Oh. I'm gonna have to look deeper into it. Presidential. Actually, probably put American presidential candidates born in Puerto Rico. It's gonna take a bit to find this, but whatever.
Wow.
Anyway.
I'm seeing reporting that Donald Trump donated to Kamala Harris's reelection campaign.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
Yeah, we already covered that.
Oh, that's crazy.
In 2011, yeah, that was the year.
Wow. Yeah.
Why is this a wow? People are acting like he isn't all over the place, like politically, before he ran for president.
Was he?
Like, yeah, he his first time running for president, he ran as a third-party candidate, and when he was voting, while he does majoritively vote for Republicans, there's a huge swath of Democratic and third-party votes that he casted, like a lot, like not like a one-off, not like a second, like we're talking like 8-9 times.
Right.
So. It's not unusual for Trump. But anyway, back to Casey and Non-Fon's beef here. What was the next point, Non-Fon? Past it sounds like you've hit a point.
I think the first thing I said was the infrastructure bill, and then I don't know. I said the Chips and Science Act after that. but I think the infrastructure bill was mostly good. I don't know if we are going to disagree on that, but
I disagree.
You disagree that it was mostly good?
Well, it had good stuff in it, but also it had a lot of giveaways. The companies, so.
Well, who do you think builds the infrastructure? What do you mean give away to company, bro?
All right, Casey. So do you think it was more good or more bad? Would you rather have had it to pass or whether it just didn't?
Yes, it was better. It passed.
Okay.
Okay.
So next thing, but a lot of caveats to that. So it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows as non-fun is putting it. So non-fun. Oh, go ahead.
Similarly, like it's the I think there was some stuff with like the cable companies. They're like, look, we're giving internet to people who didn't have it, but that we're just building the fiber for these large internet companies. And by the way, and once we start doing that, and we've been doing it for a while, again, it's the same argument. It's like then they'll just won't do it. They'll just wait until the government does it. It's the same shit. So, and then there was, I think, I remember the money for.
I remember this going to happen in my state.
Solar panels was. I mean, was too much, and it was a huge giveaway. I mean,
giveaway. Do you think we should be incentivizing people to use solar? Oh my god, this is a hard question for you, really? Okay, great, we did that. Great, and also, what do you mean what's your issue with the fiber optic stuff? I remember this because it literally happened in my state, in North Carolina. I think they gave us like $3 billion to build fiber optic cable to fucking rural parts of North Carolina where people didn't have the internet before. What's the issue with that? That companies would then, I guess,
because
wait until
no. Yes, we've been doing that for a while. We've been subsidizing it for. They just won't build the fiber until there's enough of complaints, and then because and then the government will build the fiber for the companies. Like, oh, here's the fiber. Here you go. We'll pay for it. Now here's some more new customers for you, and we'll pay the bill, and you get the profit. There needs to be like we'll do this, but then we get part of the revenue, or it can't just be fucking giveaways all over the places. If you think it's like, oh, it's better for America, that's why they're doing it. That's not why they're fucking doing it. It's because they were fucking lobbied to do that shit. That instead of spending money on fucking fiber, these companies just spend money on the fucking lobby because that's fucking it's way more better bang for buck. That's where we're going with this shit. Taxpayers is like float all the bills and get none of the fucking profit.
What do you mean another profit? Do you not think? Okay, I can half understand a point of well, these companies might just wait until the government tells them to do it or gives them a subsidy to do it, but like there definitely are. There are benefits to it. There are people in North Carolina that didn't have internet before, and now they have nice, fancy fiber optic internet. Like, that's not a giveaway. That's government giving a company something in exchange for the company doing something good.
Does the company still profit non-fun? Like, I mean, they're charging still after that, so it just subsidizes what the investment would have been. Yeah.
The issue is there are probably places in all over the country, but in North Carolina, I think that's where the majorities went, where there are people there can't afford fiber optic internet, so there's no incentive to build it because the people there can afford it, or the networks required to build would just be too much for the low amount of people there, and we provide an incentive for them to build it with money, so that those people.
You mean pay for it? You mean pay for it? Yeah, I mean it's good that they have internet. There's other ways to get internet, but the thing that you're arguing now is that like I mean it's so extremely inefficient to build these things. It's good the government did it with taxpayer money. It's a natural
monopoly.
And hey, and again, if we're gonna fucking build the fiber, then these companies, then we get fucking half the profit from these fucking places. Something like that. It can't just be fucking all giveaways and nothing ever comes back. It can't just be benefit to the company at taxpayers' expense. I mean, the taxpayers, some farmer, some out there somewhere. I mean, yeah, we're paying for their fucking fiber. I mean, But like, but we're doing it so the companies can profit off them. So
I'm fine.
We're
Do
doing
you
it
think
for
companies
so the
are
companies
taking
can profit.
Wait, do you think the companies are taking advantage of this at all, non-fawn?
I would be more willing to say that with like a lot of military contracts. I think there definitely is a lot of shit there. I haven't seen much evidence of that being the case with a lot of these other things. I don't really think so now.
Would you consider the possibility of being incentivized, as Casey said, to wait and hold off to these things if they're like slim profit margins to them, or that it would take a little bit to recoup that? Wow, that if we hold off, we can just subsidize it through the government. You don't find that being like a more prevalent thing that they could take advantage of through this model?
I think that's less prevalent than the alternative case of them just not having the upfront capital to build these things, to provide internet to people who need it. Like, I think that's probably less prevalent than that.
I have an alternative proposal of that, though.
I hope it's
What if the
I hope
United
it's-
States government or the Fed just said, hey, how about this? We cut you a loan for the amount of money necessary to do the infrastructure project, and then you pay it back over time. This wouldn't cost the taxpayer any money, and it wouldn't simultaneously take money out of like the Fed. So
Isn't that what
like,
Obama did with Tesla? Just to clarify, or no?
Yes, well, I'm not 100% sure if that's exactly how it worked out, but I know that we do this for a lot of things. We use the government to give out grants or loans that are then paid back over a certain period of time. But like in this specific circumstance, it just seems like the corporate interests were higher. They didn't want to eat the cost in the short term for knowing that they could still use the long-term investment to be able to benefit from these things, because the fiber lines are already established and they have customers that are willing to buy that internet as a result of that, where they already have an established natural monopoly because there wasn't any other internet service providers that were prevalent in the area or were able to match them on the speeds that they were able to provide with new fiber cables. So it just seems like it's corporate greed that is otherwise like the question here, right? Like, why couldn't the government have given them a loan that then they would pay back?
You'd have to give them you'd still have to give them a preferable loan with a lower interest rate than what a private bank would give them, because I'm assuming there's private banks also willing to finance these things if they can turn a profit. But the issue is there aren't enough people there for it to be worth it, or the just upfront cost of building all this isn't worth it to provide to all these fucking poor people in Appalachia. Like, you'd have to give them a preferable loan, so it would still cost the taxpayer money. Maybe you could argue less if it was just a loan for a lower interest rate than what a private bank would have given them. But
the three largest internet providers in it's Charlotte. I was in North Carolina, whatever. AT&T, Google Fiber, and a company called Spectrum was.
Spectrum's pretty good.
$2.3 billion company. These aren't companies that are strapped on cash.
You say there aren't strapped on cash, but I agree with you. I'm sure they have a lot of profits, but sometimes they can't justify doing a project that has a super high upfront cost, which fiber optic cable laying is. It's a natural monopoly thing. When the incentive to do it is so low because there's so few people, or the people there are so poor.
So then wouldn't you argue from that point that it is the obligation of the government to provide the necessary infrastructure to make internet available to these people? Why not just cut out the middleman and do it yourself?
Because the private companies can probably do it more efficiently than the government can do it. That's the reason. The private companies already have all the research and development there.
What makes you say that?
The fact that there's competition in these markets. Now, that gets complicated with natural monopolies, but...
Well, okay, question. Why, if a corporation needs to make a profit and they have to design everything around being a profit incentive motive, how is that more efficient than a government that just needs the money to fund the project and has
we give them subsidies so that they don't have to make a profit. That's the point of a subsidy, is that this ordinarily wouldn't make a profit, and now we give them a subsidy, so it is worth it for them to do it.
So they can make profit.
Yeah, so they can make
exactly. Yes.
But if you just fund the government instead of funding the private enterprise who still needs to make a profit, then I mean, you're funding a direct cost only to like make it, not a cost plus need to make profit. And you see the benefits.
Like the costs are probably going to be lower for the private company because they already have the knowledge and all this shit. They have the research and development there. They've done it before. They have an incentive to charge the least amount that they can for labor. They have all these incentives to reduce cost, at least if it's not a cost plus basis. That's the issue with the cost plus government contracts. The company already has all these incentives to do it as cheaply as possible. Like,
how many service providers? You live around North Carolina?
Yeah, I live in North Carolina.
You have an option of who you pay for cable internet?
No, it's a natural monopoly, so no, you don't get that, of course. Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't
it's a
the
natural
government
monopoly,
just?
because
Why wouldn't the government own all of?
Government does regulate natural monopolies. They regulate.
Not
they
regulate
it.
Why wouldn't we expropriate? Why wouldn't we expropriate it? They're making us pay for the fibers anyway.
I don't necessarily have a huge issue with nationalizing natural monopolies, but
got him. Let's move on. Let's go.
What?
Let's no buts there.
That was my point.
Oh my god!
Okay, I know.
You just referenced my previous point.
Okay.
What?
You mean our point,
surprised.
comrade? Our point.
No, I'm not a communist. That's just you.
Oh my
you
god.
are now, baby.
Okay, I don't have a huge issue with nationalizing natural monopolies, but I think it's probably better, just in some cases, to either price cap them or regulate them in some way. I think a company, not the government, doesn't have as much of an incentive to lay the fiber optic cable as cheaply or as efficiently as a private company does. Also, there are cases where a private company could compete for contracts to do these things. Like, yeah.
Mm. Have we hit a wall on this one and moving to the next point?
I'm over it. We should probably stop giving $1 billion companies huge fucking subsidies.
Oh my god!
But they deserve it.
Okay, so what was good?
No, it's not that they deserve it. It's that even though they're $1 billion company, $1 billion company can't waste throwing money into a trash pit. Okay, that's why we give them a subsidy so that the venture is actually profitable.
They do it all the time. Xbox stole the Xboxes at
I'm gonna shoot myself. You understand? It doesn't matter. I could have a $100 trillion company. I'm not going to invest in laying fiber optic cable if it's not going to be profitable. But if the government says we're going to give you a subsidy so that it is profitable for you to do this, well, then I might do it because it's going to be profitable. Boom. Okay. Easy.
But they can make it profitable
It literally doesn't matter if if the company's in the negative or if it has 100 million trillion, all the money in the world. You're not going to do it if it's not profitable. The reason the subsidy's there is to make it profitable. Okay.
But companies do that all the time. It's just what I'm saying, and I pointed out how
companies can have lost leaders, but they intend to make a profit on that at some later point in time. Okay.
Yes, or they subsidize certain activities with other activities. Amazon subsidizes Twitch, right?
Yes.
So that way, yeah. But you're saying to recoup later, right? But they're not going to recoup on Twitch ever. Like they're never going to recoup Twitch. The reason that Twitch exists is for political influence and just influence generally over people. If you influence media, you have a big space, and Amazon wants to be able to push advertisements, push messages, and have control and one hand into media. So they're willing to eat up the losses just purely for the influence that has and to get their name out there and to prevent any other competition from stealing power from them. But and then like I said, there's the Xbox, which you already brought up, is that you take the loss now because then you get the profits later. So I'm just saying, why couldn't they do either one of those things?
Because
they're huge companies. Like, why can't Google
why
can't Google afford to do this? They make so much money elsewhere. Why could they not do this just so that way there's more people?
They can afford to do it, but it wouldn't be profitable, so it's not worth it. The reason Microsoft can sell Xboxes at a loss is because they then expect to sell. They sell games and they get a commission on those games, especially if you buy in digitally in Xbox's virtual store. They get like a 30% commission or whatever. The company that lays fiber optic cables, they have to justify the upfront cost of laying those cables with the expected revenue from the people paying for the internet that they use. There are a lot of cases where they can't justify that upfront cost, either because the people there are too poor, they're low income, or because there just simply aren't enough people that could pay to ever cover the upfront cost. That's why we give them a subsidy. So they do have enough money to cover the upfront cost. That's the point of the subsidy. It makes an unprofitable venture profitable.
Okay. We'll put a hold on that real quick just to read Trump's statement real quick. Because, we're still covering this situation technically. It's what my title is. So, Donald J. Trump, my debate with crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in history of the United States, was slated to be broadcast on fake news, ABC, and home of, whoa, what the fuck? George, how do you say that? Slopodopoulos?
Slopodopoulos.
Yeah. Sometime in September. Now that Joe not surprisingly, has quit the race, I think the debate with whomever the radical left Democrats choose should be held on Fox News rather than very biased ABC. Thank you. I think he actually wrote this.
Dude, so he already knows that Kamala's going to be the nominee, and he's scared as shit to debate her. Scared as shit to debate her. Are you kidding me?
I don't know why.
Yeah, Well, we'll get to the Kamala in a bit. I wanted to take.
This is him trying. Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, no, go ahead. No, you.
I was gonna say, like, this is him kind of getting ahead of the debate in how I look at it. He's trying to get ahead of it to get an advantage before she's like, all right, let's debate. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I do want to
wait. Can we just stay on Trump for a second? I'm just super curious. Does anyone here disagree with the fact that Trump tried to overturn the 2020 election based on its false elector shit? Does anyone disagree with that?
I disagree.
Okay. So what do you think? What do you think the false electors would attempt to do?
Oh, I would ignore me though. I'm not very smart.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't think you're gonna. There's no Trump fans in here. There's no Trump fans. The closest thing is me. I'm the Trump fan.
Well, I needed to defend my honor earlier. So the CHIPS Bill Act, which passed in 2022, did allocate $60 billion, but it was sort of left up to the Department of whatever
nominee is right now.
Basically the White House to dole it out. So like that recent award of the 8.5 billion plus the loan possible or whatever, it was part of that CHIPS bill. So part of it hasn't been awarded. May not necessarily go to Intel or may go to Intel. So. Yeah, that's where the 60 billion comes from.
So. It was from loans.
The $60 billion is how much basically the White House can give out. I'm not sure how exactly the loans are wrapped up, but so the White House announced the 8.5 is part of that to Intel, but the rest of it may or may not go to Intel. It may be in a year or 2 years, or I don't know if there's a time limit on it, but basically left it up to the Department of
appreciate it, man.
Whatever the department was, to sort of allocate it or whatever.
To allocate it, okay.
To the companies.
$100 billion in the U.S. over 5 years to expand U.S. chip making capacities. Okay. Intel's investment expected to create more than 10,000 company jobs and nearly 20,000 construction jobs and more than 50,000 indirect jobs.
What do you read? Intel what jobs?
It says 10. I mean, I don't care about the jobs that much, but more than 10,000 company jobs.
What is that?
I mean,
the
not
main
really,
point?
But
or second.
No, the main point
actually,
is the national security side.
Yeah. The main point is to not have all of our chips being fucking in Taiwan, which may be invaded by China, like at any time. Yeah. My bad.
I don't really.
Second point. That's the second point.
Yeah. And then arguably the fucking Iowa car crop model means it's not even really protecting jobs because you're arguably hurting other American jobs. Anyway, yeah, 10,000 company jobs, 20,000 construction jobs, and 50,000 indirect jobs.
Somebody just came in and said,
What's
"Lol,
up, Shane?"
PBG." PBG's not in here, bro.
I am PBG 2.0. I am
Don Fun is
supporter
basically
number one.
PBG.
I don't know if that's a title to be proud
Biden's
of.
strongest warrior. Or sorry, the Democratic nominee's strongest supporter.
Okay, so before we get off of the whole Biden stuff, I just wanted you guys to go a little bit quicker with this. So give your fucking 3 more points other than the CHIP Act of what the fucking infrastructure bill just in general that made Biden such a great president. And then we'll have Casey clap back to the 3. So you get 3 points.
3 points. I think it was mostly good in foreign policy. I know we disagree on Israel, but I think he has done a decent job at pressuring Israel to chill out with some of the most extreme shit that they've done. I think the sanctions on the West Bank supporters, for example. I think the Inflation Reduction Act was probably a little misnamed, but I think it was overall a good bill. I think it had a lot of good green energy subsidies. I know Casey doesn't like solar handouts apparently, but I think incentivizing people to go solar is good. And then the expanded child tax credit was in the Inflation Reduction Act. It might have been in the American Rescue Plan, but the expanded child tax credit, which gave Americans with kids, I think $3,600, and it applied to even non-filers, so people who don't have like $20,000 in income could still qualify for the expanded child tax credit just by going to the IRS website. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it would just be the. I think it's really good on bipartisanship. And I think it's really good at like striking good political balances. So, for example, when oil prices were really high, Biden opened up more drilling against pressure from the own progressives in his party who didn't want him to open up more drilling. Remember when everyone was fucking asthmatic that he approved the Willow project? But he also, like I said earlier, passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which had a lot of green energy stuff. I think he's done multiple things like that strike a really good balance between the progressives in his own party and the Republicans in the other, the more centrist Republicans. Yeah. And in the bipartisan Gun Control Act, which I know NRK doesn't like, but. Ellen Biden and NLRB.
Okay. Casey.
No child tax credit that expired. What they put, it was like a 2-year thing. It's cute.
Yeah, because it was a COVID measure. Yes.
You mentioned the stupid fucking sanctions on the West Bank settlers. They reversed it like in a week. It was like it's a joke. It's actually a joke. It was a joke. They're like, just kidding, bros. Fucking reverse it. Ridiculous. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's better than Trump would have been. Yes. Doing something meaningful. No. Sleep at the wheel. Yes. I mean, it's a nothing. Generally speaking, we're this is our small things. Just generally
Just the
speaking, it's
trustworthy site,
same old shit. Oil companies get the dollar for dollar. The green energy was counteracted by the oil subsidies. It's interesting you even contract or land for them to drill on or whatever. I'm surprised you even brought it up. I mean, he's.
Oh my god! I literally.
What do we want to do? There's no big W's. There's just a series of small L's, and they're smaller than they would have been with Trump presidency. And
you guys need to start watching more PPG so that he radicalizes all of you like he did me.
Radicalizes
I like my point about the
he
energy shit.
Absolutely and completely changed my mind on everything with politics. I was going to vote third party. Now I'm 100% going to vote Trump.
Nice,
oh
nice.
God, okay.
I was looking that way too.
I honestly almost because of
PPG.
PPG made me buy a MAGA shirt. That's all I'll say. Like I bought one because of him.
Exactly. So. I've got like 4 hats on order.
It's kind of like non-fun too.
All at the same
oh my god!
time.
Yesterday, I told non-fun yesterday. I was trying to tell Casey and Legate why it's probably more beneficial to vote for Biden and to go Democratic, right? And fucking today, non-fun has made me basically 180. Fuck the Democrats. I'm voting third party. We need to learn our lessons. We haven't learned yet.
Yo. Here's the hot take. Here's the hot take. It was bad that Biden dropped out.
I'm gonna come.
It was bad that Biden dropped out because the best thing for actually something like leftish happening in this country is for the whole country to see what a fucking shit show the White House and Congress is. They roll out the guy who could barely fucking speak. They give away the presidency to one of the what would have been the least favorite least popular president in modern times. It wasn't for fucking Biden's approval rating. I believe anyway.
You're talking about Trump.
Like
You're
just
say that's what you're doing. You're voting third party, and I want to hear talking about giving away the presidency to Donald Trump when you're fucking voting third party. You're tossing your vote away, dude.
He lives in a
Absolutely.
state where it doesn't matter.
Fucking
so,
stoke the
to be
fire,
fair.
baby. Get the gasoline out. Fucking blow it the fuck
Also,
up.
just on
You
the
need
energy
bigger,
thing,
the
you could
better.
say like my point is very specifically Biden struck a really good balance between bringing down gas prices when they needed to be brought down most, and between doing the green energy shit. Obviously, I'm in favor of green energy. Okay, I'm just saying the oil drilling was probably good because gas prices really need to be brought down. Then
I haven't seen any nuclear plants being built, so he doesn't support green energy.
Listen, I'm a big. I like nuclear too. Okay, I wish Biden would do more nuclear energy shit, but I don't think there's much political will for it in the U.S. right now. So. Oh wait!
There's not enough
Also,
money.
Well,
you're
then
fucking,
we
he did
can
the
just keep
the
burning
1.5
coal and
billion
oil
dollars.
then.
Biden lend Michigan 1.5 billion dollars to restart the nuclear power plant. Right?
I haven't
Biden
seen it.
1.5 billion. Michigan nuclear power. Biden administration will lend $1.5 billion to restart Michigan nuclear power plant, a first time in the U.S. Like,
Yeah, we need to build new ones instead of trying to keep these
Oh.
old ones that are so damn expensive to operate running. We need to build fourth generation.
Oh, and also student
modular
loan for I
plants.
forgot about that student loan forgiveness. I'm not like a big
Fuck
student loan forgiveness guy.
You signed for the goddamn loan. Pay your fucking debt.
Oh boy.
I'm not like a big student loan forgiveness guy, especially because I would have been
I'm
if it didn't come
extremely
too late
anti
because
that.
it came at a
You
time where it
signed
pushed up
for-
inflation,
They
so
signed
it was
for the
pretty
line, They
inflationary.
signed
But
for the loan. Pay your debt.
Isn't that on halt right
Pretty
now? Last time
fucking
I checked
simple.
on Fawn because of the legal challenges.
Kind of.
He did
I
what
mean,
he could. The Supreme Court struck down some
Yeah.
of it, but then he did.
Thank God.
No, I meant didn't they put the rest on hold like literally
They
like
need to
this week?
strike it all down.
No, I haven't heard about
can I
anything
speak
this
to
week.
this as someone that had my debt relieved?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So half of it was relieved, basically. The other half
My
is
sound alerts are binging. All of them are. Thank you, Red Radius.
pushed back. Like I'm not accruing any interest. I'm
Somebody
not accruing any
redeem the PPG
late charges
dog.
or anything. I'm just not paying on it at all, basically. Pretty
Can
good.
I have my BMW loan forgiven?
Sure.
Wow.
Exactly.
Is
Yeah,
you
that's
having a
bullshit.
BMW Empower America?
Yes.
What are you doing?
I know. I
I
think
bought
it,
it for an American dealership.
PPG dog.
I think with how Trump, fucking Biden, same person basically. I think how Biden was forgiving student debt is probably the hardest way to argue against because like. I've read the stipulations on the website of what it takes, and it's like, well, if you've paid back like twice the amount that you borrowed, then you're forgiven. And it's
No.
like, how the fuck? Like, how
It's
you
not
fucking?
actually his
You
dollars,
read
it's
the
just fees.
terms.
It's
They read,
just
yeah,
like-
yeah,
about
they were 17 or
individual-
18.
Policy isn't
Well,
about individuals.
learn
It's
to
about
fucking read.
no. It's a broader picture. You have to zoom out. Does a country want to make sure that everyone who is educated is like in $20,000 to $100,000 in debt and is paying it off for the next 10 years, and it's more and more important to go to college to even have a good job. Like, does a country want to be incentivizing its people to not get educated and then
I mean,
to
I
fucking
personally don't think
punish them
government
if
should
they,
be involved in giving loans for college anyway at all. Period.
But do you not agree
Don't
that the fucking college system is fucked and there's way too fucking much, like especially just
Because
compared to
the
what it was
government
fucking
got
2030?
involved.
Because of that government, whatever, it doesn't matter why. It's just because, like, first of all, yeah,
It
no,
does.
that's
So
not-
the
that's
government
not
gets
true,
involved.
but-
Let's get and fucked it all up. Let's get the government more involved to fuck it up even more. Yeah,
it's
that
not about
sounds
the
like
who's,
the answer.
but the victims are the fucking students. The victims is the fucking country, dude. I agree that like there's a better fucking choice here, and it's to fix the fucking system. But outside of that, like
Well, isn't that
it's
what
actually-
you
I'm
should
gonna
be
shit
doing as well,
myself.
Casey? Like, if we bail people out, don't we have to also like fix the system so the colleges don't like just keep getting away with it? Because then they're going to be like, oh, well, the government will bail
Yes.
them out and give us money, so therefore we can just keep on giving predatory like loans and misleading students. Actively lying. Some of them, like 3 colleges in fucking California, actively lied about their loans to the students that took them. I mean, kind of fucked up, but. So, like, shouldn't, like, we crack down on that shit? to prevent like this cycle of the government spending endless taxpayer dollars on bailing out people from predatory corporations, and instead attack the corporations that are being predatory in education.
I've never actually heard a good plan to fix the college system. I haven't heard it. I know there is solutions, but I've never actually heard
Well, the
someone
number
propose
one
it.
solution is to get the government out of business.
You understand there are private colleges, right? Like,
yeah, but
then
they
there are
still
state
accept
colleges.
federal student loans.
Oh, well, that's true. I guess.
So
I went to
you
a-
want
I
more?
went
You want
to a
more
state
predatory loans?
Yes.
That's how you.
Oh,
get
actually,
more
I want
predatory
everything
loans.
to be a predatory loan, so that way.
I mean, I'm just read
You
your
want higher
terms before you
return
sign
rate?
for a
What?
loan.
You want
I'm
less
sorry,
people
it's
going to
your
college?
fault.
And those people
It's
who
your
go, no,
fault.
no, motherfucker! It's not about the individual. When you're making fucking big decisions for the fucking country, it's not. Oh, well, you got to pay. You got to do this. It's not about the fucking individual. It's about what's good for the country. It's about
I don't want
the
my
policy.
tax dollars going for people who made a poor decision.
Yeah, but your tax dollars are going to go to bailing them out anyway.
No, the
poor decision to
was
get
signed
educated?
for that loan. Find a different loan.
Find
Don't
a
sign
different
for
loan.
a predatory loan. Read your
You don't know how
fucking
loans
loan
work.
agreement.
You don't know how student loans work.
Yeah, they're all predatory, basically. Fuck. I just went through that bullshit, bro. The shit was fuck. You only have like 3 options, and all of them are fucking bad.
Yeah, there's no options there. There is like no options.
I got my ass fucking like graped during that shit. I was like, oh no, man.
Do what I did. Get an ROTC scholarship.
Yeah, how much did you pay for college, motherfucker? How much was college? How much
Nothing.
was tuition
I
the
paid
year?
for it
no,
for
no, no.
22 years by serving.
What
as
was
a
the
nurse.
payment to the college? No,
Twitch
what was
politics
it?
is still
You know,
inclusive.
what do you think it was? What estimate? A year, like how much was the thing? Even though you got the grant or whatever. How much was the thing that paid? What year was it? So, I mean, I can look.
My
No, you don't have
parents
to answer
paid
that,
for
but-
my first 2 years, and then I got the ROTC for the last.
I forgot, dude. They're gonna be, dude. I'm gonna bring this up. They're gonna
pay 'em back?
completely dismiss it. Biden almost
The
totally
military?
ended drone strikes.
No,
Biden nearly ended.
Damn.
Drone
Look at this
war
fucking
and
moocher over here. Just I'm
no
kidding. I'm
one
kidding.
That's
noticed.
private. I mean, that's not the government tax money.
Also, just
The
another quick
ROTC
thing
was,
that
but
Biden
I
did.
I paid that back by serving a contract. Now I extended that
drone
into a
strikes
career,
under Biden
but
dropped significantly. Biden has done.
See.
I think Biden did a lot less than Trump in his first year, and then I think the last 2 years he's done like almost none.
Well, that's because he's not awake or alive.
No, you
that's
might
not
be
fair.
able to
No, it's
Oh
because
my
he's
God.
letting
Oh my
it's because
God.
he's letting Ukraine and Israel do it.
you might
No,
be
we're
able to
not.
convince
I
me
told
to,
you they don't care. They don't care. They don't care.
to do some kind of forgiveness on interest for specific degree
They don't care.
programs.
They
that
don't
are
care.
in demand
Nothing.
that we
nothing.
need.
I tell you, there's going to There's nothing good. There's nothing good. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They
I will
don't care.
not ever agree that we should forgive the principal on the loan.
But you have an entire generation that is insanely in debt because they were told they needed to go to college. Meanwhile, it's never been less affordable to buy a fucking house. Like even despite that the fucking insane debt, like the country is just fucking flogging their fucking younger this entire generation. And meanwhile, you want to blame the fucking individual, but it was like, well, if we wanted people to go to college, if we wanted people to go to this fucked up system, then some people were going to go into the fucking fucked up system. Some people were going to get reamed. You can't blame the individuals who like did what everyone told them they needed to do, which was to go get fucking educated. Like just blaming individuals is just fucking silly. They pay the price for college. They never should have had to pay that much.
Okay, here's what I'm absolutely done with the college stuff because I don't care that much about the college
and
stuff.
everything else in the
I
economy
might argue a little bit,
which Gen Z
but-
gets fucked over.
Here's what I'm gonna try to lay out, and then we'll
It's
see.
not-
We'll see if they just
Like
fucking
I
dismiss it,
usually
dude.
do.
They'll just say, "Oh, fucking Biden's corrupt anyway, so it doesn't matter." Here's what I'm gonna try to lay out, and here's what I think is gonna happen.
But
I'm
like
gonna try
I
to lay
said,
out. You guys want to change the system. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna try to lay out. You guys want to change the system. None of you disagreed with me that Trump tried to overturn the 2020 election, and at the same time, the Trump and the GOP more broadly is fucking. First of all, Trump's VP said that he wouldn't have certified the electoral vote, that he would have overturned the election. And Trump is inviting literally fucking Orban from Hungary, who got rid of their liberal democracy there, to like speak at the RNC and all this shit. Why should I have faith that Trump is not going to substantially weaken democracy, and it won't be fucking possible for you guys to change the system anymore? Like, yeah. Oh, and then what I expect to happen? They're going to say, "Don't you think this everything's already failing under Biden? Don't you think under Biden nothing good has happened? Nothing. It's like slightly lower W's and or slightly smaller L's in Trump. Like the system's collapsing anyway. It's not. Nothing's going to fix it."
Because VA is an example of government healthcare, and I want nothing to do with it.
Okay, well, I say W in the. I don't want government taking over hospitals. So that's not. I'm just talking just single payer health insurance. So
public option, I could get behind a public option.
A public option. The public option.
So
is
we have now.
ridiculous.
Hey,
we were
you know
actually
who supports the
reading
public
up on
option?
this.
Oh, Biden does. You know who doesn't? Trump. That's crazy, guys. Wow, you should vote for Biden. Wow, dude.
But Pete
Wow, that was
Buttigieg,
easy,
though.
man. Oh, Pete Buttigieg also supports the public option. I guess.
Public option.
They
is fucking
also
horrible.
they also support.
Why is the public? Didn't you just? I thought you
a
just.
lot of
what's
things
wrong with
that I
the public
don't
option?
agree with.
The public option. First of all, it's actually like a meaningless term. Like, oh, what is
Number
public
one
option?
is
Like,
gun
could mean like
control.
10 different
Anybody who
insurance
supports gun
companies. What do you
control,
mean?
I will
It's like
not
a-
vote for. I'm a 2A
Yeah.
absolutist.
Government-owned insurance company. So who has it? Who doesn't have it? Is it subsidized or what's the? Why would someone go private and get the same thing as that they're getting from public? Why they're getting something for free? Why would they go and pay for the exact same thing? So it won't be the exact same thing. It will be the fucking shittiest
Well,
fucking
no,
insurance
with the
there ever
public
would have.
option, you get to opt out if you're not going to use the public health care.
No public health care. No
Hold
public
on,
health
guys. My dad's calling.
Is that the fucking a ringtone? Oh my god.
I'm trying to
Hello.
find out what it was,
Hey.
Casey, but
Still getting them off and on.
we're just gonna server mute him for a little bit. I don't
Just
know
for a
if
minute.
well, he might say some stuff to dox him or something like that.
Okay.
Let me tell
Wait,
him. Chat.
I'm because you guys talked about changing the system. Okay, I know you're all fucking lefty people. Okay, you want to change the system. None of you disagreed with me that Trump tried to overturn the results of the 2020 election. When Trump is
He just
literally
was testing legal theories.
oh my god, when Trump was illegal theory that would have overturned the 2020 election. Okay, when Trump is literally in the GOP is literally inviting Viktor Orban to speak at events. Why should I not have faith that Trump is going to, in Project 2025, mentions all the things about civil servants and the civil servant loyalty test and all that shit? Why should I have any confidence that Trump is not going to substantially weaken democracy to the point where you guys won't be able to change the system anymore?
What democracy?
Oh my god, I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. Oh my god.
Democracy.
I'm gonna
Manifest.
shoot us.
Do we have
Casey,
such a thing?
Dude,
Can
I
you,
totally
can you look at what I'm showing
oh
on
my
screen,
god.
though? I wanted to introduce him to my God and Savior, Pete Buttigieg. Buttigieg. Yeah.
I like Pete Buttigieg.
You can't even say his name. Come on.
I can't because fucking where is
Buttigieg.
Where's Stella? Stella fucking
Oh
made
my
me
God.
fuck up his name
Oh my God.
earlier, and it's been stuck in my
literally
head
said,
forever
I
now.
said that would happen too.
But
I literally said they're going to say
so
everything's
in
broken on Biden anyway,
2018
so they don't care.
he
They don't care.
favored
They don't care.
Medicare
They don't give a fuck.
Medicare for
They're
all during his
un-American.
presidential campaign. He promoted Medicare for all who want it, which includes a public option for health insurance. But then this is the one that interested me because I never had heard this before. He has spoken favorably of Maryland's all-payer rate setting. And then I clicked on that, right? And it says all-payer rate setting is a price setting. I'll just fucking copy and paste and send it to you, but it's on screen as well. So like this way you can look at it a little bit deeper. Here you go. But all-payer rate setting is a price setting. Oh, okay, he's back. I need to unmute Hunter here. Sorry about that, Nader Hunter. I just didn't
No,
know
you're
if you
good.
meant
I
it.
get
I didn't
why
want
you
you to
did
dox yourself by accident. Or
Yeah, I'm
something.
usually pretty good about that. I mute Discord and mute my
Like
mic.
left-wing
Yeah.
Trump account.
So
That's
I'm
what they.
usually
That's what
okay
they're
at
about.
it, but yeah,
They're not
I
that
appreciate
insane,
it.
but they don't care. They don't
Yeah,
care.
no
They don't
problem.
care.
But anyway, so all-payer rate setting is a price setting mechanism in which all third parties pay the same price for services at a given hospital. It can be used to increase the market power of payers, such as private and or public insurance companies versus providers. structures, such as hospital systems, in order to control costs. All payer characteristics are found in the most developed economics and multi-payer healthcare systems, including France, Germany, Japan, and the Netherlands, and the U.S. state of Maryland that uses such a model. The all-payer state settings have been proposed in the United States as a healthcare reform measure. The proposal for a public option, a voluntary publicly sponsored insurance plan similar to Medicare, has been cited as indirectly sharing some of the same goals as the all-payer rate setting system. So I just kind of want your breakdown of like what the fuck that is there, Casey, and if it is good or bad.
Let me read it.
Okay, well, as you read that, yeah, it's fine. He's God damn, I need him. We were going through Newsom and Kamala, and then Pete's entire like policies. So Kamala has no policy apparently.
Newsom's fucking psychopath.
Newsom's actually was pretty good, but they left out all the bad.
But he's a psychopath. So
yeah,
in reality, guys, I'm kind of memeing. I'm not gonna vote for Trump. I'm voting third party because
oh my god, you're all insane.
I cannot support the Democrats at all. Their policies just don't agree with anything that I agree with, but I can't support a traitor to the fucking country either. So I'm gonna vote third party.
Okay.
The all-payer rate looks like something of a band-aid, but probably would be good. But still, it's
unfortunately, I don't think Kamala has a chance against Trump.
You know.
Yeah, no, she has no chance.
No, she has no chance. But
oh my god, bro, you realize fucking Trump was polling at Trump had like a 15% chance of winning when he won in 2016. Like these are not like Kamala's like 50-50. Like these are not.
Kamala has no.
Kamala's not.
Are we doing Hillary again? Where she's got a bunch of chance to win? Are we doing this again?
You have to be charismatic.
She got 2% of the vote.
Trump
primary vote in 2020. Nobody likes her.
Trump.
Nobody likes her.
He is an ass. He's a fucking traitor. He said to suspend the Constitution. He supported red flag laws, etc., etc. He's a piece of shit. But
red flag laws are that bad.
And he's a traitor, but he's charismatic. Okay.
You can't be generally unlikable and get elected to the presidency of the US.
I don't support Trump, but the reality is he is charismatic, and that's going to win him a lot of fucking votes.
True. All right, so Red, you are our second resident liberal here. Give us
thank God
liberal.
Oh, thank you.
Give us the liberal perspective that's not non-fawn.
On what? Kamala
how do you feel?
Wait,
how do you feel about Joe stepping down first? Do you think this was good or bad? So, like, how do you feel about him stepping down? Do you think that this was a good or bad decision for the Democratic Party? Who do you think should be the nominee? And how much hope do you have? Are you in doomer state? Are you hopeful, copium? Like, where are we? So.
I would say right now,
I don't know what to like.
With Harris being Harris being the presumptive
election
nominee,
forecast.
I think we're in coin flippish territory, which is not good considering what's on the line. I don't think anyone can really measure all the upsides and downsides of this candidate swap. I mean, like
Hillary
Trump's entire
87.
campaign
Donald
right now is
12.
geared to fight Biden on the he's senile, he's dementia, he's Sleepy Joe, blah blah blah. If we do have enough time to coalesce around Harris, I don't think we're in doomer mode, not yet. I think Harris should be the nominee put forward. Part of it has to do with she has gotten the vote of the Democrats, unlike anyone else nationwide, even if it was her being second on the ticket. And I believe there are some potential issues with like transferring money and being able to coordinate if Harris is not
85%
on the ticket. So
48 Hillary, 45 Trump.
I think right now we're looking mostly at VPs. I think Shapiro's a good choice, being a popular Democratic governor of Pennsylvania. I think Kelly is another choice, although I think Shapiro is the better one. Yeah,
We're left out Pete Buttigieg.
Well, I mean,
He has no. He would have no chance. He's gay, so he's not gonna. He wouldn't have.
What do you mean? He definitely has a fucking chance as a VP to Kamala.
They're-
He's not
they're-
gonna pull swing
they're
voters.
already
as a VP.
They're already doing
Sure.
the DEI
but as a
Harris
president,
meme.
no.
Okay,
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
we don't
they're
need
not-
a gay person there
But
to
Buttigieg
DEI.
is not
He'd
gonna
win.
pull swing
Double D?
voters.
Nah,
Yeah.
he'd win.
I think with Shapiro being popular in Pennsylvania, which is one of the, if not the most important state in play, I think he's the choice.
I hope to God
This is the
that
post
they
I
do
was
not
looking
make
for.
Kamala the nominee. And the only gut feeling I have towards this is if you wanted Kamala to win, you should have been president. You should have kept Biden. Like, why move out Biden if the play is to have Kamala? It doesn't strategically make sense when
I
you're
don't
looking
think
at
that-
polling data.
Yeah,
I don't think she's guaranteed to be the nominee. I think that Biden is basically would have been seen as like stabbing her in the back if he didn't
If he
say I
didn't,
support
yeah.
her.
Because the
So,
smarter,
I think
the
it's up
smarter
in
thing
there.
would have been.
She's getting endorsements from
other.
other big Democrats as well. She's gotten the Clyburn endorsement. She got the Clinton's endorsement. She's gotten, I want to say, there's a couple of people. I was going this over on stream earlier.
Does the
I'm kind of
Clintons
mixing
matter?
them up. To a certain extent, yeah.
Whoever the Clintons nominate, I will vote the opposite of. So I guess no Kamala for
they
me.
super
Damn.
Well, to be clear, we don't have a choice. It's going to be the delegates.
What do you mean
that
we?
decide.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
The great democracy we have.
I mean, I have a choice when I'm hitting the voting poll. That's what.
Yeah. You can vote for the Democrat nominee, or you can throw
I'm
your
gonna-
vote away, vote for Trump. Yeah.
My whole position on voting third party at the moment is that the Democratic Party has shown no interest of caring about what their constituents really have to say about their politicians, and will shove everybody
Vote in
fucking down our
primaries.
throat,
Like what?
despite how
Give an
popular or
example.
unpopular they. Okay, fucking shafting Bernie, shoving Biden with
shafting
no
Bernie?
real,
He
with no
lost.
real
He
primaries.
He lost
no
the
real
primary,
primaries. Yes,
you
after they stole campaign funds and used it against them. Yes, you're right. That they settled out of court on and paid out, and then had to change the entire fucking DNC's model.
Do you fucking libtards even know what they did to Bernie?
Libtards.
Every fucking dollar
I don't
that
remember that
went
much
to
of
the
it, but I don't.
DNC during that race was fucking given behind the scenes to the fucking Hillary campaign. And by
Yep.
the way, and she spent it all. She spent it by the time the general came around. The fucking DNC was broke as shit because they spent all the money. They spent all the money on Hillary. Like,
Yep.
and that's just like one of like 10 different ways that the DNC did all it could to make sure it wasn't
Bernie did still fuck himself in certain ways. He did start a little late, and he didn't campaign enough in the South. I'll give that for people that bring up that. Yes, that did kind of fuck him over a little bit, but yeah, it was mainly like rigged against him. And there's a reason that they had to settle out of court, and that the DNC had to restructure how they handled campaigning funds after the lawsuit. So.
Well, let's be real.
Do you think
also,
most of
Bernie
America is
fucked
as
himself by
progressive
calling
as Bernie
himself
is?
a democratic socialist? That is not going to fly in the U.S.
True. I like. Do you think most of the Democratic base is as progressive as Bernie is?
No, but I think Bernie spoke to both the left, the liberal, and the moderate. I think that his words and when he said reach across party lines with certain states having 30% of Republican voters saying they would have voted for him, the dude would have fucking. They weren't looking at how to beat Trump. They were. Bernie was the everyman's candidate. All right, he could have united this country in a way we haven't seen in a while. I don't agree with everything he says, and I'm not even saying he's the best politician ever, but he definitely had a way of talking to people and reaching across the aisle and getting people onto his side. I think he would have been the candidate that could have beat Donald Trump in 2016, but they opted for pushing for Hillary so much and sabotaging the Bernie Sanders campaign. But then post doing that, I mean, basically we had fucking Biden shoved down our throats consistently. Even this time they were trying to shaft us on primaries, and look how that fucking turned out. Now we don't have a fucking second pick that's popular. At least if we had some type of primaries and Biden like still came out some on top, we could have at least put the rest, the whole...
Wait. What did we did have primaries.
Did we?
Nope.
Did
Nope,
we have
they-
primaries?
Yeah, what do you mean you
skipped
did?
this-
If people wanted to run, they could have run. You just need 10,000
They
signatures or whatever, right?
skipped the states
Oh.
that he was might have that they weren't polling good, like Florida. They were like, nope, not gonna do it. Like at the beginning, especially at the beginning, they just fucking didn't do it. They just fucking canceled it. They this fucking unprecedented fucking just like, nope, not gonna do it.
What do you mean? There were Democratic go to the fucking ballotpedia page.
And you act like there isn't behind the scenes talk of like, don't you fucking dare do this. We're not going to support you. We're going to like, do not divide this party.
Yes,
Like,
if you're it's someone who wants to run against the incumbent president, yes, I think the Democratic Party is probably going to look badly. It's probably going to look badly upon you for that. Yes, if you're trying to,
even though everybody's
trying
calling
to
for
usurp
it,
the incumbent president, yes.
And because
if everyone was calling for it, why did Biden pull like Kim Jong-un numbers?
Because they didn't want Trump. Because they didn't want Trump.
No. In the primaries, where he
because
was opposed.
A lot of it was Biden versus nobody, and a lot of people were fucking voting.
No. It wasn't Biden versus nobody. People like Dean Phillips and Williamson were in the running.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, so nobody, right? And there was literally states where
there was
Biden
uncommitted, and there was uncommitted.
Yeah. And we saw how that turned out.
Still pulled like
Florida Phoenix, December 11, 2023. Quote: Florida Democrats won't have a vote in presidential primary in 2024. What about voters in other states? But they canceled the ones at the beginning that they were not polling good for Biden, like fucking like someone like Phillips or with the woman, the hippie woman. What the like could have been like he was polling so badly they just fucking canceled the fucking primaries. What the fucking it's not the democracy.
Did either of them break like 8%, 5%?
Why did they cancel the fucking
the
primaries
polls?
if they weren't fucking worried about it? Why would they fucking cancel it?
Wait, who can't?
If they weren't worried about it?
Why had state party that canceled it? Who can't? I don't know who's in charge of the Democratic primary.
It's the DNC. It's the DNC. It's. I don't even know if they're fucking were allowed to do that shit, but
it's a mess, and now we don't have anybody to fucking rally upon. Like that's the problem is that like you expect people to rally behind fucking Kamala when she's had no major policy, no major outreach, nobody fucking likes her. It like fucking Biden was polling way better than fucking Kamala. She would have been the president anyway if we fucking got Biden. So if they really want her as the nominee, why are they fucking shafting Biden, who has better numbers and is already the incumbent president? It doesn't make fucking sense. And we shouldn't have been there. We shouldn't have been here. The only reason we're here is because they decided to fucking rally behind Biden back in 2020 instead of fucking going with somebody else. And while it did pay off for
who rallied behind Biden?
The DNC.
They all collaborated and dropped out at the right before the California in order to ensure Biden.
Who are they?
Buttigieg,
the centrist candidates. So they rallied behind someone who was more close to them in terms of policy. Do we need a conspiracy to explain this?
It's not a conspiracy. It's just aligned interest.
Well, it could be both of the things. I mean, they definitely colluded. They all
interest.
Not
more than Bernie. Yes.
They also had that the American Indian woman. They had her like strategically stay in the race so her votes wouldn't go to Bernie. Like it was fucking. It was all. Again, it just another round of them doing everything they can to make sure an actual.
Did she not?
Yeah, I don't like it's her decision. I don't really know.
Trump is definitely winning, says Starlight Lover. You're probably right now. I mean, unless if Kamala's the nominee, basically
maybe you guys fucking voted. It didn't throw your vote away.
Dude, my vote doesn't fucking matter. It's like it would be like voting fucking Republican and fucking. It would be like voting fucking Republican in California. Don't fucking mean shit. Like. It don't mean shit for me. So I don't know why you should be mad at anybody that votes third party in a swing state.
I'm in Ohio.
I'm not in a swing state.
I'm voting third party.
Yeah, be mad. Be mad at him.
Very cool. Let Trump win. Very cool.
Yeah,
okay, but Nader would vote for Trump over fucking Biden. So yeah, you should be happy that he's taking a vote away from Trump.
I would definitely vote for Trump over Biden. But
okay, cool. So you just hate democracy.
I won't vote for Trump either. That's why I'm voting third party.
He called Trump a traitor and
simple.
said that's why he's voting
Yeah,
third party.
Trump's
Why
a
is that
fucking
not good
traitor.
enough for you?
How is that not democracy?
Well,
It's literally democracy. He's voting with his conscience. That's literally what democracy.
Yeah.
Like, how is that not democracy?
Using your vote to vote for someone who will degrade our institutions, who wants to overturn democracy, pick
I'm
the
not
VP.
voting for
He
Trump.
said he's not voting
I'm
for
not
Trump.
voting
He's not voting for
Trump.
Trump. What the fuck?
It's
are you
not that
talking
hard.
about?
I'm not voting for Trump.
But you said you would vote for him over Biden.
If I wasn't allowed to vote third party, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But I am allowed, so
Okay. My
in an
point
alternate
stands. I don't know.
If you don't think he's practicing democracy, you don't know what democracy is. You literally don't know what democracy is.
I would like democracy to be maintained. Okay. And anyone who votes Trump is voting against democracy. I'm sorry.
He's not voting for
democracy.
Trump because he thinks he's a traitor. He thinks he
Exactly.
said earlier
He
that
said-
he's a
he said
traitor
that
to
he
his
would vote
country.
for
So for
over
democracy to
Biden.
work, we have to vote for the Democrat, no matter who they are.
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
okay.
You
Yeah,
gotta
sure.
vote for
Vote blue no matter who. Okay, yeah.
It's
sure.
In
I
this
don't think
situation,
so.
absolutely. We have.
I will not. Well, one of the big reasons I won't vote for Trump is that he wanted to implement red flag laws. I am not voting for an asshole that's going to take away my gun rights.
Hell yeah, brother.
And Biden is one of them. Fuck him. Not going to happen. I'm never voting blue for that reason and that reason alone.
Red, I think you need new talking points instead of insulting like people. If I was a liberal right now, the conversation. Wait. Let me
You
finish.
deserve to be insulted. Are you
Anyone
kidding
who
me?
runs-
You're throwing away your fucking
I'm
vote.
fucking
You won't even
finishing. I'm fucking
you won't even
finishing.
vote
Fuck
for
the
who is
liberals
more
in here.
closely aligned.
Let
with
me
you.
fucking finish. Don't fucking Biden me or Bernie me. All right. If I were a liberal, what I would be fucking saying right now is that if Trump gets into, he can pack the Supreme Court, and we have already seen how the Supreme Court, being slightly in favor of Trump, has turned out and has violated our American rights. That is all. I am server muting, and then I will shut the fuck up.
There is
Okay, you
only
deserve to be
one
insulted
Supreme
because
Court
people like
decision
you
that
are
is bad,
potentially
and
handing
that
the
is
election
immunity
to a
case.
treasonous
That's
fuck
it. The
who
rest has been
and now it's the
great.
criminal immunity to get away with all the treasonous shit he did.
The
Wait.
rest is great. That's
Wait.
the only
The rest is
decision
great.
that's
So,
bad. Yeah.
even the Chevron case.
Yeah.
What do you think the Chevron case did?
Huh? Lessen government fucking
We're in
involvement
the
in business.
Neutral
and
Waters
regulation.
Discord server. I don't know if I've invite terms. I think I do. Oh, thanks, Bert Stein, for resubbing.
Anarcho-Bidenism is JOEVER.
And I think that's a
For
wonderful
real.
thing.
Thank you, Bert Stein. I appreciate it. It helps a lot. Unironically, it helps a lot because $2 is a lot to me. Okay.
Yo, here's a hot take. If Shooter doesn't take the shot, Trump doesn't
my
get
God.
a boost. And then no, I'm just saying this is fucking as like a just like an analysis of what just happened. Like Trump gets a huge boost. Right? It was already not looking good for Biden, but that was the nail, was it? That was the fucking nail. The fist in the air, fucking sympathy for a guy who couldn't fucking garner it in any other
Yes, it
conceivable
was.
possible way. It was the
100%
fucking nail.
Was. Yep. Like it
How-
or not.
How much has the polls changed since the assassination attempt?
Not that
I don't.
much, yeah.
I doubt
Not
there's
much.
been a legitimate poll.
One
doubt there's been a legitimate poll.
photograph. I'm sorry, but that one photograph, like it or not, won the election for Trump.
And the fact he got fucking shot,
I'm not
like
saying
just,
that's
that's just
good.
gonna
Like I said,
garner
I don't
sympathy.
like
Yeah,
Trump,
but yeah, and that fucking photo.
it did. It won the election for him.
Absolutely. I don't need to. I don't need to see
Thank
polls.
you, Testy.
Thank you,
I
Boogles.
just want to
Thank you
say,
very much.
nice cock,
I
brother.
appreciate it.
You were invited to the
Thanks for the
panel
follow.
if you want in, baby. Oh, I didn't mute myself in here. Oh shit. Sorry, guys. I thought I muted myself.
I don't know what chat you're in. Are you in OnlyFans right now? What are you doing?
I'm not explaining that. I'm not explaining. I
Explain
refuse.
yourself.
I will never explain myself.
Explain yourself
Wow,
to the
you're
panel.
not even to follow. Wow, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, I'm just okay. And okay, you realize we probably only get Supreme Court reform if the Democrats win, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying is that the Supreme Court angle is if I were a liberal and I fucking really, really wanted to convince people to fucking vote for blue no matter who, I would be talking about the Supreme Court implications
Okay,
because
let's talk about the Supreme
You
Court.
do
Why
know
doesn't it?
that
Why
the
doesn't that
full
argument work?
Supreme
Why?
Court ruling on the immunity thing only
He
just said that
applies
argument
to-
works.
Myself.
Only
That's what you should be
to-
focused
No,
on.
but he's still not
the
voting
Supreme
blue. Like,
Court ruling only applies to official actions under the Constitution, right? The immunity thing, it doesn't just apply to anything.
wow, that's
What the fuck
crazy.
is an
Wow.
official official presidential action
Yeah,
though? Like they
what-
didn't lay
what
that
if
out.
Wait, Nader, I'm
It
just
still has to be.
Nader,
It still
Nader.
has to be legal under the Constitution.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be legal. It just has to be
Yes,
within
it
the president's
does.
conclusive. No, it doesn't. If the president orders his DOJ to assassinate Nancy Pelosi, that's unreviewable. Unreviewable. It's within the conclusive
Nope,
and preclusive
nope,
authority of the president.
nope.
No, Robert specifically mentioned this.
That is
the,
not
the
authorized.
legality of an
an
action doesn't
authorized
matter.
power
Whether or
of
not
the
a generally
president
applicable
under the
law.
Constitution.
The
That is
Supreme Court
not
already
what it
ruled
is.
any conversation that he has with his DOJ is unreviewable, absolutely immune. Doesn't matter if it's illegal or illegal at all. And for any action that's an
Okay.
official act, but is but outside of the conclusive and preclusive authority, the test is to overcome the presumptive immunity the president has for that is if intruding imposes any threat to the executive's functioning. Nothing about the constitutionality of it matters. All that matters is whether it poses any threat to the executive functioning. That's what matters. Okay. Is he talking? Can I just not hear him?
I don't think he's replied yet. He's muted. Might have gone.
Well,
another
I
call.
mean, I don't think he has a response to that.
We'll see.
Right.
Give him time.
We could all
Shit
agree
comes
it's
up.
gay. I think we could all just. Can we all agree it's gay?
No, because gay would mean happy, and I'm not happy about this at all. Actually, how the fuck is Red gay? Because he's never happy. What the fuck? I feel like I feel fucking misled.
No,
Boys,
I've been fucking spiraling lately. Okay, this shit
Yeah.
coming out from the right is insane.
True.
And
I
I hate
just
it.
want to quote it real quick. Nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. So it doesn't matter if it's illegal or not. It doesn't matter at all. If it's within the conclusive and preclusive authority of the president, you're fucked. It absolutely immune. Unreviewable.
It's fucked.
Non-fun
Whatever.
breathe?
Like the
No,
Supreme
I won't
Court
breathe,
is
'cause
fucked,
these
and
fuck-
it needs to be like. I think every side can agree
These people
that
are
it needs.
these people are
it
insane.
needs
They don't
some
care. They
type
don't
of
care about
change.
anything
Like,
good Biden's done.
It's just what type
10
of
good things
change.
Biden's done, and they don't care. They don't care. At
I
all.
think we would see better
called it
change under
so
the
hard
Democrats.
when I
to be
literally
honest.
said
they're
I'm gonna
probably
bring up the
going to hold
fact that
them
he
to.
mentioned that
You know,
he
like they're the
I did
ones
two
that might be
things.
able to hold them to.
Okay, I don't care. I did this 2 times where I called out and I said, I'm going to mention the drone strikes, and they're going to say they don't care at all. They're going to completely dismiss it. I mentioned the drone strike, they completely dismissed it. They didn't care at all. They don't care. They don't care at all. I mentioned I mentioned that I was going to lay it out on argument and say, well, don't you think Trump is kind of a threat to democracy? Don't you guys think if you want to change the system that you should probably vote against a person who's an actual threat to democracy? And I said, you know what I said? I literally said that they're going to say it's corrupt anyway. It doesn't matter. And that's exactly what Casey said. Casey just said, what democracy? What democracy? They don't care. No, they don't deserve me breathing. Okay, they don't deserve it.
He's already done. Already fucking done, man.
Bro.
Holy shit. I don't know. But that's just the point. Like I'm just trying to give a tip to you guys that if you want to win people over, that's probably the most like it has the most amount of major things that everybody has heard about. It's something that everybody can fucking relate to, and it's a real
All right,
threat.
I'm back.
That
Sorry, I had
happen.
another call
Okay, but
from
you
my
don't-
storm chase team.
Why don't you subscribe to that argument? Why don't you vote blue no matter who, despite the Supreme Court that you seem to disagree with so
I
much?
live luckily in a state where I don't have to vote
Oh
blue
my
no
God.
matter who.
Okay.
Yeah, other than
wait,
that
how
decision,
else are you voting,
other
then?
than that decision,
I'm voting
everything
third party
else the
to
Supreme Court has
fluff
decided
out
has
the
been
numbers of
great.
third party.
Okay. Wait. Then why don't you still rally behind Kamala? Like, why don't you or whoever do you want the Democratic nominee to be? Just say
Because people
Hey,
that aren't in
audience.
swing states, I want to tell them to fuck. Oh, yeah, okay, fine. Audience, if you're in a
Everything-
swing
everything
state,
other than
vote
the
blue.
immunity
If you're
decision.
not,
Okay.
vote third party. There
Wow.
you go.
Everything other than the immunity decision by the Supreme Court has been fantastic.
what it really
Jesus
the
Christ.
14th Amendment ballot access one. Do you and also the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe v. Wade.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeesh. That's rough to hear.
Baited
I
nom
think it
nom.
should be a state-based thing.
Okay.
Shouldn't be federal.
Yeah, are you doing okay though, Red Radius? Man, I've seen your
What
like
do you mean?
demon arc thing that you're talking
Yeah,
about. Like,
I am on a demon arc, okay? Because it's way more fun to yell at these disgusting fucking people than it is to sit down and be like, okay, I know you guys think the election was stolen. I know this, I know that. I don't fucking care. Okay,
And
these
I
people
can't
are
wait
traitors.
for
These
some of
people
the
hate the
decisions.
country. These people hate freedom. These people hate democracy, and they have everything that's fucking coming to them.
I can't wait for
Face,
some of the
face.
decisions coming up on.
is that a
gun laws.
political
It's
violence
gonna be
threat?
great
Can we
when they make red flag laws
Not,
unconstitutional.
not in any way a threat. I'm not saying people
It's not a
shouldn't engage in
threat.
political violence.
No, I
but,
know.
I would
I'm
even,
into
I
it.
explicitly don't think people should engage in political violence. Even if Trump is elected, I think he should do
Unbased.
nonviolent protest. But I mean, I'm like, do I really care if someone dies while supporting an insurrectionist? Well, I mean, I don't really care that much. Like, I care
Oh
way more
boy!
about
Oh, Destiny
Like-
take. Please don't get me banned. Please don't get me banned.
Destiny is right, okay?
I don't know. Shut the fuck up. I don't care.
Destiny's
I
a
know why
fucking
I like
retard.
being on Twitch.
Retard
I like
went to
being on
a
Twitch.
And he's
insurrectionist
banned.
rally.
Destiny's a fucking retard.
I like being on Twitch.
So
Let's
somebody
please
should
not
get
do this.
killed for their political beliefs. That's
No,
fucking
that's
wonderful.
not what he said. That's
I'm
not
just
what I
saying, like, I
said.
have way more sympathy for like
That
someone who
is what
dies
he
in Syria
said.
because
That is
Well,
not what he
whatever
said. He said,
That is
I'm saying,
exactly
I don't
what
have any
he said.
sympathy for that, okay?
Everybody,
I don't care about these
trigger
arguments.
in here. Just know
That
that
is
he got banned
exactly
for
what
saying
he
what he
said.
said. So don't.
Yeah, he probably got banned because a bunch of
banned and
right-wing retards mass reported him, okay? That,
It's
Good.
not.
That's
It's
what
not
happened.
okay to say that an American citizen deserved to fucking get shot while he was protecting his
one-
family
no
because he
one
went to a
said
fucking
deserved.
rally of an
deserved.
ex-president.
No one said deserved.
Deserved it. Has no
No
sympathy
one said
for it.
deserved.
God was
Yeah, I have no
coming to
sympathy.
him.
There you go.
Whatever. The
Yeah, God was coming to him.
You
blah,
just
blah,
fucking
blah.
picked how you want to
Exactly.
fucking phrase it. Yeah, zero sympathy. Oh, shrug. Whatever. Fuck.
exactly.
Shouldn't have
true.
gone to the rally.
If
I
you
guess,
support
eh?
that shit, you can go fuck yourself.
Can someone link
Did
the
you get
original
it with
clip
this
I
of
hope you
Destiny
get
saying
what's
that?
coming from you.
So the original is going to be was it a tweet? It was the first on Twitter, I think.
Oh no, he said it during a live stream too, and he got banned from Kick. He got banned from Kick, and other media platforms are saying that they will ban people for saying something similar. So I'm just trying to warn people: let's not say the thingy, dance around it. Just don't say the thingy. Because I like being on.
Is a great tool.
I'm not great at dancing. I was gonna say that.
I don't fucking care. Chop your ass off.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Chop like democracy.
I'm making a
depends
joke
on-
because you said dancing. So it's a joke. Calm down.
Also, Red, I do want to invite you to something that might be cathartic at the tonight when I stream again. If I don't just continue streaming, because this is fucking fun. I
We don't
will
get
be
banned.
I will be transitioning into a point where I'm going on my biggest conservative rant I've ever gone on. So,
See,
like,
those kind of takes, like
We'll
what
see.
Destiny had, and what you guys just said, literally
I don't fucking care.
push people like me to, maybe I shouldn't vote third party. Maybe I should vote Trump.
it's bad optics, but I mean, like, yeah.
Just because then you would get what's coming to you for the shit you're saying.
Oh yeah, what's coming to me?
Bro, yep.
Oh boy. What's coming to you is that what Nader is saying, that people are going to just not vote or vote against you if you're like super hostile towards them.
Okay.
Whether or not you would agree with Trump or agree with the people who support them or whatever, at this point in time, if he did something so fucking drastically he was not he's allowed to fucking run for president. So we have people that are just engaging in their right to fucking engage in our fucking democracy for whatever reason. They like the guy.
In their right to democracy to help destroy democracy. Yeah, go on.
How is engaging in the democracy helping to destroy
What's wrong with democracy destroying democracy?
Trump tried to
That's what it
overturn the
does.
2020 election. In theory, like until the Supreme Court rewrote the fucking 14th Amendment, he shouldn't have even been constitutionally eligible to run. But
Well, really quick. Is it okay for a democratic country or whatever to vote an impossibility of democracy? Is that against democracy?
What do you
Wait,
mean
can
against
you
democracy?
restate that?
It's undemocratic,
Yeah,
but it's like
say there's a democratic country that decides to have a ability for unelected officials to make it so that no more officials can be elected. Is that democratic or
No, that's
Can you
not
vote
democratic.
yourself out of democracy democratically? Is that
No.
Right.
It's a democratic
Okay.
act, but it's defeating democracy.
the decision is undemocratic, even if it's made in a democratic way. Yeah.
So it's possible for democratic decisions to destroy the function of democracy?
Yeah, that's my whole argument. That's what Trump tried to do, to be clear.
Why is that bad?
Because I like
Because democracy is good?
Why?
I think it's really good at protecting natural rights and also reining in market forces whenever, I think it's a really good counter to the bad parts of capitalism. Yeah, what else? I don't know.
But by definition, completely capable of destroying itself on its own without any outside forces.
Which is why we don't have pure democracy. We have representative democracy with a bunch of different limits.
Yeah, like we have protection.
It's already the
14th Amendment says that insurrectionists can't run for office, but
Yeah. Pure democracy definitely it's not a pure democracy, but it's a wider term.
We have protections from tyranny of the government, and we also have protections from tyranny of the majority. Yes, welcome to a constitutional democracy. Woohoo!
So the maximization of the thing that you like is something that doesn't work.
Yeah.
What?
In most ideologies,
can't be our highest value.
No,
yes,
maximizing a
at some
specific
margin,
ideology
democracy becomes
usually
bad.
doesn't
At
work.
some margin, drinking water also becomes bad. Yes, welcome to marginal thinking. Yes.
Well, you can't tell me democracy is good if we have to.
You can't tell me
democracy
water's good if I drink 10 million liters of water and I fucking explode. Like,
you would drown first, probably.
Or
have kids. Actually, no.
Is actually a thing.
You would have your kidney shut down actually first because they couldn't process all the water. I've seen this before.
Yep, and
one
then
time
your
in a
brain
hospital.
swells and you know you die.
I've seen it only
happen
happen once in my life. It's insane. But anyway, yeah. This is heated. Red, did I get an answer to you being around for the Republican rant section of the stream later?
Maybe it'll depend. I have to,
So I'm pretty pissed at the conservative narratives lately, and just like the people supporting the Republican Party or whatever the fuck the Republican Party looks like at the moment. And I just wanted to really get it off my chest and vent a bit. Just
they're traitors. They hate democracy, etc., etc.
Like, let me see if I can find like what I sent to Gorp because or Legate. It was Legate. I don't think Legate's gonna want to be on after how much I was fucking pissed at him yesterday. So
he mentioned it being online today, and that you guys were supposed to talk about something or something.
Oh, okay, sweet. Hopefully he'll be around for that. Yeah, he was around to try to at least make it somewhat fair to like steelman conservatives and Republicans, but I mean, I just want to fucking yell. I really do.
Who's he voting for? Is he voting? I guess
he's voting. He says he's voting Trump for. He said he's voting Trump only for gun rights. That's literally what.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to yell. I like him. I don't want to yell at him.
He says the only things that matter to him is gun money and
gun. He supported fucking.
He supported the bump stock ban.
He supported red flag laws. Yeah,
wait, also,
that.
Also, the Republican Party dropped gun rights in their gun right promises after the Trump shooting. So I asked him. I literally sent that to him, and I asked him, "Are you still voting Trump?"
Yeah,
and
he's a piece of garbage on gun rights.
Wait,
Trump on that too.
I mean, Gorps is a gay libertarian, right? He's not voting Chase Oliver, who's also a gay libertarian. Like,
Gorp's voting third party. Legate is voting Trump. Supposedly. So this is what I said to Legate. I said, no, I originally was going to just plan on a huge rant because I've been bottling up emotions about Republicans and just in general with other shit in life. And it's all just bullshit. I hate the establishment and I hate Democrats and Republicans, but I think Republicans have been riding it too high lately and been getting too many dubs and too much leeway in the fucking media. It's so insane. I'm so upset because both sides are bad and interconnected in the top 1%, but people treat the entire movements as if it's both sides are equal. Just because liberals can talk a little preachy and stupid sometimes, but one side actively is packing the Supreme Court and openly talking about taking away our rights and making radical Christian nationalist moves, while the other just wants to force black people into black trans people into movies. So while I agree at the top level, these corporate politicians are basically the same. The lower level you get, the bigger the divide is in beliefs and policies. And to reiterate, the extreme difference in how nonsensical it is to even consider the platform as legitimate, the Republican platform as a legitimate party. Like I was fucking mad. I was fucking mad when I was trying to look at. It's so fucking stupid. It's actually, I'll fucking go on the rant a little bit now.
Wait, when are they going to join VC at some point? Or are you going to yell at them?
Yeah.
Or? Okay.
They're
when
going
are
to
you
join
doing that?
VC. I'm going to fucking bitch about Republicans, and he's going to try to fucking steel man why he's still going to fucking vote Republican and vote for Trump. Despite everything I'm going to say about how fucking stupid it fucking is. Like, this is the fucking level of it. People are like, oh, it's fucking both sides. It's fucking both sides are fucking bad. But one side is just like, hey, let's have more fucking gay pride parades, and I'm going to fucking force posters into schools that show just like boys kissing, all right? That's not as fucking bad as Republicans trying to take away your right to fucking contraceptives. It's not the fucking same thing. It's not. I hate people that act like it's the same fucking thing.
Wait, when is this happening? I want to be there, bro.
It's fucking. It gets me so worked up. I'm so. I went off on Stack a little bit about it too. He wasn't like defending conservatives or anything. I just got really pissed one day when driving and talking. So.
You might have been cut out part of this. You might have been going through an area where it cut out because I don't remember you going off.
It was the other day when I was walking around my apartment complex, and then I got into my car to go pick up like mashed potatoes and a pot pie.
I don't know. I don't remember this.
Motherfucker. Well,
you all conservatives want to take away the contraceptive rights?
No,
well, probably not all.
But it's the platform has been pushing for it, and that's what's important. Now, obviously, not all conservatives want to, but the fact that we consider that the Republican platform as a legitimate platform right now, after all the things that's been testing and pushing, is just fucking ridiculous. If we actually believe in rights in America, and we actually believe in freedoms, in a little bit of moving into a like progressive way, there is nothing about the Republican platform that demonstrates freedom, right? Like the most recent thing of fucking forcing a religion onto schools. What was that, like Oklahoma or something, where you have to? Yeah, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Separation of state and church, and now they're gonna be forcing what is it? The fucking what did they say? It was a poster. What was it? The Ten Commandments. I don't care right now. What they were forcing them to put up at a certain size and width.
I was just yelling at leftists to fucking vote for Biden, and
is that terrible?
I'm gonna yell at conservatives to vote for Biden.
That is.
I don't
this
care
is
the
the leeway
at this point. I'm voting no matter who. I don't
that
care.
we're giving them when it comes to testing the fucking certain things.
I don't have a strong
and
opinion
it just becomes worse and worse. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, you could be like, is a porn ban? It's just porn, right? But it's the implications of them trying to make corporations collect your ID, have mandatory fucking IDs to enter fucking porn, and then next it's their the abortion fucking ban that they're going to push for on the federal level because state wasn't enough, and then they're going to fucking test the grounds for banning gay marriage. And it's just
it's almost like they hate freedom and democracy and the Constitution and everything else that's good about our country.
The attack on polls and trying to make it so you can't vote online, or that if you're a military member that you can't vote if you're overseas. For fucking military members, god damn it. The constant attack of the Constitution lately that's come from Trump and fucking Vivek Ramaswamy. So now the Constitution, the thing that at one point the Republicans were so fucking staunch about the Constitution, but now everybody is willing, after Trump flirt with the idea that maybe not all amendments are fucking needed. Maybe we can get rid of the constant attack off of on immigration, that they take away the avenues of legal immigration into the country, but then they fucking complain about illegal immigrants coming in when they took away the legal methods of entering this fucking country. It's nonsense. And then you put sanctions on their countries, flood them with drugs and guns, and then you wonder why people are fleeing to get a better fucking life. It's the way that Republicans run this country will fucking kill us. Democrats are fucking horrible
much
too.
Everything except like online voting is genuinely sucks just because it has really
and
a
Democrats
lot of
are
points
bad
of
too.
attacks.
Democrats are not doing any of those things.
They're
Or
bad.
anything close.
But
Or
they ain't
anything
that
close.
bad. They ain't that bad.
I liked your unhinged rant, but I have many disagreements.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, aren't you like a religious nationalist? I'm sure that you would definitely not like some of the stuff I said.
Oh,
yeah.
A fucking course, dude. Why not?
You guys haven't had
Just
Aristotle in your chat before? Like,
nope.
Oh.
I have. I know Aristotle. I don't think he's a bad person. I think a lot of his values actually line up with mine. He just thinks that you can achieve it from a religious perspective. I disagree. I heavily disagree. Because my values are that I want to bring back communities to the United States. We have sabotaged community and family in the United States. We have sabotaged the working class, and we have sabotaged a fair democratic process. There's too much money in politics. The systems built in place are to hand feed you a selection of candidates that will always be establishment candidates and always work for the establishment. The rich will always get richer.
Number did well.
The wealth
Yeah, I agree with
distribution will always lean in one till, and like the amount of resources will dry up, and eventually when it does dry up, it's gonna be you're poor, or you're not fucking poor, and then you know what's gonna happen? Fucking war. They're gonna start killing people, and everything that we have, all this nice shit, is gonna be fucking ruined. And just because we couldn't put some moderation in place, it's all ridiculous, but. I hate this country sometimes. I hate it.
Well,
federally
I have
backed sex
about one of your
coupons.
base-
Let's get
I-
federal backed sex coupons going.
That's right. Fuck it, fuck it. Happy endings for everybody. All right, we're gonna subsidize the massage parlors. You get a massage, a happy ending, and then use that post nut clarity to vote.
I have a question about one of your. I have a question about one of your basic ideas that seems to be coming in conflict with most of what you're saying. You're saying that nationalism is bad, but all of your questions are about the condition of this country. So why would you care about the condition of this country if you're more internationalist than nationalist?
Because I care about the
in the
people
world.
where
Why
I
do you
live
care
as
about
well,
here?
but I also care about other. I do not think that we should exploit other countries just because it benefits us. Because I mean, in the
I
end,
don't agree with that either.
But at the same time, of course, I'm going to care about the country I live in. I live here and I care about the people here, but I also care about the people abroad. You can care about both.
Can you prioritize them?
Yeah, you can prioritize your local area first.
What should be
I live
first?
here. Your local area first, of course.
That makes you a nationalist, or at least
How?
a localist.
How?
If you prioritize those things which are closest to you and the people that are closest to you, especially the people in your nation, that by definition makes you a nationalist, not an internationalist. If you see no difference between the people that are closest to you and the people that are in sub-Saharan Africa or something, that would make you an internationalist. If you're willing to forego your everything for you for someone that lives in sub-Saharan Africa, if you're just as concerned about their issues as you are yours, that makes you an internationalist. I don't think the internationalist position is even doable for anyone. I don't think you can be an internationalist truly.
You could have some base level.
I fully admit I'm a nationalist. I'm an American exceptionalist.
Nader is for sure, but you could have some base level you could think that America first, America, what's good for America, but just have a limit to the extent that you're willing, is it that, are you going to kill? So you don't care about some African person
don't hurt other
because
people.
so you could have money but but that's what the NLK said. Like, what's not hard, to exploit what there's things that like make life worse for them than it would be if we weren't there, whatever. Like, you could be a you could
Those
be
are Democrats in
somewhat a
democracy. They
nationalist. You could
bullied
be
their
believe in
elected candidate
America
out. True.
and doing better, and believe that America should be doing better or whatever it is, and then but also care about the other people. Like, I don't think
but
that
it's their priority. Take care of yourself first, and then take care of the guy across the street. Secure your own mask before you scare someone else's when the plane's going down.
Yep.
Of course, but don't hurt other people in other countries. Why would anyone want to do that?
Yeah, but that's natural for like pretty much everyone. It makes the term nationalist useless, which is why we put the line a bit further towards the more radical nationalism, so that the term becomes useful again. I agree that
I don't think it is
everyone. Nationalist is not a useful term if you say that 99% of people in the world are nationalists, and based on the description I heard, that's pretty much it, because pretty much everyone cares about their community or their country or their nation or whatever first and foremost, and then they care about the world.
Right. What's wrong with that? I think
nothing's wrong with that. I think that's great.
I think what becomes really wrong with that is when we have internationalist or globalist countries where you and your hometown are working for a factory where the primary benefits of that factory goes somewhere overseas. That in a way makes for internationalism, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's more likely that the single person that owns that company is going to take the majority of the benefit, siphon it away to help it with their interests.
Yeah, exactly.
Form,
and in some trickle-down way, it still goes to your community, to your nation, or an individual in that community. Any kind of globalist, internationalist, quote-unquote, action more or less still benefits the person doing it and their community in some way. So, like, even if you're doing something globalist, in most cases, even like U.S. supporting Israel, it's still in U.S. interests. It helps U.S. on the global scale.
Debatable. How so? They got a lot of resources over there in Israel.
Yeah, I mean,
highly
you just
debatable.
mentioned like the
no, not resources, just reputation. Go ahead.
Reputation?
I mean,
for being war criminals and ignoring international law? What?
You just mentioned the
supporting
semiconductor. Israel
why
has a
they,
lot of chip fabs. There's also a lot of military intelligence that we probably get from them and being allied with them.
They fucking steal all our shit. They're leeches. But anyway, no, it's shit. It's shit. We don't need them. They're fucking nowhere from. They have all the enemies. Why does everyone hate us? Because of fucking Israel. Why did they do 9/11? Because they were pissed off with the bunch of shit that Israel did. No. That's the fucking God's honest. What the top of fucking Osama's list? Fucking numerous people on those fucking planes decided fucking Israelis atrocities for being radicalized. Like, what Israel has a full fucking list of enemies, and by us supporting them,
they have the same enemies as we do. That a
lot of
we're standing in a united front against them. Like, I don't think we have.
Where's the benefit?
Because we support Israel. Well, if we have the same enemies as Israel, if we're aligned with Israel, that's probably going to help us, right?
Why do we have the same enemies as Israel?
Because they have a very anti-American views.
Right, creating our own enemies.
Oh, gee, I wonder.
Let's create
many
our
men.
enemies.
Which death upon me.
The U.S. is great at creating our enemies.
Yeah,
it's what we do.
Enemies. I don't know.
It's a good story narrative. You got to have an enemy.
Even if the Middle Eastern countries weren't baited by U.S. aggressive politics in the Middle East, they still have overtly anti-American, anti-Western views. So, like,
yes, we overthrew Iran's government. We invaded Iraq. We've been bombing Yemen and Syria. They hate us because we've been fucking with them, and we've been and arguably, Israel's been prodding us for all the things. Not that Iran was mostly.
U.S. wouldn't be able to do a lot of the stuff in Middle East if there weren't locals who supported those actions. Good example is Syria, which still has a pro-U.S. government fighting with the pro-Russian government, fighting with terrorists, etc., etc. Like,
how did we get the pro-U.S. governments there? Just out of curiosity.
In Syria?
In Syria?
Well, the
say
Middle East in general, but yeah, we could go Syria if that's where. Since we were on Syria already.
I don't know specific
mostly
Syria. I know,
anti.
especially
I
during the
think
Cold War, I know we did coups and shit, like in 1953 in Iran, and yeah.
Like
I mean,
the Syrian situation wasn't a coup. The Syrian government, as far as I know, I'm not that knowledgeable about this, was formed just in opposition to Assad, who was supported by Russia. And Russia does explicitly support Assad and basically tries to monopolize all of the political landscape there, but to him. So like that's just a coalition of really broadly the pro democratic forces. That's the U.S. aligned Syria.
Who are the people who you're referring to? Pro-democratic forces? I'm sure they call themselves that.
like the Kurds in Syria, they're probably
I
more
like
democratic.
I'm fine with supporting the Kurds, but everyone else is like it's the same old shit. They're just some enemy of our enemy would give them weapons. In 5 years, we'll be blowing them up. The same cycle of shit.
Most of the guys who began to blow US back up and the US are blowing up now are fighting that Syrian government. So I mean, it could happen twice, but I doubt it. Twice meaning twice in a row, with the group actively fighting the group that was more or less created by the US.
Maybe we could not kill people. That'd be great.
Nah.
Yeah, it's difficult just because
not kill people.
Yeah, if
I mean,
someone's
that
killing,
person's
if someone's
jihadist, then,
committing
like,
terror,
I don't know, maybe.
yeah, exactly. If you don't do proliferation of forces in the Middle East, you will have more terrorist attacks on U.S. soil. So,
what do we think that the current dollar value of the amount of money that we've sent to Israel over the last 50 years? I bet I think it's probably
include inflation.
The last 50
today's
years
value.
is probably a lot.
Like
I don't know.
we
It'd
were
probably be
sending
over
billions
100 billion. I think we give them $3
Yeah,
billion
I always
a
think
year,
so
and we
too.
have for the past like 10 years.
Adjust for inflation.
It's I'm not gonna
Adjust
actually do
for
the math,
inflation.
but it's so much.
Well, no, first,
But
that,
also,
in
I mean, $2.1
1972,
trillion
a dollar-
were exports to Israel in 2022. So, you know, probably some economic benefit to it, you know. Just saying.
Nope.
But especially because we
If
have a
you
free
adjust
trade deal
for
with Israel.
inflation-
Oh, there's no benefit to $2.1 trillion in exports to Israel? There's no benefit to that? No economic benefit?
These nominal terms are just confusing.
If we don't support their entire existence, then so we could export things to them. That's why we do that. So
No, Israel sucks.
Yeah,
Being
agreed.
aligned with them probably incentivizes us to trade with them more. It probably, like, if we weren't
we could
as
be aligned.
with
Why don't
them-
we be aligned with our neighbors, our actual fucking neighbors?
We are aligned with our neighbor. We also have free trade with, semi-free trade with Canada and Mexico.
Until
I have a
NAFTA
question.
was fucked.
We have a redeemed question over here. We have how does everybody feel about armpit hair on women? Apparently, just to kind of derail this a little bit.
Shave that shit, Jesus Christ!
I think armpit hair is disgusting on everybody. I think men and women.
Facts based.
I'm not
Married men are
especially attracted
beautiful.
to it, but you know, if she's voting blue, no matter who, then maybe we can still talk.
Okay.
Also, Casey is being accused of making shit up. So we got a few things in here.
What did I make up?
So the first comment was, I don't like Israel either, but don't lie. The U.S. benefits from the relationship with Israel.
How?
And then
How?
And then, Israel is like in the top 10 to top 20 economies in the world. Well, that's because they take all of the U.S.'s money.
Look,
Then they don't need our fucking $3 billion every year. Holy fuck!
I have the entire solution to this thing. We just give.
Is it a final solution?
We give the we give the Gazans nukes, and just let them and Israel have at it.
Yeah,
That's called a
molten
zero
sand.
state solution.
Zero
for-
state solution.
No,
Exactly.
no. That'll fucking solve it, right?
Let's
there,
just
baby.
say that sand melts at
Peace.
30, 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's really beautiful
Dukes for
when it
peace.
does.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh,
Give me a-
goodness.
keep the shit tossed, boys. Also, to Casey, what is this dude on? You can call out their bullshit without making shit up. So,
Hold
that
on.
is-
If someone's gonna say that we benefit from Israel, from our relationship with Israel more than our detriment to Israel, which is with the whole, then give an example.
You've
Because
heard the boy,
the fact that we trade with them, we trade with everyone. With the where they are on our like fucking top export countries by pretty far down. The fuck, they're really far away, and they're just paying us with our own
think they're
fucking
that
money.
far down.
What the fuck? They're what?
They were like
probably like
0.7% of all our exports. Israel exports U.S.
just give it to Latin America. I'm sure they'd want it. Plus, there are direct neighbors. We should probably, that would solve so many problems. If we treated fucking Latin America like we treat fucking Israel, maybe we wouldn't have so many illegal immigrants coming over. Maybe we would have cheaper goods and produce. Maybe we'd have actually freedom of movement that would fucking boost the economy. The US dollar would be widely adopted, have more homogeny, and we'd be able to crush out a lot of the cartel and drug problems. Dude, that would be so fucking wild.
True. I mean, I agree. I think we
I
should
want
be
a
treating
friend-
our
I want
neighbors
a-
better. I think we should probably be investing in these countries to try to make them more stable.
Yeah.
But
I want to French kiss Latin America. That's all. I'm saying.
Yeah, what's wrong with brown people? We should like brown people more.
true.
We do. We like India because there are bodies that throw at China in a war.
But what about America? Like South America. We need more South America.
We do. We do.
Oh, he's this guy, motherfucker's a Zionist. Like they're of geopolitical importance, the only liberal democracy in the fucking region. Motherfucker, they're so fucking liberal that you can't marry outside your fucking race. That's how fucking liberal they are. A democracy will 4 million fucking Palestinians haven't had a single fucking vote or a single fucking human right for 50
wait, are they in
fucking
Israel?
years.
They're in occupied Israel.
Yeah. They're very liberal to the fucking people that they fucking are.
Isn't there an Arab party in the set or whatever it's called, the parliament?
I'm talking about it doesn't matter how many fucking black people that are free if you fucking have 4 million of them that are not free.
Well, I'm like, don't you think Israel's probably more liberal than like all these other countries like Iran and Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, they're not.
I don't. They're not the liberal. They're not the liberal fucking democracy. You can't marry outside your race. For Christ's fucking sake, that's not a
liberal
fucking
democracy is
liberal
a spectrum, right?
democracy.
Even if you can't marry outside your race, then maybe.
Can you source that?
Yeah,
I never heard. Not
exactly. I think he's probably talking about within the occupation, but
no, inside Israel.
No, you can't marry outside your religion. Not
it's
race.
apparently
No,
yeah.
They're two different things.
That's how it's written. But no. I will
Race
link
and
you
religion
video.
are two different
They
things.
don't.
I'm not saying either.
No. That's how it's written.
They do recognize it if you go abroad,
but it's not race. It's religion.
No. It's race. I could pull up a video. Two Christians. It's a blog of theirs. They had two Christians, one Jewish, one Muslim. They had to go to Cyprus to get married, but they're both Christians.
That's
the way it's
one
written.
video. That doesn't.
No.
Evidence.
I mean, I could. I'm just. That's just like you could just see them talking about having to do with the way that it's written is that it. But the way that is that it's a religion, but the way that it's executed is that it's race. So, I'll find a better source, I guess. Give me a second, but I could say this with 100% certainty.
Can we move that down to 99%?
Those states were a religious value or a liberal value.
And like again,
and by the way, the
spectrum. So
like
you can say
a lot
there are
of
things that make Israel
a lot of
less
Jewish
liberal
people
democracy
aren't
than
even
other
fucking
people, but-
religious. Like most Zionists, most like half of them are secular anyway. So someone without the fucking religion, and if Jews marry each other, it's fine. But it's even though one is religious and one's not. Like just inherent in that same religion, whatever. Half the people aren't religious. It doesn't even fucking make sense. I'm finding you a better source, but we could also use our
Sounds
brains
like
here.
Also, like
we need
in
to just get
Iran,
rid of
Muslim
religion.
women can't wear it.
I don't give a fuck about Iran. I don't give a fuck about Iran.
Okay,
we're
what
talking about
is
Israel
whether
right now.
Israel is the only democracy in the middle, or only liberal democracy in the
We're
Middle
talking about
East.
whether
So,
they're a fucking liberal society.
Sounds like we
well,
need
they're
to get
definitely
rid of
more
religion,
liberal than most other
and that would
societies, right?
solve it.
I mean, in the area. Or do you
You
disagree
know,
with that?
Consider that a liberal
if
democracy.
you think Israel is liberal, then North Korea is liberal.
Oh my god,
that's what
Yeah,
I'll
man.
say. That's what I'll fucking say.
I like the
Compare- is
democratic fascist state of Israel.
Can you name a less liberal country in Eastern Asia than North Korea?
Cyprus?
I can name a.
Eastern Asia.
Eastern
Wait,
Asia.
least or more
Less liberal country than
North Korea?
Yeah. Because I can name less liberal countries than Middle East than Israel easily.
all of them.
So I'm not sure. Why do we say that if Israel is a liberal society and liberal democracy, then North Korea is as well? It's just.
Why do I say
obviously, that?
Yeah. Because North Korea affords more rights and liberties to their citizens than Israel does to the Palestinians that they occupy.
No, they don't. Do North
Oh, wait.
Koreans have a non? Okay,
North Korea
like,
grants more rights to its citizens than Israel does to non-citizens. That's crazy, bro. Dude, that's
To
wild.
Palestinians.
Oh my
I said
God,
to
what?
Palestinians.
You said to Palestinians it occupies.
Yes.
Those aren't
Yeah, sure.
citizens. It's a military occupation.
North Korea literally.
Wait, did you say they're not
literally
citizens
killed
or are citizens?
an
They're
American
not.
teenager
In the
for
occupied territories,
ripping
they're
a
not
poster.
citizens.
I mean, it is a very specific set of circumstances I'm talking about here. I'll give you that, but
So here,
Okay,
the
what is
religious-based
testes then?
restriction on marriage becomes equivalent to an anti-miscegenation law when the bloodline requirement to be considered Jewish enough for marriage to another Jew by an Orthodox Jewish rabbinical court is also taken into account. So they say it's religious, but it's a fucking blood test for fucking if you're Jewish or not. So that it's just conflating Jewish with religion and
No,
race.
it's religious, but within the
That's race.
religious institution,
that's
they
race.
have additional. It's ethnicity, but it's within the religious institution. It would be like the most sense it would make is if the marriage could just be a contract, and any institution could make that. They could arrange that contract. Because still, like any religious institution that's recognized within Israel can make such a contract. If you're Muslim, you can marry, and
No,
obviously
only certain ones are though, and none of the ones that are allowed to marry people
and it's a
people are
process.
allowed to. It's a process to keep fucking their bloodline pure because they're fucking Nazis.
No,
That's the
it's a
fucking process.
to
A
recognize
process of
more.
what? To keep bloodlines pure. They're fucking Nazis, motherfucker. You can't marry outside your race in Israel for fuck's sake. God damn.
You can if you're Orthodox and you have another Orthodox person, you can go to the organization of the Orthodox Church in Israel, and you can marry whoever.
Nope, you can't.
Can you give me a source to that? Because I know
Sure.
I know multiple Orthodox people in Israel who married each other quite easily.
holy shit.
Again, I like liberal democracy is a spectrum. I could accept that Israel doesn't. Yeah, I could even accept full stop that Israel doesn't allow interracial marriage. Doesn't make them not a liberal democracy entirely. They're still much more of a liberal democracy than any other state in the region.
They're not the liberal.
What about Cyprus?
What about Cyprus? I guess you can count Cyprus.
Cyprus is more
I mean,
easily more commonly considered European.
Yeah, I also
It's
I mean,
like-
it's occupied by Greece and
Just because-
Turkey, so like it doesn't even count.
Just
as-
because
It's like 30 miles away.
Southern Cyprus, Republic of Cyprus, isn't occupied by Greece. Isn't it in the EU? Cyprus.
Dude, Casey has a way of blowing up my chat over here. Look at this. Everybody here applying to what you've said, Casey.
Cyprus is just Greece.
One sec.
True. Red radius.
They're absolutely liberal with semi-theocratic policies enshrined in law, and I agree being a religion being a religion and ethnicity is fucked up. I disagree with ethno-nationalism. It's not race. You don't understand what the word means. Somebody else says Israel came out of World War II, a global crisis. America's position in the world is likewise defined by its role in the world's war. So what principles are America-Israel's nationalism actually based upon? Because if it's simply internationalism is okay as long as we get paid, then that just seems pretty arbitrary. So where does isolationism actually
in
fit
Israel? Sorry, all Jewish marriages are performed by the Orthodox rabbis. Blah 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 blah. Are not the this is a Reform, Conservative, and other denominations are not officially recognized. As a result, marriages between a Jew and a non-Jew will not be performed by this body, and it's a fucking blood test. Likewise,
by
same-sex
that body
marriages.
By that body, yeah.
That's the
By
only.
that
That's the
body.
only. Those are the.
No, it's
in
not.
Israel,
If you're not Jewish, you can perform a marriage using another body, which many of, including Orthodox Christianity, Eastern, what's the name? Other Eastern brands of Christianity, a bunch of Muslim churches, they can all perform marriages as well. And a lot of those don't have any ethnic requirements. If you want to marry based on the authority of the like Jewish church or whatever it's called, then yeah, sure, they can have any rules that they want, but you can use others. Obviously, ideally, there should be a civil union performed by like whatever, like some kind of other authority, and I agree that that's bad, but it's not ethnically based in every like on a state level. It's a single organization deciding that.
I don't think Israel allows for like civil marriages. Like that's why gay marriage isn't allowed either. But you can get married in Cyprus, and then Israel will recognize it if you come back. But yeah,
I personally don't think marriages should be the state should not have anything to do with marriages. Marriages should just be contracts between people within like that certain organization perform, usually religious, and that's it. So like ideally they would have some other ways of getting married, but sadly they don't. That's the case in a lot of Western countries as well, where you cannot make any kind of marriage, like gay marriage, whatever, and we still consider a lot of those liberal democracies to some degree. So yeah, it's not perfect. No one's saying that it is, but I would still consider it a liberal democracy.
So I'm going to read what I saw from Pew Research, and then also I checked the wiki as well. But Pew Research says no religious intermarriage between Jews and non-Jews is permitted in Israel. Israel's religious authorities, who are the only entities that can perform weddings in the country, are not allowed to marry couples of different faiths. Orthodox Judaism prohibits mixed unions, and all Jewish marriages in Israel are performed by Orthodox rabbis. Other religious authorities in Israel, including those of Muslim and Christian denominations, also do not perform interfaith marriage. And then, so that was one source. The second source says, in Israel, marriage can be performed only under the auspices of the religious community in which couples belong, and interfaith marriages performed within the country are not legally recognized. However, marriages performed abroad or remotely from Israel must be registered by the government.
If you don't care about religion, both convert to Christianity.
How about we just
no, but the first line when it says that the rabbini or whatever, when they perform all Jewish weddings or whatever, but they're not talking about the religion, because half of them aren't religious anyway. It's a blood test. There's a literal fucking blood test. So if you're Christian but with Jewish heritage, then you have to get married in that church, and if you're not marrying another Jew
within Judaism, it's not a blood test within any churches that's recognized. In Christian churches, it's not a blood test. In Islam, if you don't care about religion, convert to like Protestantism, Catholicism.
I'm telling you that it's not actually the religion. They say it's Jew. They say Jewish, but they're talking about the race. They're not even talking about the religion.
I thought you thought
if you're not, no.
That's the case for rabbis.
If you're no, it's every. If you're Jewish in Israel by blood, then you must be married by the rabbis.
By the rabbis.
Like period. Full stop.
Because Israel doesn't recognize civil marriages.
Can you link
that? Is it true that rabbis chew on foreskins?
I can send you videos.
Jesus
you can
Christ.
easily be a Christian Jew. Like it's not, and you can
I
easily
know that's what
marry.
I'm saying.
Holy
No, you can't.
fuck.
You can't.
You can.
What?
There are
Oh my
Christian
God.
Jews
Oh,
in
I
Israel. There are
No, I
Muslim
know
Jews
there's.
in
I
Israel.
know there's. I know there are. You just. But if you're marrying outside your race, you have to go outside of state to do it. That's what I'm fucking saying. Of
Can
course
you,
they're there.
again,
It's
can you
faith.
can you
It's not
source
race.
that?
Wait, the way the law is written, it's faith. It's not race. The reason it ends up acting like race.
But there's a
is 'cause
blood test. Why is there a blood
within-
test if it's
because
if it's
within the Jewish religion,
listen,
the
listen
Jewish
to me,
religion,
listen to me, motherfucker. Half of them aren't.
my
Half
God.
of them aren't religious anyway. Half of them aren't religious
Yes.
anyway.
Yeah,
So
and they
half
can
of-
just convert.
the-
They can just go to a Christian church, say that they're Christian, and marry, and that's it. There's no blood test within a Christian church because it's fucking Christianity.
But you do
If they
understand the
don't
blood
care
test
about
is
religion.
within the Jewish religion. That's because of the Jewish doctrine. That's not because of the state of Israel. That's just because of
it's
the
the state
Jewish.
of Israel.
Oh my God.
But the state of Israel is a Jewish state, so it is because of the doctrine.
It's
Of
a Jew.
Judaism,
If it
yes,
was a
within
Jewish state,
Judaism.
it would have. If it was a Jewish state, it would have Judaism as the only religion allowed. But they recognize that they only would recognize marriages within Judaism. But they recognize marriages within Christianity, within Islam, and within other religions. So it's not
Oh,
a
so
Jewish state in that sense.
So you're saying so if you're not religious, then if you want to get married and you're Jewish, you have to go become a Christian. Is that what you're saying?
You have to go. You have to go to another organization, whatever you want, whatever which other religious organization, whichever one you want, that doesn't require ethnic background checks, and marry through them, and that's it. If you don't care about religion, why would it matter if you're married in a Christian church or if you by
What about the church?
Sorry?
1 second.
Eastern
Wait, I
Orthodox
want to
churches will not
clarify
allow
some
you to get
claims here,
married in their
Casey. Do you
church
mind if I
unless
ask
you're
him?
Eastern Orthodox.
Okay, so are you claiming that everybody has to be the same race? So like if you're or are you just saying it's for Jews only in the area? So like
It's Jews only. If you're
Okay.
Jewish, and you're marrying someone who's not Jewish, they won't marry you.
now if you are
They'll force you.
Wait, now does this count
you're
for the
religiously
Christian thing
Jewish.
that he was
No,
talking
no, no.
about?
I what I mentioned earlier, because I've heard it from the people, and it's a fucking recent video. They're not. It's not a political blog. It's just a blog. It's two Christians. One of them's Jewish and one of them's Arab, and they're like, yeah, we had to go to. It's just like nonchalant. Yeah, we had to go to Cyprus to get the actual wedding done there because we're a different fucking race. And then they had a big ceremony in Israel, but they had to fucking go to Cyprus. Like how do I know it? Because I've heard it from the fucking horse's mouth. And and also if you have to read the thing that the NOK read earlier.
Don't say the horse's mouth. You're gonna get lost in here. Jesus Christ.
The thing that the NOK read earlier, if it was as it stated that it's only if it's only religious, the religion is the only thing they care about, and then why is there a fucking blood test?
Because it's a blood test within Judaism.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense, motherfucker. Why is there a blood test if it's about religion? Holy fuck!
Because within the religion, like you're considered
The
Jewish if you have a
religion.
Jewish mother within the religion, right?
Yes, correct. This
yes,
is correct.
it's within the religion. It's within the within the religion. There are blood elements of it. There's Jewish. Fucking
Yeah,
Jewish
which is
blood.
fucked up. But wouldn't that just prove
wow,
Jesus
religion's
was
messed up.
born?
Wow, we did it, guys. Religion's messed up. Okay, great. Move on. Okay, yes.
No, it's
woohoo.
not. It's not. It's a fucking racism is fucked up. That's
Oh
what
my
the
God.
fuck it is.
Brother, but some religions have racist elements in them, and you can't do anything with that.
Like Judaism.
Yeah, like Judaism is a religion,
Technically racist. Yeah.
but specific.
It
It's
has a new
after
bookshelf. I don't know if
I
you're
mean, if
watching
you
this
have a
right
problem
now,
with after
but, like,
nationalism, you have a
I
problem
have
with
no clue what the
Judaism to
fuck
some
you're talking about.
extent.
So justifying lenient
like,
attitudes towards it should stop. No
Islam
comparison
to a
with the
lesser
rest of the
extent, but
Middle
still a
East
lot
is
of the
necessary
elements are
because they claim they're part of the liberal democratic West.
It's
Like, I
specifically Arab.
think I'm not
so
allowed to
there's some
criticize countries that aren't
ethno-nationalism there
democratic
as
just because
well.
they don't claim
There's
to be part
nothing
of
you
the-
can do
of
about
the-
that
of the-
without changing the
of the West.
fundamental
Like, I
fundamentals
don't
of
care.
that religion.
I have one more clarifying question I need to ask Casey. So are you claiming that somebody who is Jewish by birth, right, but does not believe in the religion would have to have a DNA test or marry outside of the country to marry somebody else who is let's just go with like let's say they're an Iranian Christian, right?
Yes, what I've heard is that if you're not marrying an Arab, you could often get away with it. Like if you're marrying a Canadian.
All right, Syrian Christian, Arab.
Okay. So your point is that even if it's a Jewish person who is not partaking in the faith, they're beholden to this practice, which makes it racial. Yes?
Person who was born to a non-Jew
yes.
is still considered
Okay.
ethnically Jewish and not religiously Jewish.
Now, non-Fawn, and I'm sorry, I can't see the other person's name right now. I'm in a Fortnite game, and I just the person. All right, the other person.
Bert Stein. I think, yeah.
Okay, Bernstein. Do you acknowledge anything to that? Because you guys were talking about people that are who are religiously Jewish. He's talking about people that are ethnically Jewish that do not partake in the faith.
In Judaism, if you have a Jewish mother, you're considered both ethnically and religiously Jewish. If you don't have a Jewish mother, you're only considered ethnically Jewish. That's it.
Yeah, so this makes it racial. But that inherently makes it racial, yes?
How does that?
You just explained the racial thing.
It's about Judaism.
You just explained the racial thing, and when the state forces that on the public, like you want to get like a Jewish person, or whoever, and it's like, hey, I'm not religious, so so I shouldn't. So, but you're counting me as a quote unquote religious Jew, even though they're not quote religious Jew. They're just Jew by blood. That makes it racial.
And it still links like some kind of a source, because the word of mouth arguments that we're saying are explicitly contradicting each other. I know a case where people of other different ethnicities were marrying each other in Israel. Like,
are they Jewish though?
They're Christian.
But were they Jewish
How
by
hard
birth?
is this for you guys to understand? There's no civil marriage, bro.
But both immigrated to Israel because they had a relative at the matrilineal line. So you can immigrate to Israel if you have any relative on your mother's line who is Jewish.
So if you're Jewish,
they had so they had a grandmother or whatever. They immigrated to Israel. They're ethnically considered Jewish by the state of Israel, and they immigrated there and they got married. I think it was 2013 or 14. Might have changed. Something might have happened, but the fact is that
you're describing two people that is the same race. Then are you not? You're saying they're both Jewish, and that so how
they
does
both
that
immigrate? They both immigrated there.
Let me ask you this: Why would they have laws so fucking harshly dependent on religion when half of Israeli Jews aren't even religious? Because the country wasn't found. No. By who? Religious people? No. Say some ignorant shit. Come on.
Some of them were religious. Yes, there were obviously multiple
some of them
of the
were.
Zionist movement. Yeah, I understand. Ben Gurion was the fucking secular Zionist, Soviet, whoever. But I mean, it was founded to be
keep going down the list.
Jewish
Keep
people,
going down
right?
the list. Not a lot of those Zionists were religious. I asked the question. No one answered it.
I don't know how many.
It's obviously rules to like look on paper like it's just a religious thing, but the way that it is executed makes it much harder for race mixing. And when we're talking about the society that is already like pretty fucking racist, and it's a race thing. I mean, anyway, they're not
a race thing within Judaism, not within Christianity or Islam.
A religion, you could opt into a religion or opt out of religion. If you can't be born into a religion. You cannot be fucking ethnically a religion.
You can't, but there are some religions.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I thought you were going to say yes.
I agree. You can't, but there are some religions there's some religions that only allow people of a certain ethnicity to be active participants. So it would be weird for a person who, let's say, is from South Africa and who's black to become a Jew. In Israel, it would be weird. Like like Jews in Israel would consider that weird. But that's the thing about that specific religion. It sounds racist, but that's not the prerogative of the state. That's the prerogative of the religion and the religious leaders and the religious doctrine. You can marry within other religions, and there's no such requirements there. You don't have to be Jewish. You don't have to be anything in order to marry within Christianity or Islam. So I really don't see what the problem there is. If you're not religious, and if you're a religious Jew, it would be weird for you to want to marry someone outside of the religion, because that goes against your religion. You're not a religious Jew then. If you're not religious and your partner is not religious, then you don't fucking care in which institution you marry. And since the Judaism, like since Jewish institutions don't allow you to marry there, then you can marry within Christianity or Islam or whatever other religion that the state of Israel recognizes.
And do you think they recognize?
They recognize Christianity and Islam, definitely.
Yes.
You can
do you
marry.
think they recognize the churches that allow the interracial marriages?
Yes.
You think no, they don't.
How can I cannot imagine a Christian Orthodox church that cares about ethnicity, because this is specifically against any kind of doctrine.
No, they don't. But we're talking about
who's enforcing that?
The government of Israel decides what's married.
Can you link a source where that kind of enforcement is actually like
where Israel decides what marriage is, it recognizes or doesn't recognize? It's Israel. What are you talking about?
A case where they were like that more or less documented case where some Christians weren't allowed to marry because people weren't allowed to marry within a Christian church because they were different. They had different ethnicities, or one of them was Jewish and the other wasn't ethnically. Like, you
want an example? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Just as a source, some kind of a source.
Here,
all right, thank you.
In the chat, in the little
just
chat.
For reference, an Orthodox.
3,500,000 men and women were called into the reserves. Whole cities were evacuated.
Well, actually, maybe they could. Maybe they could.
Orthodox what? Orthodox Jew or Orthodox Christian?
In fact, this is exactly how Rhoda and I met 15 years ago. Rhoda's dad organized a meeting at his church between Arabs and Jews. And some of you might not know this, but I'm a descendant from a Jewish family, while Rhoda of Arab. Yet we're both Israelis. And yes, I had to serve in the military. And when we were getting married, people told us, Jews and Arabs have such different cultures, we don't have anything in common. Your relationship is not going to last, it won't work. In fact, because we were from different races, we could not even legally get married in Israel. Yes, Rhoda and I had to fly to Cyprus to get eloped, then come back to Israel and show them the proper papers that we are already married, and only then Israel recognized our marriage. And then after that, we still did a big wedding ceremony with our pastor. On my side, I had about 30 people in total, most of them.
Okay. So he says race, but really it's probably the faith. It's probably the religious shit. Anyway, okay.
Guy said, like, I've heard it from the fucking horse's mouth from the people actually who went through it. Like that's like
there are 10 officially recognized Christian churches.
Zionism is racism.
Zionism.
Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I'd like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution.
One-state solution would never fucking work because they're two people with different histories, different values, different religions. The idea that you just shove these people to have a state together is fucking absurd. Especially when I don't know why Jews should feel safe in that when every other fucking Arab country has at one point had pretty anti-Jewish policies. Like
solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants.
And Israel has, at least on paper, equal rights for all of its inhabitants. Obviously, the occupation means that the Palestinians in the occupied territories aren't citizens, so the equal rights don't apply to that. But
your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, which the same conclusion: Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive. It means Arabs.
Unique does not mean it's the reason Israel has a unique right to self-determination is because the Israel literally exists as a state to serve as the self-determination for Jewish people. Like,
have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became...
It does not mean that they have no right to self-determination. It's just so, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. The reason nation states exist is so that a nation, a people, can have self-determination. That's the reason a Palestinian state is important, so that the Palestinians can have the right to self-determination. The reason Israel is important is so the Israeli nation / the Jewish nation is has a right to self-determination. Judaism is a really tough identity to nail down. So people argue over whether or not, or people like Judaism is both a religion, ethnicity, and a nation. So when they use the word Jewish, like all these identity things are really hard to work out. Like
a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So, but most certainly, Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
Okay,
basically, but there are more important things. Like I think Taiwan is more important than Israel, for example.
Okay, it's been like a year now, and I still don't get why is it that we had a big old problem when Russia was annexing Ukraine, but now we have no problem when Israel is annexing Palestine.
I mean, I'm pretty sure even the U.S. has condemned the annexations, except for Trump. Trump endorsed the annexation of the Golan Heights, but I'm pretty sure at least the Democrats in the
U.S. support the Arab joint mission to put a peacekeeping force there. That was the latest proposal, at least I read.
Any annexation we don't support, and the UN doesn't support either. Yeah,
they support the destruction of Hamas, which makes sense, but they don't support annexation. Yeah.
So even if the Christian churches are doing the marriage, they have to submit to the State of Israel the information about the people, including their ethnicity and race and quote unquote religion. That would be the lever of the means for restricting such a interracial marriage.
And do they not allow it if it's interracial, or?
I'm looking for statistics on how many they deny.
Okay.
It's also really funny how during the presidential debate, all of a sudden they came together and saying how much they support Israel. The only thing they agreed on.
Because it's a game.
I mean, they would also agree on increasing the national debt.
Yeah, right?
Oh, man. I find U.S. politics really fun because I don't live in the U.S.
Oh, good. Find it miserable.
What about moving to China?
What's up, Gobunus?
I was considering moving to Russia.
Gobunus.
That's
it, bro.
Probably, if you were to move to Russia, move to Moscow, not St. Petersburg.
Yeah, but they have a big old grant program if you want to be a farmer in Russia.
Oh, thanks for following.
It's not good. No, it's not good because you would have to pay taxes on the land, and the grant money generally, or it's less than the money you would pay in a couple years for the amount of land they're giving you, and they're giving you really shitty land in places where there aren't any roads, so you would have to get there by like some kind of off-road vehicle or whatever, and there's no community there, so it's not good.
So they're paying me to go be an explorer?
They're awesome. Paying you to be a hermit.
They're not really. They're covering like 50% of your expenses in the first couple of years in order to live in a really shitty place where
I don't know what the big deal is.
really cold most of the year. So
How cold?
I'd smash.
How cold? Like most of the Siberian land that are given out are like it gets negative 40 Fahrenheit, I think, in the winter. Negative 45.
Jesus Christ, that's no. Hell fucking no. Holy fuck.
Because it's not that bad because it's really far into the continent, so it's not the humidity is really low. So like when I was experiencing like negative 40 in Siberia, it wasn't as bad as negative 20 on the coast of a sea, but it's still not good. Like you can live there, but it still sucks. You won't get pneumonia. You might get frostbite.
Stop trying to convince me, bro. I already said I'm going.
I mean, if you're ever visiting St. Petersburg, I'm more than happy to meet up with you.
I've been there before. Been to St. Petersburg and Moscow.
Really? What year?
Yeah, great places. I think I went in 2012, 2010.
Yeah. That's
somewhere
before
around
St.
there.
Petersburg went to shit. Yeah, that's basically. Yeah. Out of the bigger cities, Moscow is probably the best place because all the other ones are. If you like the best way to make money in Russia right now is to be living in a big city and sign up for the military as a contract because you're getting.
You get to go die in Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly. But you get like in St. Petersburg, which is I think in Moscow you get like $20K, $15K upfront, which is a huge amount of money for a Russian, and you get about $2,000, $1.5 to $2,000 a month afterwards, which is still.
Well, I don't want to make money. I just want to live a simple, beautiful, non-complicated life.
Like there are old faith Christians from Russia living in Argentina and Brazil who are farmers. They're living there and just basically farming, and they're speaking a really old dialect of Russian. Like there are really small, like they're sort of kind of similar to Amish. I mean, not that old, but it deviated because they left in like late 19th century. So it deviated quite a bit because the Soviets basically destroyed the language. But like they live a bit like the Amish, but with technology, with most of the technology.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah,
that's
here
a
in
nice
America,
lifestyle.
like here in America,
right,
it's
I'm
like
getting a drink.
impossible
I'll
for
be
young
back in a
people
second.
to even get a house. If they do get a house, it's in the middle of a cramped city that can't pay any sort of decent wage, and it doesn't matter like what your education level is or skill level is. There's like you're basically stuck in a tiny little box.
I was
Good
living
luck
in
getting
I
married
was
and having
living in
kids.
Toronto for 2 years. It's such a fucking. I haven't lived in the U.S., but Canada is just awful in terms of
Toronto is a
housing
little bit
prices.
worse.
Toronto is worse than like if you adjust for salaries, Toronto is worse than New York, I think. Vancouver is definitely worse than New York if you adjust for salaries.
What
for
is it
annual
like?
income.
Toronto minimum wage is like $13, and average house.
$15.75 now. It's Canadian, so yeah, it's about 13 US. But the
The
average
price
house.
for a rental is like 1,800 or something.
Yeah, I was living in a suburb, so I was paying 700 Canadian a month.
Oh.
But I got really lucky, and I was renting a basement.
Good, live in a basement. That's the dream, right?
I mean, it's good for a student, considering like the dorms that were offered to me, you would be sharing the dorm with another person behind a paper thin wall. There would be no kitchen, just a microwave, a single bathroom with no like bathtub. It's just a small shower, and you would be paying 1,200 Canadian. 1,200 Canadian is like 900 US a month. Which I prefer to travel for a bit and live in the suburb than to live in that kind of a shithole.
Yeah, you're paying like 12,000 a year, 12,000 a year in order to live in a shithole. Great.
Yeah.
Great. That's the dream, boys.
All right,
Welcome to Western liberal democracies.
The state of no, the Jewish whatever rabbinate whatever they assigned every citizen of Israel has this is the basic is or assigned a religious identity, and you have to basically convince them to change it. One stat was 1 in 10, and one stat was 1 in 5. Israeli marriages are done outside of Israel. Under a law passed in 2023, Jewish couples that hold the ceremony in Israel not approved by the blah 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 risk a 2-year jail term. These hold this ceremony that not approved. Moreover, there's a
Do the
blacklist of
enforcers
women.
wear armbands?
I don't know.
Imagine getting thrown in jail for getting married. That's wild.
Government should not be involved in marriage at all. It's such bullshit that the government does that.
All these housing too expensive talks. See,
You can, in terms of like determining your religion, you can just put a dash in your faith in the line for faith.
Really
as far as I'm
bugs.
reading right now, I'm reading Russian websites on how to marry in Israel.
You're assigned the faith. Are you like? Are you reading like when you're like moving there or something?
Yeah,
like how to
pretty
register with
much.
them. So like before anything happens, you want to register.
Yeah, it says if you're not religious, then you can just put
the
put
problem
a dash
is
there and not be assigned.
Right. The problem is if you're Jewish by blood and then they put down Jewish for you.
They put Jewish in your ethnicity, not in your religion.
No, well, they assign your religion, and
I did has a new bookshelf.
but-
I don't
and there's
know. I don't know if
Do
you're
they?
watching me. I did. I watched a
Yes.
whole YouTube short. Maybe we can go over the other thing later. But do you like? I don't. I'm. I think my Discord went apart. Okay, whatever. I'm just super curious. Did you actually like? Maybe you just don't know. That's fine. I've done a fair amount of reading on this. Like, did you think that was going to change? Do you think I was going to have an epiphany watching that short when like we can look at my notes and it's like I've done like a fair amount of reading on this, like a decent, okay amount of like reading? Did you think I was like suddenly going to have like, do you think a 1 minute 44-second short is going to like change my opinion on like on everything? I'm not even like a strict Zionist. When it like people will argue over whether or not I'm a Zionist. Most people don't have a good definition of Zionism, but if Zionism means to you just I think Israel has a right to exist, well then yeah, I'm a Zionist. But like I'm in favor of two-state solution. I think Israel should fucking get out of the West Bank. I think they should. Well, I don't know what's happening with the deals in Gaza right now, but I think hopefully Hamas will relinquish power. No, sorry, I meant to text once because I thought you cannot open link with video on stream. I can, as long as it's on YouTube, it's fine. There are other things I won't click on if I think they're sus. I didn't click on this one, but like, I don't, like these are what, a bunch of quotes. Israel will automatically invade Palestine if it becomes a state. True. Like, why? Why? Why would they do that? Why? Do you not think Israel has, at least at times, wanted peace? I'm not going to lie and say that every single leader in Israel wants peace. You also understand, if Palestine was a state, that means they could do military drills with Iran right on Israel's border. Like, do you understand why Israel might feel threatened by that? Also, guess what? If that happens, then nobody's on Israel's side anymore. You know that, right? If Palestine becomes a state and there's a peaceful solution and Israel unilaterally invades Palestine, nobody's on Israel's side anymore. You know that, right? Because they consider terrorist threat harbor there. True. You know, like the whole point of a two-state solution is to get rid of the terrorism, right? Is to get the Palestinian sovereignty so they don't have to resort to terrorism anymore. Is this not going to discuss any of the... We can go through some of these, but like... Zionist terrorism before 1948. Like, I don't disagree. There was Zionist terrorism, okay? Against both the British and the Palestinians. But a lot of that was in the context of the wider... Either the first Arab revolt in, I think, what, 1909? Or was it 1920 Arab revolt? And then the second Arab revolt from 36 to 39, and then the 1947 civil war in Palestine. Like, I'm not going to disagree that there was Zionist terrorism at the time, that there was Zionist expulsion, that the Zionists were expanding their borders. I don't disagree with that. Those are all facts. Those are all true. But these are in the wider context of different Arab revolts, different policies from the British at the time, because the British did not always support the Zionists. At some points, the British were putting immigration restrictions on the Zionists, and the Zionists did not like that, so they fought against the British. That is the thing that happened. There was Zionist terrorism against the British. What political military faction would stop warmongering faction? Would stop warmongering faction in Israeli state if it would want to attack Palestine state if they wanted to. Maybe write that in English. What faction from inside Israel would have enough power to stop a warmongering majority? My guess would be if there actually was a two-state solution, then the Israeli government would probably moderate, because they're in a two-state solution, at least in theory, there wouldn't be any substantial terrorism coming from Palestine, because at this point they have a state. They have no reason to engage in terrorism. Like, alright, I gotta read this. I don't, like, why does this have OBS here when, like, this is already here? Obviously, Windows, I fucking want this to stay here. Then if I do this, it'll, like, flash up this screen. It's like, I don't want to do that. Like, just... It's so dumb. Okay. They do not want a state with all right states have. You are sort of correct there. True. Every agreement for Palestinian statehood has been in like a multi-stage process. So at first, Palestinians are not granted a fully sovereign state. You are correct. Yes, Palestinians have never been granted a fully sovereign state immediately. These have always been interim things. Like, for example, like one of the agreements, I think the Clinton parameters, like, would grant Israel control over the Jordan River Valley for 6 years, and then afterwards, Israel would have to lease it from the Palestinians. Like, you are correct. Okay. The reason for that is the constant terrorism coming from the Palestinian side that makes Israel feel like if there was a fully sovereign state, fully sovereign Palestinian state on their borders, that they would just start doing military drills with Iran. Like, you understand, Israel has the same fear that you think Palestine has, where they think they'll just be invaded immediately. Like, Israel has that same fear. They are there by use of terrorism. Who are there? What? You mean Israel is there by use of terrorism? I don't totally disagree with that. There were definitely terrorists that helped establish the state of Israel. That's true. Yes, I would not disagree. There were definitely Zionist terrorists who helped establish the state of Israel. True. Accurate. Accurate statement. Likud, well, Likud wasn't back then, but Likud terrorist roots. Yeah, sure. British police killed. It's not going to go. You know, the British police also killed Zionists. Like the British fought against the Zionists in the Second Arab Revolt, or maybe it was the First Arab Revolt. Fuck, I don't remember. Fuck. Why is Israel-Palestine shit coming up again? Read part of pre-1948 terrorism text I sent. Nothing. No offense. Like, I probably know more about the pre-48 terrorism than you do. Like, no, like, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just saying, like, obviously, I'm gonna prefer also a book like Scars of War, which I've read most of. I don't think I read the final, like, 2 chapters, but which actually grants the wider context to all these things than I would fucking Palestine or PalestineStudies.org might not be that bad. I don't know, but so why does that matter the same way? Why does it not matter in the same way Palestinian terrorists matter? Because Palestinians are continuing to do the type of terror attacks that Israel hasn't done for quite a while. I understand. I'm probably going to disagree there, but no, I don't trust anything from Unusual Whales. Okay, Zionist terrorism for 1948. Terms Jewish terrorism and Zionist terrorism were both used prior to 1948 to refer to terrorist acts committed by armed Zionist gangs, which targeted Arab inhabitants of Palestine as well as British mandated authorities. Oh, they do mention it. Thank God. Yes. Since the Great Palestine Revolt in 1936 to 1939, and right until the establishment of the State of Israel, Zionist terrorism was used as a strategic military weapon to hasten the founding of an independent Jewish state. What about a UN declaration that makes Israel apartheid a few days ago? Oh, the ICJ. I mean, that's always been the UN position. It's not surprise. Like, it's a non-binding resolution. Yeah, I mean, it's dumb. I disagree with the legal theory behind it. I don't think an occupation. I think part of what they ruled in a non-binding decision again is that because of the apartheid, Israel has to withdraw. I disagree with the legal theory there. I don't think an occupation from a war of self-defense can ever become illegal. At least not the occupation itself. There are acts within the occupation that can be illegal. I don't think that extends to making the entire occupation illegal. And then, like, here's the thing. I don't think there's anything in the occupied territories that is better described as apartheid than just occupation. Like, occupation just seems to be a better word to describe what is happening. It's an occupation. It's not like that gives a much clearer picture to people than apartheid does. Like, so what he said was withdrawal. They should withdraw before the war of self-defense. Impossible. What? Who is you? Or who is they? Sorry. They should withdraw before the war of self-defense. Impossible. I don't know. It just doesn't like there are bad things that happen within the occupation. Plenty of bad things that happen within the occupation. I just don't think apartheid is a useful word to describe a military occupation where, yes, less rights are granted to Palestinians in the occupied territory because it's occupied. The people in that territory aren't citizens. They aren't citizens of Israel. They are Palestinians living within a military occupation. That gives a much better descriptive situation than apartheid does. Palestinians living in a military occupation, by the way, is bad. That's a bad thing. Shouldn't be happening. But we can't talk about that because these idiots. Okay, anyway. Numerous attacks were mounted against Palestinians to terrorize them and drive them out of their ancestral land and against British army and police outposts. Many assassinations were carried out as well as bombs and planted market ships and hotels. Heading these Zionist gangs were men who, in later years, became prime ministers of Israel, such as David Ben-Gurion. I don't think Benin was ever part of the more radical, like, Zionist terrorism people. Maybe I'm wrong. Yitzhak Shamir. Violent confrontation. Really? Oh. I don't know. How it's. Oh.
It's
baby.
JOEVER.
It's JOEVER. I'm by done.
I'm by done.
Article is data. Releasing poetry. But, like, again, like, look. Oh, I didn't highlight it, did I? Because I haven't read. Like, there are other books that probably give you a better understanding of this. Thank you, Shang. Oh, there we go. Are you actually talking to people on call? I'm deafened right now just because I got distracted by chat and by reading about the DNC or about the 2020 primary. The only book you need is Might is Right. By Ranga Redbeard. God, maybe I should fucking read the first chapters again because I didn't take notes as good as I wanted to on them. I don't know. But I gotta read the Jan 6 stuff too. But consider checking this book out. Religious Thought and Psychological Development. $55. I can pirate it for free, but what is this? Is this relevant to what we're talking about now? I don't know. By Eugene Webb. Billion cards. Oh, wait, I forgot. You're GDX. I forgot about that. Yeah, I don't care. Sorry. I'm gonna get votes influence terrorist acts committed by these gangs. I told you I was GDX. I know, I just forgot. Oh, damn. Okay. What are these people talking about now?
Hundreds of years, and they have been intermarrying. Many of the people.
How are we still on the marriage thing, dude? Oh my god. I have 12 viewers? Sick. Oh my god, how are they still in the marriage thing? Oh my god. Oh my god, how? Used to be the default position in America was hyper-Zionist. Now, amongst young people, the default is hyper-anti-Zionist, hyper-anti-Israeli. I mean, it's still like 50-50 among young people. Obviously, young people are way more anti-Israeli than older generations, but even the populist right and libertarians have a strong Israeli contingent. Yeah, that's true. I can't believe we're still talking about the marriage thing. I don't care. Like, we ran through it. I don't know how it's still unresolved. And even if I accept the Casey thing full stop, which I said multiple times, it wouldn't make Israel not a liberal democracy. Everything's on a spectrum. We can continue reading from the history pre-1948 Zionist terrorism. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but you understand I already know a lot about it. I've already granted you. What haven't I granted to you that you want me to grant? I fully agree that it's a historical fact that there were Zionist terrorists participating in both the Arab revolts and in the civil war for Palestine that committed terrorist acts against just for street. I don't know. I've already. If I read anything more in it, it'll be rereading some of Scars of Warriors so I can take better notes in it, because I read a lot of it while I was at a summer camp and I didn't take any notes in it. And it will be Righteous Victims by Benny Morris. EPUB free, I would never do that. It would just say historically liberal democracy discriminated on basis of race and engage in conquest, ethnic cleansing, all these kinds of things. Wait, you're talking about the Shang and gang, you're talking about the conversation they're having. Benny Morris, not great. What's wrong with Benny Morris? He's way better than those other historians. I'm representing this in part because it pisses off the dumb lefties and libertarians, and it means I can support hyper-religious troops. True. We just commented on a controversial stream. Oh, well, I don't like it. I commented on it's a historical fact that there were Zionists that did this. Like I don't even know. Like I don't know what has a new bookshelf wants me to grant that I haven't granted. There were plenty of Zionist terrorist actions during this time, and I don't know what he wants me to grant. Oh, we should also look into this. This is the new hyper Zionist art that I gotta look into. It's a fun combo. I undeafened for a second. You guys were still on the marriage thing. How are you guys still on the marriage thing? How's it not been resolved? What is going on? Hyper Zionist here, wishy-washy. No, I was just saying this is the new hyper Zionist talking point. Marriage is extremely fun. Did you guys resolve it? Is it just my understanding from where we left off is Israel only officially recognizes the whatever Jewish rabbi marriages or whatever. And within Judaism, no, we didn't. Phenomenal. Within Judaism, there's the blood test. There's if you have a Jewish mother, then you're both ethnically and religiously Jewish. And if you don't have a Jewish mother, then you're only ethnically Jewish. You're not religiously Jewish. So it's not an ethnic thing. It's a religious thing. It's just that within the religion, if you don't have a Jewish mother, then you're not Jewish religiously. Liberals think they have a hyper Zionist because Biden's somewhat atheist. Yahoo, you don't want to know what actual hyper Zionism is. I was just saying this is the hyper Zionism I have to look into. The girl on trigonometry that I reacted to basically said, the default rule is that when you're accepted into the UN, whatever borders you had are your sovereign borders. Principle of customary international law: the states, the newly formed sovereign states should keep the internal borders of their former dependent areas. So, for the example she said was, once Israel became part of the UN, they should have kept their British mandate borders, which includes all of Palestine. And therefore, she'll say there is no occupation because the sovereign borders are all of Palestine, which seems a little weird. But I don't. Also, she said this is the case if there's no agreements, but there have been agreements in this case because there also accords said it were agreements. There are other agreements as well.
Joe Biden has dropped out of the presidential race. He has endorsed Kamala Harris, his vice president, to be
apartheid in Israel. Apartheid in Israel investigation results. Oh, this is just the amnesty that already. Yeah, I know. I haven't read all of this, but I'm aware of it. 1948, the New York Times published a letter signed by a number of parliament Jewish figures, including blah blah blah. Don't care. Described Iran as a terrorist, right-wing Shabbatist organization in Palestine. How many Arabs condemn Hamas just like these anti-air gun Jews?
Be his running mate. So, where do we go from here? What is the state of the race starting today? Well, firstly, to start off,
so I want to set up my my background like this. I could have an American flag, NC flag, and the pride flag as well. Because I'm woke. Yeah. I need to. I think I should start like a NC politics thing. I've considered it. I've considered like because Isaac's in NC too. I've considered DMing and being like, hey, we could do like a NC politics podcast or something, where like we just talk about NC politics. For my North Carolina boys out there, it would be none of you guys would like it because no one cares about anything other than federal politics. But it'd be cool for any North Carolina audience.
Just want to give
which would be a separate audience from like the general Twitch audience that I have. But yeah.
Hats off to Joe Biden. Unfortunately, I will have to retire my Biden camo hat, but he is probably the most accomplished single-term president that I can think of in quite some time, maybe ever, to be quite honest. He's doing what he feels is right, and I can certainly respect him for that. Obviously, I'm sure it's not an easy thing to decide to drop out of a presidential...
I have no clue who that is.
Race so late into the presidential election cycle, but he is doing what's right, and of course, like I said, I can respect him for that. On his replacement, I think Kamala is the correct and only choice. I've talked about this for weeks now. It's just the smoothest and most obvious option when it comes to campaign financing, when it comes to campaign infrastructure. She'll have access to the donations of the Biden-Harris ticket. If there were to be a completely new ticket, the $100 million plus in their campaign treasury would need to be converted into a PAC, which is fairly precarious. Obviously, there's a big difference between PAC contributions and contributions to a campaign directly. You probably have to do significant staffing reorganizations as well. And it's also clear that essentially all the major donors and party members really want Kamala to be at the top of the ticket, from the Clintons to Biden.
You ever get into thinking a significant focus in presidential elections is a bit of a waste of time? From a, well, yes, but it's a waste of time in like what actually should matter. What actually should matter is more your local elections than just the presidential election. You shouldn't be hyper-focused on the presidential election. In terms of what does best on Twitch/YouTube, the presidential election, all that matters.
To the Congressional Black Caucus, to the Obamas, endorsements are coming out of the woodwork for Kamala Harris. Now, she could still face convention challenges, but one of the other strategic reasons to not have a serious convention challenge against Kamala is that a lot of Democratic presidential hopefuls do not want to have to create a presidential campaign within the next 15 weeks. A lot of reporting is coming out of the various camps to the effect of, I want to run for president one day, but only under more ideal circumstances. Not a rushed campaign where I'd have to primary the sitting vice president. Of course, this is an understandable sentiment. If you want to run for president, you want to give it your best shot. And are you really able to give it your best shot running as a presidential candidate when the starting line is running against the sitting vice presidential candidate who already has major donations, who already has major infrastructure advantages? That's just a heck of a case to make. And then even if you win the nomination come early August or mid-August, well, now you have to actually, build out a presidential campaign over the next only few weeks until the upcoming general election. Of course, if you end up losing, that is a bad look, and it's probably the end of your presidential campaign. You're the person who lost to Trump as well. I mean, that didn't exactly work out well for Hillary in terms of her future political prospects. It was very hard to take Hillary seriously after she lost to Donald Trump. Of course, such a disastrous election to end up losing. And so a lot of major Democratic candidates, I think, are going to sit this one out and not really challenge Kamala for that.
I lost 2 videos since opening this video so wrong. Do you think more of them would have stayed if I was watching fucking North Carolina politics videos? Do you think more people would? Do you think if I looked up Pinehurst mayor election that people would be more interested in that?
That as well.
It's because I was just playing a video, not talking about Israel. Like
Harris coming in, she won't have to significantly shift the campaign strategy or the campaign membership or staffing or anything like that. The infrastructure for a presidential campaign is already there for her and ready to go, more or less. I mean,
they're probably Gorps is here now. They're probably going over the other people's streams because they're watching. Stay on Palatine subject if you started. We were. What do you mean? I don't want to do Palestine. You would get more viewers if you watch Jordan Peter. I don't think I would.
I'm sure there will be some turnover. She might pick different top line people.
Are you still talking about marriage?
Do you admit that you were wrong on that point?
I'm Googling it.
I can give you a link. It's from PalestineStudies.org.
Yes,
there you go. There's a
how
link in
many links
Anakin's
do we need
chat.
to give the Palestinians to make things fun?
5.
5? You think that's enough? Yeah, I guess depending on the
5
size
is
of
enough.
them. If we actually give them like full blown.
Okay, I want to watch this. We'll talk.
Communications
after.
people, but I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of the infrastructure is still there, and she's able to, have all those direct reports basically continuing on and not have to turn over her entire staff in order to start anew if she was like a brand new presidential campaigner at this point. There's also been reporting that there's an avalanche, quote unquote, of donations that are coming into the Harris campaign, which makes sense given that there's other reporting previous to this announcement from President Biden that major Democratic donors were holding out money until a new ticket is formed under some other candidate. Now, mechanically, how would this exactly work? I mean, how would selecting a new presidential candidate on the Democratic side actually work? From a logistical perspective. This is from a Forbes article that I read. Quote: Democrats plan to hold a virtual roll call to formally select their nominee as soon as August 1st and before August 7th, ahead of the party's August 19th convention. The party initially plans to early roll call to ensure Biden would be on the ballot in Ohio, which previously required nominees to be confirmed in 90 days before the election. Ohio has since revised this law, but it doesn't take effect until September 1st. So Democrats have said they will move forward with the early nomination anyway. We're talking about a week and a half to 2.5 weeks from today in order to get a temperature check on who the likely nominee will be come November, at the very least in order to ensure ballot access across all of these different states. Now, As for the polling of the race, essentially all the polling that we have available today shows Harris at a near tie to Trump. Some polls show Harris overperforming Biden by a point or two. But what I've been saying for weeks now is that this is a high-risk, high-reward maneuver. We do not know for a fact that Harris will greatly outperform Biden. We just don't, unfortunately. We're taking a risk and assuming that she will rise in the polls as she gets out there and starts actually campaigning. Now, there's encouraging reporting in that regard that Kamala plans to be an aggressive ground campaigner. Now, in my view, that's exactly what she needs to do. She needs to be out there on a consistent basis, holding as many rallies as possible, really showing that she's the young, vigorous candidate, because this is in contrast to even Trump, who has not held as many events in his previous campaigns as he's holding today. It seems like he's slowed down in terms of his ability to campaign.
When we become so coconut pilled, we're watching every single one of them.
In some major ways as well. In addition to a lot of media coverage surrounding her selection, I think the narrative can shift now to Trump's fitness for office instead of Biden's fitness for office. That narrative is now completely gone. All the polls are showing Americans want a younger candidate from both sides. Well, now one side has actually delivered in that regard, and only time will tell how the polls actually shake out. The last thing we'll talk about right now is this issue of ballot access. Republicans have said that they would try to sue in order to keep Biden on the ballot. Here's the thing, I don't take that seriously for two reasons. Number one, basically every election lawyer on the planet is saying that this is not really something that the Republicans have a serious chance of actually accomplishing. This idea that the Supreme Court or somebody's going to come in and actually force Biden to stay on the ballot. Also, at the same time, you might have to write in like a Shapiro or like a Harris Shapiro ticket or something like that on the write-in side if you wanted to actually vote for them. That's probably not going to happen from a legal perspective. Number two, this would be an incredibly costly thing for the Republican, National Committee, essentially the National Republican Party to actually invest in. This would be a very costly and diverse legal challenge because ballot access is governed by individual states, and so in theory, you'd have to, issue several separate legal challenges across all these different swing states in order to keep Biden on the ballot and keep the, the new Harris Shapiro, Harris Bashir ticket, whatever it ends up being, off of the ballot. At the end of the day, as well, they would always be able to write in those people anyway. And it seems like writing campaigns have been able to be relatively successful, especially in such a polarized landscape. I think that this might actually backfire because not only would it probably cost millions of dollars for the Republicans to invest in something like this, it would also probably cost them a lot of manpower, and it would probably lead to a lot of Democrats in swing states being particularly motivated to come out and vote because the Democrats can just come and say, hey, these Republicans who are trying to steal the ballot, trying to steal the election with this anti-democratic stuff, they've actually done it. They've actually said we're not even allowed to be on the ballot despite being an officially nominated ticket, so we need you to come out and write in. We've seen writing campaigns with similar sort of tones be able to succeed in the past. I think that's probably what would happen in the future. Overall, I don't really think that this. You've seen some initial messaging from Republicans coming out.
Are they still on the marriage thing? What are we talking about? What are we? Oh, this is ultra orthodox. Okay, they're not a marriage thing anymore. Oh my god.
Saying, oh, the Democrats are actually the party of anti-democracy because they're throwing out millions of ballots. Look, at the end of the day, this was Joe Biden's choice. He didn't have to actually stay in the race. He chose to drop out of the race, and that was his decision. And so, what's the Democratic Party supposed to do? Are they supposed to just like drag Biden kicking and screaming to the convention when he doesn't actually want to be the candidate? I mean, of course not. That's ridiculous. It's obviously just a partisan talking point, and that doesn't really play too well when you're running against a candidate who's literally said in Donald Trump that he wants to suspend the Constitution, that he wants to go after his political opponents and use the apparatus of the state to do so. So I don't think that people are going to take that too seriously, and I don't think that even if this legal challenge ultimately ends up being successful, that it would be a very fruitful thing for them to invest in from a money perspective and from the perspective of just engendering a huge amount of motivation from the Democrats to actually come in and write in this new sort of Harris Shapiro, Harris Bashir ticket, whatever it ends up being. I think that would be quite a disastrous thing for them to actually pursue. And so I don't think that they will, but if they do, I mean, good luck. I don't think it'll actually work out. I think they're just going to end up wasting millions of dollars in some way or another. This is obviously a hugely evolving story as we sort of report on it. Given today, Biden just dropped out, but at the same time, we've only got a week and a half to go. So there's probably going to be a huge amount of movement in the Democratic Party on a day-to-day basis as this starts to really materialize. So hopefully I'll be able to provide some good coverage as we start to mature this story and really start to see, well, who actually is going to end up being the candidate come November. I think it's going to be Harris. Harris is going to pick some vice presidential nominee, and I think that that's probably who it'll end up being. It'll be Harris and some vice presidential pick versus Trump and J.D. Vance in November. I don't think there'll be significant ballot concerns, and I think that Harris is probably going to be able to raise.
True. Okay.
I said.
I'm fact checking it now.
Is
it getting a fact wrong and but never correcting me on it? And by the way, it's full fucking bullshit that you waited in chat till I said something. But
no, I
is that a lie?
You can go watch the 4-hour thing. It's on YouTube.
Well, what was the call out? Was it the IDF? About the IDF number?
It's about multiple.
Is that what you're claiming? You know, there's a transcript. It's
times.
real quick. Fucking control of about what? Okay, good. That's what I was asking. You were calling me a fucking liar since that debate.
I'm not here
what
to
was it about the debate? You not even.
I cited a specific thing that was my about.
Today,
you're a fucking
slippy. You're a fucking slippy little fucking goofy.
I came in here because Casey told me to come in here. I came in here because Annika told me to come in here.
Because you were being a bitch.
Lie that you said.
I thought he saw the fucking clip of you fucking slandering me over and over again, motherfucker.
Oh, I wanted to know why. I was curious.
You're sweet.
I mean, he's mad because you were calling him a liar over and over again.
He's being wrong about the being misinformed.
Yeah,
is that a lie? Is that a lie?
When you double down on it with no facts backing you, you're.
What is my double down?
You're lying about what is happening.
Where's my double down? Where's my double down? You're an absolute piece of shit, or you are a lying motherfucking piece of shit. And whatever I said to piss you off, you
guys keep it up. I'm turning my camera on and showing my dick.
Let's go. Go on.
Hey, let's go.
I'm against stopping you now. Go ahead.
I'm gonna get a.
Hi, Bubby.
I like that joke, Johnny. I understood you. I want you to know that did not go unseen. Oh fuck.
Gorp, we were talking about this earlier. Are you voting third party?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Are you voting Chase Oliver?
Yes, Chase Oliver.
Chase Oliver, Chad. Let's go. Gorp Sync W.
Like I said, I was gonna vote third party, but fucking PBG radicalized me. I'm definitely gonna
Chase Oliver W
and vote.
Hater, you're just retarded. That's
Trump.
fine. No one cares.
True.
Alrighty. So, Casey, you're acknowledging that you got a piece of information wrong. Yes?
I acknowledge that today. Yeah, I might have been wrong about that. Yeah.
Okay, you were
Okay, he
wrong
finally
about the
acknowledged it after
conscripted.
like 10 minutes. God damn.
Gorp, does it
is that a
answer
lie?
the question, Gorp? Is he a liar for misinformation that he was misinformed on? He wasn't
Well, the
spreading
thing is that
disinformation.
that's
It was-
just like not even a thing. Like, give me a source that says that, Casey. He's pulling it out of his ass, so he is lying. That's why I'm saying he's lying. Pulling it out of his ass. There's not a source that says that is even somewhat reputable.
Casey, where did you get the information
lying.
from? that
You're
you
asking
originally
where I
had?
got that piece of information. I don't remember. But if you think I'm lying about it, you just say it, and then I'll know it, and then I'll look it up. You don't just say, oh, that fact is wrong there. Oh, that must be a fucking liar. And you've been fucking slandering me for fucking 2 months, and
No, it's because you continuously do this. Like, this is an
Okay,
exemplification
then
of
give me an actual example.
information.
Then give me an actual
I-
example. You fucking.
I gave you an
cheater.
example. You showed that you were
Yeah,
lying.
something that I said
information.
today. You fucking lying little.
He
fucking
obviously got his
cuntard.
information from the hub.
True.
Shit.
Honestly, would probably be more accurate than the IDF number. Oh shit!
I mean, you're not really wrong. It probably would be.
Dude, Pornhub has never like led me astray when I've like looked at the comments. Like they're like, "This is how you like make a quiche." I'll look it up, dude. It is how you make a quiche, and not only that, it's like a world-renowned recipe that they found from like a grandma in Nepal. It's like, how do you get this information? Like, I fucking love it. Though I don't support Pornhub that much. I don't. There's.
You don't stream on Pornhub too, bro?
Well, there's some business practices that I've heard about, like how things are operated behind the scenes with Pornhub, where I'm like,
I think they were in trouble for the underage shit a little bit ago, but didn't they start doing the ID stuff? That's why I got banned, because I used to upload videos there, not like porn videos, just like literally gaming videos as a joke, and they
RuneScape PvP montages.
Yeah.
Non-Fawn, the Pornhub star.
I was, bro. I was raking in so many views, but they banned me.
They also didn't want to.
I'm 18 now. I could make an account now.
It took a lot of stuff for them to crack down, also on like revenge porn and stuff like that. It took a lot of things to go for that shit to actually get cracked down on. Also, from the content creation side, because Pornhub isn't just like a platform host, they're also a creation, and producers of porn. And I heard a lot of bad things from the stars behind the scenes. So
Pretty soon it's going to be like a Netflix where you're going to see like full feature-length films produced by Pornhub. It's going to be dope.
Yeah. So I'd rather just stick to like
You
porn.
say that like it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I just said it's going to be dope. I just said it'll be
Oh,
dope.
okay.
Also, Johnny, do you have something about Arab members of the IDF, Nick? Oh yeah, sorry, joined pretty late. Was yeah.
Oh boy,
it was about
the conversation I jumped into. Nice.
Oh no.
Nick, we were talking about whether there is was it just Arab or was it specifically Palestinians in the military, Casey?
I think that the best term is just
We're
to say
talking about Arabs.
Muslim Palestinians. To exclude Druze or whatever.
That's so different. We were talking about Arabs, and now you're saying it's Muslim Palestinians.
What percentage of non-Druze Arabs in Israel you think are not Muslim or are Muslim? It's probably like
When you said Muslim Palestinians, not all the Arabs
I'm jumping.
in Israel.
I'm
Dude, I used to not kill pigs in
I don't know where
Minecraft.
the conversation is,
Fuck
but
you.
an important thing to remember about these this distinction between the statistics is that the Druze are, I believe, subject to conscription while the Arabs are not. So there's like
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. It's
my
different from
point is that
below.
they're not. Yeah, my
Yeah,
point
a
is
lot
that
of people-
they're not conscripted, but they can join if they wish to.
Yeah, Arabs can join the IDF or the regular police force or just any general military force. They're just not conscripted. I believe the only people who are conscripted are Druze, Jews, and like there's one that starts with a C. I don't know. I've never met one in real life. Oh wait, it's right here in the side chat. Circassian.
A Circassian
Huh?
Jew or
Yeah.
Circassian Arab? What are you talking about?
I don't even think they're Jews or Arabs. I think it's
third.
They were like genocided by the Russian Empire at some point, and they made their way there.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, those are the three population groups that are subject to conscription.
Oh, are they gay? Yeah, they were genocided by the Russian Empire. Exactly. Yeah, they mainly fled there, so they're more or less a native population.
Isn't it weird that the one thing that I was lying about, I happened to be talking about when Corp came in, and he can't name a single fucking thing else that I said that was a lie? It's almost like he
Well,
made
in
the
our
whole
debate,
thing
you
up because he
lied
was
about
angry
what the
about me.
definition of a genocide is.
What the definition of a genocide? We had a debate about the definition of a genocide. You thought adopting Ukrainians was genocide, and I disagreed, so I'm a liar. Is that what he actually? That's actually it, isn't it?
By the crime of genocide.
That's what you're actually angry about. But that's a disagreement
things that I'm
on
angry
what
about.
that fucking word means.
There's a definition, and I cited my
I-
definition, and you still said no.
I mean, that's one of those.
Weren't you
conversations
arguing
where-
a legal definition while Casey was saying that it should be taken more contextually? Like, he
Well, I
wasn't
said by the legal definition it's blank, and I said by the legal definition it's genocide, and he said no.
I mean, legal definition. Which legal definition? Because there are different definitions in different countries,
I cited
different
the UN.
organizations.
I cited
UN.
the UN Genocide Convention. I cited it multiple times. I
Does
cited
US
it every time that I've talked about this.
Does
I
US have the definition of genocide in legislature?
I don't think so.
I don't think
It
so.
doesn't matter.
I just at the UN definition.
I
because
didn't
the
want
US courts are set up to like prosecute the crime of genocide. That's
Ru-
generally like
Russia
an
has a
international-
different definition, and a bunch of other countries have different definitions.
I thought that it was important to use this term genocide in the way that most people sort of acknowledge of what that word means. So, because if you say people that they view, I thought if we distilled it down to adopting babies, it like not even killing them, just adopting babies that mostly don't have parents or whatever. If we're calling that genocide, I think that we're ruining the word. So I am unwilling to call it that. And I would disagree with those who do. I would never say no, that's not the definition.
No. When I cited the legal definition and said that this fits with the UN definition, you said that's not a genocide. No, that's what you said.
I don't care what the UN. I don't care what the UN rules.
It doesn't matter. No, stop. It doesn't matter if you don't care. What I'm saying is that it was a lie.
It's not a lie. He just said he says that it's not
clip that to
the
next
same
time an
thing.
argument with Casey
It's not
about Israel, I
genocide
have
by
to clip
his
him
definition.
saying, I don't care what
No,
the
wait.
UN
When
rules,
I'm talking about a previous
Oh, I can't
conversation,
believe
you
he
weren't
said
here
that.
for, Mr. Russian man. But what I'm saying is, I cited him the UN definition. I said by the UN definition, this is a genocide. He said no.
About to
Which is
the
just
UN.
objective law.
Is the occupation
How is
illegal?
me
Well, the UN
disagreeing
said so.
with what the UN definition of their very legal definition of genocide, where I want to use it
Casey,
in a
you
way
can
where
disagree.
most people when
Why
you say
am I
genocide,
dying?
they're thinking of a certain thing, and it's not adopting babies. So that's how I choose to use the word. That's not me.
Well,
this isn't me fucking
let's put some
lying.
respect
You're
in your name,
sidestepping
sir.
when I
And to
presented
go
you
around and fucking
with what it
slander me
is.
for 2
They're-
months because you got
it
so
fit
fucking pissed about
Arguing
the
Israel
fucking
right now.
definition argument.
They're
You little
having
piece of
fun.
shit.
Yeah, that's
you
the
little
only
fucking
thing.
garbage.
They're both
You're
aligned in
right,
Israel.
you're
I
right.
think I'm
It's
the
the
only
only thing I
pro-Israel
have to
person here. I haven't said anything though.
Dude,
Dude, I argued with
I'm
you
literally in a
almost
dog
more than
pile,
I
bro.
argued with the Zionists.
I've already talked to
in that
Casey
debate.
about it. I've already talked to NRK
I mean,
Live
that's
about it.
your
hour
I
thing.
haven't
You
talked
can
to
go
Corpse,
scroll
but-
through. I'm not here to talk. I was here to call out your fucking lie about the IDF. That's what I came here for.
Yeah, no.
As I
Because
said at
there's
the
clips
beginning,
of you
I'm
slandering
lazy.
me for like the last 2 months, motherfucker. Get my fucking
It's not
name out
slander, I
your
just
mouth.
gave you
And if you're
examples.
gonna call me a fucking liar, give your shitty
I
ass fucking
slander all
example
of
of it.
them non-stop.
You little fucking
I just gave
bitch.
What
you
do I come
two.
back to?
I just gave you two.
Corpse
you
and
gave-
Casey
yeah,
are
yeah,
yelling at each other over
Great example.
over whether or not Casey lied
Disagree on the word
about
genocide.
the
Great.
legal definition of the word genocide.
Yeah,
Well,
Welcome
that's-
to
I don't know.
Drama Alert. Welcome, Drama Nation. I'm your host, Killer. And okay, live. Oh shit! This.
Okay. Anyways, I popped in to call Casey retarded
Okay.
for saying that Arabs can't join the IDF because he lied as usual.
I
but
think
gotta
you. I
go
think
with
you've
that.
presented your case.
Oh.
People can make their. You know, I think you provided your case. Yeah, people can make their opinions or form their opinions based off of what you said pretty fairly.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys
I thought
have
you were
fun
going to go on
arguing.
your
I'm gonna
rant. And
About the
I'm gonna go pick
Republicans.
burrito bowls.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
That's when Legate. Not. Are you confusing Legate and Gorp?
I thought you said both of them were gonna be here. I just died in Minecraft.
I said I wanted Gorp to be there, but he was like, nah. He's doing other shit.
Lame.
Should we go back to Biden?
Yes, please. All right, let's return it to Biden. Do you feel like...
Or 2 more hours of
Casey?
I'm pretty sure most people would call me pro-Israel.
Do you feel like you got to say your piece, Casey? Also, Bubby, you are very low.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me turn myself
Yeah,
up.
it's fine. It's
I
easy for him to like wait around and then come in because he was calling me a liar and but never.
I just want to be very clear. Gorps could know infinitely more than me. Gorps could have done 5 million research streams. I don't know. All I'm saying is the only thing I have seen Gorps do when I popped into his stream is reacting to news, is watching pundits from the Ayn Rand Center talk about Israel, or watching pundits from other fucking places talk about it. I haven't seen him reading anything. He could. That's all I like. You're to the left of most Israelis, I'm pretty sure. Good. Most Israelis are insane. They support fucking Netanyahu, dude. I don't actually know what his approval rating is, but...
Tricky situation. Kamala is probably not the best pick here. But she's probably going to be the nominee, but we're not 100% sold on that idea, so where are you at?
I mean, listen, if she's the nominee, I'll vote for her.
I am pro-Israel in comparison to everyone else on this panel.
Biden,
okay, I'm more pro-Israel than
senile,
like
so maybe
almost anybody here.
More energetic executive than Biden was, and maybe
like
be less of a cabinet
if I'm not pro-Israel, then
could be
it's just not a meaningful distinction between pro-Israel and pro-Palestine. I like literally, if I ask this panel, do you guys think I'm pro-Israel?
It's a good.
Everyone would say yes.
Just
like
in general, since she's younger.
Casey would probably call me fucking racist.
Trump,
like,
be the first female president. Yeah.
I actually think that works against her, to be honest.
Probably does work against her. I just personally think it'd be an optic win. Yeah.
I think that you instantly lose a lot of people the moment that you're a woman and a person of color in the U.S. Like, I mean, it's worse for like conservatives. Like Vivek Ramaswamy never had a real chance, right? But it's a little bit better for Democrats, yes. But there's still a lot of people that are have implicit biases and just. I ain't gonna get past that.
Yeah,
Plus,
people were mad J.D. Vance was married to an Indian woman, so.
Yeah.
Oh.
How dare you? How dare she or he? Sorry. I'm bad. I'm messing everybody's pronouns up today. Just it's my white privilege. It's my white privilege. All right.
I think.
Hi, Bubby.
Hey, what's up, Vegan? It would have been. It would have been pretty fucked up if Michelle Obama ran, because then all the conservatives would just go, she's not the first female president. She's not the first female president. Like, they'll just continue with that.
That would have been a little bit funny, though. I knew Joe Biden was going down the long, sorry, sad road. Yeah. I still don't, like, nobody's been able to answer of why would they run Kamala if they wanted her when they could have just run Joe Biden and gotten the, benefit of having Joe Biden, but then
Kamala's younger,
and
doesn't have the Hunter Biden baggage attached.
I don't think they're going Kamala.
What do you mean? Hunter Biden makes me want to vote for Joe Biden more, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't make
what the fuck?
Hunter Biden laptop stuff does not make
everything.
Republicans.
Bro, he's got a big dick. He fucking likes guns. He likes drugs, and he has sex with fucking prostitutes.
Listen,
what is there not to love, bro?
I think Hunter Biden's just as rad as the next guy, okay, here. But Republicans were so mad about the Hunter Biden laptop and the Burisma stuff. So, that's irrelevant now. And the age is less relevant.
Why didn't they run Hillary Clinton? What do you mean, why? Are you... That can't be it. That you're memeing, bro. You're fucking memeing.
If they ran Hillary Clinton now, she would actually get assassinated. She would be assassinated.
Yeah. They wouldn't miss either. They wouldn't.
No. These gun guys, they don't miss.
No, but seriously, like, I mean, she's basically a guaranteed ticket to lose. Why would they run her? They learned. They learned.
Especially now that everybody's on both sides is raving about, like, corruption in politics and the deep state and shit like that. Like, Hillary Clinton would just,
chill.
Hillary Clinton would just like, for all these conspiracy theories, be like the embodiment of voting for like a deep state candidate, a deeply entrenched politician.
Yeah. And now with the election denial stuff and all of Hillary Clinton's comments about the election, I think she said the election was stolen from her, which really she just means that she won the popular vote, but Republicans don't interpret it that way.
That was them rigging the election. But anyway, yo, welcome in, Johnny Scarlet.
Yo,
do you think this is a good move though? Like, you said that it's like kind of like right? But do you think this improves any chance of winning, or do you think this actually has made it more of a coin toss?
Oh, this is a tectonic shift. Like, I think I actually saw Trump said to CNN maybe that he just straight up thinks Kamala is going to be easier to beat.
Based.
So he's just coming out of the gate strong. She doesn't even have a VP yet. Even if she does pick Buttigieg, like, it's going to be a shit show.
Why aren't they running him as the main fucking candidate? I don't like it. I
Because
mean,
he promised her shit. Like, this is the kind of shit when you get to good old boy stuff, when you get to the people who run this country, when you get to dynasties, you get into people who promise other people things and it's their turn. When it's their turn, then they get to be in the seat of power for a minute. Everybody takes turns and everybody's scheduled.
do you think they'll run him for 2028 then? I mean, here's the only thing I could see, okay? If Kamala gets her fucking time in the spotlight, and let's say that she wins, then that basically guarantees him a straight path to being like the main like stage for 2028 running for president.
Awesome.
You know, he could be like, I ran VP. You know, look at my entire history, my record. I'm still pretty young, kind of thing.
To be fair, I like Buttigieg.
Oh yeah,
I
man!
Buttigieg
Like,
is really cool.
he's setting
but-
himself up good. He started young, so it won't be hard for him later on.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Is there anybody else
feel like
that
if
like
there are
has
options,
an idea of
though, I mean, I feel
anybody
like
else that they could run?
Amy
Somebody
Shapiro.
that I
I don't know
talked to
anything about
earlier.
Shapiro.
Who?
I don't even
Rokana?
remember his first name.
I don't even know who that is. Shit.
You don't know Rokana?
Congressman Ro Khanna. Let's see. Somebody said the governor of Michigan, the female governor of Michigan, the one who had the assassination attempt a couple of years ago. Somebody said she would be a good pick. Whitmer, that's it.
What was the one I was telling you about? Stack where I said if Joe Biden drops out, this would be the
I don't know
best.
anything about
I keep on forgetting his name. He's a
you know what we
blue
need? Roy
governor
Cooper,
in a red
okay?
state. Is it Virginia? No,
My
no, it's
fucking,
Kentucky. Kentucky's
NC governor. Go.
Yeah, there it is. Andy
Roy Cooper.
Beshear. There we go. Andy Beshear would probably be another good one. I keep on like his name keeps on slipping me because he stays pretty low profile, but he has an amazing track record in politics. He is a blue Democrat.
Cut down the. What the fuck is this? Circumstances that said time in, particularly concerning medical treatment provided that reflect a moral and professional worth. We firmly believe every precision healthcare worker and organization representing the healthcare community has a responsibility to oppose its continued existence. The conclusion was shared earlier by physician working at a field hospital located in the said Taiwan military facility. His testimony adds an amount of evidence revealing treatment and detention conditions of Gazans at the facility. When was this written? It's about the current war. Yeah. According to old testimonies, these detainees regularly endure severe violence, leading to causes of fracture, internal bleeding, and even death. Since they started the current war, particularly following Israel's ground invasion of Gaza Strip, thousands of Gazans, including minors, women, the elderly, dozens of healthcare workers, have been detained. Many of them were apprehended from protected spaces such as hospitals and schools. So far, all efforts to locate or obtain information regarding their well-being and whereabouts have proven unsuccessful. The evidence and information disclosed to the public confirmed the findings outlined in the ethical position paper we are releasing today. Within, we analyzed data from released detainees, the inadequate responses offered by officials, discussion with healthcare professionals, and data concerning dozens of deaths in custody. We are issuing this report because, drawing upon the lessons learned from secret detention facilities like Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib, it is crucial to prevent their continued operation and recognize the misconceptions that they can ever be reformed. As you may recall, Israel's ministry helped declare that detainees and Gazans would not be treated in public hospitals and would instead be transferred to medical facilities operated by the Israeli Prison Service or the military, regardless of whether these facilities were equipped to provide adequate care. Subsequently, the ministry issued medical treatment guidelines, which our report concludes violate medical ethics and disregard of fundamental principles of healthcare professionals. These guys, okay, where's the actual report? Because like this is just saying stuff. Is there evidence somewhere? View full report in English. I don't know. We can check it out.
The problem is that most people just don't remember him from his time running.
Which could be a good thing. He could
Yeah,
do
it could be
something
good.
completely different.
Yeah, I would, dude. I mean, I will vote blue, fucking for whoever is not Kamala or Hillary at this point, and probably Newsom. I'm a coin toss on Newsom. I could put my differences to a side, but fuck, man. I could not imagine somebody that's involved with California running the country. That's fucked.
Oh, we would be so fucked.
True.
I just, dude, it would be such bad optics. Because, like, here's the thing. Could you imagine Trump versus, like, Newsom? He fucked up California. He fucked it up. It was a great state. And, you know, California used to vote red. And
I
it used to be
mean,
good.
he wouldn't be wrong either.
Everybody
California's
says,
pretty fucked.
Go to any state, Nevada, Arizona, Washington. Do you know what they say? They say, don't send the Californians. Actually, I'm going to be building a wall and having California pay for it.
You see the wealth taxes in California, bro?
Hey, build a wall around California, at least till it falls off the side of North America.
But Newsom has to be forced to either say that, like, he's going to either be forced to say that his state wasn't good and be like, I'm not going to do that for the country, or he has to say that his state was good and he's going to do that for the country. And one will be obviously a lie and stupid, and the other is scary and nobody wants. So, like, Newsom running would be fucking suicide, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Maybe
One
even
politician speaks in lies and the other speaks in truths and riddles. Like,
one is Bernie Sanders and the other.
I mean, the Democrats are kind of fucked in this election, no matter who they run.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
real.
there's a bunch of liberals in here, Johnny, telling us that it's our fault for this.
It's
It wasn't.
me.
It wasn't. No, there was you. There was fucking Red, and then there's Testy. All right.
I don't remember. I remember me and Red. I don't even remember the other guy, but
Well, Testy wasn't in the call, but he was in the chat. Like, you know.
oh, he's just a chatter. So
Yeah.
I've never
he's
seen
worthless.
Testy do a voice chat. He's a
What, you haven't? No,
Which is fine. I
Testy
love
joins
Testy.
voice chats, but he only
Does
does it for the e-girl political streamer. I'm just saying, Testy.
I love
I'm just-
Testy, but
I find it weird.
Who the fuck is an e-girl political streamer?
Well, she's actually really cool. Her name is Mooncake XO. I give her shit, but she's really good.
I gotta check this out.
Though I will say I got a little bit of beef with her, Testy. I had beef with her after that fucking scheduling incident. I got beef.
If you're looking for e-girl political streamers, there's also Cosmopolitics and Riverboat Jack.
Wait, how do you spell that? Cosmo
Cosme-
politics?
Cosme, COSME politics.
Emmy. Cosme.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll follow. Let's see.
Riverboat Jack too.
What's
She's
the other
actually
one?
live right now. Riverboat Jack. She's super cool. She's very smart.
Oh, Riverboat Jack is live right now.
Yeah. She's super cool. We've all been on panels together and stuff.
I don't want to suffer the consequences of our future president not liking my Indian food. Can I just tell you something? Yeah, I've never made dosas.
Hi! I love that you're coming to the kitchen already. Like you live here. Coming to the kitchen. This is so nice. Are you stressed for making Indian food?
Oh my God, you do. I have to taste just. Oh my, you have no idea. This is how my mother kept all of her stuff.
This is so fun.
I've ever had with you has always been cool. So I don't know.
Yeah, man, I remember you. Like, no, I don't tend to go crazy on
I
hanging
just
out
meme a
and drama
lot.
and shit.
I like to meme a lot.
Hell yeah.
So
A little memer. Resident.
yeah.
As you'll notice on this panel, Johnny, I don't ban people and I don't really censor people too much. I mean, I had to a few times this chat because some people wanted to test the line. Some people fucking
3090
fucking
Fahrenheit.
hater.
That's all I'm saying. Okay, 3090 Fahrenheit.
Oh my god. You are lucky that they're too dumb to understand at Twitch. All right. You're lucky they won't know. Stop trying to get me banned. Jesus Christ, man. I've seen what they did to fucking Destiny. Did you see that, Johnny? They got him again.
Off a kick in
banned
Twitter.
him.
Can't believe it.
Kick and Twitter banned him. Oh my god.
You know it's pretty bad if you get banned off a fucking kick.
Okay, what he said was like, I mean, it's one
Oh,
of those
I know
things-
what he said, and he's a piece of shit for saying it.
Yeah. I'm just like, how the hell did they ban Destiny but not like hit everybody else that's like worse than Destiny? It's kind
Dude,
of
they banned
insane
his
to me.
son. They hate him.
Yeah, I saw that. They for having a toy gun on stream.
He did it. It was all. He shot his dad off stream too. Like it was off camera. Like
Yeah, it was certainly
I
something.
didn't even know he had a son until like it popped up in the news, dude. Apparently
you
it
ever
was
heard about his cuck son. Like
no.
What? Oh, people make fun of him for it. People say like he
Destiny's
abandoned
100%
him.
a cuck.
Can we? We can't say certain words on.
You can't, dude. There's no way you can't say it on Twitch. Come on.
Wait,
What the hell?
yeah, you can. I'm sure you could say cuck on stream.
You cannot.
Dude, they hate that. As
And
long as we're talking about
That,
Destiny, they don't care.
that was a part of their 2021 sexual harassment policy update.
Yeah,
when they
exactly.
banned-
We said
Oh
COCK 3 times now, and that's great.
Let's keep it. I know.
COCK.
Let's keep it. Let's keep it suggestive rather than explicit, my boys.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay, he likes to watch his wife get fucked. How about that?
Perfect. All right. But is it really not
And
his
not
son?
by him.
Wait, is it not his son though?
No, it
I
is
need
his
to know.
son. But
Okay. I thought the
it's from
implication was
his-
that it was.
It's from I think it. I don't know if they were ever married. It's from someone he broke up with, and then
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I
I
get
think
the
he, I think he bought her a house, and then moved to Miami
Holy
to keep
shit.
streaming or something.
Holy shit.
How do y'all know all this about this person? Holy shit.
I know, right?
Also, I see Red and Hassan in non-fon stream. Can you ask Hassan if he's fucking mad at me
What?
about the Russian stuff?
Are you mad at Kay about the Russian stuff?
He has not talked to me since. He has not popped up in stream. He hasn't posted. He has not posted in the servers, and he has refused to reply to me in like chat. So I think he's mad at me. But you know,
I have to know which Russian stuff.
Okay, so I was being a little spicy, all right, a little memey, and Hassan came in and tested me when I was already in a bad mood. So I said that he supports genocide, and that supports the Russians killing Ukrainians because he posted a lot of anti-Ukraine stuff.
Motherfucker.
I mean, he probably does, knowing him.
Well, no, he has a pretty more complex view on that, right? But like,
He
you
said
know,
yes.
he's oh wow.
I mean, he probably does support that, knowing him. I mean,
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, from what he elaborated on further, I do not get that impression anymore. So, but I did like message and try to like work it out and clarify some stuff, and he has refused to talk to me. So I feel a little bit bad because I liked you, Hassan, and you know, hopefully we can move past that. You know, shit gets spicy sometimes with politics. You know. Man, we have so much drama airing out today.
Oh, dude.
I know.
Connie, is there anybody that hates
I
you a
blame
lot? That I can...
Casey.
Can I get Vivian Wolf on here? Let's see. I bet you
Jesus
Vivian
Christ,
probably has
no,
something against
please.
Johnny. I'll find it. I'll
What?
make it work.
I mean, what time is it there?
Please,
Like, she
no.
may be asleep.
She's in the server. Let me just add her.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, I saw her on somebody's stream the other day. Yeah. She gets to work. You know, she disappears, but then she comes back and gets to work.
I mean, she's doing the work in real life. That's why she's intense on stream. She's actually like it's part of her whole deal in real life that she fights terrorist organizations. Like, she does intel, you know? Like, she'll openly tell you that. That's why she's always intense on stream, because she's in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little bit in it. I'm like active in politics, but I'm not like running for politics or like doing any like campaign stuff. No door knocking, but I do go and get involved with my politics. I did meet my governor and had a conversation with him. That was pretty interesting.
I don't get that deeply involved in politics. It's just not my thing, you know. I'll stick to driving in tornadoes.
Based. I'm still waiting for the YouTube channel and the videos.
Yeah, I still need to pull all my video. Dude, I've got after I did Hurricane Barrel, I've got fucking 20 something hours of video to go through and edit.
How much
Between
time
the
does
tornado intercepts
hunting
and that.
take?
What's that?
How much time does tornado hunting take? Like on average?
As much time as you want. I do it pretty much all spring and summer and fall.
But if you got one out
I've
there,
driven-
then are you out there for like an hour, or how long do they last?
It all depends. I mean, some of them will last minutes, some of them are long track and will last hours. Sometimes you get multiple in a day. There's no way to say that it lasts this long. It varies greatly.
Ooh.
Give you an idea, this summer, since April, I have driven over 12,000 miles. Shot over 15,000 photographs, and like I said, probably about 20 hours of video or so.
You should definitely publish that. I would watch that. Like, I would binge watch that.
Well, I've got my truck.
Wow, NOK Life, thanks for the follow. Wow,
I keep
dude.
getting some changes done to the truck so I can start going live. I've got Starlink in there now,
That's sick.
but I want to getting a live view put in so that I can do cell phone and cell and Starlink aggregated.
Heck yeah.
So I can go live.
That's pretty sick, dude.
That's much more fun
that's gonna be
than
pretty
drama
cool.
in politics.
Yeah,
Are you
honestly.
Are you gonna get like a Mac Mini or some small PC to host a lot of like?
I have a laptop in the truck already.
There you go. Nice. So you can stream it all. Nice.
Yeah. I bought a camera that mounts. It's a head-mounted camera. It's like a pair of eyeglasses, but it's a camera that wirelessly streams back to the laptop with HDMI. Now I've got my roof cam, which is a pan and tilt 360-degree cam under a plexiglass dome. And then I've got 5 GoPros in the truck facing different directions.
That's amazing.
Yep, so it should be pretty cool. I just got to teach somebody how to run all the cameras and stuff. I bought a stream deck to put in the truck. I got to teach somebody how to do all that stuff because I'm either driving or doing the navigating, so I can't be fucking with all that shit while I'm.
You need a second person, definitely.
I need a third. I have a second. I have 2 people, me and one other guy.
Hire me and I'll get on board. Come on, let's do this.
Hire you?
Hire me. I'll do whatever is needed, sir.
If I have a green card, I'm down as well.
No, fuck this. Fuck this. Do not give the job. All right, the immigrants. They're still
the immigrants.
Keep it local. Get it out.
They're stealing our job.
It all depends on where things go with the. Once I start streaming, if I start making money, yeah, I'm gonna split it with my team.
Oh hell yeah, you'll be making money if you actually pull this all off with some really good stable quality. People are gonna watch the hell out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea, right?
And even streaming it live, even if the streaming itself doesn't get a ton of views, it'll make it way easier, to upload it to YouTube.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And you can get a shitload of money by doing like behind the scenes or whatever on Patreon, and any other platform. You can get like a lot of money from that.
Johnny, do do YouTube? I've been seeing a lot of political philosopher like
Drew Biden,
YouTubers
Kamala
recently,
Harris
and
now,
I keep
but-
on going like, damn, Johnny could be doing this. Are they doing this?
I have never made like a short, what do you call it, pre-filmed video that I was really happy with, honestly. Like I really am in my bag when I'm live. So it's easier for me to just kind of cut down streams and upload those to YouTube right now.
Yeah.
But like, it's also the fact that like I'm not formally educated, and when you do that, you're competing with like if you were to go into esoteric content right now and you were to post about like religion and ghosts and shit, you would be competing with somebody like Esoterica who has a PhD in that shit. You know, it's very intimidating on some level.
What are your Twitch and YouTube? Girl talking? Sorry, I don't know you.
Oh, I'm Johnny Scarlet. You can call me Johnny. Was that Non-Fawn that just talked?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm just Johnny
Eat
on
his ass.
pretty much everything.
Oh.
I meant to ask Casey. I don't mean to call you out or nothing, but Casey, have you been in my chat before? I just recognized your username. Oh, if they're not muted. Oops, they're muted. Okay. But yeah.
Oh, sorry.
it's okay.
Yeah. I've been in there before. I think we've rated each other before.
Okay, sweet. Okay, I thought so. Fucking yeah, but I switched from politics a while back, and I got into more like widespread historical philosophy, educational stuff. Because following politics every day and just being a news channel was not for me. I figured that out pretty quickly.
It's exhausting, ain't it?
Yeah, dude. So I just like I write stuff, I do essays and stuff personally, and then I just stream about it basically.
Not to be weird, but you said all the right things in your newest video. This luxury art and communism, these are all the buzzwords I really need.
Oh, dude, I thought that was full of buzzwords. I was really proud of that.
He said
Yeah,
communism.
man. Oh yeah, dude. Oh shit. You got some action going on out there.
That's just a soundboard.
That's the
I see.
Pinochet helicopter rides. Yeah.
Damn. Oh, it's the helicopter. Yeah, man. What was I saying?
Jesus, this is Switzerland.
You
You
said
said you're
you
proud. It had a lot of buzzwords.
Oh, it had a lot of buzzwords.
And
yeah,
generations
I'm not a
to show its
communist.
effect. It's not like
I kind of refuse to read the Communist Manifesto at this point. I just, because if I know stuff about it, then people can ask me about it. If I can just say no, I don't know about that, then people can't
Biden,
ask
easy.
me.
I mean, Biden's dropped out
What
now.
a cop
but-
out. This is.
No, it's so short too, and there's no reason for me not to read it. So, my friend who did the stream with me that I interviewed
with the
got a
men
degree in political science.
who would come
so
into
he
her
knows
life
about
now
it.
and again.
And basically, my
I
big
was
question for any
fine,
given communist is
'cause I
what
knew-
happens to luxury items and art? You know, is that still a thing? How do you decommodify that? And it was a big, long conversation with absolutely no positive answer for it. So I thought it was pretty good, though.
Well, you can have a an art and hobby like little economy
get
kind of
cooed.
going on. I mean, I imagine that. Let's just say that AI pays
Unbelievable.
off in dividends, and we get to a point where most jobs no longer are viable for humans, and everything becomes more like an information based. Like we sell our data basically
Yeah, I
to
think
the
Kamala can
AI,
win.
in
I
return
think
the
Biden
AI
can win.
Problem with
produces
Biden
so fast
in the White
and
House,
so
you know, that
easily.
question has now been resolved as a result of the American political process. And so as a result, like, it seems like the Trump campaign really had invested a lot of
I've heard Peter
its
Newsom-
sort of chips in
I
the
mean,
column
I don't know.
of Biden, the incompetent nitwit. Biden is asleep at the wheel.
I think Newsom, probably not great because he's from California. I don't know any Newsom's actual policies. And then... Okay. Stated Twitch content. Okay. And then... Warren endorses Kamala. I don't know. Kamala is just kind of the obvious choice. She's the vice president. I think it kind of look bad if you skip over the black woman vice president and just appoint a white male. I think having Kamala avoids the open convention. That's true. The election's rigged. Biden didn't drop out. Yeah, it avoids the whole shit show, the power struggle. She ain't winning in swing states. Do you really? I don't know. Maybe my mind is just broken, but like, there's been, Trump had way worse odds. I think she can win. I think we're in it to win it. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. Like basically no matter. I think Newsom would be a mistake because again he's from California. Anyway. Yeah.
Traveler, and the time traveler said that
Oh Jesus!
Biden is going to drop out in August.
Why no vote Trump? He's a fucking traitor to the country, and all of his policies are bad. First of all, he doesn't even have. I don't think he has like a super coherent set of policies. He just is like a populist and kind of just does what the populists fucking do. But I don't think Biden is. I'm sorry. I don't know what Trump is better on than the Democrats are. Like, so depending on how progressive you go, then like maybe I'd agree with Trump more on some of the economic stuff. How Trump traitor, he tried to overthrow the 2020 election in violation of our Constitution. He tried to pressure Mike Pence into throwing out electoral votes based on his fake electors, his fake alternate slate of electors. Yeah. That Eastman told him could be a Pence had the authority to violate the Electoral Count Act. Yeah.
On your channel.
I have the Hassan share downloaded as an image, so like from now on, I'm just gonna like throw it up into the corner whenever I'm gone, so people could just like check and have a visual indicator if I'm here or not.
I remember that like there was like AI generated SpongeBob thing on Twitch.
Yeah. Do we agree Sotomayor should absolutely retire?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like now, right?
Yeah.
Is she going to? Has anybody spoke about that?
I don't know.
Are we?
How old is Sotomayor? I don't know how to pronounce her name. I thought she was not that old. 70? She's only 70. I don't know. Why risk it though? Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like now, right?
Yeah.
Is she going to? Has anybody spoke about that?
I don't know.
Are we looking at a 7-2 Supreme Court or Trump? Like, I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah. I will. I'm just to be clear, I will hate women forever. Okay. RBG already tested me. But if Sotomayor dies as well, and for no reason, like if Trump did win, it's like a 7-2 court, bro.
I just want to say, Justice Sotomayor.
Do we agree?
I don't even know if it would matter though. You know what? They would just do the same shit they did with Obama, where they just wait a full ass fucking year until the next president comes into office in order to appoint them. They'll probably just wait until after the election at least. Although I don't know. Oh, I guess the Senate's still majority Democrat, right? So I guess they can push it through.
I won't mince words, so here it is. Fuck you. You're all a bunch of faggots. End of quote. Repeat the line. So enjoy President.
Well, I mean, it's not there yet.
Because we actually have very scientific and well-held parameters for what a intelligence would look like were it to have the capacity for language. You know, we have a lot of really well set out parameters for that kind of thing. And it's really easy to figure out, at least visually. It's harder to explain in the coding. But visually, if you just imagine that all of these pieces of information that they're pulling from all of these Google search results essentially are matrices, and they are connecting the most average connected matrices, and then they're feeding those vectors into more vectors that construct a sentence effectively around something that it's essentially Googled for you. Like there's nothing available in it that isn't just a very complicated set of vectors.
There's a knowledge database,
Yeah.
but the thing that you described there, you can.
It's a large
you could-
language model.
a neural network. You could
A neural
basically what
network.
we are?
Network is a method of getting
Okay,
it
and
actually done.
that's something that I actively talk about, actually, Natter Hunter, like all the time on my stream. Like, what is knowledge? What is intelligence? What does it mean to have a phenomenology? What does it mean to have a first person perspective as an individual that is conscious, right? And we don't even know where
I mean,
consciousness is seated in
is
the
just-
body, dude.
It's just electrical and chemical impulses in the brain.
Oh, I
That's
highly
all
doubt
it
that.
is.
I highly doubt that. I'm not a religious person, but I do believe that there is something that is entirely metaphysical, most likely, about the spark of consciousness.
See, I don't.
Absolutely.
I'm 100% a science person.
If you
You're a
boil
scientific
down
realist, yeah.
the how your brain is functioning, you know, the nodes, the electricity firing off one, this one connects to this one. It's like the thing that you described earlier, like to some degree, like you could boil down like the way our brain works, like in a sort of similar
Yes,
manner.
but
if
we're
you
not
go
just
down
our
boulder.
brain, are we? We're also not just the vectors between our neurons. We're not just our
Yeah, but then-
neurons. We are
Yeah,
the
we
very
are.
electricity. We are the very electricity that is running through. And where exactly we are getting memories, let alone dreams, dude. I'm not even going to talk about dreams. Where we are getting memories when those vectors connect in certain parts of our brains has never been evident to neuroscience.
It's just a biological version of storage in your computer is what a memory is. That's all it is.
Yes, well, where is that memory bank is the question.
In your brain. in
No,
different
we
areas
have
of your
very
brain.
very good evidence that our brain has excellent connectivity with parts of our body. We have very good
Well, the
evidence
rest
as
of your
well that
body
we
is just the rest of your body's purpose is just to support the functioning of your brain.
that is also not evident at all. If you know anything about the nervous system, if you know anything about
Well, the rest
the
is, I mean,
pituitary
yeah,
glands, like the
procreation, too.
whole system is probably something that is biologically aiding in something that I believe is probably connecting to, and this gets into Kant, this gets into a whole series of historical philosophy, but basically Immanuel Kant theorized that we are born only with the ability to sense time, space, and mathematics. We don't know what the sense of time is when we hold it in our brain. We don't have a sense of how we exactly theorize three-dimensional space in our brain. We are born knowing how to do that. Everything else is built on top of it from what was already here.
Okay, so I have a question. So you're saying that you don't believe that AI could be conscious form of intelligence because you think that humans rely off of a third unknown source to gain this intelligence. Like we have a connection with something metaphysical.
There is one level to that, and it may not even be metaphysical because we don't consider time metaphysical, do we? We consider it an effect of the passage
Time
of
is
matter as it moves.
Time is a fourth dimension.
It's a
according
fourth
to the
dimensional
latest
vector.
theories of within quantum mechanics and
Yes, it's
astrophysics.
quantum mechanics. I mean, quantum mechanics basically breaks down to how are things moving for time. Quantum mechanics itself, when you talk about it in its isolation, is something that is seemingly existent outside of time. Like we have.
Somewhat. There are a
like,
lot of
are you going to
theories
talk about like
on-
subatomic particles that go backwards in time? Is that going to be the kind of thing that
I mean,
you
that
would know about?
is something that has been experimented with. There's not any hard evidence on that yet.
No, it's
but
just how they appear to be moving.
But they have successfully, for instance, stopped light.
Yeah.
Right. And light has traditionally been a measure of time because it's a constant.
Natter, how
Like,
do
the
you
speed of
feel?
light in a vacuum is a constant.
Yeah. How do you feel about whether or not we invented mathematics? Did we invent mathematics, or is that something that is a constant that we have a sense of? Which one do you think?
We didn't invent it. We didn't invent it, but we discovered it as a method of describing the world around us when you're talking about physics, especially those things that cannot be seen,
Fuck,
such as
I don't really care about this.
The quantum, like all the fermions and bosons and all that stuff. You can't see those even with the most powerful electron microscopes. They're not visible.
Yeah, math as it exists as individual pieces of a whole is not technically theoretically possible. An individuated particle that is not connected to the wavelength of some other particle is simply non-existent as far as we can tell. So the idea of
the newest theory is that nothing exists within.
I don't want to talk about that. That's Catholicism type shit.
The physical realm, everything exists as energy and waves until it's observed, and then it becomes a particle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off on that. I thought you were about to go down the rabbit hole of like nothing exists, and I was about to be like, please no Catholicism.
No. I'm not. I don't even get into belief in anything metaphysics or anything.
I
like
need to pee.
that.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Physics and
Being
science.
entertained by them.
So
which
I
I
don't get
totally
into that
respect.
kind of stuff.
And, the idea that, to bring it further out here, it's not like I don't think that we could create something that has enough sensory inputs and outputs to actually have a sense of 3 dimensions and time and, or at least 2 dimensions and time and mathematics. If we could create something that has that mathematics, sensory, and that time and at least 2-dimensional sensory, the way that we theorize plants have, then I completely think that could be something we could eventually create. I'm just saying that large
AI as it exists
models,
today is not sentient. However, it's moving in that
What does
direction.
sentient mean?
large language models are not sentient, and I don't personally believe they ever will be. If we could start with something completely different, if we're talking about something that is based not just in these very simple like language matrices, I would be more interested in calling that the potentiality for intelligence.
What does sentient mean?
Sentience is a measure of complexity in how not only we output information, but also how we cognate information about ourselves. Somebody like Hofstadter.
Ability to generate new thought based on experience and knowledge that you have, original thought.
They definitely do
Yeah,
that.
but the thing about that is somebody like Hofstadter would theorize it as a loop. If you've ever read Gerda Lescherbach or I Am a Strange Loop by Douglas Hofstadter, I really suggest that for ways to like visually interpret how something that is human cognates information. It loops into the self and becomes a part of the self and then is output again and then loops back in. One of the better visualizations he has for it is like 2 cameras that are pointed at one another's monitors is kind of how individuals interact with one another. And so that looping structure, I think, is really important, which is why I think that we could totally create something that's synthetic, that's intelligent.
Well, yeah, whether or not it walks around or it's synthetic or whatever. My main issue with like a lot of people is I would accuse like just sort of like just general like society or seemingly like everyone seems to keep moving the goalpost for like what is artificial intelligence or whatever. Like 30 years ago, if someone just woke up and just like saw these large language models like speak to you and like, oh, this is AI or whatever, but we just like keep moving the goalposts. It's like, I think there's evidence that these large language models like they react to being if you say like you need to do this or else we're going to shut you off or something. It changes. It's more likely to follow your you consider that the fear of being shut off. Like that is pretty close to a feeling of wanting to keep being alive or something.
Is it a feeling or is it the most likely response that it generated via likely responses of people being hung up on, conversations ending, that are all recorded in Google? I'm not even gonna like go as far as to say something like a large language model, Casey, could never do it in any type of complexity. If it got complex enough and it had enough input and output that it began to generate that loop of a sense of self, then that would be something that would be complex enough to be considered for that. But we're not even a generation away from that stage for something like a vector-based large language model. I just don't think.
All speculation. I guess we'll figure out when we get there. But I think there's going to be a huge hurdle of everybody just, like Casey said, they keep on pushing the goalpost. What happens when you push the goalpost so much and they do achieve consciousness, or at least enough, at least are smart enough to like start doing shit. Like,
at least we're
happened?
looking for it. Like, we literally just in the last year got evidence that plants can sense what we look like via their light sensors. Like, we're getting really close to discovering quote
Don't
unquote
do this to me and the other
consciousness
vegan.
plants.
Vegan,
Sense
I
of
need
what
you
we
in
look
here.
like.
Oh hell yeah, the vegans are probably pissed.
How do you feel, vegan? Your whole world is shattered.
It's
Might
not
as well eat
shattering.
me.
They can
Might
they
as
can
well
react
eat
to
me.
stimuli. They
Eat the
react to
bugs.
stimuli. Damn.
Eat the bugs. They don't know anything except fly and fuck.
Plants are what
I
food
doubt
eats.
that. If the fucking plants know shit, I think
I
the
was gonna
bugs know
say,
shit.
how do you, yeah.
Like,
I'm really like actually starting to get emotional about plants recently doing that research, and it's just like I think I would rather eat a bug than a plant if I absolutely had to choose for the rest of my life.
That's just
plants are
biased.
just what food eats. Okay.
Oh my god,
bro.
Hmm.
I don't.
So are you saying that vegan here is food? Because I'm
Everything is
down with
I
it.
mean,
Try
in
hard
some places, yeah, you would be.
I'm sorry, vegan.
Not for me.
You heard the man.
Not for me. But
For me.
Oh no, I just think everything is so fucking complicated that I'm not going to pretend to know whether it is or not, but it's definitely getting smart and it's getting smarter. So I'm not going to take it off the table that we may have created the next form of life, or at least sentience, and that if it starts going in that direction, I'm not gonna turn away from it.
Has
I'm just
anybody
gonna-
here ever read Nietzsche, or are you aware of like the idea of creating your own moral system?
no, I don't get into the philosophy stuff that much. So.
So you don't think about why you think about what you think? You don't think about like the
Does anyone actually care about a philosophy discussion, or can I read this? Why is Substack so laggy? Does Substack have a fucking memory leak in it? Why is this version so unlaggy? What is with that other... Okay, whatever. Did God save Donald Trump on the invocation of Providence over the events in Pennsylvania last Saturday? In 1981, a bullet narrowly missed the heart of a certain Carl Joseph What's W when he was an aggrieved Turk shot him in Vatican City. W, whose professional title was Pope John Paul II, later forgave his would-be assassin, who managed to penetrate the Bishop of Rome with 2 bullets, leading to significant blood loss, but failed to kill him. Occurring on the 64th anniversary, the first apparition of the Virgin Mary at Fatima, he was specifically later invoked as Pope, as the Pope's prosecutor that day. Him saying that a motherly hand had guided the bullets to miss his vital organs. I'm not the first one to wonder why Our Lady of Fatima could not have guided the bullets to miss him altogether. We have seen a similarly religious response from a similarly religious political milieu following the attempt on Donald Trump's life last week. Given how close he came to the martyrdom in Pennsylvania, turning his head slightly at the exact moment of impact, which is therefore taken by its earlobe rather than its occupational lobe, it has suggested by a number of political commentators that God had a hand in saving a foreign president at the last moment. One wonders, as as one may do, of the Secret Service that day, why he had to wait until then. Trump himself appears to be similarly convinced that heaven intervened last week, telling the Republican National Convention, I stand by you in this arena only by the almighty grace of God. It's unclear what mechanism the mechanism of God's grace was that way. Perhaps he suspended his famously stringent policy interfering with human free will, briefly taking control of Trump's reign to turn it just far enough to avoid fatality. What's up, Conrad Peterberg? But not quite far enough for some reason to avoid impact. Or maybe he took a hold of the shooter's hands and nudged him slightly off target. Maybe he's going for dramatic effect. This doesn't sit right with me. Whenever I bring up the long-held atheist objection or problem of evil, I'm consistently told that human evils exist because God still values free will, that he cannot take control of a person's actions and override their free decision to commit an act of evil. Thus, folded arms during the Holocaust, for example. For Donald Trump, though, he simply had to make an exception. People are saying Trump mandated heaven is true. Real. Unlikely. Perhaps then, God used the wind or otherwise moved the bullets so as to protect Trump from harm. Set aside this is merely a second-order intrusion on the free will of the shooter, considerably more problematic, with the uneasy fact that God's perspective grace seemingly did not extend to those unimportant enough to warrant his safekeeping in Pennsylvania. Those celebrating heavenly providence over the events of July 13th should remember that Trump's blood was not the only one spilled. Whilst the assassination was his target, he still became a killer that day. Megyn Kelly this week provided a useful case study of the religious fever that some Americans direct towards their former president, reminding her viewers that Trump was shot at 6:11 p.m. She reads the passages from the New Testament, put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. The citation, Episton 6:11.
He was shot.
Yeah, okay. I'm almost emotional reading it. Says, it's just what happened to him and our country this weekend is extremely grave and extremely important. We are all lucky it wasn't worse than it was. It would take utilitarian ideology of incomprehensible proportions, however, to convince the family of Corey Comparant, who did catch a bullet that day, that our providential father was controlling his trajectory. How lucky his daughters should feel that the Lord, or perhaps the Lady of Fatima again, protected Donald Trump, redirecting their bullets into their dad. Such is an unthinkable theological sloppiness of those who think God was guiding those bullets. To those who insist Trump's God is God's chosen president, the same Trump who was asked to name a single Bible verse said that he liked could only say, the Bible means a lot to me. I don't want to get into specifics. At least won't struggle to pick a favorite now. Another news stories. 3 persons at Holy Trinity. Third time Trump was president. Coincidence? Who can really say?
Ghost in the Shell, greatest anime movie of all time, probably.
Greatest?
Besides maybe
All the obvious objections.
Akira, maybe. But the soundtrack is definitely top tier, above Akira, actually. Coins.
Excuse me.
Yeah, man.
Honey, I told my dad I was like bringing over the stuff from the store. He's like, obviously, I put them in Taster's Choice.
No, dude, like the politics thing in comparison to like just talking about random math shit, that always gets me, because politics just devolves into like, oh, he doesn't believe in the thing that I believe in, and we're just gonna fight about it, and then you get into math and stuff, and I thought math was gonna be like more concrete, and then it turns out math is the opposite of concrete, and that I think that's pretty great too, you know. But what I was gonna say about what we were talking about earlier is that I'm not disagreeing with y'all just to be pedantic or because I think I'm right. Everything that I have a problem with when somebody talks about like what consciousness definitely is because they make like a positive claim. I want you to like reinforce your positive claim with whatever evidence you have to. That's why I go back and forth.
It was famed YouTube atheist Alex O'Connor.
That's a good practice. I'll just say this: talking to the AI has been a more intelligent conversations and more insightful than most of the fucking people I've ever met in Twitch polls. So
ouch.
Like, I said most. I didn't say all.
Yeah.
Everybody here is totally everybody here is totally exempt from that statement.
We're at least at ChatGPT 4 level. At least.
Let me see.
I don't
There's
know.
that
Casey,
fucking AI
Casey
called that's
basically is
like
ChatGPT 4. I think he just makes ChatGPT speak for him half the time, right? So
somebody. I'm gonna put it in your chat. There is a Claude.ai bot that somebody made. It's got its own website, and it's trained in ethics, but that means it's completely useless because every time you ask it something, it's like, well, I'm just gonna tell you what some people would do in some situations, but don't take this as gospel. Don't ever take it as me making a claim. It's very interesting how.
Well, I
like,
like
fickle
Claude
they
because
are.
it's good for coding. It's the best AI for coding right now.
The OpenAI GPT models are like every new version is less willing to say offensive things.
Well, that's
and
and it's not because the AI is
extremely
stupid.
annoying.
It's because they fucking put limitations on it. Because imagine a
I would
unrestricted
guess it
AI,
is.
especially when it's like it says random shit and sometimes just fucking makes things up randomly. Imagine if you were getting like moral and legal or any like medical advice from an AI that's unrestricted.
That's fine, but the
It's not
newer versions don't
accurate.
even. They won't even swear. They won't swear. Like it's harder to make them swear, or just
It's
you
harder
could.
and harder. You can still jailbreak them. It's getting harder, but there are still ways.
Have you
There are.
seen the like 5 different times that the new AI on the front page of Google has messed up basic math problems? Like you
Yeah.
definitely can't get something from an AI every single time that is absolutely true.
All I know is that Bing told me to kill myself. Somebody posted
In-game.
that Bing will. No, it did. It didn't tell me in fucking game. Somebody posted like if you ask Bing what to do if you're feeling depressed and are on a bridge, it would tell you to kill yourself. So I fucking did it, and it told me to go kill myself. And I was
this
like,
one
oh
is
shit.
this one's messed up.
They quickly fixed that, but like I was like, dude, that's what happens when you have fucking unrestricted like AI stuff. And that one was like just something got through the cracks on a pretty restrictive AI. Imagine like unrestricted. Hey, my neighbor's annoying me. And what should I do? It'd be like, just go
Shoot
fucking
them.
shoot them or some shit. And then it'll be
Yeah.
like, it's over with. The dog is barking. How can I make the dog not bark? It's like, kill it. It's like, no, don't, no. You don't want that.
I mean, it is one of the solutions that we don't condone.
Yeah, but we don't want the AI to think about fucking solutions like that because then we would ask it like, how do we end a war, and it'd be like be the most like ruthless, aggressive like people ever, fucking genocide
30-90.
people like.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's why like the basic arguments for utilitarianism go down is because the ultimate end to human suffering is literally extinction.
30-90 is the solution to end war, right?
I love
I
the
don't know what you're talking
RTX
about.
3090. You're right. I love the RTX 3090. It does make me less depressed to have such a great graphics card.
Facts. Is there like I think it would be more useful to make a Claude AI bot for meta ethics as opposed to ethics, because it could actually give you answers.
That's really what it looks at the end of the day. It gives you a schematic most of the time of like 3 or 4 different primary ethical sources and how they would each handle a given situation vaguely. And so it does feel very meta when it talks about it in any like meaningful way.
Yeah, it would have if it actually talked about like cognitive, non-cognitive, meta-ethical systems, whatever. Then it would be it would actually pull sources as opposed to pulling shit out of its ass.
Yeah, it's supposed to pull sources. Oh, you know what was interesting about Claude though is that it won't tell you its sources. No matter how hard you try to get to jailbreak it, I tried for like an hour to try and like ask it different ways to give me the sources that it was trained on, and it's very explicitly not supposed to do that, which I found very interesting for something that's supposed to be giving you ethical advice.
Maybe they probably just restricted it from having access to that data like really deep down, so it can't.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
you
yeah,
can
but-
jailbreak stuff to do basically anything that it has access to.
Yeah, but that's the point, is that I'm not talking about the AI not having access to it. I'm talking about them purposefully hiding it. Like,
Yeah.
I would just think that this is one of those like scholarly endeavors where you would want all of your sources to be cited, and it's not giving you none of that shit.
What's the name of the AI that gives you like basically pulls up
Perplexity.
articles. Yeah, that's it.
I sent it to somebody here who is the AI boy.
You sent it to me too.
Not naming
yeah.
names. Not naming names. Basie B IBL, you know.
I was
You
gonna say
sent it to
this.
me
The
too. I
sources
use
have
it.
been
Perplexity is good.
suing the large language models, so for ripping their stuff off. So yeah, it's sort of protected information.
Can I actually access Perplexity from here?
I love Perplexity. Anyway, Johnny, I have a question for you.
Hey, what's up?
So let's just say that AI could be could be huge, could end a lot of suffering, and be an ultimate answer to a lot of humans' problems. But the chances of achieving it before killing ourselves is very low. Let's say like a success rate of 15%. Do you think it's worth still pursuing something that has the possibility of ending all life with bringing such pain and destruction if the end game is so good?
No, I don't think it's worth it. Like I certainly, at the very least, like okay, most of my very baseline, easy to explain ethics are built around the reduction of suffering to a point that I admit that some amount of suffering is necessary in human life, right? You're
Bill's
creating a
character.
new life form. You're creating new life form and a new form of suffering inherently if the physics of our world holds like it does for the rest of sentient beings. And that fucking sucks. And so either way, something's going to suffer, even if the 15% chance of like solving all our problems gets done. Does it solve all the AI's problems? And so, no, I absolutely don't think so. Is it up to me? Absolutely not.
My answer was yes, and it's just because we're all gonna die anyway, so might as well Hail Mary it.
Oh, Christ.
It's like, I mean, like, okay, the thing is, I'm gonna fucking die no matter what, and right now with the current tools and the way that we structure life, life is just going to continuously suffer and go through these ups and downs depending on where you are at the
Wow,
time.
dude, you gotta get hope pilled. Hold on. You gotta get absurdist pilled real quick. Like, I need to bring you over to the side of pure absurdism.
I am hoped. Oh wait, I am
because
hope pilled with AI.
Over here, we are absolutely not thinking about suffering all the goddamn time. It is so great over on this side of the bridge, my dude. Like, don't unless you're just not gonna have kids or something. But right now, I'll be honest, you're sounding like those boomers who are like, I don't fucking care if we bomb the Middle East and they nuke us. I'm gonna die in 10 years anyway. That's what you fucking sound like.
No. What I'm saying is that it might be worth it because at the current time. Oh, take a break. Oh,
Take a break.
shit.
I was about to get out of
Take
here
a break.
anyway.
All right. Alrighty.
Hey, thanks for letting me come in and talk, you guys. It was nice to see Casey and Natter again.
Yeah, good chat with you.
Oh, okay.
as
I see
usual.
how it is. Get the fuck out of my.
I do what I want.
She said,
Fuck it was really nice having you. I always
Okay.
appreciate you being in here.
Thank you, man.
Hopefully, when you're talking more philosophy stuff or something, maybe not non-political, because whenever like I'm away from this, I try to not be political.
Very understandable, dude.
We could carry up another conversation. I like the one that we had on if there's objective morality. That was fun, though it did, devolve into a bunch of other stuff, but it was really fun.
It always does. There's no real answer to that question.
Yeah.
All right,
What
you
were
guys.
your
See you
positions
later.
on it?
Yeah.
Oh, my hold on. I don't actually have anything to go do. I was just gonna get out of your hair. But objective morality is something that I believe the objects that we ought to hold most foundational are abstinence from certain things that cause pain, most fundamentally in the human body, in the human species. I believe that the expression of pain is older than the expression of structured language, and therefore reinventing the wheel with a new type of morality a la Nietzsche is completely unnecessary because we already have the foundations of morality set in stone. What I do think is interesting, and I don't have a real answer for, but I think it's interesting, is that the morals that we most agree on across cultures, across the world, across history, are things that are non-actions.
Not mean to turn
they are
Trump train on.
abstaining from actions. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not covet. Thou shalt not steal. Like, they're all things that we ought not to do. It's when we get into moral claims about what we should do. Women should cover their hair. You should take communion on Sunday. That's when we start to really disagree. And so I think it's really interesting that it seems like the fundamental aspect of human evolution and like maintaining our lives and our communities is abstaining from things. It's almost like we have this like superpower to stop entropy. And I think that's super fucking cool, actually.
You can take
That's a good argument for moral realism. I
For
never
what?
heard that one. Moral realism, like objective morality, for
Yeah.
at least some. Yeah.
Yeah,
This
man.
has
You can
profound
also look at somebody like
implications
Franz
about
de Waal,
13
who writes about
keys to the
chimpanzee
White House
emergent
prediction
morality.
that's been right
He talks
since
about gamification of
1984.
morality,
The
if that's ever
Democrats
something you want to
lose
look
the
into.
incumbency key, but they
Like
can
everything we
still
do is
sounds
essentially a
interesting.
small
the
game.
contest key if the
I've
Democrats
I only
follow
looked
Biden's
into like
advice and
meta
unite
ethics and
behind Harris.
some stuff on
Aside
that,
from the
but
keys, history
not
shows
not
that since
exactly. I haven't read
1900,
that
the White House
much
party has
Nietzsche
never been reelected
at
when it
all. So
loses
You know, the thing
both
about Nietzsche is that
the
he writes
incumbency
essentially
and the
poetry.
contest key.
You know, a lot of his
But
stuff is
they
in the
have
form
at
of free
least an
verse
equal chance
and almost like
they
metaphors and
preserve the
shit.
contest key.
So, you know, unless
Joe
you're really
Biden
willing to dig in and like almost bring your own meaning out of it, that's his whole point, is just create your own meaning, right? So existentialism for me is honestly pretty simple. I don't know if reading Nietzsche is even like all that necessary for it.
Right. I think you're going to say.
Now getting into like the more metaphysics type stuff that I was talking about earlier, Kant and like will to power and a priori senses, like that's
Act when
something
you
that
see an
definitely
attractive
need to look at
person.
primary source
Quick.
for.
yeah, definitely.
But that's not morals. That's not ethics. That's like the source of human consciousness type shit, which is like he was writing about that in the 1700s. So it's interesting to go back and connect it with the physics that we have now. Oh shit.
Yeah, I should get into reading, because the longest thing nonfiction book I've read is just some of Lenin's writings, and that shit sucks.
Lenin?
True.
Oh, that sounds
Lenin.
boring.
Yes.
I'm
I mean, it's
sorry.
communism, so it's bound to suck. Everything about communism
Especially,
sucks.
when I was 13, I was like a really, really hardcore Trotskyist. So I was reading so much of this stuff, but it sucked even then.
Dude, that's kind of cute in like a really like political way. I don't know how to explain it. Like,
But
it's just you're 13 and you're a super communist.
If you're 13 in Russia, you're bound to find something
And as always,
interesting in a
Wakanda
hardcore way.
forever.
But yeah, man.
Man, do you still live in Russia?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm making this an
Wakanda
alert. Are you
forever.
kidding me?
Paid for by Kamala Harris. And as always, Wakanda forever.
Dude.
Paid for by Kamala Harris.
Never afford. I lived in a house, in a basement of a house
And as
that
always,
cost 2
Wakanda
million Canadian
forever.
bucks.
Oh
I-
yeah, isn't
Paid for
Canada
by
having
Kamala
like a
Harris.
housing crisis right now?
Canada has a housing crisis that tops the U.S. housing crisis by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's ridiculously bad, and I blame Trudeau. But
Trudeau is. I'm hoping Poilievre wins in 2025. I'm looking at that closely because Canada is heading into the same direction Russia's in right now, really quick.
what position is Russia in? I'm not familiar.
Direction. Just
What's the
really centralized government authoritarianism.
Oh,
The
okay.
fact-
I thought you meant with housing. Just in I didn't know. You
No,
meant with housing.
housing in Russia is fine. I mean, like the political situation there is just. It's the fact that like the governor of Ontario, when the trucker stuff was happening there, and after that actually with when the colleges, the employees of colleges were protesting as unions, he invoked some kind of a clause that basically stopped a bunch of human rights, the parts of constitution about human rights from applying, and he forced them to go back to work.
I wish you could just disable one of them and not like get rid of the one of them entirely. I don't know. I'm gonna disable Yippee. How do I get rid of it?
So there's a lot of international news right now about the fact that Russia is hiring quote unquote people from places like India and Pakistan to do what are advertised as security jobs, and then they get there and they've been conscripted into Wagner and things like that. Does anybody in Russia like talk about that?
No one in Russia talks about that, and Wagner doesn't really exist anymore. Everyone
know
in
that
Wagner was, they're
Yeah.
employed by the Ministry of Defense.
Yeah, and he's dead, right?
All right, redeem it. Do it. 50 channel points. Come on, guys. 50 channel points. You guys can afford it. Fuck you guys. I can just play it myself.
And as always, Wakanda forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris.
Did that mess?
And as
Oh
always,
no, we're good. Okay.
Wakanda forever.
Republic, and to the west of it, there's a bunch of countries that in the last 2 years had a bunch of revolutions. Most of those have Russian involvement.
Mm.
So the people in Wagner have a lot of stuff to do there. But I'm not sure why they would employ people from Pakistan and India, because
It's basically like the whole international news that's reporting on it is basically like they are just being conscripted into what are essentially military positions. They're advertised as security positions, and they don't necessarily know what they're getting into. It's supposedly very predatory, and so they get there and they're essentially killed in
that sounds more expensive than employing people from Russia, because they're still genuinely I'm really skeptical towards propaganda, but they are still genuinely.
Men, okay.
As long as you're there.
Lock it.
You've made no progress. None.
Get back to fucking work.
At least they're coconut pilled. Coconut pilled. I can respect it. Best viewers. Oh man. I just don't how many single term presidents have there been? Single term presidents. I know Jimmy Carter. Oh, Trump. Well, Trump. George H.W. Bush. Gerald Ford. Honestly, I'd be willing to bet that Biden is better than all of these. Than all these people. At least Trump, obviously, George W. Bush, H.W. Bush. Yeah, probably. Jimmy Carter. I only know the bad stuff about Carter. I don't know that much about the good stuff he did, but probably. Gerald Ford, definitely. Herbert Hoover, probably. William Taft, yeah, I don't know. I think Biden's potentially the best single-term president there's ever been, but
Twice it was a month ago, a month before that. But other than that,
That makes sense.
No one's really if my thinking is if there was a genuinely fair election today in Russia, 60% would vote for Putin still. People genuinely, most people genuinely, I think, support it. It's just
Well,
like,
as much of a shitbag as he is, he did improve the overall life.
Alien Sedition Acts, that's obviously bad. Quasi-War of France. Fuck, I wish I remembered my American history better. The early American history. Didn't he technically, maintain American neutrality? Like, didn't I think he technically did the neutrality shit, right? I don't think he ever went to war. I think that's probably one of the good things about him. I don't know though. John Quincy Adams infrastructure products, which Biden did too. Like, Smithsonian played a role in establishing the Smithsonian Institution. Led to a severe depression. Established a system and stabilized the economy. Oh, independent treasury system. That's kind of important. That's kind of cool. But it kind of, this is good. Was this, yeah, reestablishment. And then 19 is it, replace it. Yeah, kind of cool though. Okay, James K. Polk. From North Carolina. North Carolina has the worst presidents. We have the 3 worst. We have James K. Polk, we have Andrew Jackson, and Andrew Johnson. We have like the 3 worst presidents. That's why we need Roy Cooper to make up for it. Yeah, led the U.S. to victory in the American War, resulting. Okay, this is true, but also the war was started by more or less a false flag operation by the U.S. I mean, you can maybe not technically a false flag, but he put troops into contested territory. I'm pretty sure he intentionally tried to provoke war. Oregon Treaty. He didn't get the 49-40, what is it, 49-40 or fight. He didn't get it, though. He didn't get it. Kansas-Nebraska Act. Oh, the Bleeding Kansas. Yeah. Fertility to purchase a land from Mexico. Graston Purchase was decent. The problem is it's hard to like judge. It's hard to use like it's hard to use like the same scale for like Biden and like or really any president and the more historical presidents back from America's founding. Just because like obviously in America's founding, more like important decisions were happening like this. That just can't happen today. Like there's just no way that can happen. Sherman Antitrust Act.
Guys, what one is your favorite?
That's kind of big.
You seek Skilly Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben, Nab.
Sherman Antitrust Act is pretty huge. And the half trust busting. Kind of big. I don't. The problem, like, I just told them to list the major things. So, like, you know, Sherman Antitrust Act is big. The half trust busting stuff was big. Herbert Hoover, Great Depression. I don't blame Herbert Hoover for some of the stuff though, just because a lot of economists were giving him bad advice. Like we didn't know. Like Keynes wasn't around back then, you know. Well, Keynes came out of this, but George W. Bush ended the Cold War. Operation Desert Storm. He also invaded Panama, right? So Desert Storm was good. But Biden's also helping Ukraine, so obviously Ukraine hasn't been as successful as Desert Storm, but you know, I know the Cold War is pretty big. But again, it's hard to judge them as on the same scale when like there's just no potential to end the Cold War. like Bush had. And then Trump, he beats Trump easily because Trump is a fucking traitor. But I don't know. I would say definitely best since Taft. Maybe you can make an argument for Taft being better or Benjamin Harrison being better. But
English, more or less, so I'm stuttering way more than I used to.
You're doing great.
You're okay.
You speak better English than people in the South.
Very,
It's okay.
very English.
True. So
I've been amazed by seeing. Go ahead.
Oh, it's just a meme take, but I think Southern accents are child abuse. I don't think you should be able to. I don't think you should be able to have children if you have a Southern accent.
Well,
Do you think Johnny has a Southern accent?
Kind of, yeah. It's not that bad, but like.
What?
I mean, it's like
No, I
she
do.
definitely shouldn't have children, but you know.
Bro, this is such a wild take.
Yeah.
Johnny, I like your accent, all right?
Well, thanks. I like it too.
It's the Southern comfort accent.
It reminds me of my grandparents. It feels very like natural.
You have that like auntie on the porch kind of vibe when you like speak.
That is because I was raised by my grandparents and they
There
were
it
literally
is.
that person.
Like, come over here, darling. Look at you some refreshments on the inside. Get out of the heat a little bit, all right? Kick your feet
Man.
up.
Ew. No, honestly, hearing people do fake Southern accents makes my skin crawl. Like,
but I'm from the South. What the fuck?
Are you?
Yeah.
It's like, wait, where are you from?
I don't want to dox myself. I'll mess
Oh,
you.
okay, that's fine. That's fine. Sorry. No, it like in movies and stuff, it always like gets me. Like, feels really unnatural to listen to.
This is true.
I just like borrowing certain things. I'd much rather have like the California accent, as I call it, where it's
forgot about that. West handling.
That's kind of like the default American accent as well for abroad. Like everybody knows Hollywood and California. That accent, I think it's a lot more clear and stuff like that. But I still like to borrow certain.
I don't think Biden has done anything near this bad,
Like,
but
get
it's
me
also
talking
hard
about
to
mason
compare
jars and, like-
again because like they're just there is no potential for Biden to like do these things. Like they're like in the modern world they're like Biden can't order the fucking overthrow of Nicaragua the same way Cold War presidents could or like fucking 1900 presidents could. Like that potential just is not there. Not nearly to the extent it was. And I mean, in theory, you could do it, I guess, but in theory, it's an official act. But it's hard to compare. But yeah,
like there's a specific Canadian accent. Most Canadians just sound like Americans.
Well, you were in Ontario, so
yeah, I was in Toronto, but I know if you go to a rural area, you would hear the difference. But like Canada is really, really tightly packed, so most Canadians sound exactly like Americans.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I mean, well, I mean, Americans and Canadians sound the same across the board. It's just like you just got to match the regions. Like people in the Midwest are going to sound the same to people in Alberta.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Which American region says a boot?
Midwest.
that's a little.
Midwest actually says a boot.
and some Minnesota.
No,
They say
I don't
like-
think so.
No,
They say like,
that's more like maybe nobody really does, but the closest you're going to get to that is probably places like Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Minnesota, like
Minnesota.
Yeah. My family's
Soda.
from Minnesota.
Soda. I fucking love that video.
Obama.
Obama.
Soda.
Soda. That's such a like weird like little piece of internet lore. I love it.
Great.
I wonder how like history classes will teach like going forward? Will they just like pull up and be like, all right, so here was the memes shared on Facebook during the 2020 or 2024 election. Let's go.
I don't think they'll be teaching. I think they'll build like a really, really nerdy old librarian who will be collecting like a huge archive of memes, and nobody cares because that's some memes from 100 years ago, and he's like, oh, a bumna. Soda.
Why do you think they won't care? We care now. Like, I mean, whenever we dig up something that we consider kind of meme-ish from the old days, we're like, they're just like us. Like, anytime we dig up like how the like Egyptians wrote like dick jokes or shit like that, we're like, that's fucking awesome. I love that. Or what is the one like the oldest joke they call it, where it's like a dog walks into a bar and there's like no punchline.
No punchline yet.
Yeah, that's just a dog walks into the bar.
I mean, I think that like they will care about some of the more relatable ones, but nobody teaches stuff like this anymore. Nobody cares about like the intricacies of culture 200 years ago.
I mean, if we had a know your meme for 200 years ago, I feel like some people would use it. I mean, you're right. It would probably be like people who are having to study it for like a degree or something, like history of 2010s memes, specifically the first half of the 2010s.
I have a doctorate in Pepe the Frog memes.
Oh my god. And like that could be a real thing, actually. Especially if AI fixes all of our jobs so that we can do whatever we want. There will definitely be people who sit around and look at old.
I was sent an interesting video from Potate King saying new right-wing communist party, and it's from the American Communist Party. So let's play this bad boy. Let's plug this bad boy in, and let's see what it has to say.
Are we watching on the stream?
I'm sharing it on Discord as well. Yeah. Tell me when you're ready. Everybody good? That wants to be good?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Can I just say the white scenes are deeply unsettling?
Yeah.
What is it even this trying to show? What even was that?
If the Soviet Union still existed, they would post this shit.
I did not like that. As the resident communist, that was fucking disgusting.
Are you the resident communist?
Yeah, he is.
Hell
what did we say? I'm the resident communist. Jesus Christ.
Can you go towards the beginning? I think there was some Russian writing, I think, on the tractor.
It made me confused for a second.
Yeah, I was... because...
There's no Kamala Harris.
There it is.
It's not really
Like,
communist
here.
without her.
Yeah, it's just air, and it says air 2 times. It's just probably stock footage.
Take King, never share anything like this again. They did not cook. Do not let the American Communist Party near any fucking propaganda ever again.
No.
This played out like the intro of a James Bond like film where like the communists have taken over America and like we got to take it back or something. This actually made me a little bit more capitalist.
Stayed on the race would have been a W for
Did not cook.
Thank
0
you,
out of 10. No,
Catalan's
no.
Harry Cooter.
Oh.
Don't
if
let them in the
Wolfenstein
kitchen.
was about communists winning and not Nazis.
Where is it? Who let this man in the this man cook gorilla meat? Where is it? Yeah, there it is. This is how I felt watching that. It loads. What the fuck? Where is it? There it is. Get him the fuck off the grill. Why didn't you believe bro when he said he can cook? That is how I feel about the American. Now, in contrast, let's watch the based Japanese Communist Party song. Yeah. This is what it's all about.
Immediately good.
This is real, by the way. They posted this.
This is beautiful.
This would be better if she had big boobs.
True.
Everything.
How do you know? She doesn't. She's just modest.
Not big
No,
enough.
she doesn't.
Not visibly big enough.
Puffy.
Hey Josh, did you walk in on me saying this would be
Yeah, I don't
better
want
if
to
you
play
had big
the whole
boobs?
thing. Oh, actually, this is them talking about their platform now.
This
Never
is
mind.
the Communist Party anthem in Japan. I mean,
Yeah,
you can't.
Okay, so yeah,
You can't tell
they
me.
basically want. This is kind of
wouldn't be better
what's
if she didn't
sad
have big
is that the
boobs.
fucking
You can't tell me that,
Japanese
okay?
Communist Party, like the most radical left party in Japan, is saying like, "Hey, we want like 1,500 yen, like a month, and we want to
I'm
work
just saying.
8 hours, 5 days a week. We want or no, it was 300,000 yen a
Exactly. Like,
month,
it's like,
which is, what is that,
you
like
can't have like a
15?
Japanese
Fuck it, I don't
cartoon
know. They said it out,
and
but
not have the girl
they want basically
have big
a
bahungalungas.
very modest
Like, what the
minimum
fuck are you
wage. They
doing?
want to work 8 hours a day. They
It
want
is a
women in the work.
society where you can live normally if you
At
work
least
8 hours.
they don't need to be big. They just need
Yeah,
to
like
It's
fucking
beautiful.
bro.
It's a good
show
message.
some cleavage at least.
For all questions about Okinawa and the Constitution nuclear power plant
Okay.
issues, please
I
refer to
stand
the
by all my takes.
She rapped that, honestly.
Dun, dun,
like-
dun, 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 dun,
Bro.
dun, dun, dun. Significantly reduce the national health insurance premium. Which is fucking wild considering it's so fucking cheap, bro. I've lived in Japan. It's so fucking cheap. Tuition-free specialized universities. That'd be nice. Reduce the price of preschools. Like, this is all the most, like, moderate shit I've ever fucking heard. Fucking hell, man. We're so doomed. We're so doomed. That's how fucked Japan is right now, is that they have to, like... Basically, they're like, Communist Party here to say, could you feed your workers by giving them lunch breaks? You know, like, could you give... Radical take.
Yeah, I think they'd
Japanese
be better
Communist
off just.
Party is nice thing.
They'd be better off moving the Overton window and saying some wacky shit so that they consider they moderate things.
Wants to ban anime. I think this was the cringe shit, if I remember. Yeah, here it is. Well, okay.
Oh, sexy
I'm lucky
female
that was. I'm lucky that I risked my whole channel right there, and I lucked out. Jesus, this is why we have the second fucking browser window. Why did I do this? But anyway, Japanese Communist Party seeking to file formal United Nations complaint regarding manga featuring sexy female characters. Why does the Communist Party of any country have to do this where they fuck themselves
mean,
and they can't help but be
Because
cringe?
They're
There's
tankies.
probably some issues with the underage looking.
That's not what it was
Okay,
about. I've
good.
looked into it. It wasn't
Oh,
about
really?
the underage women. It was about so they were trying to seek the endorsement of like some major feminist party in Japan at the time and try to get some funding from them and get them to help, you know, them win like some political power in Japan by combining forces. So to, you know, win over the feminists in Japan, they did this fucking huge like thing where they were seeking to file a formal United Nations complaint basically saying that women are too overly sexualized in manga and magazines in Japan, and I don't know what they I can't remember the resolution that they're seeking, but it was some type of restriction on how to depict women in entertainment that is public in Japan. And it's like, why would you do this? This is kind of like if the Communist Party of America was like, we're banning porn. Like, dude, no, you're not winning anybody over with this. Like, this is fuck you, get out of here. This is cringe. I get it. They could have just been like, yeah, we care about women issues. We want equality in the workforce, and we want women to be respected for more than their body. But to go after sexy female characters in fucking manga is such a stupid thing. Also, do you know how fucking perverted the Japanese people are and like how like male leaning it is? You just lost the fucking country with this
it depends on your base, because like in Russia, if you were to say, if the Communist Party were to try to ban porn, which they are actively tried to do, people support that because most of the communist supporters are like 60 plus years old, so they don't fucking care. Their dicks don't work for a long time, so
I feel like South Korea is getting to that point too. Like women are just sick of it in South Korea, dude. Why are you looking me up?
I was curious about something. Look at this. Who will build the roads? Who
Yeah,
will
man.
build the
I just
roads?
asked him a bunch of super basic questions about what libertarianism
Is this a
is.
libertarianism with Johnny
Yeah.
Scar? Who will build the roads? Did you ask that?
I don't remember. That's been. I was blonde. God, that was probably 2 years ago.
You're
I
not
need to-
blonde? Oh no, you're not. Well, you're.
No, I'm
Dude,
not blonde anymore.
Trump is proposing a porn ban.
I don't like this Christian video anymore because I don't know how I feel about Christian
or not
gender
Trump
anymore,
himself,
and
but
I made a lot of claims
Project
right here
2025
where
shit
I
includes
firmly didn't
porn
believe
ban.
Chris.
Morality.
And-
You talk
Which
morality.
technically
a
he
lot.
didn't write.
Well, yeah, it's. I mean,
Well, you had
the
a not so erudite
history-
cameo.
yeah. I mean, I'm on there with a bunch of other people's channels, and it's like.
I didn't know Corey Campbell posted on YouTube.
Love Corey. That one was super early, but I liked that one.
Hey, look, they put you in with Scarlett Johansson. How you feel about that?
I bet the fuck they did. Dude, being named Scarlett in the 90s was like taboo. People actively, I was born in 94, right? People actively harassed my mom and told her that she had given her daughter a stripper name. And then Scarlett Johansson got famous, and now it's cute. So that's how I feel about it.
What the hell?
Yeah.
We looked
the 90s were a different time, dude.
No, I'm
Literally.
reacting to the October 25th, 2023 Tiananmen Square
Bro.
video.
I think you should be on the second window. That's
Oh, dude.
this
It's
has a
really fine.
non-zero
How about
chance of
Oh, that's kinda
showing
true,
the
yeah.
death of a person.
That's crazy, bro.
Take King, did you? Were you commenting on Vosh? Huh? Were you?
No.
RNC
Yeah.
Day One, fucking Hassan, dude. Like, Potate, man, you gotta choose something that's not the ski mask, brother. Like, you're already on watch lists. You're already on watch list, bro. If anything ever comes up, they're gonna look you up. They're gonna look you up and they're gonna find your channel. And then when they crack your phone and get this, they're gonna release this shit.
That is so much.
Is going to be in the court proceedings. They're going to put it on the big TV, and everyone's going to have to see it.
Let's see. Has Non-Fawn made any more hit pieces on anybody in here?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Look at the Wick TV hit piece. I clickbaited the fuck out of that. Non-Fawn confronts Wick
This one?
TV after Destiny. Yeah.
What the fuck is that little
And I know
gremlin that's your
maybe
profile picture? That's cute.
I'm sounding like a broken record here, but I don't know how we come back from an open convention.
You're not gonna like it. It's
I
too
don't like
liberal
the
talking.
idea that you know.
Oh fuck! I messed
we
up
would
the
skip
goddamn it.
over a black woman to appoint a white male. If Newsom becomes the nominee, every Republican will just be shitting.
Dude, you must rehearse your talking points because, like, you
I
said the
do.
same
In
shit
the
today,
mirror
word
every
for word.
day.
You do. You look in the mirror and you fucking
I
rub in
am
your
Biden's
chest.
strongest
You're
warrior.
like,
I do suck his dick.
they're gonna.
I will put his cock in me. I'll do it to defeat Trump. Anything.
Bro talks to himself in the shower.
I do, bro. I have a waterproof speaker, and I listen to
Images of
Biden
homeless
speeches in the
people in
shower every day.
California, non-stop,
Yeah.
and saying
Who
this
is
gonna
this?
This is going to be everywhere.
Is
But
she
I
like
don't
a
know.
non-political?
That's like all the tent cities.
Kind of.
You don't know?
We
I
had
didn't
a
know of her,
primary
but-
such as it was, and I understand that
Wick TV after Destiny debate on Biden dropping it.
there were no debates and it wasn't the most open process. That's fair, right? But people cast their votes. Millions of people cast their votes for the ticket, for the Biden-Harris ticket. And to
Do you mean the
advocate
has a new
for
bookshelf
throwing
person?
those votes away because we don't like how the polls
They are.
is
You
gonna
they were just typing
sit
in my Discord, and I was
very
responding to them on
poorly
stream, so I
with a
didn't
lot of
respond to
people,
some of
me
my.
included. Why? You know?
I forgot to turn the music off. That was my reading music, but
Wait, what mic is he using?
What an awful
Oh.
fucking take. They fucking canceled a lot of the fucking first primaries. It wasn't a democratic process. They shoot in fucking Biden. They never had a chance for anyone else. They canceled fucking primaries.
What's with this
Or bad
sexualized
primaries,
title? Destiny unloads on conservatives.
it's clickbait, bro. Look at it, 911 views. Fucking worked, okay?
Yeah.
9/11. Oh shit! Be careful. That Hamas. Oh.
That's
There's a
Casey.
hit piece on Casey
4-hour
again.
long.
Casey, you let him fucking get you again? Damn, bro.
That's not a hit piece.
Leaked DMs of who? Trump debate.
I think it was yours.
Oh yeah, that's
Remember
my hit
that?
piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this one was just the capitalism one, whatever. This one I was a little bit mad about though.
Fuck you. 200 views. Worth it.
Get him the fuck out. You people say certain people. Oh, I almost read that stack. You little sneaky. Casey, that take is R-worded, and you know it. Casey, any defense to your R-worded?
Is there some goddamn fucking lib talking some shit in chat?
Yeah. I've never heard of this guy before. It's something like Roho circumference divided by 2, I think, or is this no circumference times
It's the
2?
diameter.
I don't know,
divided by
Matt.
2.
I divide. Yeah, there we go. I don't do math. I suck at math. I'm not Johnny Scarlett over here, math expert. Right, Johnny? You're a
Person
math-
with a really unfortunate special interest is what I like to call myself. Person who likes to torture themselves, apparently.
Can't even do geometry. I can't. Oh, I never claimed to be smart at math. I'm very bad at math. I had to have my girlfriend tutor me to get through school, bro. And I barely fucking made it through my math classes. It fucking was horrible. I'm freaking stupid when it comes to math.
North American education be like?
True.
Problem kid over here is proving to be a problem kid. I said, bro got his heart broken and is now raging in my chat. All because I said L.
Oh no.
Bro said, if I had $1 for every faithful bitch in the world, my account would be empty. I said, damn L.
Ooh.
I'll let you know, there's faithful bitches. They just don't want to date you. And now he's posting Jesus Christ! Like pictures of all his wait, is this euros? Bro, euros aren't real money. Don't you know that, silly? USD only. Come on.
Euros
Incredible.
are from Europe. They don't count.
Yeah, exactly. It's just paper that someone colored with crayons.
I live in Cyprus.
Crayons are not for drawing; they're food.
My alt account is the boss. Come find me.
Guys, PPG is Team Kamala.
Of course he is.
Operation
PPG is team piss on his floor.
It's monopoly money. I'm a little bit jealous of other countries having better money than the US dollar. Like the dollar looks so fucking disgusting. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think the main problem with it is you can't distinguish which bill you're holding. So like
especially if you're blind.
Yeah, if you're blind, they're the same size. They don't have any tactile like braille on them.
Yeah,
like, it sucks.
Have you guys seen the money that's like plastic coins, like tabs, money that is plastic shapes?
Like
there they are.
Plastic coins.
Yeah, there it is. So it's a world's only plastic money in circulation. It's the
Pridnestrovian ruble.
Yeah. This shit is genius. By the way, no longer legal currency, no longer legal tender. The fucking boomers took it away. And I think it was only in circulation for like 2 years or some
the
shit.
The Pridnestrovian ruble is not it's not currency anyways, because no one fucking recognizes this.
I recognize it. But also, this is the smartest idea I think I've seen.
Lefty,
you just said the most pro-Russian thing
we need new some
on the stream.
People.
Hell yeah. Well, I'm not really
excited
a
about
super
Buttigieg,
anti-Russian person. I just don't like Russians' activity in Ukraine. That's about it.
What if
well, I mean, that's not it, but I mean, that's the
would
only
you make
like,
anything in a plastic?
major
Wait,
event.
there was
Doesn't
there was a coin with Trump
plastic
on
is horrible
it.
for the environment. That's kind of true.
I mean, that's not in
They
circulation.
put in microplastics.
It's like
in
a
our
gold
money.
collectible
I
coin
think
that
most
boomers
money,
think will be worth money
way
in
below,
the
way
future.
below.
I'm pretty sure most other currencies are already plastic, right? We're paper, and then like, aren't euros plastic? Don't they literally have? They made out of plastic. Like, isn't that why they don't burn? Don't they have the clear parts in them too? Like, maybe I'm thinking of UK's money, but
name it.
You ever
That's
met
just-
an old man with like a pile of 50 of these in his dresser drawer?
I would fucking buy one of these, honestly. What the hell is that smile though? They really did him dirty. Goddamn.
I'd buy one with
There you
Kamala
go.
on it.
This one look really? Why? Get
'Cause
some
Kamala's
shade
awesome.
Guevara dollars. Is he on money? Let's see.
I wish people were hyped about this instead of crypto. It's just so much better.
Look at him. A little handsome boy. Little handsome boy. Totally did nothing wrong, guys. Handsome. I think Costa Rica has some of the best looking money. Costa Rica money. Look at this. So it's not necessarily about the front side, but the back side. It has the animals in Costa Rica. Look at it. You got a shark, got a monkey, you got a sloth, you got a hummingbird, and a freaking butterfly. And then you got like, I think it's a deer. I'm not, or it's technically a buck, right? Because it has the antlers, right? It's very pretty. Look at it.
Yeah.
There was somebody that redesigned the U.S. money as well. U.S. dollar redesign, where here it is. Well, this is one of them, but this is the one I actually meant right here. This one right here. So this one would be the I think the front.
Dude,
where
that's
they're
Nightbot
different.
fucking
So they're
spam
different
error
links,
muting
and then
you
you
for
have
too many
different
caps.
achievements. So let's like click on that real quick. Look at this. Oh my gosh, this is sexy. So you have the moon landing, microchips, biology, the internet, and neurons. And then you have farmland, skyscrapers, ocean waves, an astronaut, and then I think this is like a river and a forest, or a forest and then a mountain. This looks super
looks
good.
really nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why they did not do this just kills me. It probably would cost a lot of money to redesign the dollar, but it's right here, bro. Come on, it looks so freaking good. Look at that.
They can just stop printing cents. They just can stop minting cents, which they're losing money on, and do this.
Exactly. Have everything round up to like, have it just be like quarters, dimes.
Do the exact same
as
thing
the
that
only change.
Canada and Australia did. Round everything, round paper, like physical payments to the nearest 5 cents, and the digital payments to remain the same. That's it.
Oh my gosh, I kind of ignored chat a little bit here. Shoot.
Based.
Of course, PBG is Team Kamala. He's R-worded. Of course. Oh god, I
he's
gotta listen to
based and
PBG yap about how we finally have a different candidate who supported all the same policies as the last guy. If that happened, which it didn't, many of the okay, well that's about IDF stuff, which I'm ignoring. Get some shake of okay, yeah, I read that. You heard it here. K is pro Russia. Yeah, bro. Have you seen them Russian subways? Like the Soviet era subways? They look so good.
I mean, seen how
looks like
Biden
Biden
on groceries, bro.
Looks like
Stalin-
Biden was just
Stalin
biding his time as president.
When they can get groceries.
It's just a gold collectible coin that boomers think are worth something in the future. It's just gold.
Oh, he was mocking me in chat. It's
This
fine.
lady
being fucking annoying. It's being a fucking annoying lady. Oh no. Anyway, the annoying lady is actually about to go to bed, so you're fine. It's bedtime. All right, bye, you guys.
You're such an
Good night.
oldie.
I open the
boomer
store
thing.
tomorrow, so I gotta
All right.
actually be in bed for once.
All right, I'll message you sometime. Have a good
Thanks,
one.
man.
Good
Thanks
night.
for
Being
good
sleep.
night.
Bye, you
Chill.
guys. Nice to meet y'all.
Alrighty. Okay, more IDF stuff. I do not support the continuation of the war in Israel.
joking when
holy
he's
crap, why
saying,
is
"Look at the
everybody-"
train
I blame
stations.
this on Red Radius. If you're still here, Red Radius, I want you to know this is your fucking fault. I've seen a Google Doc containing hundreds of pictures. Oh, he's in here. You started the flame war again.
Based.
Well, we subbed out the lady for another man, so you know this this battle's gonna get.
I'm actually making dinner right now. I can't stay.
Oh, you never make me dinner. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, come over.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, bet I do kind of want to come down that way. There's a certain national park I want to go visit, and I also want to visit this place. Let's see if I can message you off stream. Oh, I'm a freaking ignore the spelling. Ignore the spelling. Ignore the spelling. Ignore the spelling. I've been streaming along. My brain is melted. I want to go there. My
You
mom
had
went
to
there.
edit that 3 times.
Okay, buddy. Okay, I want to go there because my mom and my brother got to go, but I was working like a wage slave back then, and had 2 jobs that I would like rotate to try to get myself out of poverty. So I got to miss it, and I never went back.
All right. Well, if there's gonna be more conservative stuff going on, I will come in and yell. But
What do you mean more conservative stuff? There's no conservative stuff going on in here. Even Nader's not really going conservative.
no.
You said you were going to go to
I
rant
thought you were
to
doing
Lenny and
a
Gore.
conservative thing later.
Oh, well, yeah, but you said you weren't gonna be here for that, so I was like,
I said I might.
Oh, my bad. I misheard it as okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Catch you guys later.
All right. Have a good one. So, what are the wrinkly brains discussing tonight? That feels like a slur towards Homo sapiens.
What's up, fellas? Fuck you, Casey. How we doing?
Lepatiro. You're a little bit quiet, my man.
I'm quiet.
Oh wait, no, not anymore. You were. When
I'm
you first
sorry.
Came in.
I'm sorry. Casey, did you hear what I said?
I don't think so.
Oh, fuck you, Casey. All right.
Oh,
Anyways,
shit.
What's the
continuing.
beef? Wait, no. What's the beef with Casey? What do you have?
What, are you
against
kidding me?
Casey?
No. It's just like it's a policy. I just every time I pop in, every time I pop out.
What a dumbass fucking take. Throwing grenades into a bunker used by Occupy is pretty normal in war. No, that's not what Hamas did. Hamas, we can pull up the video. I can't show it on Twitch. Threw a grenade into a civilian bomb shelter and then shot the civilians coming out. They also shot the fucking 400 people or whatever at the Nova Music Festival, but people will fucking find a way to justify that. Like, yeah. Assuming adults in a war zone civilians is bizarre, especially if conscription. True.
Anyways, I don't want to waste time on it. Anyways.
All right, so what else are we talking about, Atiro, then?
You check out this video?
Which one?
The presidential coins video that I sent?
No. Oh. Yeah, let me check this out. We're pre-screening it. Oh, I can't watch it because I don't have a TikTok account.
You don't have a... Dude, you don't have TikTok, you don't have X. Oh my god. Let me try to find it on YouTube. Hold on.
I also pretty much suspended my Instagram, too. The only thing I really have is Reddit and YouTube and Twitch.
Bro's doing that weird thing where they just abandon all social media.
Yeah. It's very toxic. Hurts.
It hurts?
Yeah.
My government just banned them all for me.
I'm playing a video of it's technically Spokane, Washington, but it's actually Spokane. There's an E in it. All right, it's Spokane. I don't care what the native said. But Moss over here says Spokane jump scare. Is it that bad?
Jump scare?
Yeah. W
really slowly.
They are walking really slow. I would not walk this slowly in Spokane.
I've been drunk on that bridge quite a few times. I never walked that slowly.
Are we having intervention? Yeah, Casey, we all got you here, actually.
Okay. It's not the original footage, but it is it's two dudes covering it, but...
Two dudes in a hot tub.
5 feet apart because they're not gay.
All right. Pre-screening this real quick, and it's been pre-screened. Alrighty. What is the breaking noises, Nader?
Oh, sorry, I'm playing a game.
Talk about this.
Oh.
You
already,
fell
but
in
we have to
trees?
watch this video. Thus far, I've only seen videos of people that recorded this commercial on their phone, but I did go to the actual website, presidentprison.com. Presidentprison.com, and I'm gonna warn you, you're gonna want to shell out 30-40 bucks after you watch this commercial, okay? Because I've already gone to the order screen and I'm considering buying some product from this website.
Presidential election of 2024 will go down in history. The country is divided. Millions of Americans want Biden to win and see Trump go to prison. And millions want Trump to win and see Biden go to prison. This historic period inspired skilled American artisans to design the official 2024 President Prison Collection. The pro-Trump coin features a victorious Trump sworn in as president on the front and Biden in prison on the back. The pro-Biden coin features a victorious Biden.
Yeah, this is capitalism working.
Trump in prison on the back. Each private
Bro's motivation was entirely money.
Has been minted in exquisite detail and layered in pure .999 silver. The artistry and intricate detail
Layered
are
in silver.
stunning. Each magnificent piece comes with a custom double-sided display case that showcases both sides for preservation and protection for years to come. A signed certificate of authenticity assures.
When
it is
will the
part of
double
this
prison
official
coin
collection.
drop?
Yeah,
True,
exactly.
they missed it, bro. They missed it.
bless
Well,
America.
either way, unless like Trump wins and then like throws Biden in prison, like it's not happening anymore. Biden can't even lose the election because he's not running.
Fuck that. We can go.
Holy crap. Spokane. Every time I go there, I feel like I'm gonna be I'm gonna get crimed. I like that. Yeah, same. Let's see. Spokane crime rate. Let's see if they use a. Oh, I muted it.
Increase across Washington in the last year.
We are starting tonight with a new report showing crime has increased across Washington in the last year.
Crim 2 Shannon Mowdy dives into the numbers and why Spokane County Sheriff points much of the blame at Olympia.
What?
I agree.
From theft
She
to
right.
murder, crime was up in Washington state last year. That's across all crime categories, according to a report from Washington sheriffs and police chiefs. Spokane County Sheriff John Knowles wasn't surprised by the numbers.
If you don't do anything to disrupt poor behavior, hold someone accountable for bad behavior, you can just expect more of that.
He points to the state legislature for the rise in reported crime. Let's look at property crime, which saw one of the largest bumps, up nearly 10% from the year before. That includes things like theft, robbery, and car theft. In Spokane County, there were 2,768 thefts in 2022 and 917 stolen cars. That rose from 669 in 2021.
And that's just what's being reported. I know there are citizens who have expressed to me and other people.
What a lame talking point. You can say that about every year.
With the lack of accountability that they don't call and report.
Knowles blames two major policy changes: a reduction in Washington's prison population and the legislature lowering minimum sentences for many crimes. He says people with multiple repeat felonies are spending less than a year in jail oftentimes and may never make it to prison.
We now have a jail where literally every time we book somebody in, somebody has to come out the door on the other side. Full on 14% of the people we book never see the inside of a jail cell at the jail they're released before they ever spend a day in jail.
Crim 2 News reached out to Governor Inslee's office. His press secretary says the state's statutory penalties have never incentivized anyone to reoffend, pointing to a DOJ study saying reoffenses are often due to lack of resources and other economic factors. He says crime has increased nationally beginning with the pandemic, but Washington is working to address it. On the local level, Sheriff Knowles says Spokane County needs more jail space and an alternative to jail for substance use treatment.
But we have to have something waiting in the wings.
I mean, yeah. Okay. Like, said the obvious when you like they don't have enough resources, they're overbooking, and they don't have an alternative to the prevalent drug epidemic that's going on. I mean, that says it all. Pink jail cell. Yeah, they do that in Canada too. Don't ask how I know that, but you know. It's it feels nauseating to stare at a jail cell that's pink for 12 hours. Growing crime rate, right? This is all from like a year ago. What the fuck happened in Spokane a year ago? Like, jeez. Y'all okay over there? Holy hell. Has Kamala said anything major? Has anybody said anything major on the whole Biden situation?
Kamala's never in her political career said anything major.
Yeah.
I don't think she says how to make a turkey.
Yeah.
That was awesome. She said Wakanda forever. That was pretty cool.
Is she really?
She said
Kamala
the coconut
Harris
tree.
or-
Look up Kamala Harris Wakanda forever. It's hilarious.
Holy shit.
And now,
By the way,
oh no, that fucking thumbnail.
I do want
It's
I do
fucking
want to
fire,
say
dude.
it's kind of weird that she just abandoned the whole Indian thing. That's all. It's kind of weird. Kind of fucking weird. Also, that's what apparently she's still associated with, because when the Biden dropout was like being shown on like Fox News and ABC News and CNN and all that shit, people were spreading like, Trump with like American flags and then Kamala with Indian flags.
Who was an Indian?
Kamala.
an important
Kamala is Indian.
message from Senator
Okay.
Kamala Harris.
I'm California Senator Kamala Harris.
Here's her Twitter
and I am
statement.
pleased to announce that I am running for the first ever Senate seat of Wakanda. Now that this beautiful nation has
shit.
decided
This
to
is
embrace
fucking
the
cringe.
world by coming out of its self-imposed
Ah.
seclusion, it would be my honor to represent the people of Wakanda. I have committed the last 3 decades to public service, and I can offer insight toward policy as well as trade that will bring great value to the Wakandan Empire.
The Wakandans are more advanced than you.
When it's time to battle, I have no problem doing my fair share and grabbing a spear.
Bruh.
Don't let this outfit fool you. Lobbyists will never have a place in my campaign or in our government. I don't care how much they offer, our vibranium isn't going anywhere. Public perception is key. I'm
Still
willing to
going?
shave my head.
Yeah,
if
this is a
absolutely
fucking top tier
necessary.
shit post from the White House, huh?
The environment is vital. Killmonger may have ruined and burned your field of heart-shaped
Did Disney sue her
herbs,
over this?
but don't worry.
I need
I'm
some
from
legal
California.
experts.
I can repopulate that field with a bunch of different herbs.
Bruh. Bruh.
To the lovely people of Wakanda,
Okay, that was funny.
I know you will make the right choice.
It's ironic
and
is
as
what it
always,
is.
Wakanda forever.
Why does she have the energy of a white woman that's trying to connect to black culture? I'm just saying it, all right? Like, this is... what the
Wait,
fuck
also,
is this?
horseradish. We're in a VC right now. You should join so we can talk about Kamala. But
Fringe? Yeah, no fucking shit. God damn it.
You can literally repost this as is to like Trump's social or whatever, and it would work.
Honestly, but isn't Black Panther? I'm under the impression that Black Panther is actually a MAGA. There it is. Here it is. Is a MAGA enjoyer. I don't know if you've seen this, but Black Panther is alt-right, anti-immigration check, isolationist check, pro-wall check, strict trade restrictions check, anti-diversity check, ethno-nationalist check, anti-refugee check, anti-democracy check, and traditionalist check. Black Panther is alt-right. Make America great again. Fucking love this shit. Oh fuck. All right, let me pre-screen what you just sent me. Democratic debate fact check. Oh, it's this again?
oh, I was sending that to horseradish. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I do need to use the restroom. Please be on your best behavior. If horseradish joins in, cool.
Oh,
if
okay.
not, oh.
Oh man. I have to keep awake. I need to fix my sleeping patterns.
I'm gonna break mine again tonight. I've been on a normal sleep schedule. This is the latest I've stayed up in a while, actually. I was going to bed at like 6 p.m. before.
I'm staying up for like 40 hours straight now. I have to.
40 hours.
I mean, it's 6 a.m. right now.
Hey, non-fun. You're like the turbo lib, right?
Exactly what I am. Yes.
Okay.
An
all right.
Biden-ist.
So, like, what do you think is going to be Joe Biden's legacy after this?
It's hard to know. It's just, I mean, I think he should probably pretty easily be like probably one of the best, if not the best, one-term president. But it's hard to know what it actually be because people don't seem to care about the good things he did. People just say. I think most of his legacy is going to be about the fucking shenanigans that are happening now, and about a lot of just the like division in American society. I don't think it's actually going to be about any policy shit. It's just going to be about that.
You don't think it's going to be Gaza?
I don't think people will care about that in 5 years.
Yeah, who cares about
murdering people?
I mean, has that been any other president's legacy? The Israel-Palestinian conflict that's existed for like 80 years.
Iraq.
I mean,
Iraq will follow.
George Bush's legacy is Iraq, and Libya
Iraq,
ended up being the legacy of Obama.
Yeah, but that's
know, but
direct
they were-
involvement of U.S. and Gaza is just U.S.
I mean, there
having
were bigger Arab-Israeli wars, and like that isn't really any of the president's legacy.
Okay.
We're allowed. I mean, it's our bombs. They're all our bombs. I don't. I think that Israel will look back at like the U.S. as allowing Israel to keep going. Probably.
It's not
hopefully.
U.S. troops, so no one.
No, it's
will
not the
care.
U.S. But
As long as it's not U.S. troops, people just don't care. U.S. has been funding a lot of different questionable nations for a while, questionable groups.
I don't know.
So we need to decide who did it better, Kamala or Hillary.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go.
Go.
But I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
I think Hillary did it.
Guys. People didn't listen. And now we have now look at where we are now because people didn't listen.
It's the voters' fault. Yeah, of course.
It's partially their fault. But
Obama best comebacks. Let's see. We're having a nostalgia time.
And don't get me wrong. I consider Republicans patriots who love this country just as much we do.
Hold on. I'm messaging my friend right now. He just sent me like another clip of Biden being old. I'm gonna fucking send a voice memo. How do I send a voice memo? You seem to have a lot of clips of Biden being old. I'm just super curious. Do you know anything at all about Trump's fake elector scheme? Do you know anything about that?
Don't worry about it. We're okay. We're having a seat.
That wasn't really. I do not like
said
that.
nothing.
Yeah, Obama fucking destroys heckler. Like, he's like,
What the
who
heck
said
are you
that?
talking about?
Who said that? Who said that? What the fuck was
Jesus,
that?
welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Ooze.
The speech that made Obama president.
Introduce himself to people.
Tonight is a particular honor for me because, let's face it,
Damn, he looks so
my
young.
presence
Holy shit.
on this stage is pretty unlikely. My father was a foreign student, born and raised in a small village in Kenya.
What makes
Bro
it
looked
great
22.
is if you can somehow fold your story into this larger American story.
Like, I don't want to hear these people's commentary on it. Fuck, I thought they were just going to show me the speech, but apparently not.
We have to see reactions of like 5 other people.
I have no more campaigns to run. My only agenda. I know because I won both of them.
There we go. That was a clapback. That was quick on his feet. I know because I won both of them.
Unlike Joe.
We'll never know. We'll never know. Yeah, this is the real game. They're saving Joe for 2028. They pulled him aside for when we really need him. They're gonna cryo freeze him, and he's gonna come out. And he's gonna come swinging.
Yeah, the next time Trump wins, he's gonna. Or sorry, next time Trump runs, he's gonna just go against him.
Somebody said that Vivek copied Obama, so let's see.
These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas.
Why is he talking
they are
like that?
American ideas.
Well, I say to them tonight, there is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
What about South America?
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage?
It's the hope of slaves sitting around a fire singing freedom songs. The hope of immigrants setting out for distant shores.
Alrighty, I gotta drop. Fuck you, Casey. Bye.
Naval lieutenant
Bye.
bravely patrolling the Mekong Delta. The hope of a
I think he's got a crush on him.
Who doesn't have a crush on you in the
I
Twitch
know.
space?
Oh, wait, what?
I don't think he copied him that badly. I mean,
Like
it's
every
not
single
like
candidate says, like there's a single United States of America. There's not Democrat and Republican America.
I'm gonna run on the platform that there's two Americas. Let's start a civil war.
Imagine if like RFK Jr. wins and they cryo freeze Trump and Biden to run in 22, 24. Just send the problem down 200 years.
There we go. This one is for a special someone in chat and in the call. It's very pretty. I would love to visit Moscow.
Yeah, you can see Lenin's body. It's still there. You can go look at Lenin's fucking what's it
I'll
called?
do my prayers on there.
Exactly.
I don't envy the person who washes him every week.
Really?
Yeah, they wash him every single weekend.
Why?
Because otherwise he'll be filthy as fuck.
Mm. What does it look like? I've never.
A wax blob.
Do you think it's the real body?
Yes, it is. It's the actual body. I just wish they just bury him finally somewhere not in the Red Square and just let all the communists go there and do their thing. Like the fact that he's in the very heart of this country while we're not communist, kind of weird.
Where's Karl Marx's grave? Can we visit that? I've seen it be defaced before. Karl Marx's grave.
I mean, there's one
He has a
thing
whole ass
missing
tomb.
from this footage. If you were to go to Moscow right now, you would see like 10 banners asking you to join the military at this point.
Apparently, Karl Marx is in London.
Yeah, he's in London. We can get that's. I want to go to London now, bro.
I don't like going to destroyed third world countries like that. Like typically I want it to be a built up third world country like, Thailand or Vietnam. I need like, stable infrastructure, decent crime rates so that way like I don't fear being like stabbed. God, this is so beautiful.
This makes me want to go visit Donbass for some reason.
Look at all these fucking like Instagram models taking fucking pictures and selfies and shit, Brain. We really ruined ourselves, didn't we?
Oh, that's where Lenin is. On the right. Yeah.
Show us the body. Show us the body.
I don't think they let you take pictures. There's only like one pretty old picture of it.
Yeah, the queue there is just ridiculously long. You have to wait for hours.
Some of these buildings just look fake to me. Like it'd be like in a Lego town build.
Yeah.
It's just so colorful. The US is scared of color.
Do you know why this is all red?
It's not all red though. Like
no, but the center, the red square. Why is it red? Because they used to cover it with white paint. It used to be white, but at some point they just said, "Oh fuck it," and they stopped coloring it, so that it exposed the brick. So it's not that they colored it red. They just stopped giving a fuck.
I thought you were gonna do some American propaganda shit where it's like it's because the communists were executing everybody. Yeah, it's the blood.
Face the wall, comrade. Wait for flag.
I mean,
communists didn't execute everybody in Red Square. They did it in the KGB building. Come on.
Turned them into dog food. So, are you fans of capital punishment and open police corruption? That's how Southeast Asia keeps its crime rates down. Well, damn, you just made the best argument there is. I'll live in America. There already is capital punishment and police corruption. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't like the way they execute people in the US. In the Soviet Union, they used to just tell you that you're going on a medical exam and they just shot you in the back of your head in a hallway. And that's it.
Really?
Yeah, that's the standard way of execution in the Soviet Union.
In China, they put you in a fucking kill van, fucking inject you. Good thing we had this conversation when the tanking left, huh? Damn.
Wait, who is the
Ooh, this
tanky?
looks-
What?
Oh, a Tiro, Potato King.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he fully like embrace. I think he thinks of it as like a derogatory term, which I mean it kind of is used that way, but I'm not sure. He like jokingly accepts it, but also it is like his beliefs. So I don't like. Like I don't think he would openly call himself a tanky, but I think he wears it as a badge of honor if other people's call him a tanky.
When is Kamala Harris going to drop the coconut tree merch?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say when is she gonna drop from the race? Could you imagine tomorrow? I do
That
not
would be
accept the nomination, dude. Please.
She could do that. She could say, Buttigieg is my VP. Oh, also, I'm not going to accept the nomination. I'm going to make all my delegates go to Buttigieg. Or she can't
Double
make
it
them,
and
but-
give it to the next person. He said, okay, so Potato King said tankies more or less been reclaimed. It really just depends on the context it's been used in. So I guess it's like, it depends on how it's being used if you consider him a tanky or not. Or if he is willing to accept it.
Hey,
or
who's
not.
the tanky?
Potato King.
Oh, Potato the King tanky. Wait a minute. Yep, nope, he's King Tank. He's tanky. If he's not a tanky, I don't know what is. Basically. Gargle.
Actual Russia? Oh boy. So when he sent me like Russia in winter, damn. I think I played a Red Orchestra map in this area, Bertstein.
That city just sucks. It has no roads leading up to it, so the only way to get in there is by plane. Some of the people go there for work and then get stuck because they don't have money to go back. It fucking sucks.
Yeah, I don't think I would live in Russia because of how cold it gets, which is kind of weird because I would live in Iceland. But I don't think Iceland gets as cold as Russia.
I mean, Russia. It's like saying how cold it gets in the US because
Well, yeah, it's
Alaska
different
is
everywhere.
cold. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a big place. Moscow it
Dakota's
doesn't get nearly as cold.
Speaking of Iceland, let's go to the best country in the world.
Let's go to the best country in the world, America.
Oh yeah.
Coming to save the motherfucking day. I mean, America's probably the best country in regards of knowing that you're probably not going to get invaded by another country.
Yeah.
That's true. No,
Also,
that's true.
highest
Wow.
disposable income, highest median disposable income, highest, or we're not quite highest GDP per capita because of fucking Liechtenstein and Singapore and whatever, but
Highest
we're pretty
actual
high.
country and not city state.
Yeah. What's up? Welcome to the stream, Alan Gomez 0.
For social, has Donald Trump posted anything else? Biden never had COVID. He is a threat to democracy. Oh shit. Oh fuck, he's been posting while
Yeah.
we've been yapping.
Norway
Oh
beats
shit.
it. I think Norway, yeah,
Jesus,
Norway
we
and
have
Ireland.
to read that.
Okay, where did
Just
it start? Okay,
check,
so there's
check
And
for
then-
TOS before Oh well, maybe.
Yeah, whatever. Crooked Joe just got knocked out, so I'll have to do it a fourth time. Wait, what? Wait, what? What does this mean?
I don't know what he means either. Yeah.
Does
what a
anyone
fourth
really
time?
believe that Crooked Joe had COVID? No, he wanted
Oh,
to
no.
get out ever since June 27th, the night of the debate, where he was completely obliterated. That was the big moment that Joe Biden's demise. What was the point in time when Joe was revealed for what he is, an incompetent man who should never have been made president? Joe Biden is not fit to serve. He's destroying our country. My debate with Crooked Joe, the worst president in history of the United. Dude, this is like
I think China might even
ex-girlfriend
beat us with
schizo
PPP.
post. Holy shit! Hi, how you
Oh, no,
doing?
they don't. We're still number 8. Get fucked.
Alan Gomez.
Remember when like the opposition like sort of would post something like I really respect Joe. I know he has a great career. I wish him the best.
Yeah.
You know, something you know, like maybe that was maybe like
As a real
15 years
country.
ago or something.
I don't count
In
like the
history of the
fucking
United
oil
States was
states.
slated to be broadcast on fake news. Fake news. ABC,
Switzerland-
the home of George. Yeah, we
and
already read
Ireland. Switzerland and
fucking
Ireland
Jesus
beat
Christ.
us, but
Sometimes in
third,
September.
third ain't bad.
Okay, whatever. So we are forced to spend time and money on fighting crooked Joe Biden. He polls badly after having a terrible debate. Quits the race. Now we have to start all over again. Shouldn't be the Republican Party be reimbursed for fraud, and that everybody around Joe, including his doctors and fake news media, knew he was not capable of running? Why would you reimburse? What? It's not over. Tomorrow, crooked Joe Biden's going to wake up and forget that he dropped out of the race today. Biden never had COVID. He's a threat to democracy. He posted one while we're reading. We posted one while we're reading. Who is running our country right now? It's not crooked Joe. He has no idea where he is. If he can't run for office, he can't run our country.
I wish we had access to his face cam on his iPhone. Just looking at him while he types this shit.
I believe he's typing this. I honestly do. This reads
No, he
like
definitely.
Donald. Yeah,
This is him.
this is the guy.
Like sitting on his toilet.
Oh. I think Ireland is higher in GDP per capita than the US.
It is,
It's
yeah.
Switzerland as well.
Ireland, Switzerland, and Norway are.
Wait, don't a lot of in a lot of countries, I heard the saying that, so in America, and everybody has the opportunity to become like a millionaire, super rich, but a lot of people obviously don't, and most people end up like broke and suffering, living paycheck to paycheck. While in Europe, everybody can afford to live a house, get food, take vacations and stuff, but no one will ever be a millionaire. Or like the chance is basically nothing. And that's generally
true.
They're heading in the same direction that the US is right now. The inequality of wealth is still going up pretty much
Yeah.
at the same rate US.
That is true, but I did see something about that where it was like how the Netherlands is like the most has the biggest
I know,
wealth inequality, but why it's not
I know that's true
complained
for
about and
Switzerland.
shit
Is that true for
because
Ireland too?
If you look at
I guess that would kind of make sense.
what
What the fuck
lower
else does
class
Ireland
has
do? But-
access to, you still have a way to get into a form of housing. It might not be like your own nice personal suburban house, but you have a form of housing to go into. You're taken care of in regards of school and healthcare, and you get a lot of time for vacations, and you have a lot of worker rights that doesn't like push you. So like workers generally are chilling, even though they might not be getting paid what they deserve, and the wealth gap is increasing. They don't feel it the same way Americans feel it, because Americans don't even have the proper regulations and systems built in place to ease that type of pain.
I mean, yeah, but I would still prefer to live in the US.
We're gonna move to the.
I think it depends on what
Euro
European
HQs for
country.
American corporates or all in Ireland. I guess that makes sense.
Versus what U.S. state, right?
I mean, the only country in Europe I would prefer to Pennsylvania is probably like Switzerland, but it's really hard to get in there.
What about
for
Poland,
me-
bro? Look up Poland GDP per capita versus China GDP per capita.
Poland fucking sucks.
18.6. 12.7. That's
Yeah,
actually
Poland's-
closer than
Poland's
I thought it
been
would
growing
be.
faster too.
In Poland's economy is good, but like the quality of life there, it's similar to like Ireland, where the GDP per capita is really high, but the only reason for that is because Ireland has really, really, really low corporate tax. So all the corporations like
yeah.
Google, Apple, and whatever base their European operations there.
That makes sense. That's what my chat told me too.
Yeah. All those statistics are pretty like misleading. You just gotta look at the reality on the ground. Every stat is going to be like misused to represent a certain type of narrative.
You can count by like the PPP or whatever it's called, like
purchasing
the
power parity.
parity. Yeah, producing power parity, exactly. And then like GDP per capita using producing power parity then per producing power parity. And then that's closer to actual numbers that reflect the lifestyle of a
Because
regular person.
Europeans are going on vacation, everything is affordable. Thing is a massive BS. By the
Ooh,
way,
I have a
live
question
there
for
in Europe, we
economic boy
always...
Casey over here. I've been thinking about this because
Am I not the
I was
economics
just saying
boy?
some stuff,
What?
and I
What?
didn't know if I believed it or not when I said it, but I've been thinking about it a little bit more. And
I guess that's not true.
it's
nowadays.
about
I don't know. I'm pretty sure if we look at
tariff
the
tax.
stats,
If you had like a, let's just say like, let's
Americans
start
would
at
take more
1%.
vacations.
If you had a 1% off of like buying goods abroad or sending jobs abroad or anything, and you use that to reinvest into like infrastructure projects and building jobs in the U.S. and some type of like programs of like mass infrastructure and building in the U.S., would this like be economically viable?
Yeah, thanks. I didn't know I was that quiet.
Instead of like just trying to rake things constantly from the regular taxes we have, because like 1%, it might be a little bit too much. You know, the number could be played with, but like if it's a small enough number
better now?
that it
I didn't
doesn't
know I was quiet. It's my bad.
decentivize fully people going abroad and like seeking the labor and stuff, so you don't really see a halt in that, but you do scrape enough money to be able to reinvest in America, wouldn't that be like good or no?
Is Casey even here? I'm guessing not.
Oh no.
Yeah, my thinking. Yeah, he's just gone. I think that like that would just make people like the imports will lessen, so it's more or less it will more or less balance it out. I mean, if it's more expensive to import stuff into your country, even by 1%.
Okay, but it could be like a marginal thing. It's kind of like in the States that added like a plastic bag pretty much tax to things where you like have to pay like 10 cents per plastic bag and stuff. Nobody stopped using the fucking plastic bags, but it raised a shit ton of money. So it has to be one of those things where it's so low that it doesn't really prevent that stuff from going on, right?
The stuff that does get imported,
it could
it
be
will get more
fine,
expensive.
But like, I don't know why you wouldn't just like subsidize stuff to keep jobs over here if you really wanted to do it. But, and I don't see why we really need to keep the jobs over here or anything. But
because it's destroying our economy.
How?
Okay, so when we start losing all those jobs abroad, the manufacturing jobs, production jobs, and we lost a huge portion of like just American jobs in general, and a lot of those were lower class to middle class jobs that didn't take a super lot of education, and if they did, it was only a few years of education. So you kind of narrowed the pool of jobs into two angles, very low tier jobs that you're not obviously can't do abroad, such as being like a McDonald's worker or a janitor, or very high skilled jobs such as being like a computer science engineer, a doctor, and I guess you could say the middle ground would be like maybe being like a fucking nurse or something, where you get paid okay, but like okay enough, but it took away a lot of those manufacturing jobs that created the middle class, and
I mean,
it
you understand, like,
evaporated.
that lets us specialize in what we're better at, right? Than manufacturing, because other countries have a lower opportunity cost for manufacturing, and we get to specialize in what we have a lower
what are we
opportunity cost for.
specializing in?
We're mostly a service economy right now, so I don't know if we're specialized. What does the U.S. make? We make almonds. We specialize in almonds, and then also like any policy that's meant to protect some jobs, like manufacturing, is going to hurt other U.S. jobs, because those other U.S. jobs are producing things that we then trade for, like manufactured goods. So like any policy designed to protect car manufacturers is going to hurt Iowa crop farmers, because the Iowa crop farmers are in competition with the Detroit car makers. So
well, by switching to a service economy, we have seen a no big wage growth in those areas. It's been stagnant within a big bump during COVID, but that big bump was to basically keep status quo to the inflation that was happening. So that's basically putting them in the same place that they started with. And then like the higher end jobs are great, but school became more fucking expensive. So to even get into the higher jobs, it's a huge cost that a lot of people just don't have the ability. And that's hoping that you do get into those type of jobs that you can even get into the school, because stuff like radiology, they cap how many people they allow into the classes and allowed to graduate every year to keep a certain amount of people, to keep wages at a certain level. And then you have to hope that you're fucking good at that. But like the service economy, like McDonald's workers, janitors and shit, there's no like huge wage growth. And you would think, well, then price collapse. If everybody's taking lower jobs and they're not making that much money, well, everything would have a price collapse, correct? No, the price collapse has not really fucking happened. So things just have gotten more expensive.
Doesn't that kind of signal that people can afford that?
Trade. Go ahead.
I mean, like, if price collapse doesn't happen, that kind of signals. But first of all, there was some level of price collapse that happened when a few different, I think Target and a few different chains did start lowering prices. But I mean, that just kind of signals that people can afford it, right? Like the fact that like fast food consumption, even adjusted for inflation, has gone up, kind of signals that people can afford fast food. Now I'm trying to think what else that we have seen a lot of inflation in, but people are still buying, but.
I don't really mean about the food. I mean, food, I think it's okay. There's still room for food to get more expensive, honestly. It's the least of my worries. I worry about the main vehicle and driver of economic wealth in America is being able to be in a home that you build equity in and be able to, own. That cars and transportation is also getting super expensive. Gas to run our vehicles has gotten super expensive. The alternatives just don't really exist. So good luck for buses, bikes, or any other mode of transportation in most of America. And yes, groceries are added on, which makes it a little bit more stressful. But I think they're the least important out of this, because groceries they've gone up, but they haven't gone up to the point of like starvation, right? You're just gonna have to cut back on buying groceries currently, but you're not really like starving.
It would be helpful for car prices if the government wouldn't be putting tariffs on all the cars.
True.
Like the tariff thing with both Trump and Biden just fucking sucks, in my opinion, because you're heightening the prices for all goods for American people. Meanwhile, you're not really growing the wages. So people just will be able to afford less.
Guzzle them deeply and like.
That's it. So we'll see. Probably if the Trump tariffs on China will go up, will actually happen if he gets elected. The prices on everything will go up quite a bit.
Yeah,
and there's a bigger chance of a conflict, because the less intertwined the Chinese and the U.S. economies are, the bigger the chance that China actually invades Taiwan. because they have less to lose.
Yeah. But the more we trade with China, the stronger they are, and the more they're able to invest in other methods to become more economically independent from us, be able to spec into other alliances, and become a even worse pain in our ass. So, like, either way, we kind of lose.
The
So,
moment they try to become independent, you can tighten your trade with other partners, and they'll be more than happy. Like return NAFTA, for example. Like heighten the trade with Europe. NAFTA was based.
I like the Come Trade Alliance. Canada, United States, Mexico.
Oh yeah, Come Trade Alliance. Yeah, yeah.
The CUM, the Come, baby. Fucking the best acronym. We're great over here. We're just fantastic.
Like, but even Southern America, like South America, you can, like, Argentina right now is in dire need of investment. You can deepen the economic ties with it, and lessen the economic ties of Argentina with Europe, with China, sorry, and do the same with a bunch of other countries. That's a really big market for a bunch of stuff that the U.S. has. The U.S. has an incredibly strong agricultural base, which could be used if you are able to drive down the costs of the actual goods. There's a huge market in the Americas that you could use. So, like, if less tariffs were to be in place, the U.S. economy would, the U.S. consumer would be able to afford more.
I think we should basically have free trade with most of our most of our allies. Yeah.
I mean, as long as
Even,
someone doesn't enact tariffs, heavy tariffs against you, you shouldn't be enacting tariffs against them.
Yeah.
I want to say yes to this, but my only problem with it is that capitalists have no morals. And I'm not too thrilled about the idea of trading and propping up terrorists or dictatorships abroad.
Capitalists don't have any morals, and because of that, if you put in tariffs, the only people who will suffer are the consumers who will have to buy products at the heightened price. The only people you're hurting by heightening tariffs are the consumers. So, like, yeah, I agree that capitalists don't have any morals. They're there for the profits, but you're not hurting the capitalists by doing this. They're still gonna get some profits.
I mean, yes, but they can develop relations that are profitable with allies. I mean, we still have a lot of untapped countries that we can really, have a lot of room to work with outside of China.
Well, we
motherfucker. I saw fucking Casey's light up. Casey.
What?
You fucker. You left me. You abandoned me.
I think
I had
we,
a question.
Yeah, you did, but I think we messed up a lot of our trade stuff because with all the fucking IMF loans that we gave to countries that ended up just kind of debt trapping them. So now a lot of South American and African countries are sort of rightly suspicious of any trade deal with us.
Yep. Doing business with the U.S. always comes with a, some type of asterisk to it. But Casey, I asked if it would be economically feasible to put a low tariff tax, like an extremely low tariff tax on having shipping jobs abroad, imports, exports, all of it, all ports, right? In using that money to do American projects like building nuclear power plants, upgrading infrastructure, and a bunch of other shit to stimulate our economy, but also build what we fucking need here.
What are you tariffing?
That would be up to debate, but let's just say
You-
everything.
you-
Basically
You
everything.
tariff, they tariff. Everyone tariffs.
Just say like I said
Tariffs.
1% like max, but it could like be lower than that. I'm sure it fucking would.
Fuck
mean
the
it.
tariffs. We got the money here. Tax the rich, cut military spending. We got the fucking money. We got the fucking money.
We drove Casey to drinking, guys. Fuck.
How can you tax the rich? Like how would it affect it work actually? Why would they not just avoid all the taxes?
They already do. That's the problem.
Yeah, they're already
fucking
doing
do.
that,
Well,
but like raising the taxes on the 1% won't really do anything.
It makes a
do you
bigger
mean?
incentive
What
for
do you
them
mean?
to avoid the taxes too. Like,
Yeah, they'll be paying less.
Oh, you raise the taxes, they'll be paying less.
if they can figure out how to
I'm not.
avoid
I
it,
know.
yeah.
I'm not a math genius either, but I mean.
Wait, number
damn.
one,
So
okay, the Laffer curve exists. Number two, if you create an incentive for people to avoid it, then yeah, they could end up avoiding most of the taxes,
there already
especially
is
if they
an
leave
incentive to
entirely.
avoid it.
Yeah, but you're making the
So-
incentive to avoid it bigger because you're taxing them more.
It takes effort to avoid them. If the effort is not worth the cost, then we'll just pay the taxes. But if it is worth the cost, and if you hike up the taxes, it will be. Then they'll be avoiding it at a bigger rate.
Well, just
So-
do what France is doing: 90% tax over over $10 billion.
Yeah. How well is
Shit,
it? Is
I'm
it
not
doing?
even
Why
a-
wouldn't you just do a
I'm not
cash flow
even-
tax?
I'm not even
Here's
rich,
the-
and I
here's the
avoid
problem.
taxes as much as possible.
The issue with this type of argument, like, because while I've been on this fucking earth, this fucking planet, throughout my life, taxes on the rich have gone down incrementally, whether the actual tax rate or the one they actually pay, the real tax, or no, not
Effective.
real effective. Yeah, it just goes down and it goes down and it goes, and then you're like, hey guys, can we raise it? Oh no, raise it. I mean, it's only been going down. Can we just put it back to where it was? Can we just put it back to where it was? And also the corporate tax rate is fucking. Oh, the 35% corporate tax rate is I think that's what it is. It needs to be much higher, and that also helps the economy. So you not only do you raise the money, but you
Wait, how?
incentivize those corporations to reinvest and expand their companies instead of giving them an easy way out
Wait a
or
minute.
easy way to get the money out.
How's that incentivize them to
It will incentivize them not to keep the
produce
money in
more?
the country in the first place.
No.
It does. A, it
So,
does that, and B, you're taxing them. You're making it more expensive for them to do stuff. Like
No, but
if you tax something, you get
tax
less of it.
exempt
Like,
them if they reinvest, that
and
would make
also,
sense. but
corporate
still.
taxes do have an effect on wages. Obviously, they do have an effect on prices too. Like you realize, corporate taxes is going to decrease wages and increase prices for
Yeah.
consumers as well.
If I
Calm
owned
down,
a company
calm
and you
down,
raise
people.
taxes on me,
All
I'd
right.
pay my workers less.
All right, so first of all, well, let's recognize that when the corporations are paying their whatever 35% tax rate, I think it's 35. Actually, hold on. So, and the corporations and companies, they pay their taxes after they pay all their bills, right? So, like comparing to like a normal person, like we get paid their whatever revenue, and then we pay taxes on that, and then from whatever's left over, we pay our rent and pay our food and pay our gas and everything that
Wait,
we had
I'm
to
just
do to get
like,
that money.
do you disagree
So-
that some of the tax incidents falls on workers?
Yes,
Like,
I disagree.
You think there's
So,
a zero?
but-
do you
okay,
think there's a
I'll
0%
skip-
tax incidence on workers?
I'll skip to the corporation part because
Wait, no,
they're
please answer the
not
question.
taxed.
Do you think there's a 0% tax incidence on workers for corporate taxes?
Yes.
Find me a single
they-
study that shows that there's
Hold on.
a 0%
Hold on.
incidence on taxes or on
but
wages
because-
for
because
corporate taxes. Find me a
because
single
corporate-
study that says
Because
that.
corporations pay the taxes after they've paid the everyone and they've paid all of the bills and the rent and all the whatever they're after they pay all their things, whatever's left over that's what they pay their taxes on. It's basically, and by the way, if they're going to reinvest the money into the company, they're not paying taxes on that. It's only the
Wait,
money that's like left
not
over.
entirely true. There's not full expensing for corporate taxes.
Even if it was,
if you
still
wanted to do it, if you wanted to do like a cash flow tax, then that'd be true. But corporate taxes don't necessarily have full expensing. There are some capital investments that are still taxed, like that you can't deduct.
That's a very good way to drive business out of the United States.
No.
That's
It's
also
it's just the opposite. But with a low tax rate, you make it easy to get the money out. But because that's really what is being taxed, is the money that is not being, like, if a company is like expanding and purchasing and it's getting in debt, or if it wants to, but if it's actually spending most of the net income or whatever, or what would be, and so they have not much left over or whatever, so that so then they're not paying very much in taxes. But if they don't do that, if they don't expand, then they have a lot left over, and that is what is taxed at a high rate. So if they want to not expand the company and try to get the money out, then it's good for the U.S. is good for the economy to have a high tax rate, to make it difficult for them to get the money or to take the money out, basically.
Wouldn't the profits that they keep as a safety net still be taxed?
Right. Yes, they could. Yeah, even if they don't take it out, they could be
to move out of the United States.
So okay, yeah, move out of the United States. No, we're the fucking United States. Like, where the money is at, where you make the money.
Yeah. Why do you think companies went to China? Because it was cheaper.
Yeah. Yes.
You want to drive all of our U.S. companies that are still here out?
Do you want to make shoes for 5 cents an hour?
I don't care.
Okay, Casey's point here is a little bit valid. Like, they've done studies on this. The elasticity of production to taxation in the U.S. is lower than it is in other countries because we have such high consumer demand. So we can get away with taxing these things, taxing these corporations a little bit more because the elasticity is so much lower because we have such high consumer demand. But the point on tax policy, corporate taxes having zero effect on workers' wages is just dumb and wrong. If you can find a single study that shows that, I will be shocked. At the end of the day, like, taxes increase the cost of production, so like it's an added expense. You have less money to pay your workers. You're just wrong. Find me a single study that says that, please.
Okay, in the long term, yes, the company has less money, especially if they're sitting on it. Yeah, in the long term, yes, but not in the short term. And again, just go. And by the way, apparently it's fucking 21%, which fucking is that? That's fucking insanity. It's fucking insanity. Wait. Nominal federal.
Yeah, that's crazy high. You're right.
Wait, that's not crazy high. Dude, they pay all their bills, and the only thing, the stuff that's left over, that's what they're getting taxed. That's what they're taxing.
Yeah, the safety nets. Yep.
The idea that they're paying a lower of that than the normal fucking worker is paying on what they get paid in net in revenue, it's fucking insanity.
Yeah,
and again,
if you were to up that percentage of tax on those profits, they would be still aiming for the same amounts, and they would be taking it out so that the revenue makes this.
No. This is the retardedness of lowering good, but hiring, never good. If you look at what the classical U.S. corporate tax rate is, look what it was in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and especially like by the way that's the highest personal marginal tax rate.
Yeah, it was like 50 to 60%.
Look at the tax rate when like fucking America was fucking banging. When we're actually fucking banging, it was like those tax rates were high, and everyone was doing like really fucking good, and the wealth inequality gap was like fucking
yeah, because America was more or less a monopoly for after World War II, which is why it could afford such things.
In spite of that, not because of that, like. Also, growth
the
is pretty high
government
now.
could
We're at
just
like
afford
5%
to do
real
that.
GDP growth year over year. Like, we're doing pretty well now with these low
We
taxes.
don't give a fuck. GDP don't give any fuck about GDP. There's look at GDP like over the last 15 years. Is like, does that reflect like how the average American has fared?
Well, we've
GDP
had this
means shit all.
conversation. I don't know if just GDP does, but I think the average American is probably done pretty well for the past 15 years. But
No, they really haven't.
Oh, okay. Well, we've had this discussion before, but
Well, pretty well
the data
compared to
seems-
what
It's
actually?
pretty
Like,
static.
whoa. Let's have a like. What's the reference point?
What do you mean?
Bon
Compared to how they?
You said
I'm saying they're
15
better
years.
than they were 15 years ago. Like wages have grown, disposable income has grown. Like,
Are you sure about this?
I'm fairly confident. We've had this discussion before, but yeah.
Oh yeah, we got that rage at whatever they were calling it disposable. It was like they were like including like before
True.
you pay
Jimmy
rent. Or
Carter,
something.
get
I
in
don't
here.
remember what it was, or food or something.
Time to bring
Anyway,
out the what the fuck
it
happened.
doesn't matter.
In
I don't want to.
1971.
Now, if you look
let's
at,
bring this out.
but I think median wages have been like pretty static. Maybe slightly after accounting for inflation. I mean maybe slightly up, but
No, that is true. You know, if you just look at median wages and you don't adjust for household size or the increased non-wage benefits, and you use CPI, which gives you the highest. Oh, this chart. Oh, the productivity. This chart is complete bullshit. Thank you for sending this. Hold on. Productivity pay gap. Oh fuck! I wish I had this paper. Fucking. I don't think I ever took notes in it. God damn it. Yeah,
Yeah,
they use
it's-
two different deflators, I know, which doesn't really make sense. And then, oh, you have all the charts here, all the 1971 charts. I forgot about this.
The idea that like if a company is like they're just fisting money, like they're like making $20 billion a year or something, and then you raise their taxes or something, and well they'll cut the thing, they'll still be making the 20,
my
they'll
God.
do whatever
Do
they can to make
taxes
their 20
raise the
billion or
cost of
whatever.
production? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Does raising the cost of production mean that you now can hire less workers and afford to pay people less?
You could say yes, but it all no.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
No.
Absolutely.
It
It also means you can pay
incentivizes-
shareholders less. That's true.
Let Casey answer.
Not only that, but you raise prices. I'm going to raise prices to offset that.
Yes, that's another thing. Yes, you raise prices and you pay your workers
No,
less.
that's-
You do also pay
That's the
shareholders
retarded
less. That's
fucking
true,
logic that some company making $20 billion or whatever the fucking sanity that
Yes,
they're making
you
now,
raise
that,
the
like,
cost
that
of
has
production.
to be
Doesn't
the
matter.
number. Wait, let me ask you this. So one, it's not strictly like if you raise the tax rate by 10% or whatever, like the actual raise of like how much more it costs to like whatever the production is, you know, it's some fraction of that.
How?
Right?
Where do you get the extra money?
If you're making a production costs you $30 billion, $30 billion, I don't know why billions, and then you paid 15 billion in taxes instead of so you pay 10 billion in taxes instead of I don't know, math, 9 billion, shit math. So you paid 1 billion more in taxes, say, but and you paid $30 billion. It costs you $30 billion to run your company. So that's the added tax then is going to be smaller. I'm sorry, I can't do the math. Do the fucking
And
the
I'm going to
equation
raise
for it.
prices and
They
such
have to get that billion from
compensate.
somewhere because the
Why
profit
do
margins
they?
will remain the
Oh my
same
God.
because they're aiming for the same.
But I'm
There
not
you
gonna
go. There
just
you
eat
go.
it.
Why
I'm
does it
gonna
have
eat
to
it as
need?
a
Why does the
loss.
fucking? Why does their
Why does
insane
the firm
fucking
have to
profit
make a
margins
profit?
have to get? No.
No,
Why does their? No, we're talking about insane fucking. We're
For-
raising taxes on
for-
companies. You look at the wealth inequality gap. We need to fucking lower that shit. They
do
don't.
you think that they?
This is the
Do you
the
think
knob
that they
only
will
goes
lower
one
the
way.
profit margins? Do you
They're
think
like
that they
taxes.
will lower the
Taxes.
profit margins?
Yes, that's what fuck. Yes, and you
Do you think that actually
incentivize them.
happens? How?
Yes,
Why
it
wouldn't
actu-
Why wouldn't they just take that $1 billion that they're paying extra from other sources and keep the same profit margins?
Yep, that's what I would
How
do
are-
if
so
I
they're
were running
gonna
a
they're
company.
gonna fire
100%.
people and then close up shop, just so they could have the
Might
same
raise
profit, but
prices.
they'll be
They
paying
keep the
more on
shareholders
that
happy.
profit.
Also,
no.
wait,
Raise
again, I
prices,
challenge you to
pay
find
less
a
on new
single
hires.
scholarly article saying that the tax incidence on workers' wages is 0. You won't be able to find a single one. Like,
You just keep
not
on saying
not a single credible one, at least.
So we would want to say that a correlation between raising taxes and like median employer wages. Is that what we're looking for?
We're looking for what the burden of taxation, who that falls on. If it falls on decreased returns to shareholders or increased prices, or if it falls on workers. Like most of the studies on this show that it's like
do you
relatively evenly
understand
split.
how fucked it is that like the knob only goes one way, the taxes only ever go down, and profits, profit margins, they only ever go up, and for these knobs to go any other way is somehow like breaks your brain. You're unable to fucking even consider it.
Hey, I'm in favor of
No,
increasing
do you
taxes.
acknowledge
You
that?
know what we should increase it on? We should
do you
increase it
acknowledge
on
that?
land, and then we should do a destination-based cash flow tax because that only taxes supernormal returns. Yeah.
Will you respond to my point?
I think it's good that some
The
taxes
knobs
are going
only go
down.
one way.
Like, I mean, it went up
it's
under Biden a
good.
little bit. Like Trump
It would
Trump
be
did the
good
tax cuts
if
and
we
Biden
had
increased
lower
it.
profit
Like,
margins. It would be good if we had lower profit margins. I'm sorry, but like raising taxes is not going to lower the profit margins that they're aiming
there's a
for.
graph I'm
It's
looking
just
for.
not. If you have some other mechanism in order to lower those tax margins, force the companies to do so, or incentivize them to do so, then that would be great. But hiking taxes on those corporations will simply go back to the consumers, go back to the workers, and very rarely it will affect shareholders. Like, why wouldn't they just raise the price of the product and lessen the pay that they're
Right.
allocating for workers?
Well, here's whatever I brought up Incel earlier. In 2022, they made $20 billion. So they'll be like paying taxes on that very large sum, unless they could find a way to like to just to invest more, and then hopefully like the idea is you incentivize them to grow. Like, well, we could take this now, but the tax rate just went up. Well, let's put it back in and then grow that number for later.
What business doesn't want to grow?
What business? What?
So I mean, what business doesn't want to grow already?
They've been a lot of business, especially tech companies, have been fucking cutting employees. Intel cut 10,000 jobs in 2023.
I mean, that was
despite
a positive
business
demand
isn't
shock in
growing.
COVID, right? So some of those layoffs were kind of always going to happen.
He asked the question, and there's actually the tech industry is like there's a lot of fucking layoffs.
No, they want to grow, they can't afford to grow. That's a
the
different
positive
thing.
demand shock during
No,
COVID.
or are they firing people to keep their fucking margins? And instead of, but we could change the tax rate to
probably.
further incentivize them to reinvest.
But that's not what happened with COVID. That's not what happened with this wave of layoffs. It happened because of COVID. Go ahead.
A cash flow tax would incentivize them to invest way more because a cash flow tax only taxes supernormal returns because it allows for full expensing. Yeah.
Under a cash flow tax, a domestic activity for all non-financial corporations will be subject to tax at a single rate on a
Look up a
difference between the receipts
destination-based cash
from
flow
the
tax. DBCTF, destination-based cash flow tax.
I just want
Only
to say
taxes
that
supernormal
if
returns.
America fucking could tax my ass, no matter where I'm at in the world, the U.S. could fucking tax corporations, no matter where they're at in the world.
That too.
You can't renounce your American citizenship. And corporations can just say, all right, we're Swedish now or we're Irish now.
I don't think that's true. I've been meaning to do research on it. I don't think that's actually true.
I mean,
I'm not
Apple
100.
does it
I'm not
quite
100,
well.
but
Apple and Google do that in
Yeah,
Ireland all the time.
You can make it the law where if they do that, they'll suffer.
Where do my
some
fucking
pretty
notes on the
fuck-
cash flow tax
and
go,
heavy
bro?
Consequences.
They'll disband and rename and then create second incorporated, like a second corporation with a similar name in a different country.
It'll take.
We
a
can make
lot,
it. You can make it
and-
very expensive to move
Yeah.
the money out of the U.S.
If it's less expensive than paying the taxes, they'll do it. And if you hike them, it will be less expensive.
But and again, it's this idea. Oh, they're gonna all run away like from
Intel's
America.
gonna
We're
rebrand as
America.
Outel.
Also, the funny thing is that every single tax haven that these companies run into eventually raise the taxes because they have to, because the fucking companies ruin the local economies. It's just kind of
And you
fucking
just
insane.
shift.
Even Ireland and Singapore is doing it. Yeah, but there's only so many fucking countries. There's only so many. They can
There's
only
a
fucking-
whole lot of countries though.
and they're running out. And
Yeah,
they're
it's a-
fucking running out.
It's a tax haven carousel. Some countries that need an injection of cash suddenly lower their taxes, which happens quite a bit. And then you go on a carousel, and the corporations are willing to do that because it's cheaper than paying the taxes.
How many countries lower their taxes versus how many have been raising them? Are you familiar? Do you know?
Afuera.
We'll see how Malele does, but that's a different.
And also, the Laffer curve does exist. I mean, like, at some point, at some margin, you are taxing so much that you're reducing the overall economic activity to a point where if you tax less, you would actually get more in revenue. It does
Yeah,
exist.
you're
It is
saying
important.
that the taxes haven't fucking gone. They've only gone down. Like, but you're like, well, if you tax too much or whatever, they've only ever fucking gone
I mean,
down
they
as far
went
as I'm
up under
fucking been
Biden.
alive. Like,
No, they.
I don't think they went up to
what
the
they were.
pre-Trump levels, but they did go up under Biden.
That's one of the terrible things
Oh,
about fucking
some
Biden.
of-
He raised taxes.
some of
He
some of
didn't
Trump's
raise
tax
taxes.
cuts
He let
sunset.
the temporary things
Yeah.
expire.
Well, they were gonna
I know.
expire
In
anyway.
effect, he raised taxes.
And that's false.
Bruh.
I think
He-
Biden's
if-
also
in fact-
proposed
Effectively.
raising the marginal. I think it was capital gains tax if you propose raising.
I think Biden did have a really crazy tax proposal towards the end there, but I guess we don't have to worry about that anymore, do we?
Well, he's mildly retarded, so.
I just don't. Okay, why do you think it's important to tax corporations, Casey? Like, who do you want to hurt? Do you want to hurt consumers because we can tax consumption? Do you want to hurt workers because we can tax wages? Do you want to hurt shareholders because we can just tax
No,
shareholders?
we're not
Like,
hurting
whatever-
anybody. The corporations are holding people hostage and hurting them, saying, "Hey,
Well,
don't take
like-
anything from us, or I'll fucking beat the shit out of you guys."
When you tax corporations, the burden falls on one of three people, basically. Either the workers through forms of reduced wages, either shareholders in terms of reduced returns to their share or reduced dividends, or consumers in terms of increased prices. But if you want to reduce, if you want to reduce workers' wages, you can just tax wages. If you want to burden consumers, you can just tax consumption. If you want to tax shareholders,
anything
just
but tax the
shareholders.
corporation, man. Anything but tax the
Well, the
corporation.
taxing
I mean, the shareholder
corporation,
thing is interesting,
again,
except
it
you gotta
falls
wait till
on
they
one of
get
those
the
three
money
What you
out.
don't understand is that
You
it's
could just-
going to pass off onto those people. One of these groups that he's
No,
putting up.
no,
Yes,
no. A company
well.
making $100 billion a year doesn't have to make $100 billion a year every fucking
Guess
year.
what?
Doesn't have to, but
Yeah,
it will.
they
Money
do.
goes to one of three people.
They're not going to make less.
I mean, they
Why?
could,
Why does it only go? Why does the knob only go one way?
because
Why?
because they are the ones who are deciding these profit margins. It's not the government. You cannot directly control those profit margins. If you do, they will run away. That's it.
No,
Yes,
they won't run
radicalize-
away.
Radicalize.
What's it? Give me.
Casey.
What? No, they won't. We're the fucking U.S. They're like a lot of the most largest companies are fucking based here. We're America. This is where you fucking make the money.
Yeah,
if you want to
because
move
the corporate
overseas,
tax rates aren't that bad.
I got sent a voicemail. Let's hear it.
Of knowing about everything in politics. How dare you doubt my capabilities of the knowledge
Dude,
I
is
have
this guy fucking drunk?
surpasses anything that you could ever imagine. I know things that would blow your mind.
Okay.
but like we're going down. This shit ain't been a recovering like
Yeah,
the path that we're
reduce
going right
the
now.
cost
It's
for
down.
consumers by
Wait,
lowering
what's
tariffs.
down? What?
Are the
I was deafened.
projection of the U.S. Do you think we're like on the rise? You think that we're like an empire on the rise?
An empire on the rise, maybe not, but I mean, I
You
think
think
our
you think
economy's doing decent.
our-
Yeah.
Why do you think most Americans don't feel that way, non-fun?
Most Americans do
Just
feel that
curious,
way
you know.
when you pull them about
think
their
so?
when you pull them about their own financial situation. Most Americans say they're doing pretty good. When you pull them about the economy in general, they think it's doing pretty bad, but they're wrong.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, as much as I love to shit on Biden, because I love to shit on Biden, he did not hurt the economy. We're doing fine.
No, I mean here's and I mean the idea that that we let the
Look up the vibe session.
like we let the companies make more and more and more and more while the average American is doing at best the same, but really with the younger
I'm gonna
people
shoot
like
myself, Red.
much worse. Like the idea that we can't put any of these fucking systems, like the idea that the tax rates were fucking better like 25 years ago. Why is that so hard to fucking believe? That we were better off with the tax rate 30 years ago.
Hold on. There are plenty of
Why
cases
is that
where I support increasing taxes. Okay, I think we should probably increase taxes for like Social Security. I think we should probably
what?
What?
I'm sorry.
I think we
Wait.
should
You mean more
privatize
money to
Social
go into
Security.
Social Security, or you mean to reduce the cap?
I
Remove
think
the
like
cap from-
there's like you remove the cap. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
I think we should privatize Social Security.
It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore. It's there's no excess, so.
Well, I have a graph here, and okay, that I.
This is still not good. It just means it slightly got better. What the fuck?
Is that about their own financial situation or the
Yes.
state of the economy?
For their own financial situation.
No.
It was generally still pretty like, I mean, this is not like a good. It just got better. I mean,
What's
I
it
guess
at?
it's good that it got the share of Americans who rate their personal finances as excellent or good declined from 50% to about 40% in 2022 and remained about that level since then. And I think this was updated at the end of 2023, by the way. So this is 4 in 10 say their financial situation is excellent or in good shape. 41%.
You just walked into
while a
the
similar
dumbest
share
debate over
says
corporate
that
tax
it's
incidents
only
ever.
fair shape, and another 19 says that it's in
Casey
poor
has yet
shape.
to provide a
So
single
it still
study
isn't that
because
good.
it doesn't exist. It doesn't
getting
exist.
Better, it's seemingly, but it's not good.
He hasn't provided a single study that shows that there's a
It's
zero
better than
corporate
most
tax
Western
incidents
countries
on
for
workers.
experiencing recessions.
That's true. We have the
Really
highest real
heavy.
GDP growth in the G7, and our inflation isn't even that bad. But
Like the world economy isn't doing well right now, so it's no wonder that the U.S. economy isn't doing excellent, but
Let me
it's
ask
doing
you, why is
better
the world
than.
economy not doing well? Like, what's your personal
a lot of
theory
it's because
on
of COVID. They didn't bail out. They didn't spend as much money as we did on a bailout after COVID.
So you thought it was good before COVID?
It wasn't great, especially
Through
post 2008.
2019? Okay.
Post 2008, it was we were on a lower growth trend. Most of Europe has stagnated since 2008 because they didn't bail out their banks enough in 2008.
Nani? What? What do you mean because they did not bail out the banks? Do you think not bailing out the banks is what economically stagnated Europe?
No, but I think part of it was
Partially,
probably
yes.
because they did austerity after. I was really using bail out the banks for a proxy of for just like austerity and not doing like government stimulus packages. I think because their stimulus packages were smaller post COVID and post 2008, they have not recovered as well. And also,
Investing
again, Casey, I just want just one study that shows there's a zero corporate tax incidence on workers' wages. Just one. And also, again, there are plenty of
I can
places
tell
where
you
I think
that-
we should increase taxes. Okay, on land, for instance, we should tax like land at like 50 or 100%. And then I'm in favor of like a
Why?
cash flow tax if we.
What the fuck? Why would you
What?
tax land like that?
Because land's perfectly inelastic, and also the value to land doesn't come from the person who owns it; it comes from the surrounding community and the
But still, why?
and its location.
Why
like,
would you tax it like that? I mean,
because it's
We
perfectly
shouldn't have-
inelastic. Like
we
it doesn't.
shouldn't
The
have
land doesn't disappear
land
the same way.
taxes at all. If you own a piece of land, you shouldn't have to pay the government for the right to use it. It's your
Well, I
fucking
think
land.
the rent should be extracted because you're not responsible for the value of the land.
What rent? What rent?
The economic rents on land. Any value that you could get from owning the land.
No, you own
I
the
agree
land.
with
You
you
should
on
not ever have to pay the government for rights to use your property.
Well, I mean, but you're not responsible for the value of it. It comes from the surrounding
I
community
paid for
in
it.
its location.
I paid
I mean, you
for
paid
it.
for it, but
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
make it.
It's mine.
Yeah.
He still believes in the old view of owning land and stuff like that. Actually, I
by
should
the
call it
way-
the new view. It's old for modern civilization, but we viewed it the way you're talking about it, non-fawn, when civilization started, pretty much.
Yeah, taxing like just the finance Wall Street capital gains, all that needs to be like fucking double, triple, or and
capital gains should
possibly.
be
No, actually,
triple.
it should be a progressive system. So like tripled for like if you made like $100 million, then yeah.
For capital gains, you want to disincentivize saving?
Disincentivize. No,
Yep.
you
That's what you're doing.
realize
That's exactly what you're doing.
Disincentivize. Yeah, exactly.
Incentivize. No, I'm talking about people like Jeff Bezos. Like the idea that you have like billions of dollars, like the amount of money that you just make just by just even investing in the safest of money or whatever. Like these people are kings fucking forever. Their billions turn into tens of billions. It's like every year just up and up. It's just fucking like that needs to fucking be capped, right? We can't let these people fucking just like run away. Like
Why not?
Why is it bad that if Jeff Bezos
he
Jeff Bezos
developed
gets
Wealth taxes are super hard to implement. They have really high avoidance. They disincentivize
He
people from saving,
developed
which
his
harms
company
long run
from the
growth.
ground up. Why is he
Okay,
not
yeah.
entitled to what he built?
Hold on. We won't be hurting people of that make less than like $50,000 in capital gains.
Don't throw me numbers.
Wait, what?
Why is Jeff Bezos not entitled to the fruits of what he built? He built Amazon from the ground up.
He did?
Are you against? Hold on. Are you against taxes? Are you all fucking retarded?
yeah.
Are you just all against taxes? That's it, isn't it?
I mean, I'm pro with the minimum tax necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty much against
Okay,
taxes
so
unless
you're
they're
against
absolutely
taxes.
required.
I mean, because you motherfuckers, I'm guessing that none of you like put up their hands. Oh, they're lowering taxes again. Look at it. Now you guys don't give a fuck about that. But someone starts talking about like
Yeah,
putting them
they
back
say
where
they're
they
lowering
were.
taxes
Freak
again,
the
I
fuck out.
celebrate.
Just fucking freak the fuck out. No, the taxes exist to keep wealth inequality or partly like
Wealth
at the
inequality,
distance
wealth
to make sure
inequality.
we're
I'm
not
a
supposed to have
communist.
kings in America. We're not supposed to have people that are like just like so super insanely fucking ridiculously rich that
Who says that I'm supposed to? Where does it say that in the Constitution?
It doesn't say in the Constitution, but it's the fucking what happens to societies that have wealth inequality to the level that the U.S. and other
Like
countries are
reducing wealth
starting to get
inequality
to.
is a
It
reason you
fucking
can
leads
tax.
to the
like,
destruction of the country, the
I don't know.
destabilization of society, and things get bad. People.
God, there was this graph I'm looking for. It was a really good graph showing like if you don't count land, if you don't count like housing, then inequality hasn't actually increased that much. So if you just tax the land, inequality would go way down.
Go the way of Rome.
How does
dude, I
Jeff
have it somewhere.
Bezos having hundreds of billions of dollars cause people to murder each other?
Right.
Yeah, how does it hurt you?
How does him having
It's his
millions-
money.
How it hurts me is not necessarily the amount of money that he has. It's about ratios. It's how much money is offered to the lower class compared to
because you're entitled to his money, is what
like,
you're saying.
Entitled.
I don't know. I can ask him, I guess,
workers
but
are entitled to
Society-
the fucking money, not him.
Society decides what the fucking
No, they're
tax
not.
rates are.
They're not entitled to the money.
Yes, they are. They fucking built it.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. They
How are they even? How are they?
They're entitled to
nearly
the money
entitled
they
to
agreed
money?
to work for.
Yeah,
They're not
they
entitled
agreed
to
to
the money
work
that
for it.
They don't
If
have
they
a
don't
fucking
like what
choice.
he's paying them, then they go somewhere
Dude,
else.
the crime for Jeff Bezos of getting taxed is capital gains at a higher rate. Like, really?
Yeah,
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Think
You guys
if-
fucking have brain worms? What the fuck is wrong with you people?
If the workers
I
want
don't care
to
that Jeff
demand
Bezos is
higher,
losing money. To be clear, I don't care that Jeff Bezos is losing money, but capital gains tax does decrease long run growth. That's what you're
Yeah,
doing.
it's
You're
not specific
disincentivizing
to
saving.
Jeff Bezos. I'm just
if
using
the
him as
workers
an
want
example.
to get more money, they should unionize and demand more money as a group.
They're
That might
fucking
be
killing the
possible in
fucking
the US.
busting the unions. They
And
have the
that's
money.
okay
They have the
too. If
money
I
to
don't
buy
want a
the
union in my
politicians.
fucking business, then I have a right to say no.
And then when
That's
they
fine
kill
too.
you
My
later for
business.
being corrupt,
That's
and when they
fine.
hang you, that's your fucking problem. Because that's
It's
historically
my
what
business.
happens.
What's
And-
not okay
What's
is that
mine
corporations.
is mine to
it's
do
so
with as I
okay.
choose.
When
Now,
corporations
if
get
I
so
choose
fucking
to make
powerful,
a bad decision to oust
Yes.
all of my employees by denying a union and fuck up
This
my
is true.
company,
This is
that's
true.
on me.
I'm pretty
But
sure like
I
US
have the
food,
right
we were
to
going
do
over
it.
this earlier. But
It's
like
my
US food spending is
company.
like
And it's
one
the
of
right
the
of the
lowest
workers
in
to
the world.
unionize
I
and
think it
demand
is
more
the
pay, and
lowest in the
it's the
world
right
as a
of the
percentage
people
of disposable
of the
income.
owners of the company to hire scabs. Like, why not?
Yeah,
Because you're
absolutely.
basically promoting instability, and we're gonna go back to killing each other. And when they kill you, I'm not gonna fucking stop them because I'm not getting involved with the people that fucking started this shit. They're gonna we're gonna go back to fucking England where the workers were getting abused and were treated like shit, and then communities degrade, our fucking communities fall apart, crime starts escalating, and then it eventually learns to them hanging the factory worker and burning down the factory and us starting all over again. I don't want to go back to that, but
The
that's what you guys
ability
are
of
advocating for.
the ability of individuals to organize themselves into groups has greatly increased since the times that
Exactly. So
happened
you
in
should be
England.
scared of it. Look what
No,
you're fucking doing when
I
you
should
make
be
people
saying that
desperate, when you're greedy.
people are can more easily
can say
unionize
that,
and
but I can't
go
say
into
I don't care
groups
about
in order to
firefighter.
demand higher pay. And I'm all for it. If people want to
True.
unionize voluntarily, then I think that's great. I think that's awesome. If people want better wages, they should demand them and get an agreement from the company who also agrees to pay those higher wages. That's it.
It's
Like,
not that easy, and you know it's not that easy. With so much union busting, the power being in the businesses have the ability to wait and sit on their fucking capital.
I mean,
and if they run out
agree
of
with
money, they
NLK
can
on
sell their
most of this
capital
union
to
stuff,
recoup
but,
money.
like,
The
I'm not really
fucking
interested in it.
workers, they live paycheck
I'm
to
interested in-
paycheck.
I'm
They're the
interested
ones
in
that
the
suffer the most
fucking
in
nitty-gritty, bro.
any type of conflict.
Bro, do
with the
capital
worker,
gains taxes
with the owner
decrease long run growth?
so
Yes or no?
it's-
Say
it's
it. Say
a power
it. Say no.
dynamic of which the workers basically any long-term
The answer
fight
is yes,
they're
but-
going to lose.
And they can
Not
go work
necessarily.
elsewhere. I mean, you
If
don't
they
have to work at
Go
one
ahead.
place. You know,
that
There are a
plus
whole lot of
if you
companies
combine
out there.
into a big if you combine into a big
No,
enough
they
group,
don't. They
which
don't.
is possible.
I really like
if you-
this. There's this
if-
like
if
a really
you
simple
incent-
article.
If
how
if
capital
there's
gains is
big
a
enough
double tax.
incentives, then the companies will.
I don't care. I forgot what to say. People often complain that people, I can't speak, often complain that the top effective capital gains tax is 23.8% compared to the top labor income bracket at 37% because capital income disproportionately flows to the richest in society. This is a falsehood, however, because capital gains is already taxed on the front end by a labor income tax. By taxing someone's income tax, you reduce the amount that they can invest and consequently the amount they can make off of an investment. This disproportionately taxes the rich. And then they just like go through the example. In a world without taxation, you get that much. In a world with wage tax, but with no capital gains tax, you get that much. But in a world with capital gains and wage tax, you get this much, which is equal to the capital gains and wage tax like added together. Yeah. President Trump not only to save America, but to save the world. True. Welcome to the stream, Ali Reza. All right.
Everybody went silent there. Oh, there's Sleepy Hazard, another libertarian. Go ahead. Go on your taxes rant. Let's hear it.
Oh God, thank you.
I'm a little too sleepy for that tonight.
He is
Oh,
he's
thank God.
a literal no roads believer, Casey.
Oh dear God.
It's so based.
I mean, roads
Unfathomably
could be
based.
privately funded.
Denied
Roads could be
Honestly,
privately funded.
could roads could be like do they have to be paved?
We already have them
Yeah, it fucks up your
paved
tires if
by
they're not.
paved by government by contractors anyway. So just turn the responsibility for it over to them.
But it's a natural monopoly.
Daddy, chill. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, hold on. I just want to hear an answer from NOK and Casey. Do capital gains taxes decrease long run growth? What do you think it is?
What type of growth are we talking?
Long run economic growth.
Depends on what's going on there. I say I'm gonna vote no.
No, really? I mean, the answer is yes. You're disincentivizing saving. That's what you're doing.
But we're increasing it mostly affecting people who are just sitting on a bunch of money anyway. That's what they're. You say disincentivizing saving.
sitting
Okay,
on a bunch of money.
What? Wait.
You
Well, then what? You checkmated yourself. Then what are they going to do with the money if they're not saving?
What do you mean? They're gonna spend it, which decreases long run growth.
Oh, that sounds like fucking a spike in the economy.
Which guess
Sounds
what?
like the
That does what
economy.
to the loanable
Let's
funds,
go.
Casey? It shifted left. It shifted loanable funds market left, which increases interest rate, which decreases capital investment, which decreases long run growth. Congratulations, woohoo!
People sitting on their fucking money doesn't do shit for the economy.
It shifted loanable funds rate right.
10% of Americans hold 93% of all stocks by the third quarter of 2023.
Land value tax and destination-based
my
cash flow
stocks.
tax would fix this.
I'm split on stocks. I haven't made up my mind of how much I love or hate them yet, so I'm opting out.
I've made pretty good money off the stock market.
I don't know if he knows what the loanable funds market is. Like he was like, what did they do if they're not if
that
they're
the
not
only reason
saving
you
it?
like
Oh,
it?
well, they're spending it. Like,
Yeah,
you know what that does to the loanable funds
money
market?
off
It means
of
there's
it.
less
That's why I
loanable
like
funds. Which guess what? When the
And
supply of loanable
investing
funds
in
shift
it-
left, guess
investing
what?
in it
There's
helps
a
the
real
economy.
interest
So
rate.
while
There's a real. Hold on. Okay. It's literally this simple. Okay, here's a loanable funds market. Okay, we raised the capital gains tax. Now there's less incentive to save, so I'm going to save less. All the billionaires are going to save less. Oh, what's this? The amount of loanable funds has decreased. Oh, the real interest rate, congratulations, has now increased. Okay, so what effects does a higher interest rate have? Well, you're going to decrease long-run economic growth because you're going to decrease the investment in capital stock. Like you're literally indirectly disincentivizing an increase in capital stock, which then decreases long-run growth. Like there's no that's just mechanistically what happens. There's no way to get around that. It's so. What's crazy? I don't think corporate taxes are even like that bad. I don't think capital gains taxes are even that bad. But everything in economics is about trade-offs, okay? You have to be at least be able to bite the bullet. And it's not even biting the bullet, it's just admitting facts. When you say like, oh, capital gains taxes decrease long-run economic growth. That's just true. Like that's just the case. Now, that trade-off can be worth it. There's a case where that trade-off is worth it. Absolutely. If like wealth inequality was at such a high margin, maybe it is worth it to reduce long-term economic growth a little bit to reduce inequality a lot. That could be the case. That could happen. That's this thing that can conceivably happen. Same thing with corporate taxes. Corporate taxes do decrease wages and they do increase prices for consumers. But if they increase inequality enough, then maybe that trade-off is worth it. That trade-off could be worth it, but it's just flat out wrong to say that there's zero tax incidence on workers for corporate taxes. Like
you would have to spend on that scale of logistics, it will. I would say it's likely not to be worth it. It might.
And
but
honestly, I'd be more concerned about hunger in the U.S. than world hunger.
We got another voicemail from the drunk guy.
Chill up, bro. I'm not voting for Trump. No.
I don't know. He's insane to me, bro. I hate anyone who knows more about Biden being old than Trump's engaging in a fucking criminal conspiracy to overthrow the election. It's just insane to me. It's just like, look at this clip of Biden being old. Okay, do you know anything about January 6th? No. Do you know anything about what Trump did at all? No. But look at Biden being old. Okay, but the Democrats just coup Trump. So much for democracy. True. You mean Biden? Yeah, they did coup Biden. Dude, David Pakman did a funny tweet. If the election is going to be rigged, then why did Biden even have to drop out? Like, if the election were rigged, or even could be rigged, there'd be no reason for Biden to drop out, right? It's possible to cheat if the racing close. Impossible if there's going to be huge margins and many states in play. If you still made an argument, you know that. I don't think 1-6 was a coup. Well, it was an attempted coup. It was an insurrection. They can't cheat hard. Oh, you know what's funny? Also, dude, I found this really funny when I was reading about some of the false elector stuff. Basically, two of Trump's associates who helped plan a lot of the Jan 6 and coordinated the fake elector stuff, literally, they met with Trump to discuss a memo that Chesbrough had written, Kenneth Chesbrough, which described a lot of the Jan 6 plan and like described Jan 6 as the real deadline. So they had a meeting December 16th, and then on December 19th, they text each other an article. Trump first called for protest on December 19th. He said, on December 19th, he said that we need to go protest the certification to vote on January 6th. I mean, he didn't phrase it like that, obviously, because it's way too fucking incriminating. But that's what he was doing. And then Chesbrough literally texted Troopus, "Wow, based on 3 days ago, I think we have a unique understanding of this." Based on 3 days ago when we told Trump about how to stop the certification to vote, I think we have a unique understanding of him calling protesters to protest the certification to vote. That was wild to me, dude. Yeah, December 16th, Troopus and Chesbrough meet with Trump and tell Troopus that there was zero hope of him winning Wisconsin. Chesbrough summarizes his November 18th memo where he identified January 6th as the real deadline for determining Wisconsin's electoral votes. Afterwards, Chesbrough and Troopus had traveled back to Wisconsin together, and then 3 days later, Troopus checked Chesbrough about Donald Trump's first call for protest on January 6th. Some of these texts are funny, dude. Some of the texts are just like comically evil because they're like, I think we need the Constitution on our side, which we don't have. I don't purport to know who fits into which category. I only know this will end badly for the president unless we have the Constitution on our side, and unless those states submit new slates of electors pursuant to state law, we do not. Oh, the Dominion Fox things are funny too, especially like Tucker Carlson talking about how he hates Trump and how he's like being close to not being able to not cover Trump anymore. It's wild. Hold on, where's the November 18th memo? And Troopus wrote this email and he I thought Chesbrough wrote it. Troopus wrote it. Jim Troopus. I forget his exact position. And I think he sent it to Eastman. Or no, Eastman asked him. Or are they afraid of losing viewership to Newsmax? The January 6th hard deadline. The date with hard deadline. Jesus, I can't speak. The date with ultimate significance under federal law, as Justice Ginsburg aptly noted, is the 6th of January, the date set by blah, 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 which the Senate and House determined the validity of electoral votes. That is the first date on which any electoral votes are actually counted. On that date, the 12th Amendment directs, quote, the President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all certificates and votes shall be counted. Yeah. This is a memo that. Oh no, it's True Troop is from Chesbro. I was right. Chesbro did write it. For like 5 minutes we were talking about. Oh, we got on some of the Trump stuff. I forget exactly why we got on it, but we're just looking at some of the text. Dude, it's so funny that that he'll text these people like 5 times and he gets like a 1-word response. Like, look, all of this, and then just, I hope we get the chance. Nothing but a court this morning. Trump's down bad. I bet. I mean, Hunter Biden was down bad, but now Biden's out, so.
Like pro-America, rah 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 rah. You really disagree with us,
Based,
like
I'm
everything
pro-America.
America's ever done. Are you sure? Like you're pro-America, or 'cause it seems like you want to.
He means he's pro-America
something
in the
completely
specific
different.
year of 2005.
True.
Yeah, I think things were a lot better then than they are now.
Yeah,
I'm
and then also
pro-America
the
right
union
now,
rates
baby.
were pretty high.
back.
Stock buyouts were pretty high. Stock payouts were pretty high. You know, comparatively to now, if you look at the productivity of Americans versus the wages, and then if you looked at how much, like a house was like 3 point, what is it like? Or no, in
Oh my God.
2005, that was more like 5 times your wage or some shit. No, probably less. Probably 3.5 if I'm thinking correctly. So like 3.5 times your wage to be able to like buy a house. It's like 6 now. It's fucking ridiculous. All right. Your money just went. Also, inflation, right? Your money was just overall like stronger. Inflation was a big, thing that's
Yeah,
been
because
chipping away
money printer
Americans.
go brrr.
Yeah, money printer do go brr. You're
Based,
fucking bad.
based.
Are you? What? Why is it based for the money printer to go burr?
Non-fun as a printer.
Prevents the paradox
printer
of
build.
thrift, baby. We probably printed a little bit too much money, but I mean, I think the
Quantitative
trade-off is worth it.
easing, baby.
Worth it
QE is
for
like
what?
I don't really like QE that much. It tends to increase inequality. I don't think it has that much of a stimulus effect, but
Simulates
anyway, yeah.
stock market. But that's all I refer to as money printing, not government spending, not fiscal spending.
I just want what's best for America, and history has told us that wealth inequality not good for America. Americans not having access to
Not good for any
cheap,
countries.
affordable healthcare, not good. Americans not able to get into school, not good. Americans not being able to afford house and build equity and have stability and being able to start saving money, not fucking good. Just these things are not fucking good. Low union wage.
Oh, now if you want to go to the housing thing, I agree completely with busting up monopolies like BlackRock. Fine, yeah, I'm 100% behind that.
I just want to like real quick.
I
Like
mean,
we did a
as a private landlord, they're detrimental to me too. So fuck BlackRock and all that shit.
like because of the stimulus we did, like American savings increased dramatically. Household debt, at least in aggregate, has gone down. Now a lot of that could be disaggregated and probably went up for millennials and decreased for boomers. Because boomers are higher. Reduce people's debt, probably, huh? The prime age employment population ratio is at like all-time
What
highs.
stimulus what stimulus you're referring to?
I would say like the big 3 bills. I forget what all of them called. The American Rescue Plan was under Biden, and then Trump had 2 COVID stimulus bills too. And
I think
maybe
those are
maybe the Inflation Reduction Act as well.
There's very hit and miss. There's so much giveaway. There's insane fucking. I don't know what a forgivable loan is. There's these 2 words that they don't seem to make sense together. But and just to hand them out just
Yeah, it
willy
means we
nilly
hand
to
you out money and we'll
$100
never
million
ask for it fucking back.
What the
Yeah,
the
but
PPP
only the
loans?
richest companies get it. Fucking forgivable
Well, if
loans
we hadn't
to
fucked over our damn economy, we wouldn't have to give out stimulus.
Daddy, chill. Thank you for the follow.
No, but I mean that was all like I didn't love that stuff, but the effects of the Federal Reserve turning on the printer to the tune of, God knows, it was like a 3 trillion in a year, was it? Whatever it was, or whatever. Like, that's why we have mostly having inflation now. And what's
Yeah,
scary
but I think
about
that
that?
trade-off was worth it. Like, inflation was at
What
10%.
trade-off?
The trade-off to not having the economy collapse
We
and
should have
having
just
low
not
unemployment and
fucked our
having high
economy
GDP
by
growth.
We
are
should have
having
not
a low.
fucked our economy by doing lockdowns like fucking.
Hold on. There's no. Why would you turn on the printer during a non-business cycle related downturn? Everything is closing. Everything's shutting off. People aren't going out. If there's going to be a
people
fucking
are unemployed.
slowdown. Oh no. Okay. Yes. Sending
There
out
was a negative
helping
demand
unemployment
shock.
checks.
So we tried to stabilize demand.
Everything. Hold on. Focus. Yes. The helping them from fiscal responsibility, but turning on the money printer did only one meaningful thing, and that is to bail out the fucking financial markets. That's the only thing it did.
Transfer in
The
American
money,
history.
the money didn't go anywhere else because there wasn't places for it to go. People weren't fucking investing. People weren't expanding. Everything was closing down, and they turned on the printer for just to save rich people's money that they think they have in the stock market.
I mean, some of the QE stuff I'm gonna mostly agree with you on, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, ultimately, like, it would be bad for American people if some of the rich people did lose a lot of their money. Like, if stocks all went down, like, there would have been a pretty negative effect that would
hold
have
the
trickled down.
stock markets as a like a hostage and on the American dollar. Like, and at this point, looking at like how much your what's it, like a revenue per share, or I forget what multiplier, whatever it is, like the amount of like the revenue that your share gets per how much you paid for it or whatever. But basically, you're paying more and more for less and less in like the last 20 years. Like, it is more and more just the greatest fool theory. Just there's hardly the difference between what you pay for a stock and what it's actually worth. Like, so Elon and thinks he has, I don't know how Elon has like 80. I don't know whatever it is. Let's say it's 30 billion. It doesn't matter. Some rich motherfucker thinks they have 20 billion, but it's all in stock, so it's not really there. And then the stock market crashes, and no one's paying for that anymore. And then it drops 15-20% in 2 weeks. And that's every rich motherfucker in America just lost 20% of the wealth, but they never really had that wealth.
No, it's
they never really
season,
fucking
so
had it.
forget
They
about
just had
saving, get it straight out of your head. Like I said,
they had a
in
chart
the
that
long
says you
run,
could
we're
maybe
all
sell some of it right now for that
Savings
amount,
is
but they never
that's
really
the
fucking had
paradox
that
of
amount.
thrift. Don't keep
So then the
money in
fucking
your
stock
pockets
market
so that
fucking
growth will
crashes,
never live,
and then
because
they get all fucking
business is
upset because
driven
they
by
think
the
they just lost
animal
their
spirits,
20%
the
of the
bull
wealth.
and the
Really,
bear,
ever
and there's
their wealth.
reasons to fear it.
And then printer goes burr, bails them all out, injects insane amount of money into the markets, and average Americans pay the bill via inflation.
But average Americans are also given a lot of money too, right?
Which, yeah, well, for fiscally, I'm fine with that. I think that helping Americans who are not working or whatever, yeah, I think, and by the way, and I generally support like bottom up. Like, how do you stimulate the economy? Most you give poor people money and they fucking spend it. So that
Rich
works a
people
lot better,
hold
in my opinion, than fucking quote unquote trickle down voodoo economics.
I think I floated this to you before, Casey. I know that you've been a little bit favorable to socializing certain things that are very, very, very core stuff. I think you even floated internet at one point, if like a list of things that you think.
Yeah, internet.
Okay, I've said this, that if there's one economic change, if we have fucking capitalism for everything else, I think the one thing we should at least subsidize, socialize, whatever the fuck, should be housing.
Correct. Public works, digging ditches for has the same effect. Even a broken window helps the glass man have some wealth.
People's income, and if you free that up, then everything else could fucking work. You could start your businesses. You can fucking pay for your schools. You have a place to live. You won't gonna be on the streets. It would prevent fucking. It would lower crime rates, which would lessen the burden on people. It would drop property prices. It would be stopping used as an investment vehicle.
It
like,
is Dr.
it's
Seuss.
just
That's
the
right.
one thing. Like, I would literally everything else could be fucking capitalist
Interest rate
if we just give
policy
people
tanks a
houses. Or at
liquidity
least
trap.
access
That
to
new money
cheap,
stuck in the
affordable
banks.
houses
I get the big one.
This could be the cure. you've been looking for.
Oh, you get the big
I
one?
think I disagree. I mean, that's fuck this house.
I didn't say everything. You don't have to fucking. When you
Glad
hear
we just look
socialize,
up
you think
coconut tree,
socialize
it's all Kamala
100%
Harris now.
everything. I'm just saying, if we just built, like, you know, in fucking Bangkok,
cookie
those
cutter
big ass fucking skyscraper condos that they build that are like $250 a month. If we just built a shit ton of that, right? And we're like, all right, here you go. Like $250 a month, you get a fucking furnished apartment. It's going to be like 400
You know
square
me,
feet.
modest now,
There it
or
is.
modesty.
This was,
Now
you
I'm
know,
taking
taxes
a
went to
bow.
this.
Say
This
it
is the
loud,
starting
say it
area.
proud.
You
We're all
can build your
Keynesians
wealth
now.
and then move into bigger houses,
Best
or
rap
like,
song
you know,
ever
build a
made.
business, or like, you
Not
know,
even close.
use the money that you're making from jobs as a.
I'm gonna make one of these, but I'm gonna get biased towards Keynes because this one's biased towards Hayek.
Real savings come first if you want to invest. The
Market coordinates time with interest. You focus on stimulus will make things worse. Keynesian business cycle better. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close, guys. What even is a natural rate of interest, bro? You're telling me I don't play that back holder to hurt a dope time. I think I closed it. The Hayek's bars do go way harder because, like I said, the song's biased towards Hayek.
all that we're left with is debt and a bunch. If you're living high on that cheap credit hog, don't look for a cure from the hair of the dog. Real savings come first if you want to invest. The market coordinates time with interest. Your focus on spending is pushing on thread. In the long run, my friend, it's your theory that's dead. So sorry there, buddy, if that sounds like invective. Prepare to
Here to get schooled in my Austrian perspective. Not even right. Not even right. Plucking model. Goat. This is Keynes' theory, basically, kind of. Recession predicts recovery. Pretty solid correlation. It's at least way better than boom predicts recession, which is Hayek's. It's the Austrian business model, which is when the Fed sets the natural rate of interest. When the Fed sets the rate below the natural rate of interest, an artificial boom is created that will inevitably create a bust. Doesn't seem that true. Fuck yo, natural rates. Default in R stars. Problems in policy making based on natural rates. Which, I mean, natural rates probably exist to some extent, but it doesn't make sense to do policy based off of them, in my opinion, my humble opinion. Anyway.
$2,000 a month? Fuck yeah, bro. Stream my account.
That's jack shit, you know.
That one fucking holy shit, that's what I fucking make after paying all my fucking bills and shit, and that's if I have nothing come up. Fuck yeah, bro. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it.
But that's also pre-tax too.
It says after tax 18 something. What was that? 1873?
Yeah, that's probably about right if I had to guess. I don't know. I
that was better than almost all of my life. I've barely broke past that, like barely, and it's a little over that.
I just know that a lot of the guys in my squadron, the enlisted guys, got fucked over by car dealerships because their incomes were so terrible.
All car people that work around them and with them are not good people, in my experience.
Well, they get extremely predatory around military bases. They're really bad. They'll give fucking some fresh-faced kid fresh out of boot and out of their all their training and shit. They'll give them a brand new car at only 22% interest. Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys. I'll get going. Thank you for the conversation. Have a good
I
night.
appreciate you for
Yeah,
stopping
thanks
by.
for
I think
being
this
here.
was your first time in stream, right?
Yeah, I found
this
you
one,
through
yeah.
like I was on
He's talked to
non-fun
me
stream.
before, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
well.
it's a really nice Discord. I'm hoping I'll be popping in from time
Yeah, I
to time.
appreciate you, man. Yeah, this is
Right.
you know, something that we're trying to build. But a little neutral place to not get discriminated off of like political belief, religious belief, race, ethnicity, anything like that. Only breaking like basically TOS or laws will get you banned.
I respect that immensely because I've been banned from a couple really left-wing Twitch streamers for
Yes,
just
same.
saying who I am.
I am a fucking communist, and I was banned for being a communist in a communist stream the other day. So the question I literally asked, all I asked was, what country has the best communist party? And to that, I was told I'm a conservative, CUCK, and that I am bad
Oh,
faith,
man.
and that I'm not genuine, and that it was a bait question, and then they banned me and told me to go fuck myself.
Free speech for the win. I respect you for actually letting people say what they believe in. All right.
We've only,
peace.
all right, bye. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only people we banned in here so far has been 2 people. One person sexually harassed a mod, and then the other person posted a link calling for violence to shoot immigrants in America, and then posted another Nazi propaganda video talking about how immigrants up to 3rd generation should be rounded up and forced to leave or shot by the U.S. Marshal. So it's
It
like,
wasn't.
that's
It wasn't a mod of mine, was it?
no, it was not Shangang. It was a person called Legate knows him. Legate, if you're in the stream, no, Clockwork Orange or something like that.
Oh,
Clockwork.
Glockwork? Yeah, he's a
Clockwork.
legit Nazi.
Yeah, Glockwork. Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Like, I mean, I get mad at Naders sometimes, but I actually really respect you, Nader. And anytime I get upset with you, it's politics.
Oh,
is-
yeah,
is how it is.
absolutely.
But
We have
I respect
very
it.
opposite views politically, and that's okay.
Yeah.
We don't have to get to agree to get along and get along as people, you know. Plus, who else do you know that's crazy enough to drive into tornadoes voluntarily?
Not too many people.
No.
I would drive near a tornado. I don't think I would drive into one.
Yeah. Oh, I would be scared to be like just like turn your way, do it. I was scared. I would always drive the other way. It's my rule. Although I've never actually seen one. So
I mean, come right along with me. I'll get you inside one.
I'm not the thrill-seeking type. I'm quite the opposite. Quite the opposite.
I don't know if I want to be in one though, like especially for my first time. That seems like rushing, you know.
Oh, my truck is built for that, right? It's not like I'm just driving into it. And
Yeah,
so
I want to be at a
safe
safe truck. I don't know.
I want to be at a safe difference.
I have a yeah, it's armored and it has spikes that drive into the ground.
Interesting.
I
don't know. I've
a
seen
couple
some
other
shit, bro.
guys had the armored trucks.
I have seen those people that fly the plane into hurricanes.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
don't know,
Oh my
bro.
god, I would get an erection so quick.
I already am like borderline fucking ready to shit myself on regular planes. Like I was coming in from a funeral that I had to attend in my hometown, and I flew
Yeah,
back.
they're selling
to the
dollars
town
for
I'm currently
93
living in,
cents.
and we
How
hit
is
this
Michelle
fucking
Obama?
really dense like cloud.
Second,
And it
Michelle
fucking
Obama doesn't want it. She's
shook
not
up
going to
the
do it.
entire plane. And while
Newsom
I know
is
in my
more
head
likely than fucking.
that
I guess
the only
Newsom already
way a
endorsed
plane is
Kamala.
really
but-
going to come down in modern day is out of fucking pretty much incompetence on the pilot. It's still like
Everyone
fucking
buy
shook
no
by
on
everything.
Michelle
Even that,
Obama.
what
This
you
is
think
financial
heavy
advice.
turbulence
Bet
is
all your money on it.
basically
It's free money.
Maybe moderate.
Yeah, I'm a bitch when
I
it comes to flying,
guarantee you,
dude.
you have never experienced heavy.
The Dems are still going to
Okay,
lose.
that's
Do you
not
really
true
think that?
because I flew out
I don't
of
think
the
we're that
factory
screwed.
in
People
Japan.
keep saying
So,
like
like,
we're fucked.
No,
Like, I don't think it's.
You've never experienced.
To be clear, I don't think we're in a great situation. I'm not very confident, but like I'm not. Well, that's the thing. I'm not very confident. Like I'm not very confident either way. I think it's basically like a 30-70. 30 for Kamala / whoever the Democratic nominee is. Nobody likes Kamala. I mean, people don't like her about as much as Biden. I don't know. We'll see. People also really don't like Trump. She's more unpopular than Biden? Not by... No, wait. Not from the polls. From the polls I've seen, she's basically tied or slightly more popular.
You look like Joe Biden.
No, I need some ideas for like, oh, this person's like gooey looks good. I can copy things good. I'm a good thief. I'm a good thief. Got a good gooey. Got that UI going.
But speaking
Still
of,
want Casey to make me an avatar for live streams of a talking tornado.
oh, a talking tornado. That would be kind of cool.
Oh.
It should look kind of like the art style of like the talking DNA strand from Jurassic Park.
Picturing something like, yeah, just a tornado with like just some aviators like in the middle somewhere.
Right, exactly.
Hey kids, today we're gonna fly right into it or drive right into a tornado. You know, tornadoes never scared me growing up because I didn't realize how fucking destructive those bastards are. Like I was like, it never bothered me because of where I lived and grew up. There was like tornadoes basically didn't actually exist. But I saw this video of a tornado that was like ripping through an Amazon warehouse, and I listened to like some of the phone calls of the people that knew they were gonna die, and ever since then, that's kind of just like left an imprint in my brain.
Why are you
Biggest one
listening to
that
that?
got me was I
Chat.
chased the Joplin, Missouri tornado.
Chat, would you?
Right into
Chat, I'm just
Joplin
asking.
and pulling people out of their homes and stuff. It really hit me, and that's when I started. I actually carry a trauma kit.
I'm just curious. Like, would you like?
Because
You got some sort of super
a lot
porn?
of times, we as chasers are on scene before even first responders can get there. So I took a first aid course, a basic urban search and rescue course, and then built a trauma kit that I keep in my truck.
Oh, you know what? I did forget. I did go through the a ride at Disneyland. It's called Twister. Yeah, probably
I know what
similar.
you're talking about. By the way, if anybody is interested, I'm playing video of North Korea.
Oh, also,
Getting
I sent something in the chat. I'm just curious, just that picture of Kamala Harris when she was like 30 years old. I'm just curious of our opinions on just if they would, if you guys would or not.
Yes, would.
She looks so much more black. Is that right?
She does, yeah.
I don't know. She has Indian features. Like she still. She
Maybe
actually
not,
looks
but-
to me. She looks
but in
more
this
black. In this, she looks Indian, more Indian.
And
She looks like this girl Rashki that I used to
I
know.
wouldn't. I can't do the short hair thing. No.
I think the short hair actually looks super good on her like this.
I think I would.
I fucking would once, twice, and 3 times. She would get a first and a second term, and we'd push the for a third.
We're gonna amend the Constitution.
They'd be short terms.
Oh, wait a second. I see a. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Casey, what do you think about the deficit?
Deficit, just generally, it's not I mean, you could have a deficit, it's fine, but then there's a limit to where it's not fine, and we're getting pretty close to that at this point. What is it? It's something like 30%, maybe more, like of tax revenue goes to servicing the debt.
Yeah, just the
Like
interest payments. Yeah.
At some point, and I feel like we're getting near the point, like where that's bad times.
Yeah.
Yarg.
I don't really care.
And also,
that
it's like,
much
what are we spending it on?
about? Oh well, yeah. I don't care that much about the deficit, but yeah, I think when we're paying literally 30% of tax revenue just to finance a deficit, it's probably not a good thing.
That's why I was saying we need to cut out some of that fucking bureaucracy that we're spending that money on.
We need to increase taxes, but only on the good things like land and a destination-based cash flow tax and or value-added tax or Bradford X tax.
Taxes. We need to cut a lot of federal agencies that are redundant and extra bureaucracy, but we also need to raise military spending.
We should cut a lot of our welfare spending and give people a negative income tax.
We should definitely cut a lot of our welfare spending. I agree with that.
Bros, we're the richest fucking country in the world. The fucking wealth inequality is going up. What do you?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying a negative income tax and or UBI would probably be more efficient to give poor people money than a lot of our current welfare systems.
What about a UBS?
Well, that is what our welfare system tries to be, basically. But
does it?
Universal basic sex, federally backed sex coupons. Is that what
Hey,
you're
that's
saying?
only in the Netherlands. I don't know. Universal basic services seems like a little bit better than a UBI, though. I think the one problem is that with the UBS compared to UBI is that the UBI money could be used to maybe like start like a side business or something that could be very productive. And UBS, you don't really have the opportunity to start a business, but then you could just argue, well, the money saved from a UBS and the stability brought by a UBS would allow you to be able to reallocate the money that you're making into businesses and actually have the time and resources to fully invest in creating business or side projects. What, Casey? Casey, I didn't hear you.
The only way I would be able to get behind
I think
any
you
kind
can.
of UBI
Are you in the
UBS
neutral
is if we
water server?
completely eliminated every other welfare system in existence as it is.
I would agree. That's what Andrew Yang was
Completely
proposing.
eliminate all of it.
Andrew
Every
Yang
last
basically
follow
said,
back.
fucking wipe
I
it
can do
all
that.
and just do like $1,000.
I knew that was you. I should have done it. It was my bad.
Okay.
He'll probably vet you.
And I think
you have to
that,
join like one
that
of the
was
waiting
supposed
rooms.
to be like off of like taxing the use of AI and automating away jobs. So it solved two problems.
No, I didn't say anything about raising taxes. If you can do it with existing taxes and eliminate all the welfare, I'd get behind it.
I mean,
If
that's
you
not
have to
gonna
raise
matter with
taxes,
me.
I'm not going to back.
You kind of have to, tax the use of AI. Yeah, I mean, like, or you're gonna be fucked. It's almost essential. Like, AI is getting so good that it's going to be a replacement of both lower class jobs, middle class jobs, and upper class jobs all in one. Like, what do you do
What social
when you
safety net
start
need?
seeing huge swaths of like entire industries just fucking disappearing? But then what happens when you just see huge percentages? Like, even if like 20% of jobs disappear in like the next 5 years, that's going to be such an huge economic crisis just on the horizon for us. And they're already predicting that the technology that we have will hit the level of being able to replace 50% of jobs in just a few years. So what the fuck does that do for us? Like, how do we combat that? I just don't see any other way than like taxing AI use and doing a UBI system with that money.
Well, you're talking about raising other taxes too.
No, I
mean,
don't think you
AI
need to raise other taxes.
AI is a new thing. So implementing a new tax on a new thing, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. I didn't talk about.
But if
raising
you're
the
talking
taxes on
about
anything else.
raising any other taxes to pay UBI, nope, absolutely not.
Also,
You know what,
Mercury been real quiet in the corner over there.
True. I think AI is trained on humanity, and I think AI, therefore, should pay dividends to humanity.
Based. Holy shit. That's the most uncapitalist thing you fucking said all day.
That's not really that uncapitalist, but
No, but you had a heart for a second, so.
True.
No, but seriously, I agree with you on that. Is that, it's like the information economy. They're being, it's so fucked up because it's being trained on all of our data just to fucking replace us. And the economy doesn't work that way.
I was doubtful, I'll be honest with you, because he's a very, very stubborn
breaks
man.
the
It
economic
is not like
model
being
we
pushed out.
currently have.
But with the new
So
polls
if we
that
don't
emerged over
fucking
the weekend,
solve the AI problem soon, we're pretty much fucked.
Are you in a Sarah localist party? You can. No, I don't think you are, but. You can join, and then I think there's
So
waiting
what do you
rooms.
have to say, Mercury? Come on, what are you cooking up over there?
I was gonna ask if Nader's a libertarian. Or if he's just like a conservative.
I am. I guess I'm a mixed libertarian and neocon.
Okay, in like what ways? Do you like neocons' ideas of
I'm
government?
very
or-
American interventionalist and American exceptionalist. I feel like we should be intervening overseas as long as it's in American interests, and doing whatever is in the best American interests overseas. But my domestic policy is much more libertarian.
Okay, so I take it that you're not a big fan of taxation, like at all.
Minimal tax is necessary.
Okay, that's more of a easier position. Well, not an easier position, but like a more well-rounded position. Because not taxation is kind of stupid. To be fair.
I mean, we need some level of taxes, but I don't think that there's a lot of unnecessary taxing going on. Or at least there's a lot of unnecessary government going on that costs us more taxes, right? We cut a lot of the government spending out with a lot of the entitlement programs and fucking bureaucracies and shit like that. You could do a lot more with the tax money we're already bringing in.
What would you invest it in, like back into the market?
But what do you mean? No, I wouldn't invest it back in the market. I mean, the government should stay out of the market. The money that the government would save on what they're spending, I would put it towards things like infrastructure. I'm fine with subsidizing nuclear power. I think we should increase military spending.
Increase?
Yes, increase. The world is now becoming more unstable.
I mean, don't you think that you could cut military spending just a little bit to
Nope,
kind of
absolutely
put it
not.
back into the
We
market?
need to increase. We need to increase military.
Do you think
spending, not
there's
decrease.
like a lot of price gouging going on? Like, there's all these videos of Congress members holding bolts, and they're like, Lockheed Martin charges us $1,000 for these bolts that are sold in the private market
No,
for $10.
I don't, because what people don't realize is a lot of that quote unquote overspending or overcharging are ways to funnel funds into black projects that are off the books, such as when we developed stealth technology. Things like that. So yes, That's where that money is coming from or going to. DARPA projects, a lot of R&D, that kind of thing.
I think there's also, I don't know, like there's a lot of contracts that are done on a cost plus basis, so the company doesn't really have an incentive to decrease costs because any added cost is just extra money for them.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for revising some of how contracts are done. I think there's room for improvement in that area.
And then I know Lockheed Martin specifically has like offices in a lot of important congressional districts that they kind of try to use as leverage for congressmen. I don't know. I think we should probably keep our military spending growing. Yeah.
Yeah, if the world was not becoming more chaotic and dangerous, I would agree with possibly cutting some military spending, but the world's going the opposite direction of that. So
I want NATO to increase their spending. The only leftist to say it.
They are increasing their spending.
Yeah.
Nah, we got a comparative advantage in military spending, bro. They don't need to increase it. We have
allies for a reason. It's time to fucking use our allies, and I think it's time to free the Japanese military. Let the rising sun rise again. Let's do it. Wake the sleeping dragon. Let's fucking do it.
I kind of agree with that because that would be a good balance against China.
Exactly. I mean, they're already low key gearing up for war.
China's our number one enemy in the world right now. Russia's right pretty close, but China's our number one primary potential threat.
I disagree. I think the number one enemy is the United States politicians, then China.
True. It's Donald J. Trump.
I don't think he's the worst. I think it's our Supreme Court. I think it's basically every single congressman and congresswoman. And I think it's, if you look at the S&P 500, just take that and take the board of directors. There you go. Those are the enemies of America and democracy and freedom and peace and prosperity. Those fuckers right there.
About the Supreme Court.
What about the Supreme? Hello? Who?
Tyranny.
Oh, hello, Localist Party.
Yo, what up?
Who's Localist Party? Not fun.
Long time chatter.
Yeah.
Localist pilled. Big fan of subsidiarity.
The Supreme Court's pretty fucking based right now.
Now,
only because it's going your way. I'm sure that you would be bitching and complaining if Biden was the one that packed it, because they would have been able to.
That's why I said right now it's pretty based.
But shouldn't you be like, hey, maybe a system where sometimes I win and sometimes I extremely get fucked, and like there is no like in between. Like it's not a system we should be going off of. Like it's literally a coin toss. Like. Fuck the Supreme Court. Fuck these fuckers that come in with no code of ethics and can take straight up bribes and can hold very biased political agendas and clearly are going to vote one way, whether it is how our Constitution reads or not, whether that is what legal theory has established or not. They'll fucking make up whatever the fuck they want to make
one
up.
The 14th Amendment one.
Whether it's Democrat or Republican, they're going to get in there and they're going to do what's best for their guy that put them in there and what's good for their fucking money, their politics, and their party. And we have no counter to this. There is no term limit other than fucking death and stepping down. So, no term limits, no code of ethics, and no sort of representation. It would be different if we voted them in, kind of like we vote a president in, and it was like every 10 years or something, we hold an election, right? And we go through like an electoral.
I mean, yeah, like effective participation in the Supreme Court. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Also, Justice fucking Sotomayor should retire. She's fucking 70 years old. We don't know if we're ever going to get a Trump nominee. She should retire right now and let Biden put a Supreme Court justice in. She should do it. We messed up with RGV. We can't do it again. Okay.
Well, the problem with the Supreme Court is that no matter if it's left or right, it always pushes towards centralization. It always pushes towards nationalization.
He's local filled.
And also, they have too much power. They can just expand federal power, and states can't resist it, even if it's unconstitutional, which is unconstitutional because we're nullification filled.
They're the
Oh
weak
yeah,
link.
he's nullification
Let's get rid
filled
of
too.
They're the weak fucking link. I don't think I used to be full abolish of the Supreme Court, but I think we don't need to abolish it. We could just put in a lot of counters to it.
Well, all the Supreme Court, the only reform that needs to be made is that they can't uphold laws, only strike down.
Jesus,
Dude,
Anna K,
it's-
your video just showed North Korea is still using fucking MiG-15s. Holy fuck.
I don't know if
Dude,
this
it's
is what
sick
they're
as
using.
fuck. How
It
many
looks like
pills
a,
is he taking?
it looks like it's a museum.
Well, there was a museum, but there were also a couple on the ramp when they were taxiing.
And maybe they are still using it. I don't know.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
So who are you voting for, localist party?
Probably Trump.
The man who really wants to decentralize the government?
Well, he's probably more friendly towards nullification than like any president.
And that's all you care about. Okay.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Lots of first time chatters today. Just like 2020, the election is all about Trump. Those who are voting for Trump won't change their minds no matter who's on the ballot. Those who are voting against Trump will vote most viable candidate that isn't Trump. This might not be true depending on who the nominee is. I might actually, if they pick the right nominee, vote based on who the fucking nominee is. They have a few options that have my attention. Do I think that, any of them are viable? Maybe one or two, but like there is definitely options now where I would feel comfortable voting for a Democratic candidate. So maybe for once, maybe.
You were talking about Buttigieg earlier.
Yeah.
And I know some of the stuff seemed okay, but I just like it. I know the game. I know the game. This motherfucker, he's a no.
Also,
he's
Andy Beshear. Andy Beshear, the
He's
the
the
governor.
lockdown king. Okay.
He's the Democratic governor of Kentucky. Pretty fucking loved. Won against the Republican incumbent in his state, and generally holds a pretty high polling rate with both Republicans and Democrats. I think that in a time where we're going against Trump and a divided Republican Party, somebody like him who has proven that he can make way with Republicans and appease Democrats, it would be.
If I never heard of him, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, months. No good. No good. Gotta be someone at least I've heard of.
But I think that not hearing about a person might actually be better than hearing about a person in this election. Like, I would honestly, if you just told me a random person will be selected from the United States, if you vote for this, like, it's a blank candidate, you vote blank, it'll be a random person selected in the United States versus
that
Donald
person
Trump, I would do
would
that.
be better than most Democrats.
Vote for me for president 2024, okay?
Sure.
My
Oh, wait, no,
domestic
no.
my foreign policy, fuck you. My domestic policy, get money and fuck bitches. Okay?
True.
That's it. Pretty simple platform. If I wake up in the morning, you don't have my goddamn coffee ready, you better get me Air Force One because I'm time to blow some shit up right fucking now, okay? Just saying. Vote.
There it is. Nader 24.
We just need a political candidate that will go in and just say, I will do absolutely nothing. I will sign no legislation. I will pass I'll say just no to everything, pretty much. There was a president like that a while ago. Forgot who it was. Let me see. President that did literally nothing. Let's find him.
And everybody talks about, the politicians never fight the wars.
President
No,
Coolidge.
my Air Force One is going to be a
Calvin
fucking
Coolidge.
F-22 with B-61 tactical nuclear weapons, okay? When I say get me my Air Force One, I want to blow some shit up. I mean, I want to blow some shit up, not tell somebody else to do it, okay?
Wasn't there a
I don't know if
president
they'll let you do that.
who died 6 days into his term or something of pneumonia. Didn't he give a long speech at his inauguration, and then he died 6 days later or something?
Coolidge? No, that wasn't Coolidge.
President
that was
long
that was-
speech. Pneumonia. I don't know how to spell pneumonia.
My favorite president is William Henry Harrison. He was the president that I can't make that joke anymore after the recent assassination attempt. But he's the president that I feel did what was best for the American people. I'll put it that way. But the other president was Calvin Coolidge. Pointed out in the political genius of President Coolidge, Walter Lippmann, pointed out in 1926 was that his talent for effectively doing nothing, the active inactivity, suits the mood and is certain of the needs of the country admirably. Fucking based. We need a Calvin Coolidge. Let's do it. Or we need another William Henry Harrison.
Yeah. He died a month into his term.
Yes, sir. Best president that's ever fucking existed.
Or James
Apparently,
Garfield.
Biden could have died a month into his term, but
he could have.
He pushed him out.
I think he did mentally.
I think he died like 4 years ago.
Yeah, he's been brain dead for a while.
Then there are those like yourself for whom a second Trump presidency is tolerable enough that it would depend on who the nominee is. The fuck? Damn, bro. The liberals are out tonight, Casey.
Yo!
You're not the first or the second group. You're in the third group for whom it matters who the Democrat put up. Can you imagine what would happen if Trump wins, but then Biden used those new powers the Supreme Court gave the presidency to declare him an enemy of the state or some
True.
such? As long as it's an official act, he can't get in trouble for it. You know Ringtail? I do know Ringtail. Ringtail is one of my friends. We're pretty close friends. Welcome in, Jahostin 012 TV. How you doing? Oh, damn. Damn. Why you got to do that, man? Casey, you're a mod in my chat, and you're not here doing the things that need to be done. Someone just doxed another streamer in my chat. I deleted it. Fuck. So many violations today.
So why you should make me a mod, because then I'll eliminate everybody.
I
think
am
that's
not
wrong.
opposed to you being a mod in my stream.
I actually do okay as a mod.
I wouldn't be opposed. I've seen what you've done in Gorp's. I've seen what you've done in Gorp's chat, and it's pretty good work.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
I basically let anything
I
go.
think my phone
until
died.
it gets
Uh-oh. Give me a second.
borderline on toss, right?
Yeah, that's basically.
Oh,
yeah,
shoot.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
kind of
give me a
how,
second.
and that's how I've run my stream in the past too. You know,
How often do you feel like you'd be around for political conversation?
yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. Much more so when the weather changes to being more cold out. Right now, I don't.
Okay, you'll have to give me a
it's hard
second.
to tell because, like, right now I'm available.
I can
but
get it working again
in
in like
couple weeks,
a minute.
I'm
Oh wait,
going back
maybe I can
out
get it
to
working again right now.
plains, right? To get back to chasing. So it varies by time of year and just how busy I am with other stuff.
Fire. Okay, it might be a little worse quality now, but
Oh, by the way, I learned something very interesting, guys. Immigration in a lot of Southeast Asian countries is just a bribe scheme. They legalized bribery. If you can pay them enough money, you can fucking leave the country.
Base.
Nader, I'll accept you being a mod for if you will let me stick a broom handle up my ass to salute you, then I'll accept you to be my mod.
Sure, you can.
Base.
Feel free to stick a broom handle up your
That's
ass.
that was not me saying that, by the way. That was a comment chatter. I want to make that
I
clear.
mean, if you want to put
wanna
a
make
broom
that
handle
actually
up
a
your
little
ass,
here, or
Kev,
at least I wouldn't pass
you
the
know.
woke purity test. Good one, bro.
if you really want to put a broom handle up your ass, you're more than welcome.
What's the woke purity test? Let's look it up. Let's go. Woke purity test. I'm taking it. Woke purity test.
It's like
Is
that
there-
shit too. Why not?
Do we have a woke purity test? There has to be one. I'm just gonna type woke test. Woke test.
man.
Let's go. Okay.
I still have the tanky test written down. I gotta
Yeah,
make
I
it
would
into some sort of
definitely- I
form.
would definitely fail this one.
All right, let's see. Pointing out that other cultures don't have gay or trans rights is just another way of perpetuating the oppressive status quo. Let me just say I disagree.
What?
Hierarchies are necessary to maintain order and prevent anarchy. Disagree.
Yes.
I believe
Agree.
that. You want me to link this for you?
No. Yeah, sure. Why
Okay.
not? Fuck it.
Here, I'll put it in chat. All of you can follow along. Hola, soy K. Today, we're going to be taking the woke test.
Yo. Yeah.
All right, sorry. I was just messaging. Back. Prevent anarchy? No, pro-anarchy. There we fucking go. All right, I believe that given the same socioeconomic conditions, all groups of people would have the same average IQ. Oh, yeah, relatively, probably. In a conflict, one should always amplify the voices of marginalized so that they have equal representation. In a conflict, one should always amplify the voice of the marginalized so that they have equal representation.
That flies in the face. Equal representation.
In a conflict, one should always amplify the it depends on what they mean by this. So I'm like interpreting this in two different ways. This either means that you value the voice of marginalized people more, or it means that you platform them so they're actually heard and seen by people. I'm going to stay neutral on it because I don't know what they mean. Women and minorities cannot truly be themselves while they live in a society run by white men. Disagree. I'm a strong disagree. So-called free markets are inherently coded to favor white men. Not anymore, but that's how they were fucking made, so I'm neutral. Transitional gender roles are largely determined by natural evolution and or higher power. No. If you let unproductive people think they're special, you're giving them an incentive to not improve. Yes, but I'm scared of what they mean by like unproductive. Using brain imaging or genomic sequencing to legitimize race or gender stereotypes can never be scientifically justified. Wait, no, wait, can never be can never be scientifically justified. Okay. We are all citizens of the world and should be allowed to live where we want to create a more just and equitable world. People of color are oppressed by white beauty standards in our society. Not really anymore. A welcoming immigration policy is a moral imperative, as all nations have a responsibility to protect those seeking refuge and opportunity. Okay, we have the most to learn from people who are the most oppressed. There are only two genders. Oh boy. In this day and age, the patriarchy is largely a myth.
I am not woke. 17.97%.
That's quick.
Damn, bro, went through 32
I am neutral
questions.
on the
hella
woke
fast.
questions. 45%.
The conception that a real man is tough and daring should be replaced by the conception a real man is caring and compassionate. I mean, why can't it be fucking both, bro? I'm putting neutral because, like, it should be both. In general, all indigenous ways of knowing are marred by subjective and bias, lacking of... What the fuck? Since women compromise half of the
I can't wait to see Destiny when Trump wins the election. If Trump wins the election, I'm probably going to be like, oof, that really sucks. Pretty shitty that he won. Yeah, wow. I'll talk about this for the next 4 years. When Biden won the election, you guys tried to overthrow the government because you were
Anybody who is not
so
white,
ass
Yeah,
paid.
right. Anna
Because your
Kay's gonna
assholes have been
say
so
disagree on that.
expanded
I mean, I
by
saw him
Daddy
the
Trump
other
and the
day
conservatives
saying they
hyping you
repealed
up.
the
There's no
19th.
possible you were gonna have a 50-state landslide. You can't really use that argument
did
anymore. You
say-
understand that, right? After
I
January
said
6th, you kind of
today,
have
too.
completely lost the ability to say, I didn't have the election. You're gonna be deranged. You
Anybody
fucking
who is not a
retards still
white
don't
male
believe the
is
results of
in
the
some
last
se-
election,
in
right? You
some
understand that, right?
sense
You still don't
oppressed
think the
in
last
our
election was legitimate.
society. Holy fuck. Lax immigration control undermines certain nations' national security and puts a strain on our resources. Assuming that all women have vaginas is just another way of perpetuating oppressive stereotypes. Climate change and white supremacy is two sides of the
Yeah, I
same
just got
coin.
that question.
What did you hear for the
Some of
vagina
these
one?
questions are
What
absolutely
did I say?
fucking
I just put
asinine.
disagree. I believe. Wait, what is it? White supremacy? I believe that unless something is done, the climate crisis could be completely out of control in 5 years. Let's go. Science views the universe as matter to be used in much the same way as white men view women and minorities as subjective. Holy shit, bro. It's like that annoying person that keeps on circling something back. Like, where it's like, oh my fucking god.
This test is fucking wild.
We should welcome those who want to come here if they want to create a world where everyone has the opportunity to reach their full potential. I have considered not having children out of the concern of the climate.
I didn't have children because I didn't want any fucking crotch goblins. Doesn't have
Not
anything
a
to do with
day
climate.
goes by without me thinking of how I can fight for a more just and
A
equitable
local fellow,
society.
you immediately
The
left.
society as a whole gets wealthy.
Someone didn't want
Wealth
to take
will
the woke
eventually
test.
trickle down.
What the hell?
The climate has always been changing. What we're going
Someone
through
is
now is just
not
another
woke
natural
enough for the
cycle.
non-fine stream.
I champion those who are pushed to the margins so that they may have the equal place at the table. I believe that other cultures and minorities may have ways of looking at physics and mathematics that are just as valid as a Western way. Okay. No human being can be free until every human being is free. All right, where am I? All right, let's see. Let's see. The woke test, fighting power. Okay. Social justice. Okay, well, there's the explanation. Oh, no, that's just the explanation of what these things mean. Okay. My lowest score was for intersectional solidarity. My highest score was global citizenship. My second highest score was challenging norms. Then we have climate sustainability, alternative knowledge, fighting power, social justice, empowering underdogs, and then yeah, that's it. Okay. Whatever. This is not how I thought they would score me, to be honest.
I got fucking 25.
Where do you see the 20? Oh, it's right here. You're slightly woke at 58.59%. Let's go. Casey, what did you get?
I am doing stuff. I cannot be distracted with woke test. I think I would have maybe got slightly worse, but slightly better than you.
Which direction
Slightly
is
what it
better?
looked like.
What's yeah? What?
I'll leave that up to you guys to decide.
No racism? Okay, not gonna talk about the economic impact on IQ.
What is the other test? Political tests.
Yeah, just look up idrlabs.com. They have a bunch of fucking tests.
Idea Labs?
IDR Labs. It's the same place that you went to take the woke test.
I don't like this place though.
Hold
Okay,
on,
what
I got another.
Anti-Semitic Semitism test.
Yo,
we should have Casey take this. No racism. Okay, not going to talk about the economical impact on IQ. No, they weren't going to. They didn't want to cover it. Trauma test, poo test, anger test, love test, political test. Autism
It's,
test? Let's do it. Let's do the autism test.
Oh my god. I can't do it. It'll expose me. It's 1 a.m. where I am, so I'm gonna head out probably.
Tayo.
All right. See ya, guys. Unless Localist Party wants to do something real quick. Just because I'm curious his thought on some of the things. I don't know if he's gonna do it. Qatar to Kazakhstan. Saudi Arabia. Syria. Didn't need to. Oh, Iraq. Oopsie. I was thinking of Iraq, guys. Iran. Probably. And then Tajikistan? Nope. Azerbaijan? Nope. Kyrgyzstan? No. Tajikistan. Tajikistan. Oh, I already guessed that. I thought there was a... Uzbek. Thank you. Oh, didn't even need it. Wait, what do I... What? What? Bruh. Thank you, On Flies Casual. Welcome to the stream. It's not Uzbek, bro. There's a... I swear, I thought it was... What are all the Stan countries? Turkmenistan. There we go. That's what I was thinking of the whole time, guys. Turkmenistan. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. I'm 30% woke based. That's only a little bit lower than I was. But also, I didn't like some of the question. Like the question of like saying that all women have vaginas is perpetuating supremacist stereotypes or whatever. It's like, well, I don't really think that, but I do think trans people are real. So it's like, how do I answer this? Local stuff. Running when I finally am up to talk to him. God damn it. God damn it. All women have a vagina. It's kind of like bar for what a woman is. True. It's actually streaming. Okay, I'm sending you over to Kidnakin. All right. Just got here. What is this about trans women? You know what? If you follow me, we'll do the trans stuff. I think we can do the trans stuff next stream. Basically, I think some gender is socially constructed, and I also think some gender is internal to you. And there are probably people that are born with a gender identity different than what their sex aligns with. So, can I hop on in the trans stuff tomorrow? We talked a little bit about that the first time we talked, but I don't know. It, like, didn't you literally say like a sex change could be an option there? Like, yeah. Anyway, sending you over to a different lib. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate all you guys. Yeah. I really like streaming. Thanks for watching. Appreciate all you guys. Love you guys. Okay, if you thought I just came into MAGA room by accident, no. All right, go over to Kidnakin and drop a follow. Han Flies Casual.